Xiao Ge was reborn. After 10 years of fierce battles against the Zerg, having witnessed the last starship of human civilization perish in flames, he opened his eyes. In this year, the Zerg mothership lay dormant in the Centaurus constellation, while humanity grappled with mutual sanctions over oil and chips. Meanwhile, he suffered from hyperthymesia. Every battle, every defeat, and every face lost to the Zerg tide were etched into his mind like scars. In this life, he would no longer be a solitary hero. The colossal city of Lingxiao on the sanction list had completed its 7th defensive wall. High-speed rail now traversed the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, boosting transport capacity by 400. The yield of carbon nanotube chips had exceeded 92, while the global supply chain faced a stranglehold. Fusion reactors had been integrated into the power grid, allowing the Eastern Industrial Belt to bid farewell to fossil fuels. The Deep Space Early Warning Station emitted a piercing alarm. Xiao Ge stood in the Global Joint Command Center, backed by millions of Dragon Kingdom reservists who had trained for a decade. He spoke, his voice calm. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the age of crisis. This time, humanity shall not falter." Chapter 1. 6 months later, the Zerg arrive. Light? Why is there light? Xiao Ge abruptly sat up in bed. After 10 minutes of surveying the room's various arrangements, he was utterly convinced that he had indeed been reborn. After a decade of battling the Zerg, he had somehow returned to life. He glanced at the time. It was Dragon Kingdom time. December 31st, 2:30, 3 p.m. There remained but 6 months before the Zerg descended upon Earth. When the Zerg tore open the dimensional portal and appeared on Earth, humanity was astounded to discover their resemblance to the Zerg in StarCraft. Over a decade, the ferocity of the Zerg's assaults had only intensified. In the first wave of the invasion, over 500 million lives were lost globally. The second wave saw a colossal Zerg fleet sweep through the solar system, causing the collapse of global political and economic systems, with death tolls exceeding 2 billion. After the third wave, the survivors among humanity had become mere remnants. It was not until the fifth wave that Xiao Ge and his comrades seized a Zerg spacecraft, traversing time and space to reach the Zerg's home world, intent on obliterating their mother planet. Yet, upon arriving at the temporal threshold, Xiao Ge was met with an endless sea of Zerg and an infinite expanse of spacecraft. They were ensnared in a war beyond dimensions. Their attempt to escape through a wormhole resulted in their ship's destruction. Yet, against all odds, Xiao Ge was reborn. From birth, Xiao Ge had been deemed afflicted with hyperthymesia. He had always regarded himself as an unfortunate soul. In his previous life, the loss of each comrade and the death of every ordinary person were deeply imprinted in his mind, every detail indelible. But now, a spark ignited in Xiao Ge's eyes. In his past life, to fend off the Zerg invasion, humanity had developed numerous advanced technologies and weapons, including fusion reactors, laser weaponry, and particle cannons. Although many of these technologies had been derived from the Zerg, Xiao Ge recalled every detail vividly. The Dragon Kingdom could prepare in advance. Zerg, Zerg, Zerg. Xiao Ge's gums bled from his biting. This was hatred. It was the fury of billions of Dragon Kingdom citizens slaughtered by the Zerg in his former life. In this life, the Dragon Kingdom shall no longer wait. No matter where you hide in the cosmos, I will find your lair and annihilate you. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge devised a plan. First, he needed to convince the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom that the Zerg's arrival in 180 days was a reality. However, the current Xiao Ge was merely an ordinary university student, often skipping classes, and his words would carry no weight, should he rashly declare the Zerg's impending arrival. He would only find himself confined in a psychiatric ward. He opened his phone to browse the news. December 30th report an anomalous drop in temperature was recorded on a tropical island in the Pacific, plunging below 0 degrees, freezing local waters, and causing massive fish die-offs, with no clear cause identified. December 30th report in the North African desert. A freshwater lake spanning 100 kilometers appeared overnight, teeming with highly active algae as scientists searched for answers. Nearby nations had begun deploying troops to seize the lake, resulting in turmoil. December 31st report a monitoring vessel reported unusual fluctuations in the spatial field surrounding Earth's orbit, the implications of which for Earth remained unknown. These seemingly mundane disaster reports were recognized by Xiao Ge as precursors to the Zerg's arrival, and he knew that once the new year dawned, calamities would become increasingly frequent. Proving his origins from the future and accurately predicting forthcoming events was the most direct approach. However, the first epic disaster of the new year would strike on January 2nd, 231, along the southeastern coast of the Dragon Kingdom. At 10 a.m. on January 2nd, a cataclysmic tsunami would sweep the southeastern shores, claiming the lives of 100,000 if unprepared. His first battle in this rebirth, preparation for the tsunami. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge formulated a comprehensive plan that he sat at his computer, logging onto the lottery website, purchasing tickets for every available game. Double color ball, welfare lottery, 7 lucky, happy 8, and so forth. Indeed, he remembered all the numbers. This was the advantage of hyperthymesia. Next, he opened the largest forum in the Dragon Kingdom, creating a new account with an audacious username. I come from the future. Tonight, I will win 1 billion. He then posted a screenshot of his lottery ticket purchases. This was the first step. The draw would take place at 9:30 p.m. that evening. The next step, and the most crucial one, awaited. Step 2. Seek the whistleblower. The nation is akin to a vast machine, a complete, intricate whole, where any small malfunction can affect its operation. Those possessing a high level of scientific literacy, critical thinking skills, and an exploratory spirit were selected as whistleblowers in the Dragon Kingdom. The highest whistleblower held special authority. If a notion was proposed by someone and deemed incorrect by all, it was the whistleblower's duty to investigate the potential correctness of that notion. Conversely, if a whistleblower presented an idea, no matter how absurd, it demanded serious consideration. The current highest whistleblower was Dr. Ouyang Yuan, president of the National Academy of Sciences. At that moment, Dr. Ouyang was at the Tech Museum in Pingcheng, participating in a science outreach event titled Science Has No Limits. With his target identified, Xiao Ge promptly descended the stairs and stepped outside. Mom, I'm heading to the Science Has No Limits event. Xiao Ge's mother had gone to great lengths to secure him a ticket, hoping to encourage him to venture outside. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Xiao Ge had discarded that ticket into the trash. Before his mother could respond, he was already on his way, taking a taxi to the Tech Museum. Thanks to the ticket, Xiao Ge smoothly entered the venue. 16:00. Time flew by. Dr. Ouyang, bespectacled and exuding an air of elegance, patiently answered the myriad questions posed by the audience. Questions were collected via notes, and Xiao Ge wrote down a set of parameters, confident that while others might overlook them, Dr. Ouyang would grasp their significance. Earlier, a student asked if we could achieve interstellar travel by traversing a black hole. Is this true? I must inform everyone that such a possibility exists. However, constructing a spacecraft capable of withstanding the gravitational forces of a black hole is extraordinarily challenging, as no one knows what lies within a black hole, nor can we speculate. At this point, the student who had posed the question stood to inquire, Professor Ouyang, then why don't we enter a black hole and find out? Ouyang Yuan nodded slightly, not denying. Indeed, if one were to fall into a black hole and emerge unscathed, bearing the data parameters from within, it would herald a transformative leap in humanity's endeavors. In space exploration. At that moment, the host drew forth a slip of paper. All right, on to the next question. The paper was handed to Ouyang Yuan, inscribed with the words of Xiao Ge. Upon seeing the data on the slip, Ouyang Yuan's gentle expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness and rigidity. He was so absorbed in thought that even the hosts repeated calls went unheard. For 2 decades, he had diligently sought the parameters of the black hole's interior, and only he understood that the data on the paper could only be obtained by someone who had genuinely ventured into a black hole. Instantly, Ouyang Yuan's hands trembled. Is the individual who posed this question still present? Excitement, joy, and astonishment surged within him, a whirlwind of emotions. Xiao Ge, aware that his objective had been achieved, stood up and approached the stage. Dr. Ouyang, shall we converse in a different venue? Certainly. The two relocated to a conference room within the Science and Technology Museum. Xiao Ge wasted no time. Dr. Ouyang, since you comprehend the significance of this data, I shall speak plainly. I hail from the future, a decade hence. A decade? That is impossible. Even in an age of technological explosion, humanity could not traverse the stars. Despite his conviction regarding the data, Ouyang Yuan remained skeptical of Xiao Ge's assertions. But it is not humanity. Rather, it is the Zerg, arriving on Earth in 6 months, who shall bring forth technologies that transcend our current era. Xiao Ge then articulated the impending Zerg crisis, leaving Dr. Ouyang utterly astonished. I wish to save the Dragon Kingdom, and for that, I require your status as the Supreme Whistleblower. The mention of the Supreme Whistleblower shocked Ouyang Yuan once more, and he remained speechless throughout. This title was known to no more than 10 individuals across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Ge continued, I understand that all of this may seem fantastical, so I will present 2 additional sets of data, one pertaining to the Andromeda Galaxy, observable with the Dragon Kingdom's Tianyan, which will reveal evidence of Zerg activity. The other set concerns gravitational wave data, which can predict the dimensional portal that will appear on Earth in 6 months, the very location of the Zerg's arrival. And if that is insufficient, after 2130 today, you shall witness me, as a person from the future, possessing foreknowledge of all lottery results, with a grand prize of 10 billion. Ouyang Yuan remained silent, contemplating. Possessing a profound understanding of advanced technology and being the whistleblower, his critical spirit was beyond question. After a moment of reflection, Ouyang Yuan inquired, "What is your request?" An audience with the head of state, to save the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 2. The Dragon Kingdom's Shift, a national response to the insectoid crisis to save the Dragon Kingdom? If these words had come from anyone else, Ouyang Yuan would undoubtedly have summoned the military. However, the data presented by Xiao Ge regarding the black hole was irrefutably authentic. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Yuan promptly responded, "I shall sound the alarm to verify the data you have provided. If it proves to be accurate, the higher authorities will heed your report." The sounding of the alarm signified that a grave disaster was imminent. Finally, Xiao Ge exhaled in relief, as his second step was successfully executed. Furthermore, there is another piece of information. On January 2nd, a colossal tsunami will strike the southeastern coast. If we do not take preemptive measures, 100,000 lives will be lost, he warned. This impending catastrophe was merely 2 days away. Ouyang Yuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. "You should return and await further news. The truth will soon be validated, and someone will come to escort you." Upon exiting the Science and Technology Museum, Xiao Ge checked the time on his phone, 1650. Without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a taxi home, fully aware that in the forthcoming hours, the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom would be shaken to their core. After parting ways with Xiao Ge, Ouyang Yuan wasted no time. His status as the alarm sounder afforded him numerous privileges. Even without this designation, as the president of the Academy of Sciences, he could mobilize considerable resources. His first order of business was to verify the 2 sets of data provided by Xiao Ge. The first set pertained to Andromeda. It was exceedingly remote and involved the blue shift data of planets obscured by the intense luminosity of stars, necessitating validation by the Dragon Kingdom's sky eye. He made a phone call, stating, "This is Ouyang Yuan. I require validation of this data by 2100 hours. The Dragon Kingdom's sky eye, located in the depths of the southwestern mountains, is currently the world's largest radio telescope." Upon receiving Ouyang Yuan's request, the astronomical observatory immediately suspended all ongoing projects and redirected all resources towards verification. Simultaneously, the Dragon Kingdom's gravitational wave detection facility in the desert also received the comprehensive data from Ouyang Yuan, initiating comparative detection starting from the gravitational waves of the Cretaceous period, when the dinosaurs met their demise. This was due to Xiao Ge's assertion that the extinction of the dinosaurs was indeed caused by a meteorite collision with Earth, which heralded the arrival of the insectoids. Once the verification procedures were arranged, Ouyang Yuan deliberately perused various lottery websites to assess the jackpot pools mentioned by Xiao Ge, and to his astonishment, he indeed found sums exceeding 100 billion. Moreover, there was the information regarding the impending tsunami on the 2nd. This was the most straightforward to analyze and predict. Ouyang Yuan promptly contacted the Geological and Meteorological Bureau and swiftly received confirmation. Various indicators suggested that Xiao Ge's assertion regarding the relative movement of the Pacific Plate and the Australian Plate would likely trigger a tsunami in the Pacific Rim, making it a plausible reality. At this juncture, Ouyang Yuan could no longer contain himself. He retrieved the specially designed phone for alarm sounders and issued a red alert. At 2100 hours today, an alarm sounder conference will be convened. The highest alarm sounder's signal indicated that the Dragon Kingdom was facing an existential crisis. The conference would include ministers from the 9 major institutions responsible for determining national policy, including finance, administration, and the military, along with that esteemed individual. Once the alarm was sounded, arrangements were promptly made for Ouyang Yuan to board a special flight directly to the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. When Ouyang Yuan arrived in the capital, attendees had gathered from across the nation. Each individual present was a decision-maker of the Dragon Nation: Marshal Long Zhan of the military, Zhou Xiaoyuan, head of finance, and Nie Zhan, the Minister of Scientific Research, among others. At precisely 2100 hours, the meeting commenced. Every person appeared tense, their expressions grave, as they turned their attention to Ouyang Yuan. "Dr. Ouyang," the whistleblower exclaimed, "what is the meaning of this red alert?" I interrupted my foreign visit upon receiving this news and returned immediately. The red alert mechanism has never been activated since the whistleblower system was established, indicating a sign of impending catastrophe for the Dragon Nation. Ouyang Yuan rose and activated the remote video call, noting the time. The data he requested should have yielded answers by now. He then turned to Minister Niezhan. Old Nye, do you recall our previous discussion regarding the internal parameters of black holes? Niezhan nodded. Ouyang Yuan proceeded to display a crucial set of data on the screen. After a moment of contemplation, Minister Nye was nearly startled to his feet. This is impossible. How could this be? Indeed. When I was first informed of this data, I too was incredulous, for it implied that the source must have ventured into the interior of a black hole. Subsequently, Ouyang Yuan recounted his encounter with Xiao Ge and Pengqing, the arrival of the insect race. This phrase detonated like a deep-water bomb within the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation's decision-making body, leaving everyone incredulous. Yet, this was not the end. News from the Dragon Nation's sky, arrived. The radio telescope, having analyzed the data provided by Xiao Ge, concluded that life exists within the Andromeda Galaxy and is moving towards Earth at an unprecedented speed. Reports from the Gravitational Wave Research Institute followed suit. According to the gravitational wave data presented by Xiao Ge, it was proven that during the end Cretaceous extinction event, the Earth experienced numerous irregular gravitational fluctuations, which could also be interpreted as dimensional portal singularities. Such gravitational wave anomalies could very well manifest in 6 months' time. Furthermore, Xiao Ge labeled the unusual geological disasters that have occurred this year as harbingers of the insect race's arrival, though this remains unverified by research. Ouyang Yuan's expression was solemn. However, all lottery results could corroborate Xiao Ge's claims. As he spoke, he retrieved a post Xiao Ge had published online. I come from the future, tonight. I shall win 1 billion. Such an audacious title had attracted hundreds of thousands of views. The post had been locked and deleted, but only those present could still view it. Now, let us ascertain the veracity of his statements. At 21:30, the lottery results were announced. The draws for various lotteries, Double Color Ball, Welfare Lottery, 7-Star Lottery, Happy 8, and others, totaling nearly 10 different types, corresponded perfectly with Xiao Ge's prior post, with not a single number amiss. The total prize amount was precisely 1 billion. A hushed silence enveloped the meeting room. At that moment, the figure in attendance finally spoke. Ouyang, what is your assessment? Ouyang Yuan approached the matter with utmost gravity. His response was one that had been pondered deeply. Indeed, he hailed from the future. How do you perceive this? The elder cast a glance at the other attendees. If he were not from the future, the entirety of this situation would remain inexplicable. Rising to his feet, the elder clasped his hands behind his back and, after a brief pause, slowly declared, "Let us meet him." Meanwhile, at 21:45, the Xiao family was gathered around the television. What insights did you gain from your visit to the Science Unlimited event today? The mother inquired. With the new year behind us, you mustn't confine yourself to your dormitory playing games. It's time to venture out more. This was the ordinary existence of a family of 3. It felt wonderful, Xiao Ge replied. Mom, Dad, I even met Dr. Ouyang Yuan, who appreciates my talents and has invited me to intern at the Academy of Sciences. I should be going there in the next couple of days. The mother chuckled lightly. Sure. He might as well invite you to become an academician of the Academy. Naturally, she was skeptical, after all. Ouyang Yuan was the president of the Academy of Sciences of Longhua. Would he truly take an interest in a gaming-obsessed recluse like Xiao Ge? While others may not be aware of Xiao Ge's habits, his parents understood all too well that since entering university, he had been utterly consumed by various online games. With his academic progress stagnating, it remained uncertain whether he would even graduate. Look who it is. What luck! You've won a lottery worth 100 billion. Xiao Ge's father adjusted his glasses slightly. There must be some inside story here. Xiao Ge merely smiled silently. Dear parents, there's no hidden agenda. That 100 billion is what your son won. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Ge rose to answer it. Outside stood a group of soldiers clad in uniform. Are you Xiao Ge? Yes. Xiao Ge, not waiting for them to explain their purpose, immediately stated, I have everything packed. Please inform my parents that you are here on Dr. Ouyang's orders to take me to the academy for my internship. The soldiers, taken aback by Xiao Ge's compliance before they had even disclosed their intentions, exchanged glances. Xiao Ge, who is it at this hour? His mother called from within. The lead soldier followed Xiao Ge inside and respectfully saluted. Good evening, sir and madam. I am here on behalf of Dr. Ouyang to escort comrade Xiao Ge to the academy for his internship. The parents were momentarily stunned. It really is Dr. Ouyang. Is he truly going to intern at the academy? Our son has made it. Their demeanor shifted to one of warmth and enthusiasm. Wonderful. Is it time to leave? Yes. The project is short-staffed, and the doctoral committee from the school will brief comrade Xiao Ge. Excellent. Quickly, my dear, help Xiao Ge gather his belongings. Xiao Ge cast a farewell glance at his parents. Mom, Dad, I have everything ready. Great. Our family's fortunes are finally on the rise. After bidding farewell to his parents, Xiao Ge followed the soldiers and boarded the plane heading to the capital. At 0000, as the new year commenced, they officially entered the year 231. Xiao Ge arrived, and the highest decision-making body of Longwo awaited him. Time was of the essence, and all formalities were dispensed with. The elder spoke directly to the point. Xiao Ge, how should the Dragon Kingdom respond to the impending crisis posed by the insectoid race? Upon seeing the elder, Xiao Ge's eyes brimmed with tears. In his previous life, when the insectoid race descended and the populace was paralyzed with fear, it was this venerable figure who, with immense resolve, led the Dragon Kingdom in its response. The survival of the Dragon Kingdom through the fifth wave was largely due to the foundation laid by this elder. Regrettably, he had perished in battle during the third wave's onslaught. With a choked voice yet unwavering determination, Xiao Ge declared, "The Dragon Kingdom must pivot and unite in confronting the insectoid crisis." Chapter 3. The Dragon Kingdom. People first. The Dragon Kingdom will pivot, uniting to confront the crisis of the insectoid race. Each individual seated in the conference room was a paragon of virtue, fully aware of the weight of Xiao Ge's words. This signified a transformation in every aspect of the Dragon Kingdom. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of quickening breaths. Silence. Silence. Still silence. Time seemed to slip away quietly. After a prolonged pause, the elder inquired, "What will the future of the Dragon Kingdom look like?" At that moment, Xiao Ge's emotions erupted. He could no longer contain himself. The Dragon Kingdom still existed, yet its population was tragically reduced to less than 10 million, merely 1/5 of the global population. A decade hence, would the Dragon Kingdom's populace dwindle to under 10 million? It must be noted that after this year's census, the registered population of the Dragon Kingdom exceeded 2.3 billion. A future fraught with bloodshed and devastation loomed. If those at the helm lacked a concrete understanding of the insectoid crisis, let the numbers speak for themselves. Without immediate action, 22.9 billion lives would be lost. How shall we unite to confront this crisis? The elder queried again, his expression growing increasingly grave. This was the paramount concern of everyone present. Xiao Ge had anticipated this moment. He understood that mere words would not suffice to sway the elder. He needed to present a practical plan. He dubbed it the Grand Three-Step Initiative. He projected his meticulously crafted slides, delving straight into the essence of his proposal. In 6 months, the insectoid forces would assault the Dragon Kingdom from several coordinates: the Eastern Sea, the Northern Snowfields, the Southern Stone Forest, the Central Great Lake, and the capital city of Shanjing. The first step involved establishing circular fortresses at these locations to effectively impede and annihilate the insectoid invaders. The room fell silent once more. The mere establishment of these circular fortifications could sever the Dragon Kingdom from its past vulnerabilities. Moreover, Xiao Ge identified specific sites for the fortresses, including one in the northern snowfields, close to the Great Khanate. Would they construct fortifications in foreign lands? Under the current geopolitical climate, the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably face isolation. Subsequently, 100 colossal cities would be erected nationwide, consolidating the entire population of 2.3 billion into these urban centers. Underground capsule high-speed rail systems would be constructed, ensuring rapid troop deployment between any two cities within half an hour, facilitating national defense. The silence deepened once more, for on Xiao Ge's design blueprint, the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom resembled a chessboard, with 100 giant cities encircling the realm. Xiao Ge's vision was not to merely defend a city or a territory, but to safeguard the entire expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. He aims to safeguard the entire population of 2.3 billion in the Dragon Kingdom, leaving not a single soul behind. However, the Minister of the Research Department and others furrowed their brows. The concept of the capsule high-speed rail remains untested, its technological framework yet to be validated. How could Xiao Ge dare to propose its construction nationwide? Such audacity seems unwarranted. Moreover, the current global landscape is exceedingly intricate. Other nations will undoubtedly conspire to obstruct the Dragon Kingdom's transformative endeavors. Yet, they refrained from interrupting Xiao Ge. The third step entails preparing for an impending invasion by extraterrestrial insectoid entities, necessitating the construction of orbital weaponry, space cities, lunar outposts, and more. At last, the Minister of Research could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Do you believe our current technology can accomplish this?" Others voiced their concerns as well, questioning the feasibility of the circular fortresses, the colossal city initiative, the capsule high-speed rail project, and the space ventures. Even if we were to deplete the Dragon Kingdom's resources entirely, these ambitions seem unattainable. Furthermore, the proposals you mentioned must consider the international environment. Xiao Ge, merely a youth, fresh-faced and inexperienced, stood before seasoned ministers and directors, all of whom were seasoned elites in their 40s and 50s. While they listened to his grandiose visions, a sense of skepticism lingered among them. Yet at that moment, Xiao Ge's expression darkened, his voice icy. The aura of a battlefield honed over a decade enveloping the room as he retorted, "Do you believe there is anything more vital than the lives of 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? What does it mean to be a nation? It is to create an environment where the people can thrive at any cost, even if it means facing the heavens and the earth as adversaries. In my plan, the Dragon Kingdom shall once again seal its borders, protecting our 3 billion citizens is paramount. Why should we consider the international environment? Should we wait until they have harmed 2 million of our soldiers before taking action? What does it mean to be a nation? It is to defend its populace, unflinchingly, even against the entire world. Indeed, the plans proposed by Xiao Ge will fundamentally alter the Dragon Kingdom, and change is often the most painful endeavor. Have they forgotten the sacrifices made by the martyrs of the Dragon Kingdom during its most arduous inception? Xiao Ge thundered, insisting that if we do not act now, by the time the insectoids slaughter 8 million in the capital and another 20 million across the nation, it will be too late for change. In the Dragon Kingdom, the people are everything. A profound silence fell once more. Several leaders were stirred to fervor by Xiao Ge's words. Marshal Longzhan of the military posed a grave question. In the future, should foreign entities truly endanger 2 million soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom? That is merely the count of soldiers. The death toll among ordinary civilians could exceed 300 million. Longzhan slammed the table, exclaiming, "Those foreign scoundrels would undoubtedly commit such atrocities. Xiao Ge, what do you propose we do?" "The military will comply, without hesitation." Ouyang Yuan voiced his support, affirming that the Dragon Academy would back all initiatives wholeheartedly. Financial Minister Zhou Xiaoyuan declared his commitment to provide all necessary financial support. Gradually, departments began to express their willingness to offer unwavering support. Applause erupted as the elder personally applauded Xiao Ge. Well said. In the Dragon Kingdom, nothing is more paramount than the protection of the lives of its people. From this moment forth, the Dragon Kingdom pivots to establish a crisis management bureau, endowed with the authority to mobilize all resources of the nation. Xiao Ge will assume the role of the primary leader, fully responsible for addressing the threat posed by the insect tribe. Longzhan, Ouyang Yuan, Niezhen, Zhou Xiaoyuan, and all of you shall heed Xiao Ge's command and assist in the execution of this vital work. The decision is final, for he can perceive the profound love for the Dragon Kingdom reflected in Xiao Ge's eyes. Indeed, Xiao Ge, with his slender frame standing tall and resolute, solemnly accepts this grave responsibility, vowing to ensure that the Dragon Kingdom emerges victorious amidst the impending crisis. This is precisely why, in his previous life, he was hailed as the guardian deity by the people, having acted decisively without hesitation in the face of adversity. The elder, having first encountered the insect tribe crisis in 2100, has now made a pivotal decision regarding the future of the Dragon Kingdom just 3.5 hours later. At 0021 hours, the Crisis Management Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom is officially established. A special crisis research group is formed, comprised of the heads of internal affairs, foreign affairs, and national defense, with Xiao Ge appointed as the leader. The appointments concluded, the elder inquires, "Leader Xiao, you may now commence your arrangements." Xiao Ge responds earnestly, "First, we must confront the impending tsunami on the second." After a moment of contemplation, he continues, "Marshal Longzhan, within 3 days, the military must devise a plan to conscript 50 million troops." Longzhan solemnly nods, recognizing that this conscription will catapult the Dragon Kingdom's military strength beyond that of all other nations combined. Dr. Ouyang, along with Elder Nie from the Technology Department, convene all heads of the National High-Energy Laser Research Centers, the Artificial Sun Research Center, Urban Planning's National Treasure-level experts, and specialists in the field of shield tunneling for a meeting at 9 a.m. Ouyang Yuan and Niezhen nod gravely. They can surmise Xiao Ge's intentions regarding the plans for 100 colossal cities. Trade Department, within 3 days, present a global procurement plan for raw materials. I expect to see all departing cargo vessels setting sail for the Dragon Kingdom within 7 days. The head of the Trade Department pauses, his eyes ablaze with determination, and mutters with fervor, "I've long desired to do just that." In the Internal Affairs Department, a press conference will be held at 8 a.m. to announce to the nation the new direction of the Dragon Kingdom, devise a reasonable explanation. Moreover, all coastal cities within 100 kilometers of the coastline must evacuate before the second. The head of the Internal Affairs Department appears bewildered, questioning why others received explicit instructions while they must concoct their own rationale for the nation's new direction. After a moment of contemplation, he queries, all of them? The coastal regions? After some thought, he ultimately refrains from challenging Xiao Ge's decision, despite the fact that over 700 million people reside within that 100-kilometer radius. A series of directives flow from Xiao Ge's lips. The elder observes with reassurance, nodding approvingly before offering a few words of counsel and departing. At 0045 hours, the first directive following Xiao Ge's assumption of office is issued. In the form of a text message, inform the 2.3 billion citizens of Long Nation about the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. Dear citizens of Long Nation, following urgent deliberations by the relevant internal and external affairs departments, the Crisis Management Bureau of Long Nation has been established today, tasked with the formulation and implementation of all domestic and foreign policies henceforth. A significant national policy will be announced at 8 o'clock a.m. We urge all citizens to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 4. Clearly arranging matters with Southern Australia. This night was destined to be sleepless. At 0:45, many citizens of Long Nation remained awake, and even those who had succumbed to slumber were roused by the persistent chime of their phones. The message had reached all 2.3 billion of them. At this moment, the internet and various groups were ablaze with activity. By 0:46, news of the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau had surged to the top of trending topics. Countless individuals were left reeling from the abrupt announcement. A Crisis Management Bureau? So sudden. Does this portend some grave event? Why else would such a message be disseminated in the dead of night? It appeared that the Crisis Management Bureau hinted at centralized power and a special wartime department. Could it be that Long Nation is on the brink of war? Bring it on. How dare those little rascals from Southern Australia disrupt the peace while feasting at our table? I'd gladly contribute 100 to take them down. Anticipation brewed for the morning's press conference. The citizens of Long Nation found themselves restless, while nations beyond its borders were equally agitated. By 0:58, word had spread internationally. After all, Long Nation ranks among the world's foremost powers, and any policy it adopts reverberates throughout the global landscape. The emergence of such an enigmatic Crisis Management Bureau, appearing without warning, was of particular concern. In East Japan, the Prime Minister's residence was in disarray. Where are our spies? Why was there no intel on the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau? Investigate immediately to uncover its background and organizational structure. In the United States, the president, incensed, took to Twitter with several posts. Long Nation. Long Nation. No one understands Long Nation better than I do. No one is more adept at crisis management. In Southern Australia, an emergency meeting convened. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The President of the United States seems to be making moves. Should we respond? After a moment of silence, the leader gazed thoughtfully into the distance and finally declared, yes, respond. Shortly thereafter, Southern Australia issued an official statement across various social media platforms, addressing the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau in Long Nation. Given the potential to unsettle the current world order, Southern Australia announced it would impose sanctions on Long Nation to preserve regional peace. Countries such as Iron Tower, Lion Nation, and Sand Nation were quick to express their views regarding the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. Naturally, these opinions swiftly reached Xiao Ge. Leader Xiao, should we respond? Inquired the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Xiao Ge smiled calmly. If one is bitten by a dog, does one retaliate? There is no need to concern ourselves. We shall proceed according to our plans. Upon reading the declaration from South Australia, Xiao Ge couldn't help but chuckle. It truly takes audacity for an ant to impose sanctions on an elephant. After some contemplation, a shrewd plan emerged in Xiao Ge's mind to respond to South Australia by severing diplomatic ties and halting all economic interactions, waiting for them to come pleading for reconciliation. Then, he would propose to purchase their nation's iron, ore, coal, timber, and other raw materials. Indeed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs promptly set the wheels in motion. At 1:09 a.m., the Crisis Management Bureau announced, effective immediately, the Dragon Nation has severed diplomatic relations with South Australia, ceasing all economic and trade exchanges. All citizens of the Dragon Nation residing in South Australia are advised to contact the embassy promptly for evacuation. Is anyone still asleep? At that moment, the entire nation of the Dragon was ablaze with fervor, sleep entirely forgotten. May South Australia ascend instantaneously. No one should feign slumber in bed. Let us take action against South Australia. Gather and observe swiftly. At 0:45 a.m., the Crisis Management Bureau was established, and at 1:09 a.m., the severance of ties with South Australia was executed with unprecedented efficiency. Last year, South Australia's total exports to the Dragon Nation amounted to 1,893 trillion yuan, constituting 80% of South Australia's total exports. The cessation of direct relations with the Dragon Nation implies that 80% of South Australia's foreign trade would come to a grinding halt, leading to an imminent economic collapse. What a relief. The nation has finally taken decisive action against these petty individuals in South Australia, who, while profiting from the Dragon Nation, conspired to undermine it. Now, let them export their goods to someone who truly understands trade. Perhaps the king of understanding will say, "No one knows trade better than I do. Young fellows, hang in there." Incredible, cathartic, utterly explosive. This is how it should be, if we are to act. Let us do so with unrelenting fervor. At 1:10 a.m., in the South Australian consulate, the consul, after expressing his position, was preparing to retire for the night. "This is bad, consul. The Dragon Nation has announced the severance of ties with us, and they have commenced the evacuation of their citizens. The embassy has already sent us a letter to initiate the withdrawal." The consul's glasses fell to the ground, shattering. "Are you serious?" By the time he processed the information, the news had already been broadcast. Indeed, the Dragon Nation had declared the severance of ties without any room for negotiation. "Consul, we cannot afford to sever ties with the Dragon Nation, or else South Australia's economy will collapse." The consul exclaimed, "Hurry. Find a way to contact the Dragon Nation and ascertain the situation." Previously, they would merely protest and express discontent. Why has it escalated to a complete severance this time? Historically, South Australia had served as a pawn against the Dragon Nation, with the Dragon typically expressing its discontent through diplomatic channels. Why has the intensity suddenly escalated this time? Is the Crisis Management Bureau indeed orchestrating this? At 1:40 a.m., the news arrived. All communications with South Australia had been terminated, including those at the private enterprise level, showcasing the Dragon Nation's determination. The South Australian consulate had begun to descend into despair, with 70 of the nation's trade products abruptly rendered marketless. All of this stemmed from South Australia's announcement of sanctions against the Dragon Nation on social media. If this matter were to spread within South Australia, it would likely incite turmoil in the domestic situation, potentially leading to the downfall of the current cabinet. "Quickly, contact the United States. Only they can save us now." Following instructions, the consulate dialed the number of the American leader. The call connected. Yet the leader firmly declared that the United States represents global justice and never interferes in the internal affairs of other nations. The call was abruptly terminated. Not interfere in internal affairs? How could one utter such words? When troops were dispatched to invade other countries, did they not speak of non-interference? The Chancellor of South Australia sighed deeply. It was not that they refused to interfere, but rather that they were disinterested in the affairs between South Australia and the Dragon Kingdom. In a recent tweet, the American leader proclaimed, "No one understands justice better than I do. The United States will never interfere in the internal affairs of other nations." Upon seeing this tweet, South Australia comprehended the true meaning of abandonment. Attempts to reach out to other allies were futile, as before the calls could even connect. All had issued statements reaffirming their support for the fundamental international principle of non-interference. In that moment, South Australia truly grasped the essence of isolation. The Dragon Kingdom was not deterred from dealing with them. They simply regarded them with disdain. Their indifference was not out of fear, but rather a refusal to engage with such a petty adversary. When the Dragon Kingdom decided to act, one could only wonder who would dare to speak on South Australia's behalf. South Australia's staunchest allies, New Kingdom, Lion Nation, the United States, and Maple Leaf Nation, remained silent. Prior to the Dragon Kingdom severing diplomatic ties, South Australia sought alternative markets for its exports. Yet who else in the world could accommodate such a scale of goods besides the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom could end you at dawn, and no one would dare to delay until the next. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Ge could not help but chuckle at the statements released by foreign nations. The insistence on non-interference was clearly a concern that when South Australia faced calamity, they too would suffer the consequences. I will reiterate, do not engage with South Australia through any channel for 3 days. Afterward, inform them that if they wish to restore relations, all their mineral resources must be sold to us at a mere 30% of their original price. Indeed, those in power had to acknowledge that only Xiao Ge's decisive and domineering methods could secure greater opportunities for the Dragon Kingdom in the impending crisis. Within an hour of assuming office, he had clearly delineated the fate of the most contemptible nation, South Australia. Resistance was futile. Regarding the mass evacuation plan for coastal cities, it was to be implemented immediately. From this moment forth, the coastline would become a no-man's land. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the site of the impending tsunami to gather data. Chapter 5. Mass Evacuation. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom act without hesitation. The trending topics were once again refreshed. This night would be sleepless, a night destined to belong to the Crisis Management Bureau. Crisis Management Bureau order. Following a joint assessment by geological, oceanic, and seismic departments, it has been determined that on the morning of January 2nd, coastal regions will face a catastrophic tsunami. In order to safeguard the lives and property of the citizens, the Bureau has resolved to evacuate all residents within a 100-kilometer radius of the coastline to designated locations. This sudden and unheralded directive is indeed a chilling pronouncement. The necessity to evacuate all inhabitants within 100 kilometers of the coast signifies a monumental upheaval. It implies that numerous first-tier cities, each with trillions in economic scale, will be entirely cleared. Online discussions have erupted in response. With the new year barely underway, the Crisis Management Bureau's swift actions beg the question, will the tsunami obliterate humanity? Indeed, it becomes clear why the Crisis Management Bureau was established. It was foreseen that an apocalyptic event was imminent, with predictions of the tsunami arriving on the 2nd. Although I do not reside in a coastal area, I wholeheartedly support the government's call to action. Friends living along the coast, my home in Pingcheng can accommodate 7 individuals. Should you find yourselves without refuge during the evacuation, you are welcome here. My residence in Pingzhou, a rural area with ample space, can shelter 20 more if anyone is in need. Please leave me a message, and I will come to collect you. In a moment, the online discourse in Longhua erupted once more. There exists a tradition in Longhua. When one is in distress, support emerges from all directions. Due to the abrupt nature of the evacuation, it is inevitable that some will find themselves without a destination, prompting those from the interior to willingly share the burden of relocating the displaced. As night deepens and silence envelopes the land, the coastal populace has begun to mobilize. The state has issued a call for mass evacuation, and not a single individual hesitates. They gather their belongings and prepare to depart. All must evacuate before dawn on the 2nd. This evacuation will follow a sequence of first rescuing individuals, then arranging their relocation, an expedient decision under pressing time constraints. With nearly 700 million people living along the coast, the entire evacuation must be executed within 24 hours. In the grand tapestry of the world, only Longhua possesses the audacity to undertake such a feat, the compelling authority to rally its citizens, and the discipline of its people to respond. High-speed trains, automobiles, airplanes, and ships are all pressed into service. Even cargo vessels docked at ports are hastily repurposed to assist in this monumental migration. While other nations might view their military forces with trepidation, the citizens of Longhua find solace in the presence of their army. For the Longhua military is entirely devoted to the protection of its people. An epic evacuation could not possibly transpire without the intervention of the military. Tanks, armored vehicles, and transport aircraft from the Longhua army are deployed to the major cities undergoing evacuation as citizens orderly board the evacuation channels provided by the military. In super cities with populations exceeding 20 million, the lights shine brightly as the evacuation unfolds in an orderly manner. Brothers, let us refrain from cutting in line. This is a state-organized evacuation. By doing so, you jeopardize not only your own dignity, but also that of being a citizen of Longhua. Look, our army has arrived. Truly impressive. It is truly enviable. To speak candidly, had it not been for the limitations on quotas back in the day, I would have undoubtedly enlisted in the military. Who knows, perhaps I would be alongside them now. It's a jest, but who hasn't harbored dreams of being a soldier? Have you noticed? Military personnel are the true stars of the nation. At this moment, they are the only ones stepping forward to serve as our unwavering support. In times of conflict, they are on the front lines. During disasters, they are again at the forefront. Such soldiers, how could we not cherish them? Wait, let me share this on my social media. The grand evacuation commenced following the directive from the Crisis Management Bureau. It is not merely in the major cities. Even in the most remote villages, this massive retreat is underway. In some small mountain villages, the main battleground for evacuation seems far removed, and all public transportation has been redirected to facilitate the exodus to the larger cities. Are we to abandon the remote villages? Absolutely not. The Dragon Kingdom will never forsake any of its citizens. The military is utilizing various platforms to inform those in the remote mountains to await at home, as helicopters will come to rescue them directly. Even an elderly individual nearing 80, living alone in a distant mountainous region, will find a helicopter arriving at their doorstep to take them away. In the Dragon Kingdom, every life holds significance. 339 points. Beyond the borders. Since its establishment, the Crisis Management Bureau has only been operational for a few hours, yet it has already transformed the situation within the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the international landscape. In the southern Australia, the consulate remains ablaze with light, sleepless throughout the night. They are deliberating on how to respond to this diplomatic crisis, and at this moment, unrest is beginning to brew within their own nation. Upon hearing the news of the severance of relations, numerous farm and business owners have descended into chaos. They care not for national policies, only knowing that if relations are indeed severed, bankruptcy looms for all. The root of this turmoil lies with the consulate's missteps. The situation has erupted on social media. Goodness, is the consul a fool? Following the stars and stripes, they are left with nothing. Do they even care about us now? The consul must resign. Although the consulate personnel are aware of these developments, their immediate concern lies with the situation within the Dragon Kingdom. A grand evacuation along the coastal regions? What is happening? Are they suggesting that an unprecedented tsunami will strike the Pacific Rim tomorrow? This is ludicrous. Our scientists have conducted urgent investigations, and all tectonic plates appear stable. There may be minor frictions, but a cataclysmic tsunami is simply not feasible. Could there be other considerations at play, such as fears of retaliatory strikes against coastal cities? Let us not delve into that just yet. Perhaps we can engage with other nations to establish communication with the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. In southern Australia, no one believes a tsunami is imminent. In the United States, it is daylight. The supreme leader is once again bewildered. The Dragon Kingdom claims a tsunami is forthcoming and has initiated a mass evacuation. Why have our scientists failed to detect any impending tsunami? The scientific advisors are close at hand, Commander. Perhaps the people of the Dragon Nation have misconstrued the situation. We possess the most astute geologists in the world and the most advanced measuring instruments, having conducted repeated assessments to ascertain that a cataclysmic earthquake is impossible. Excellent. The commander turned and promptly accessed his Twitter account. No one comprehends tsunamis better than I do. The citizens of the Dragon Nation are humorously risking their lives. For the tsunami they anticipate shall not materialize. Nations such as the East Japan, the Lion Nation, and the Sand Kingdom have all rallied through official channels to bolster their citizens and quell their fears. Following the sudden announcement of mass evacuations by the Dragon Nation, which claimed an impending tsunami, foreign countries were immediately thrown into disarray, thinking, if others are evacuating their citizens, there must be truth to this. Once their respective statements were released, social media platforms like YouTube and Twitter rapidly shifted their tone, beginning to mock the Dragon Nation. A tsunami? The people of the Dragon Nation must be suffering from paranoia, huh? One can only hope that our deity grants them their wishes. Yet, more prevalent was the astonishment at the Dragon Nation's astonishing evacuation. Within mere hours, they summoned hundreds of millions of citizens to evacuate. This alone is a miracle. The remarkable aspect is that such a large-scale evacuation occurred without chaos. Their organizational capability is truly formidable. Curiously, do the citizens of the Dragon Nation not fear their military? I observe their aircraft, tanks, and naval vessels assisting the populace in their exodus. Why do I feel that the citizens of the Dragon Nation do not appear to be fleeing from a so-called disaster, but rather preparing for a journey? At 5:59, Xiao Ge awoke after a brief slumber. The evacuation was still ongoing. Regarding the mass exodus, Xiao Ge harbored no concerns. He understood that whenever the nation calls, the citizens of the Dragon Nation would never exhibit the slightest hesitation. The concept of country is deeply ingrained in the souls of the Dragon Nation's people. A nation is synonymous with a home. To protect the nation is to safeguard the family. These ideals have been the legacy of the Dragon Nation's citizens for millennia. Xiao Ge roused himself, for the battle of January 1st, 231, continued unabated. He could not afford a moment's respite. The memories of those citizens who perished in his previous life haunted him. At 9 o'clock, before the arrival of the heads of various technological departments, there were still matters to be addressed, to preserve culture and the inheritance of civilization. The civilization of the Dragon Nation, unbroken for thousands of years, must not be lost due to the arrival of the insectoid menace. Chapter 6, The Legacy of Civilization. Not a single artifact from our ancestors shall be lost. The entire world awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock a.m. in the Dragon Nation. For all were eager to discover the nature of the suddenly emerged Crisis Management Bureau. Established in less than half a day, it had already unleashed brilliant strategies that stirred the global landscape, drawing worldwide attention. However, Xiao Ge's focus was entirely absent from the 8 o'clock press conference. The establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau necessitated a rationale, a background, and a compelling narrative, which would be articulated by personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A whole building was temporarily transformed into the command center, with the most elite individuals from various departments: internal affairs, foreign affairs, technology, military, finance, and trade, deployed to take residence. From today onward, all directives from the Dragon Nation will emanate from this very place. Countless individuals have lost sleep over this matter. The mere issuance of the evacuation order for coastal areas has kept everyone in this building incessantly occupied. The coordination required is immense. The Dragon Nation is undertaking an unprecedented historical feat. evacuating 700 million people within 24 hours, ensuring that not a single soul is left behind. In the colossal conference room, Xiao Ge has arrived. The Foreign Affairs Department reports that the nation of South Australia has attempted to establish contact with the Dragon Nation through both formal and informal channels over 2,000 times. Other countries have expressed concern to the Crisis Management Bureau, yet no further responses have been received. However, certain nations have begun to urge us not to propagate rumors, claiming that the prediction of a major earthquake in the Pacific Rim is merely alarmist. Xiao Ge has instructed to disregard these comments. The Internal Affairs Department reports that all national railway, civil aviation, and shipping systems have been suspended. All trains, planes, and ferries are en route to coastal regions. The volume of population transfer is staggering. Thus, arrangements are being made for citizens in inland areas to evacuate on foot, with everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Xiao Ge has directed military involvement, collaborating with the Technology Department to establish additional observation points along the coast, as he suspects that the impending tsunami may be linked to disturbances in the insectoid dimensional portals. Personnel from the military and technology departments have promptly commenced execution of this directive. Additionally, the Academy of Sciences reports that all leading experts in laser research, artificial sun research, urban planning, and shield tunneling have been summoned and will be in place by approximately 8:30. Each piece of information relayed is within Xiao Ge's expectations, allowing for further progression of plans. He remarks to the Internal Affairs Department to summon representatives from the Cultural and Heritage Management Bureau for a meeting. Shortly thereafter, members from both departments arrive. Xiao Ge directly inquires about the current number of museums in the Dragon Nation, as these two departments oversee museum affairs. They are well aware of the statistics. By the end of last year, there were 971 registered museums, categorized into 5 main types: comprehensive museums, archaeological museums, art museums, historical museums, and ethnographic museums. Xiao Ge reflects on the thousands of years of cultural heritage of the Dragon Nation, all resting within these museums. As he utters these words, the representatives from the two departments promptly grasp the gravity of his intent to safeguard the relics of the Dragon Nation. In times of great calamity or turmoil, the preservation of cultural heritage is often overlooked. Little do people realize that the continuity of a nation and its civilization over millennia is dependent on the transmission of its treasures through generations. How long would it take to consolidate and protect all of the Dragon Nation's relics? The attendees lapse into contemplation. With nearly 9,000 museums scattered across the nation, each housing diverse collections, estimating a precise time frame proves challenging. However, for the sake of protecting these relics, an elder scholar taps the table and posits a calculated timeline. He suggests that, with adequate manpower, at least 3 months would be necessary. Xiao Ge raises his hand, promptly interrupting the elder's discourse. Declaring that 3 months is far too lengthy, he grants them 1 month instead. If a month's time is insufficient to relocate all the artifacts of the Dragon Kingdom, it implies a significant reduction of 2/3 in the allotted time. Furthermore, the stipulations of the directive remain unchanged, leaving no room for negotiation. Please allow me a moment to arrange for the storage of the artifacts. With that, Xiao Ge sought out an unoccupied room, retrieved his phone, and made a direct call. Greetings, Supreme Leader, this is Xiao Ge. This call was made directly to the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. I plan to consolidate and protect all artifacts within a month. However, prior to the completion of the Great City, the artifacts must be housed within the underground Great Wall. I require your assistance in coordinating with the Artifacts Department. There was a brief silence on the other end. Very well, someone will be there in 10 minutes. The call then ended. The underground Great Wall, a remnant from the days of extensive excavation and grain accumulation, is a closely guarded secret within the Dragon Kingdom, known to very few, with its entrance only known to the Supreme Leader. The construction of the underground Great Wall was intended to provide a contingency for the Dragon Kingdom. Now, as the nation faces a pivotal shift, it is time for the underground Great Wall to fulfill its purpose. Upon returning to the conference room, the seasoned experts had already begun discussions regarding the 1-month time frame, proposing numerous possibilities. Xiao Ge chose not to engage in their discourse, as the topics were beyond his comprehension. He merely sought results. Esteemed colleagues, I have one additional request regarding the relocation of the artifacts. Not a single item passed down from our ancestors shall be lost. This is our legacy, just as the people of the Dragon Kingdom would never forsake any one of their own in times of calamity. So too shall we ensure that our heritage remains intact during this transfer. 645 points. Issue the decree. Crisis Management Bureau order, effective immediately. All museums within the Dragon Kingdom shall cease operations. All artifacts are to be categorized and packed for relocation as per instructions. Naturally, Any mandate issued by the Crisis Management Bureau would trend on social media and provoke public discourse. Compared to previous orders, this new directive seemed innocuous, yet sparked significant speculation. Are all artifacts nationwide to be relocated? Brother, I can truly sense the odor of impending war. Could it be that those bastards from beyond our borders are preparing to attack the Dragon Kingdom? Only a war that engulfs the entire nation would necessitate such a transfer of artifacts. There are historical precedents for such occurrences. No matter. It merely means that visits to the museum will be curtailed. My esteemed six-horned sheep Zune, my grand cauldron. Commenting and checking in. I work at a museum. And the order is indeed authentic. I just received notice that we must work overtime to relocate the artifacts. Damn it, once all the artifacts are moved, will I be unemployed? To my pessimistic brother, a little decorum in speech would do you good. Awaiting the 800 press conference. With the issuance of the decree, museums across the nation sprang into action. Paintings, antiquities, specimens, and more. At nearly the same moment, museums nationwide commenced packaging. Of course, each institution sought to keep up with trends, sharing real-time updates online about their progress. After 700, a new trending topic burst onto the scene. The legacy of civilization, nothing from our ancestors shall be lost. At precisely 7:15 a.m., the Pingqing Museum responded to the national call, initiating the transfer of artifacts. Your beloved gold-threaded jade garment awaits its next adventure. The legacy of civilization, nothing from our ancestors shall be lost. At exactly 7:17 a.m., the Haiqing Museum requested to join the effort. Do you cherish the Sword of Qingyu? It has already been packaged and dispatched. Morning belongs to the Longhua Museum. As the entire internet buzzes with discussions regarding the transfer of museum artifacts. Of course, at present, most coastal city museums are unable to complete the transfer of artifacts. Staff have merely implemented urgent measures before departing. They will return to transfer once the tsunami has passed. At this moment, two major evacuation routes have emerged nationwide, for the people and the artifacts. As the artifact transfer initiative unfolds across the country, the time has reached 7:55 a.m. The countdown stands at 5 minutes until the inaugural press conference following the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau commences. The citizens of Longhua have paused, eagerly awaiting that moment. The entire world waits anxiously. Chapter 7. Official Announcement. Longhua enters a new era at 7:56 a.m. Xiao Ge received the press conference content from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The ministry will use Longhua's comprehensive entry into the space age as a rationale for the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. Xiao Ge concurs. This is the most logical explanation. After all, in the year 230, numerous scientists proposed pathways for humanity's future, with the venture into space and becoming an interstellar species being the most favored. Yet the reality is that humanity in 230 struggles even to send astronauts to the moon. Moreover, Xiao Ge's grand plan originally included the initiative to advance into space. As for the insect crisis, there is currently no opportunity for widespread public acceptance of the truth. When the time is ripe, Xiao Ge will reveal the reality to the citizens of Longhua. Leader Xiao? Some international relations experts believe that if Longhua announces a comprehensive plan for space exploration at this moment, it would directly trigger an arms race in space, complicating international relations further. The Ministry of Internal Affairs expressed its concerns. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly, stating, "Remember one principle. We are accountable only to the citizens of Longhua. As for the complex international relations that may arise, we shall meet challenges as they come. The nation must unite to confront the insect crisis. If we cannot manage even the slightest international relations, how can we protect Longhua?" Xiao Ge brimmed with confidence, adding that when Longhua embarks on a national endeavor, even if other nations wish to emulate it, they will find it unreplicable. Furthermore, soon, Xiao Ge will issue an order to close Longhua's borders. That will be the moment to truly exert our strength. Proceed with this content. And during the background introduction of the Bureau's establishment, it may be subtly hinted that a significant crisis will descend in 6 months. Scientists are still investigating the specifics. Acknowledged. The personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs began preparing for the press conference, while Xiao Ge readied himself for the upcoming scientific expert conference. 8 o'clock a.m. The grand press conference venue buzzed with the presence of reporters from mainstream media outlets around the world. Those unable to attend the event in person tuned in via the internet to watch the live broadcast. The spokesperson, Ms. Hualin, a familiar figure to the media, appeared unusually grave today, lacking her usual solemnity and humor. She proceeded directly to the point, without any unnecessary preamble. As everyone is likely aware, the theme of today's press conference is Crisis Management Bureau. I will now elucidate this topic and address the concerns that you may have. Regarding authority, the Crisis Management Bureau is established above all internal and external departments, possessing supreme authority. Henceforth, all national policies of Longhua will be issued by this bureau. After a brief pause, Hualin noted that many had seemingly already grasped the matter of authority, as there were no immediate questions. There are two primary reasons for its establishment. First, a collaborative study by the Academy of Sciences and various technological departments concluded that the Earth's population load has reached its limits, and space represents the future for humanity. Consequently, the decision was made to form the Bureau, marking Longhua's transition towards nationwide immigration to space. Secondly, the Special Research Department of Longhua has determined that in 6 months, the world will face a catastrophe, and the purpose of the Crisis Management Bureau is to ensure Longhua's survival through this impending disaster. This is the information released officially. Reporters are now welcome to pose their questions. The venue was filled with thousands of journalists, yet after Hualin's statement, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Media professionals possess an unparalleled sensitivity to news. They understood better than anyone else the implications of the information shared by Hualin. While the Earth's population exceeds its load capacity, it remains within a tolerable range. Numerous scientists have predicted that humanity must evolve into an interstellar species to secure its future. Yet, what is the reality? Over 230 years, Longhua has led the globe in space exploration launches, yet maintaining a permanent presence of 20 individuals aboard a space station has proven to be a formidable challenge. Now, Longhua boldly announces a nationwide entry into the space age. Is the aim to transport its 2.3 billion population into space? Has Longhua lost its senses? Even if the entirety of humanity united, achieving a significant leap in space exploration within a short time frame is implausible. Moreover, the Special Research Department of Longhua asserts that in 6 months, all of humanity will experience a catastrophe. What does this entail? Why have other nations received no information? After a brief interval of silence, the journalists erupted with questions akin to a volcanic eruption. What date did this decision originate from? What does Longhua's entry into the space age signify? Will it entail a complete abandonment of the current economic model? Is Longhua secretly researching space exploration technologies? What kind of calamity is anticipated in 6 months? Will it involve geological or meteorological disasters? Is it akin to the magnetic pole reversal depicted in the film The Day After Tomorrow? Quickly, send out a press release. Something monumental is unfolding in Longhua, and the world is on the brink of change. This must headline the front page. With an overwhelming number of inquiries, Hualin gestured for silence, inviting each person to ask their question one at a time. One fortunate journalist from the United States posed, "Is the three-body problem science fiction or a work of literary realism?" The journalist posed his question with utmost seriousness. Under normal circumstances, such an inquiry would likely be met with ridicule from peers. However, at this moment, every media professional is compelled to ponder it earnestly. The events unfolding in the Dragon Nation today bear an uncanny resemblance to those depicted in the three-body problem. The establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau and the announcement that calamity will strike in 6 months are reminiscent of a narrative from the East, a land steeped in mystery. Even the most solemn of reporters must now contemplate, is the three-body problem science fiction or a work of documentary literature? Hualin smiled with an air of authority, suggesting that such a question ought to be directed to the author himself. Yet, she continued, "I can tell you that the three-body problem is a magnificent work. You should take the time to read it." A second journalist inquired about the foundation that supports the Dragon Nation's transition into the era of space exploration. Is it technology? If so, the Dragon Nation would not have languished behind the stars and stripes in the realms of space and competition for decades. With a serious demeanor, Hualin responded, "The essence of the Dragon Nation lies in its people. Indeed, in the Dragon Nation, the purpose of the state is to prioritize the populace. The citizens living on this land are the true foundation of the Dragon Nation, the very essence that empowers us to make bold decisions." In that moment, several journalists from the Dragon Nation felt a deep sense of reverence. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, they were filled with immense pride. At this juncture, a journalist from South Australia rose to pose a question, stating, "I hail from South Australia and would like to ask on behalf of my country, why has the Dragon Nation's Crisis Management Bureau severed diplomatic ties with South Australia?" Hualin, poised to respond, found herself interrupted by an irate journalist from the Dragon Nation. "Do you not have any self-awareness regarding the severance of diplomatic relations? The Dragon Nation extended a hand of friendship to you, allowing you to profit from our country, sustaining half of your population. And yet you choose to invite marauders to upend our tables. Is such behavior human?" The South Australian journalist was met with calls for security. Hualin gestured towards the entrance, demanding that the South Australian reporter be removed. This direct action, uncharacteristic for the usually diplomatic Hualin, marked a rare occurrence in the Dragon Nation, and indeed, it is uncommon worldwide. Subsequently, A journalist from a state-run media outlet in the Dragon Nation posed a question. In the context of the nation entering the era of space exploration, how should the citizens of the Dragon Nation respond? This inquiry represented the 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation who were watching the press conference live. Where the Crisis Management Bureau will lead the Dragon Nation remains uncertain, and the future of the space era is equally unclear. The impending catastrophe in 6 months is shrouded in mystery. At this moment, 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation awaited an answer. In such a significant context, what can they do for their country? Hualin closed the press release in her hands, relying on her instinct in that moment. She urged the citizens of the Dragon Nation to place their faith in the state, promising that, regardless of the challenges faced, the Dragon Nation will never abandon a single individual. She called upon the citizens to patiently await the arrival of the Great Space Era, which will require the support of each person. When the time comes, she implored them to contribute their strength to their homeland. Friends from the Dragon Nation's media, please prominently feature this statement on the front page. Official announcement. The Dragon Nation has entered a new era, requiring the strength of every individual. If you cherish the Dragon Nation, trust in it, for it shall undoubtedly safeguard you. Official announcement. The Dragon Nation has entered a new era, one set against the backdrop of space. Chapter 8. The Guardian City, the Lingxiao Plan. The press conference has concluded, and the world has erupted in astonishment. Domestic networks are ablaze with excitement. The top 10 trending topics are all related to the official announcement. The Dragon Nation has entered a new era. The top 100 trending topics are entirely associated with the Crisis Management Bureau. Among them, the leading topic is, what can I do as we enter the space age? The engagement surged to over 1 billion, and by the conclusion of the press conference, it reached an astonishing 1.7 billion. Finally, the rationale behind the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau is clear. Preparing for the future has always been a proud tradition of our Dragon Nation. Haha. In the space age, what can I do? Actually, I have a secret I haven't shared with you all. I can pilot a spaceship. And I am preparing to journey to the Andromeda Galaxy to spread the seeds of the Dragon Nation. I am currently recruiting first mates, navigators, and others interested to connect with me. I am but a farmer, wishing to raise cattle in space, cultivate fish, grow vegetables, and compose poetry. How impressive upstairs. Come, my beloved homeland. My life still has the potential to shine. Just call upon me for any task, even if it is to be an interstellar miner. I am ready. With the conclusion of the press conference, nations around the globe awaited the answers they sought. However, they were left bewildered. What is the Dragon Nation planning? Is the entire country embarking into the space age? A global catastrophe in 6 months? In the land of the rising sun, the Prime Minister's office was thrown into chaos. What have our spies been doing? How could such a significant announcement go unnoticed? The Dragon Nation's decision appears to aim at igniting a global arms race in space. A global catastrophe in 6 months? This seems credible. Should the Dragon Nation proceed at this pace, it will undoubtedly become the world's adversary. The Foreign Affairs Ministry must pay heed to the global situation, and after other nations have issued their statements, we shall articulate our position, striving to avoid offending anyone. In the Star-Spangled Nation, the Commander-in-Chief's golf game has lost its appeal. He is furious. Why have our scientists failed to foresee the impending catastrophe in 6 months? The scientific advisor furrows his brow, wishing to avoid immediate dismissal, for our scientists are notably meticulous, respecting the facts of science. Regardless, I demand that the Aerospace Department produce a corresponding space plan to counter the Dragon Nation, or I shall terminate all of you, and I wish to withdraw from the group. The scientific advisor reflects carefully, realizing that we seem to have no groups left to withdraw from. 10 minutes later, the Commander-in-Chief tweets thrice. Yesterday, I had my DNA examined, and lo and behold, the doctor informed me that I possess no genes, only the great Star-Spangled Nation. Let the Star-Spangled Nation be great once more. God loves us dearly. The Dragon Nation claims a global catastrophe in 6 months. Why did God not disclose this to me? What could be the reason? In southern Australia, the consulate has literally exploded, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a very real and tangible manner. The severance of diplomatic ties with the Dragon Nation has resulted in the South Australian nation's lobsters, cotton, minerals, and various goods being entirely stranded at the port overnight. Countless individuals found themselves unemployed and bankrupt in the blink of an eye. Public discontent erupted in that moment. Protests quickly escalated into violent uprisings, spreading across the nation. The supreme leader attempted to deploy the military to quell the unrest, only to have the troops turn against him, dragging him from his office and delivering him into the hands of the enraged crowd. In a single night, South Australia underwent a profound transformation. The supreme leader was brutally killed by the furious mob, and a new leader ascended to power, pledging to mend relations with the Dragon Nation. For the Dragon Nation, dealing with South Australia was remarkably simple. A mere severance of ties sent the nation into chaos. Moreover, this upheaval occurred overnight, following the rise of the new leader. The Dragon Nation's press conference concluded, and reports of their own journalists being expelled by security personnel returned. Within South Australia, no one questioned the Dragon Nation. All disgrace was attributed to the recently slain supreme leader. Simultaneously, the new president of South Australia issued a global statement, announcing the withdrawal from the Five Eye Alliance, the Star Australia Military Alliance, and the Star Australia East Japan Military Alliance. At this moment, the entire world became aware that the staunchest ally of the Star-Spangled Nation was faltering. In contrast to the national-level shock, social media platforms such as YouTube and Twitter erupted. Scientists abroad, attempting to soothe public sentiment, came forward to explain that the anticipated global catastrophe in 6 months was nothing more than sheer nonsense. Furthermore, all scientists unanimously declared that the Dragon Nation's shift towards the space age was akin to a fanciful dream. Why do the people of the Dragon Nation exhibit such self-destructive tendencies? Are they not yearning for tsunamis or global calamities? Oh God, where art thou? If all else fails, let Santa Claus emerge to fulfill their wishes. I declare here today, within 7 days, the Dragon Nation will undoubtedly retract their orders. Otherwise, I shall livestream an act of disgrace. The sentiments expressed above hold a modicum of truth. Mere slogans suffice, but our scientists shall enlighten the citizens of the Dragon Nation. Indeed, I have long believed that the people of the Dragon Nation have developed an excessive fondness for the three-body problem, which has rendered them overly sensitive. The news emanating from the Dragon Nation is astonishing, yet the world remains skeptical. The notion of a global catastrophe in 6 months sounds like a calculated propaganda effort by the Dragon Nation to instigate fear on a global scale. Whether or not foreigners believe it, the entirety of the Dragon Nation is unwaveringly confident in every decision made by the Crisis Management Bureau. In a vast conference room, experts and scientists from various regions have begun to arrive in succession. They have been summoned by a joint call from the Academy of Sciences and the Research Department, hastily boarding flights to the capital city. These are military-chartered flights dispatched by the Ministry of Defense, transporting them directly to the capital. The news of the Dragon Nation's shift towards the space age is profoundly shocking, yet these experts recognize that they are part of a grand epic, one that will be remembered by future generations. Zhang Qinghai, the dean of the School of Urban Planning at Pingxing City University, is a national treasure of an expert. He has been grappling with a headache these past few days, as the urban planning school presented a list of students recommended for expulsion, among whom the most egregious was a student named Xiao Ge. He still held a faint recollection of Xiao Ge, the champion of the university's memory competition during his freshman year. How had he fallen so low in less than a year, teetering on the brink of expulsion? The homeroom teacher provided an explanation. He had attended class a mere 3 times throughout the entire year, establishing a record for truancy at the university. What perplexed Zhang Qinghai was that despite his frequent absences, Xiao Ge had managed to pass all his courses, a rather astonishing feat, making the prospect of expelling him seem unjustifiable. As Zhang Qinghai pondered how to address the situation, he received a call summoning him to Beijing. The meeting convened with the presence of prominent figures such as Ouyang Yuan from the Science Institute and Ye Jin from the Research Department. The atmosphere grew solemn as all attendees arrived, prompting an early commencement of the meeting. "Allow me to introduce the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge," announced the moderator. Zhang Qinghai was taken aback to discover another individual sharing the same name. Xiao Ge strode confidently to the center of the conference room, youthful yet exuding a palpable intensity garnered from a decade of combat against the insectoid menace. Akin to an indomitable soldier, Zhang Qinghai blinked in disbelief, scrutinizing Xiao Ge once, twice, thrice. Was this really the same Xiao Ge from their school? How had he ascended to the position of head of the Crisis Management Bureau? Surely there had been some mistake. This was the very student on the verge of expulsion. Xiao Ge wasted no time, addressing Dr. Ouyang. "Kindly take 3 minutes to elucidate the background of this meeting for everyone." It was clear that Xiao Ge recognized Zhang Qinghai, offering him a subtle nod, leaving Zhang Qinghai feeling utterly bewildered. Why was Ouyang Yuan showing such deference to Xiao Ge? Following the directive, Ouyang Yuan recounted the background of the insectoid crisis, underscoring that it was currently classified as top secret. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the experts, Xiao Ge called for silence. His tone earnest as he stated, "The survival of the 2.3 billion citizens of Longhua in the future largely hinges on the resolve of those present here today." He presented the blueprints for a colossal city designed to shelter the entire populace, an initiative he called the Lingxiao Plan. The ambition was to construct 100 impeccable megacities across the land of Longhua, akin to the supreme palace of the Longhua mythos, the Lingxiao Baodian, which would serve as a sanctuary for its citizens. The energy supply for these magnificent cities would be derived from artificial suns, harnessing nuclear fusion. Connecting the Lingxiao megacities would be a capsule high-speed rail network, intricately embedded underground. Defending these cities would involve high-energy laser weaponry, including both main cannons and individual combat systems. Xiao Ge succinctly encompassed all the expert categories present, articulating the very purpose of their gathering. Chapter 9. The scientific conference commences. Xiao Ge's voice trailed off, and an overwhelming silence enveloped the vast conference hall. All attention was riveted on the design schematics of the megacity, which, at this stage, represented merely a preliminary outline, with intricate internal layouts yet to be finalized. However, this plan is truly monumental. Each towering city must accommodate a population exceeding 23 million, encircled by formidable walls 500 meters high and 100 meters thick for protection. Countless high-energy laser weapons, which could be aptly termed as death rays, will be mounted upon these colossal walls. The insectoid menace is indeed so fearsome that such towering fortifications are deemed necessary, and this is merely the surface. Beneath lies a subterranean city extending 1,000 meters deep, allowing the 23 million inhabitants to retreat underground should the surface be breached. Simultaneously, they can escape through capsules of high-speed rail buried deep below, fleeing the ravaged city. Superfusion nuclear power stations will be embedded even deeper, serving as a foundation that provides inexhaustible energy for the entire metropolis. All experts were left astounded. Even those familiar with the Grand City Plan, such as Ouyang Yuan and Nie Zhan, were rendered speechless upon witnessing the detailed contents of the proposal. The concept of the Lingxiao Giant City is something even science fiction dares not conceive. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ge spoke again, inviting everyone to express their thoughts, assuring them he would provide answers before directly assigning tasks. The assembled scientists were taken aback. Directly assigning tasks? Could this be feasible? An expert from the Great Hui Artificial Sun Research Institute, trembling as he held the design blueprints, implored, "Team Leader Xiao, I find this perplexing. Currently, the nuclear fusion experimental apparatus is in its third stage and lacks the prerequisites for practical application. You propose utilizing fusion nuclear power stations in the giant city. Yet achieving this could take at least a century. A century to realize commercial fusion power might seem exaggerated. Yet to actualize the type of fusion station envisioned in Xiao Ge's plan, 100 years would be far too brief." Xiao Ge paused momentarily before countering. "If I provide you with the complete design of the fusion nuclear power station along with the critical operational parameters, can you present an executable plan within 7 days?" The expert was once again rendered speechless with shock. All specialists from the Artificial Sun Research Institute shared this astonishment. If Xiao Ge possessed the complete design and operational parameters for the fusion station, a breakthrough to criticality could indeed occur in a remarkably short time. The Great Hui Artificial Sun Research Institute also engaged in relevant discussions and concluded that, should Xiao Ge supply the necessary operational parameters, they could formulate a construction plan. Dubbed the Artificial Sun, only Xiao Ge understood the weight of the information in his hands. 6 months later, the insectoid swarm descended, bringing with them technologies previously unheard of by humanity. Among these was fusion nuclear energy. In humanity's struggle against the insectoid threat, they witnessed the operational model of the fusion station, sacrificing tens of millions of lives to obtain the complete design and operational parameters of the fusion nuclear power station. The data I provide is stained with the blood of millions. I trust you will yield commendable results. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, the Crisis Management Bureau would unveil a new energy initiative. The words bore great significance as the materials were entrusted to the experts in the field of artificial solar energy. In the next moment, the entire venue resonated with exclamations of realization. So that's how it is. Indeed, this is how it operates. The critical parameters lie within this range. Xiao Ge chose to disregard their enthusiasm and turned to Professor Zhang Qinghao, an expert from the city planning department. "Professor Zhang, the fusion nuclear power station will be deeply buried beneath the foundations of Lingxiao Giant City. The city planning team must collaborate closely to ensure a comprehensive planning effort. Within the same 7-day time frame, we require a detailed construction plan for Lingxiao Giant City to be submitted." Zhang Qinghao increasingly recognized that the man before him was the very student he had been hesitating to expel. "Team Leader Xiao." Zhang Qinghao hesitated, finding the address awkward. Dr. Ouyang had not introduced Xiao Ge as a future rebirth individual while discussing the insect crisis, leaving Zhang Qinghao unaware of the profound transformation Xiao Ge had undergone. "Team Leader Xiao, the proposed 100 giant cities are distributed across various regions of Longhua, each possessing distinct geological conditions, and differing urban planning requirements. Completing a construction plan for a single city within 7 days is already a formidable challenge. Accomplishing this for 100 cities is utterly implausible. Moreover, do you have any idea of the manpower and resources required for such an extensive endeavor? For just one city, we would need at least 5 million workers. If all 100 cities were to commence construction simultaneously, that would necessitate over 500 million workers. Can Longwa sustain such a workforce? Not to mention the material consumption for Lingxiao Giant City, a 500-meter-high, 100-meter-thick wall, along with weaponry systems and combat systems. It is simply impossible to realize this within 7 days. We request a minimum of 1 month for this undertaking. Claiming that a single city requires 5 million workers is not an exaggeration. It is, in fact, a conservative estimate. The challenges are insurmountable. Xiao Ge merely presented a rough draft and expected Zhang Chunghao and the others to devise a construction plan within 7 days. Considering the practicalities of surveying 100 cities, it is utterly unfeasible. I am aware that each proposal I present today, upon deeper contemplation, will unveil unimaginable difficulties. Yet, to survive the insect crisis, we must conquer all obstacles and take responsibility for future generations, Xiao Ge stated. As for the workforce, Professor Zhang, that is not a concern for you. Shortly, the entire nation of Longwa will mobilize to undertake this task. There will be no need for field surveys. The construction sites I have designated already possess measured data. The Lingxiao Giant City plan had been proposed in his previous life, where nearly 600 locations were initially selected. Xiao Ge had overseen the on-site evaluations of all these locations, ultimately choosing these 100 sites as the foundational points for the cities. Zhang Qinghao ceased further protest, engaging in silent communication with the urban planning experts to strategize the next steps. Following him were the experts from the High-Energy Laser Research Center. The challenges they faced were remarkably similar to those encountered at the fusion nuclear power station. The designs for the laser artillery and portable laser guns provided by Xiao Ge were not mere concepts. They had been effectively utilized on the battlefield. Laser weapons are the most effective means against the insect race, capable of penetrating their formidable exoskeletons. However, such weaponry was only fully developed during the third wave of their invasion. The personnel at the High-Energy Laser Research Center possess an extraordinary imagination. Upon receiving the design blueprint, they have begun to envision how to erect colossal laser cannons above the grand city of Lingxiao. However, the primary challenge lies with the experts in high-speed rail and shield tunneling design. This is due to Xiao Ge's proposal to excavate tunnels 1,000 meters deep underground, connecting all the cities of Lingxiao. If it were merely about digging tunnels, it would be manageable. However, Xiao Ge's requirement stipulates that the diameter of the underground tunnels must reach 100 meters. This means that the planned capsule high-speed rail would have a width of 100 meters, capable of accommodating 10,000 passengers in a single carriage. It is evident that Xiao Ge is not jesting. An esteemed elder from the Rail Transportation Design Institute promptly dismissed Xiao Ge's proposal, stating, not to mention that the capsule high-speed rail is still in the conceptual phase. Even ordinary high-speed trains cannot be constructed with a width exceeding 100 meters. Building such a structure poses an insurmountable risk to human safety. I cannot endorse this. Several other senior experts echoed his sentiments, perhaps believing that such pressure would compel Xiao Ge to abandon his impractical vision. However, Xiao Ge merely cast a glance at them and inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to partake in this endeavor?" The elder experts were momentarily taken aback, responding, "We merely wish to create something grounded in reality. The technology for the capsule high-speed rail is not yet mature and does not meet safety standards." Very well, Xiao Ge waved his hand, dismissing them, and the meeting progressed. To have expelled them so summarily? These individuals are titans in the realm of rail transportation. If they consider my current proposal to be implausible, how can they possibly trust that an invasion by the Zerg will occur in 6 months? Limited thinking will hinder the completion of subsequent plans. Thus, Xiao Ge refrained from further explanation. At this moment, time is of the essence. Glancing at the clock, he noted that after several rounds of discussion, it was already 13:07. The conference support staff delivered boxed lunches, distributing them among the attendees. Everyone continued the meeting while dining. Chapter 10, Oil Embargo. Apologies. We have already entered the era of fusion nuclear energy. Following the press conference, no new orders have emerged. However, the turmoil instigated by the Crisis Management Bureau continues to spread across the globe, particularly among the descendants of the Dragon Nation worldwide. A sense of pride is vividly etched upon their faces. It feels as though our great motherland is on the cusp of entering a new era, and I yearn to return home, unwilling to miss this transformative period. It is indeed a lapse in judgment to have considered emigration. Now, returning is no longer an option. Today's events evoke memories of those fiery years when the Dragon Nation was newly established, teeming with potential. As countless descendants of the Dragon Nation forsook lucrative overseas positions to return home and contribute to its revival. Naturally, the enthusiasm of the Dragon Nation's descendants has not escaped the scorn of nations worldwide. The space age. When one speaks of the impending catastrophe in 6 months, who would believe it, unless they were a fool? While Xiao Ge convenes scientists for meetings, the supreme leader of the Star-Spangled Nation is likewise engaged in discussions with allies. The supreme leader was incensed, for today's meeting had been attended by none of the traditional allies of the United States, particularly the South Australia, which had notably withdrawn from several alliances, an utterly intolerable affront. There were murmurs of derision among the populace directed at the supreme leader, suggesting that withdrawal had become a hallmark of the wise leader, and that South Australia would inevitably pay a price for such actions. Nevertheless, the supreme leader had convened the allies today not to strategize against South Australia, as it remained a long-standing ally, but rather to address the situation concerning the Dragon Nation. The primary topic of discussion was their intelligence regarding the identity of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. A question arose. Thus far, the Dragon Nation had revealed the structure of their crisis management, but had disclosed nothing regarding its leadership. All allies shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance on the matter. Even the representative from the land of the rising sun, deemed to have the most profound infiltration into Dragon Nation's affairs, admitted ignorance, noting that the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau had come without any prior warning or information, let alone the identity of its leader. Inquired about the secret research institution mentioned by the spokesperson, the allies were informed that at the morning press conference, Hualan had claimed that this institution predicted a global cataclysm within 6 months. Although many nations remained skeptical, they expressed a burgeoning curiosity towards this clandestine research entity. Wouldn't a conjecture that could frighten an organization into a pivot capture their interest? Yet, the nations continued to shake their heads, for they certainly could not locate this secretive institution, as all the information had been brought back by Xiao Ge from the future. At this juncture, the supreme leader interjected, declaring that the Dragon Nation's pivot, accompanied by such alarming announcements, had thoroughly disrupted the global order, rendering their actions utterly irresponsible, thus warranting sanctions against them. The representatives from the land of the rising sun, the Maple Leaf Nation, and the Lion Nation questioned yet again the efficacy of further sanctions. Indeed, over the years, numerous sanctions had been levied against Dragon Nation, and history had shown that the more they were sanctioned, the stronger they became. Measures such as arms embargoes and technological restrictions had ultimately proven futile. Was the supreme leader's call for sanctions not a tad hasty? Yet, the supreme leader remained undeterred, asserting that his scientific advisors had deliberated and concluded that the Dragon Nation's ambitions for substantial advancements in space technology would lead to a dramatic increase in their energy demands, thus necessitating an embargo on their energy resources. It was evident that the supreme leader had meticulously prepared for this outcome. Oil. This was the lifeblood of the Dragon Nation, which currently imported more oil than any other nation in the world, with 80% of its oil needs met through imports. If the import of oil to the Dragon Nation were to be cut off, their downfall would be inevitable. However, the representatives from the other nations were left in a state of bewilderment. How could such an embargo be enforced? The nations present were not oil-producing countries. Even if they declared an oil embargo against Dragon Nation, other nations would be disinclined to heed their call. My chief of staff has already secured agreements with major oil-producing countries. They are all willing to partake in the embargo against the Dragon Nation, the supreme leader continued, elucidating that they sought to elevate the price of oil. They desired to enhance the prices of oil exports to the Dragon Nation, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. The embargo led by the United States would present a golden opportunity for oil-producing nations. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this time, the nation of stars and stripes has, rather surprisingly, formulated a seemingly plausible rationale that garners international consensus. It is undoubtedly the most opportune moment to impose sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom, seizing the chance to elevate oil export prices. Observe, the declaration has already been drafted. The nation stands speechless once more. It appears that the supreme leader has orchestrated everything, leaving only our participation in chanting slogans. A news report has once again sent shockwaves across the globe. Led by the Stars and Stripes, over 60 nations, including the principal oil-producing countries on Earth, have collectively issued an oil embargo against the Dragon Kingdom. This embargo is truly a united front of the world's major powers. The rationale is twofold. First, the Dragon Kingdom has proclaimed its entry into the space age, deliberately provoking a space race and accelerating an arms competition that threatens global peace. Second, the Dragon Kingdom has announced an impending global catastrophe in 6 months, instigating public panic, which is an exceedingly irresponsible act. Hence, the oil embargo is upon us. The international oil pipelines and Twitter are abuzz with jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom, outrage brews. Indeed, there are no eternal friends in this world, only everlasting interests. Just look at those sycophants, how eagerly they align with the stars and stripes in issuing this oil embargo against us. An embargo? They seem to have forgotten the reality faced by the Southern Ocean nation. Anticipation rises for the Crisis Management Bureau to take decisive action, demonstrating the prowess of the Dragon Kingdom. However, public indignation cannot ultimately sway the market's direction. The domestic oil futures prices in the Dragon Kingdom soared exponentially within mere minutes. This foreshadows the market's anxiety about the future. After all, 80% of the Dragon Kingdom's oil is reliant on imports, and with the sudden announcement of an oil embargo, how shall the energy crisis be resolved? Rational voices emerge, acknowledging that while our new energy adoption rate is notably high, oil remains an irreplaceable resource. If the embargo persists, how can the national economy endure? Meanwhile, the outside world has turned upside down, unbeknownst to Xiao Ge. The scientists' conference is a closed affair, with several topics already established. Projects such as fusion nuclear power stations, high-energy laser weapons, the Lingxiao Giant City, and capsule high-speed rail have all designated leaders. The final topic is reaching its conclusion. The Lingxiao Giant City is designed to safeguard the populace, serving as a bastion for the 2.3 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom against successive waves of insectoid invasions. However, the grand scale of the Lingxiao Giant City project renders its completion within 6 months implausible. In 6 months, the insectoids will launch attacks on the Dragon Kingdom from various critical locations, including the Eastern Sea region, Northern Snowy Lands, Southern Stone Forests, Central Great Lakes, and major cities. The final agenda item is the confirmation of the Circular Fortress construction plan. In the ensuing 6 months, the construction of the Circular Fortress will take precedence. Moreover, following the first wave of insectoid incursions, the Circular Fortress will serve as an auxiliary support for the Lingxiao Giant City, or perhaps even as an outpost. It is confirmed that construction of the Circular Fortress will commence on January 3rd. Thus, the nearly day-long conference has finally concluded. At this moment, news from the outside world has finally begun to arrive. Upon hearing the news of the oil embargo, Xiao Ge smiled. A reaction mirrored by all the experts present at the venue. Apologies, but the Dragon Nation is poised to usher in the era of fusion nuclear energy, heralded as the true eternal energy source. From this moment forward, the name oil will irrevocably vanish from the annals of Dragon Nation's history. Dr. Ouyang, would you kindly preside over the press conference regarding the commencement of the fusion power plant project? Ouyang Yuan adjusted his glasses, a broad smile gracing his face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, that long-buried youthful spirit suddenly ignited with fervor. At 15:30, the second press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau commenced, personally hosted by Ouyang Yuan, the president of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. Esteemed media friends, I sincerely apologize for my absence during the morning meetings, which caused me to overlook the oil embargo. You must be pondering how the Dragon Nation will respond, correct? Coincidentally, I have some delightful news to share. The Crisis Management Bureau has successfully cracked the key technology for the artificial sun. Within 7 days, the Dragon Nation will begin the construction of a fusion power plant, enabling our citizens to harness boundless clean energy henceforth. Chapter 11. Sharing fusion power plant technology? Not a chance. At 15:30, the Dragon Nation's Crisis Management Bureau announced the initiation of a commercial fusion power plant. This is no jest. The speaker is none other than Ouyang Yuan, the president of the Dragon National Academy of Sciences. The moment the news broke, before Ouyang Yuan could finish his statement, the press conference erupted with excitement, as countless journalists eagerly raised their questions. Dr. Ouyang, is the Dragon Nation merely bluffing in response to the oil embargo imposed by international organizations? The entire world is experimenting with fusion reactors. Yet commercial viability is still decades away. How can the Dragon Nation propose commercialization at this juncture? Such skepticism was only to be expected. Ouyang Yuan promptly unveiled several design schematics, the preliminary drafts of the fusion power plant just formulated during the meeting. Media friends, feel free to disseminate these blueprints. I trust that experts worldwide can ascertain their authenticity. As for the claim made by the previous speaker that the Dragon Nation is relying on fusion to counter the oil embargo, I regret to inform you that we have no time for such frivolity. With that, the press conference concluded, and later, the Urban Planning Department would jointly announce the next project resolution. Ouyang Yuan merely introduced the plans for the construction of the fusion reactor, providing no further details on other projects. Furthermore, the Lingxiao plan would remain undisclosed until 7 days later, when a viable implementation plan is finalized. The urban planning department would unveil the plans for the construction of a circular fortress. Click, click, click. The blueprints for the fusion power plant spread across the globe through the media. Numerous top-tier experts in related fields scrutinized the plans. And even before the Dragon Nation's press conference concluded, they began to voice their opinions in unison. Indeed, the schematics for the fusion power plant should resemble this. This is undoubtedly feasible. Who would have thought that the Dragon Nation has already reached this milestone? It appears that the global landscape is destined for transformation henceforth. It is premature to render a judgment at this juncture, for the fusion power plant remains in its experimental phase, leaving us unable to ascertain whether the proposed blueprint will indeed function. Even if it comes to fruition, we cannot determine if the Dragon Nation possesses the capability to construct it. The schematics for the Dragon Nation's fusion power station exhibit an impressively mature and comprehensive consideration, resembling a system that has been operational for years. I surmise that the Dragon Nation may have secretly achieved a successful prototype, merely awaiting an opportunity to unveil it to the world. The global sectors related to this field corroborate Ouyang Yuan's assertion, which is not merely a temporary promotional strategy devised in response to the oil embargo. The Dragon Nation is poised to leap into a new era within the energy sector. If previously the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation proclaimed that entering a new era was merely a slogan, we now witness this slogan transforming into reality. Even the common populace understands that the successful construction of a fusion nuclear power station signifies boundless energy, clean energy, and a complete liberation from fossil fuels. Countries led by the United States have just signed documents imposing an oil embargo on the Dragon Nation, and before the ink could dry, the Dragon Nation announced its intention to commence the construction of a fusion nuclear power plant, placing itself at least 50 years ahead of the global curve. Following the press conference, the first sector to react was the crude oil futures market. Investors, optimistic about future oil price increases due to the embargo, anticipated a rise in the price of oil exported to the Dragon Nation. However, the upward trajectory of prices, which had just reached a historical peak half an hour prior, now plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing through the floor price. My goodness, who would dare to invest in the oil sector after this? Oil, once valued like gold, has suddenly become cheaper than bottled water. What a roller coaster of emotions this is. I would love to interview the leading oil-producing nations to see how they fare alongside the United States. I have lived half my life without feeling this vindicated. It is evident that the Five Eyes Alliance is at fault, though it is now referred to as the Four Eyes Alliance. How delightful it must be now. Regardless of how many eyes you possess, plotting against the core interests of the Dragon Nation has blinded you. The sanctions against the Dragon Nation may have provided a fleeting sense of satisfaction, but the market's reaction has turned into a funeral pyre, just half an hour ago. Netizens in the Dragon Nation were incensed, eagerly anticipating the intervention of the Crisis Management Bureau. Now that action has been taken, they have swiftly transformed into jesters, mere onlookers. The principal oil-producing nations were left utterly bewildered. They were duped by the U.S. leadership into believing this was an opportunity to raise prices on oil exports to the Dragon Nation, only to find that the Dragon Nation has resolved to no longer require oil. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the alliance of major oil-producing nations in the Persian Gulf hastily convened a video conference to strategize. It has now been confirmed that the Dragon Nation's fusion nuclear power station is indeed a reality. What a calamity! They initially intended to leverage this plan to elevate prices for oil exports to the Dragon Nation, but now they find themselves with nothing to gain. The critical point is that the Dragon Nation consumes 50% of our oil production annually. With the Dragon Nation no longer importing, who will consume this market share? Who in their right mind agreed to the leader's sanctions against the Dragon Nation? Fossil fuels are ultimately finite resources. One day they will be depleted. We could have utilized oil to foster a positive relationship with the Dragon Nation, riding the coattails of the fusion nuclear power station, but now we have thoroughly alienated them. Now is not the time for grievances. Since the die is cast, we must steadfastly adhere to the existing embargo. Otherwise, we risk offending even the United States. During the video conference, participating nations expressed their positions, ultimately reaching a preliminary consensus that the recently signed embargo cannot be repudiated. Following the conference, however, one of the major oil-producing nations, Poland, promptly issued a formal statement through official channels. The Polish ambassador to the United States, having acted against the nation's will by signing a detrimental oil embargo, has been suspended pending investigation. Poland harbors no intent to embargo oil from Dragon Country. Despite the assurances given during the meeting that we must not antagonize the United States, Poland's sudden turn of events was utterly unexpected. The internal cohesion of the oil-producing alliance was instantly shattered. Poland's intentions are now crystal clear to all. The oil embargo may be a matter of immediate interest. Yet fusion nuclear power represents the future. Poland's eagerness to be the first to issue a statement, casting blame on the ambassador, signals a desire to secure future advantages. Swiftly, statements were released by other major oil-producing nations, echoing sentiments similar to Poland's. This left the Polish ambassador to the United States in a precarious position, as he became an unwitting scapegoat for the nation's decisions. They were merely acting in accordance with domestic directives. The anguish of the ambassador is one that only he can truly comprehend. Although the statements did not explicitly declare an exit from the oil embargo against Dragon Country, the implications were readily understood by those discerning enough. The leader in the White House was busy drafting a tweet. The oil embargo signifies a triumph of free civilization and will undoubtedly steer the world back onto the right course. However, before he could finalize this message, news of Dragon Country's plans to build a fusion nuclear power plant emerged. His advisors had yet to devise a response when major oil-producing nations began issuing statements that essentially rejected the embargo. The scientific advisor informed the leader, currently, experts in key relevant fields have determined that Dragon Country has indeed achieved a breakthrough in fusion nuclear power technology, placing them at least 50 years ahead of the rest of the world. This invention has the potential to alter the course of global history. The chief of staff suggested, "Sir, I recommend that we veto the oil embargo and proactively join Dragon Country's fusion nuclear power initiative. Otherwise, we risk falling far behind." The leader, with his golden coiffure quivering, decisively proclaimed, "I am the leader of the United States. I alone comprehend the policies of our nation." Subsequently, he revised the tweet's content. Fusion nuclear power technology belongs to all humanity. No single nation should monopolize it. Dragon Country should facilitate the proliferation of this technology for the benefit of all. Nations such as Japan, the Lion, the New Nation, and Canada, among others, promptly endorsed the leader's proposal through both formal and informal channels. The fusion nuclear power technology ought to be the shared heritage of humanity, rather than the exclusive domain of a single nation. Upon witnessing Dragon Country's initiative to commence the construction of a fusion nuclear power plant, one could not help but reflect on the ideals of technological sharing and the collective good of humanity. Xiao Ge, observing the influx of messages from around the globe, smiled knowingly. There would be no room for complacency. The response must be swift. Shortly thereafter, the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation, Hualin, has updated her personal account. The content is rather straightforward, consisting of several documents titled, "Resolution on the Arms Embargo against the Dragon Nation, Western Europe. Ban on high-tech exports to the Dragon Nation, Western Europe, the United States. Chip regulation on the Dragon Nation, the Five Eye Alliance, Western Europe. Ban on space technology for the Dragon Nation, the United States, Western Europe. Oil embargo against the Dragon Nation, the United States, Oil-Producing Nations Alliance." There is much more, but my memory fails me, so I ask fellow netizens for assistance. Chapter 12, Circular Fortress. Appetizer, do not panic. Are you still calling for technology sharing? This is the answer. The Dragon Nation neither declined nor agreed. Your supreme leader took the stage to make statements, while I merely dispatched a spokesperson to respond through unofficial channels. It seems the Dragon Nation does not regard you at all. Reflect on the goodwill you once extended to the Dragon Nation. Why did you not think of technology sharing then? The Dragon Nation has once again taken the top spot on the trending list. The understanding king calls for your technology sharing. I implore you, can we allow Sister Hua to be a sensation? Let her become an internet celebrity. The link to Sister Hua's social account is for you to arrange. Remember, there's a quiz at the end of her latest post. Those who know the answer, please respond accordingly. Greetings, I am the understanding king. Today, I wish to express a sentiment. Dragon Nation citizens, you lack martial virtue. Observe how a man of over 70 years spends his day, with no groups to retreat to and companions fleeing. Do you not understand the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? I advise you to show kindness. This is the martial world. Say nothing, and take care of yourselves. Ah, oil. What is oil? Ha ha ha. An embargo, is it still enforced? Isn't nuclear fusion more appealing? This is the Dragon Nation. If you dare to confront me, I will always have a contingency plan. Push me to my limits, and we shall alter this fractured world. The netizens of the Dragon Nation speak the truth. At this moment, outside the Crisis Management Bureau, numerous diplomatic vehicles have arrived, representing the ambassadors of major nations stationed in the Dragon Nation. Originally, they were to follow diplomatic protocol, making a call before a visit. However, calling has proven ineffective. The Bureau's phone lines are blocked. With the advent of fusion energy, no nation can afford to miss out. Upon receiving domestic notifications, the ambassadors have no choice but to make an exception and come directly. Young brother, I am the ambassador from the Wave Nation, here to visit Dr. Ouyang. Please notify him. I am the ambassador from the Iron Tower Nation, here to visit Dr. Ouyang. Please notify him. As per understanding, the diplomats have arrived. Regardless of the circumstances, they should at least be allowed to enter the building. Whether the officials inside choose to meet them is another matter altogether. Yet today, the arriving ambassadors were unexpectedly stopped by the security guards at the bureau's entrance. You are the ambassador from the Wave Nation? The guard's demeanor was far from courteous, as he was not part of the dedicated external security team, but rather a temporary military assignment, a passionate youth with a clear sense of justice. And you all, aren't you busy with the oil embargo? What are you doing here causing trouble? Move along. I have no time for you. After so many years of serving as an ambassador abroad, this was the first experience of being turned away by security. How infuriating. Young man, are you attempting to instigate a diplomatic conflict? Have you considered the repercussions of jeopardizing the bilateral relations between our two nations? Is there truly an oil embargo in place? Have you not been following the news? That was merely an agreement signed by a few uninformed individuals, contrary to the will of the state, and it holds no validity. Meanwhile, the security guard scoffed, humph, and then remained silent. At that moment, spokesperson Hualin passed by, observing everything with a somber expression. Hualin approached to admonish. How could you dismiss a diplomatic envoy? The guard chuckled and saluted, Sister Hualin. Yet, he felt a sense of indignation. Should such ambitious wolves be granted entry? Upon seeing Hualin, the ambassadors immediately ceased to engage with the security personnel, addressing Director Hualin. It's merely a trivial matter. No need to concern yourself. We will not hold it against you. By the way, may I inquire if Dr. Ouyang is present? Also, who is currently in charge of the Crisis Management Bureau? However, Hualin merely smiled politely, offering no response, and instead continued to address the young guard. At least invite everyone in for a cup of tea before sending them away. Our nation is known for its etiquette. We must not let the world believe we lack diplomatic decorum. It's quite chilly. Let us allow them to sit for a moment. The atmosphere at the entrance instantly grew delicate. Is there still a need to enter the Crisis Management Bureau? Anyone with discernment would recognize that Hualin was effectively issuing an eviction notice. The young guard at the door grinned broadly, acknowledging, Sister Hualin is right. I had not considered that. Ambassadors, please, allow me to escort you for some tea. The ambassador from the Wave Nation furrowed his brow, stating, I suddenly recalled urgent matters to attend to at the embassy. I must take my leave. The ambassador from the Iron Tower Nation stroked his beard, saying, No. Thank you. I have coffee brewing at home, and I must return to enjoy it. My wife is finishing work. I need to pick her up. In an instant, all the ambassadors departed without exception. How utterly embarrassing. Just hours earlier, they had announced an oil embargo against our nation. Yet now they seek to benefit from our fusion power station technology. It is evident to anyone what schemes they harbor. Hualin smiled, pleased with the outcome. It is no wonder that higher authorities demanded active soldiers to stand guard. The replacement of the Crisis Management Bureau's security with active military personnel was a request personally made by Xiao Ge. In these extraordinary times, only active soldiers can uphold the dignity of our nation with unwavering precision. At 5:30 p.m., yet another press conference commenced. The theme, Circular Fortress, January 1st, 231, is destined to mark the dawn of a new era, and this day has been relentless since the early hours. A flurry of political decrees has been issued, igniting the passion of the people of our nation time and again. The phrase Circular Fortress, made public before the press conference commenced, has once again captured the world's attention. Those from beyond our borders pondered. Indeed, the people of our nation are quite capable of stirring things up, while the rest of the world celebrates New Year's Day. They create this spectacle, making it feel as if we are celebrating the new year in our nation. Meanwhile, the people of our nation contemplated, is infrastructure finally set to begin? Yes, infrastructure is indeed about to commence. The meeting is presided over by Professor Zhang Qinghao. The architectural and urban planning programs at Pingqing City University not only rank first in the Dragon Nation, but also stand among the finest globally. It is said that with Professor Zhang Qinghao at the helm, these disciplines have ascended to such remarkable heights. Through the theme of this press conference, one can glean the essence of my forthcoming discourse. The Circular Fortress is a strategic initiative designed to confront the impending calamity anticipated in 6 months. With construction planned across 5 pivotal locations, the Eastern Sea, the Northern Snowfields, the Southern Stone Forest, the Central Great Lake, and the capital, Shangjing. This military bastion, powered by a fusion nuclear power station, will rise to a height of 200 meters and a thickness of 80 meters, encompassing a diameter of 10 kilometers, thereby safeguarding the Dragon Nation. Each site will necessitate a workforce of 1 million laborers, and a designated department will soon release a registration link. inviting friends from all walks of life within the Dragon Nation to partake in this monumental construction. Here are the design blueprints for the circular fortress for your perusal. It is astonishing. While Zhang Chenghao spoke with an air of nonchalance, the only two words that resonated in the minds of those eager to scrutinize the fortress's design were sheer incredulity. A circular fortress with a 10-kilometer diameter, standing 200 meters tall and 80 meters thick? What is the Dragon Nation truly endeavoring to accomplish? A journalist's mind once again echoed the pressing inquiry. Professor Zhang, is the work The Three-Body Problem authored by the Dragon Nation a piece of science fiction or a work of literary realism? The completion of the circular fortress is intrinsically military in nature. But who is the adversary? In this contemporary world, warfare emphasizes adaptability and versatility. Any potential enemy would be foolish to launch an assault on such a fortress. Professor Zhang, who is the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, what are the foundations upon which these plans are based? The scale of such an ambitious project seems insurmountable, even for the Dragon Nation, renowned for its infrastructural prowess. Professor Zhang, there are simply too many questions. Yet, Zhang Chenghao offered no responses, and, after passing the floor to Hualin, departed. The circular fortress plan serves merely as an appetizer. The media finds even this astonishing, and when the Lingxiao project is unveiled, it is bound to shake the world to its core. Chapter 13. The National Backbone. Longway Corporation, 1755 points. On foreign platforms like Twitter and YouTube, a trending post has captivated global attention. They juxtaposed old photographs of the Maginot Line with the Dragon Nation's circular fortress plan. Oh, the Great Eastern Maginot Line should be capable of warding off solitude, air, and the northwestern winds. Such statements from the upper echelons are misguided. Our Lord teaches that even the foolish may find redemption, and the Dragon Nation's Crisis Management Bureau still holds promise. Had it not been for the circular fortress plan, I might have almost believed the Dragon Nation's claims of constructing a fusion nuclear power station. However, now, even if scientists assert its validity, I remain inclined to maintain a differing opinion. The external discourse has been promptly relayed to Xiao Ge, serving as a reference for the formulation of subsequent plans. Certainly, Xiao Ge only casts a glance at such matters when he is in a good mood, treating it merely as entertainment. The tasks he must undertake will never be influenced by external public opinion. At this moment, the participants began to formulate the next steps according to their groups. Xiao Ge had but one requirement for them: to unleash their creativity and act boldly, without hesitation. On this day, countless events transpired in Long Country, leading many to regard the coastal migration as a natural occurrence. By this time, reports from various states along the river indicated that over 70% of the population within 100 kilometers of the coast had been evacuated. This unprecedented mass relocation had been achieved in a remarkably short span of time. One must ponder which other nation possesses such capability. The impending tsunami is expected to strike tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m., allowing sufficient time for the complete evacuation of the remaining populace. Population relocation is not the issue, however. The critical problem emerged from the scientific research departments of each group. The designs for the capsule high-speed rail, shield tunneling machines, fusion nuclear power plants, high-energy laser research, and the Cloud City, among others, encountered the most pressing challenge at the very outset of their plans: computational capacity. The key to resolving computational capacity lies in the chips. Team leader Xiao, the computational demands for the fusion nuclear power plant are undoubtedly of historical significance. Although Long Country possesses the design capabilities for such chips, it currently lacks the manufacturing capacity. The most advanced lithography and etching machines are restricted and unattainable. Furthermore, major global chip foundries are prohibited from processing chips for Long Country, leaving it unable to procure high-end chips. Without the requisite computational power, all plans will face significant obstacles. Chips are the cornerstone and essence of all these initiatives. Should the chip dilemma remain unresolved, these ambitious plans will merely be castles in the air. Xiao Ge furrowed his brow, recognizing this as a novel challenge. In the previous era, nations also embargoed chips to Long Country. Yet the demand for chips has never been as urgent as it is today, particularly with the arrival of the insectoid threat. Xiao Ge inquired, Dr. Ouyang, I recall that following the chip embargo imposed by the Star-Spangled Nation, the Academy of Sciences commenced efforts to overcome this bottleneck technology. What stage are we at now? Self-reliance has always been a tradition of Long Country. If they refuse to sell to us, we shall develop it ourselves. However, the leading exporters of lithography and etching machines have claimed that even if the blueprints were provided, Long Country would be unable to replicate them. Indeed, in the past, similar statements were made regarding advanced technologies such as nuclear weapons and submarines. Dr. Ouyang Yuan responded, currently, the pinnacle of chip technology has reached the 2 nanometer range. while our academy can only manufacture lithography and etching machines at the 14-nanometer level. As for the 7-nanometer technology, it will require at least another year to achieve breakthroughs. This illustrates the gap we face. Although the difference between 14 nanometers and 2 nanometers may not seem vast. In the realm of chips, even a reduction of 1 nanometer necessitates a dramatic increase in technological complexity. Xiao Ge nodded, well aware of the challenges faced by the Dragon Nation in relevant fields. What is the current progress regarding carbon nanotube chip technology? As soon as carbon nanotube chips were mentioned, Ouyang Yuan suddenly appeared taken aback, as if recalling something. A few days ago, during a conversation with Ren Jingfei, the head of Longwei Company, he had mentioned that their company had made breakthroughs in carbon nanotube chips and discovered opportunities for commercialization. Intending to discuss it with me at the Academy of Sciences, Longwei Company, Xiao Ge's heart trembled. With the strength of a single company, it frequently breaks through the technological blockades imposed by foreign nations, and countless citizens of the Dragon Nation regard it as a sanctuary. Embodying the warriors fighting abroad for the nation, the backbone of the people. After the arrival of the insect tribe, Longwei Company devoted all its resources, with numerous engineers on the front lines gathering data on the insect tribe and developing the weapons most needed on the battlefield. Even if the Dragon Nation ultimately fights until only 10 million remain, Longwei Company will still stand. Ren Jingfei, the head of Longwei Company, is a retired military veteran with a profound sense of national responsibility. Regrettably, he sacrificed himself during the third wave of the insect tribe's arrival. Is Dr. Ouyang in the capital? Xiao Ge inquired. Yes, should I invite him to the Crisis Management Bureau? Xiao Ge's expression turned serious as he replied, I shall visit him personally. After a moment's thought, he added, if time permits, I will personally visit all the pillars of the Dragon Nation. Ouyang Yuan's eyes glistened with emotion as he called Ren Jingfei to inform him that an important figure would be coming to pay a visit. Accompanying Xiao Ge was Marshal Long Zhan from the military. As for the task Xiao Ge assigned to the military to recruit 50 million troops, specific plans were already in the works. Long Zhan, a leader of the younger generation, followed Xiao Ge primarily to ensure his safety. In the eastern district of the capital, when Xiao Ge and the others arrived, Ren Jingfei was already waiting at the entrance. The nearly 80-year-old elder still exuded vitality. I did not expect the head of the Crisis Management Bureau to be so young. Please, come in, come in. Ouyang Yuan had not disclosed the visitor's identity beforehand. But Ren Jingfei, being exceptionally astute, had already surmised it. After Ouyang Yuan made the introductions, Xiao Ge smiled. Elder Ren, you have keen insight. You must have guessed the purpose of my visit. Ren Jingfei cast a glance at those accompanying Xiao Ge. Ouyang Yuan was self-evident, but to his surprise, Marshal Long Zhan was also present, along with a group of the Dragon Nation's elite special forces. One could only imagine how significant Xiao Ge's current status must be. With a slight lift of his brow, Ren Jingfei's tone grew more serious as he speculated, Leader Xiao, I wish to understand the true reason behind the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. May I inquire? Within a mere day, the Crisis Management Bureau had issued numerous directives, which, in past contexts, seemed utterly unfathomable. The reasons behind them were certainly not as publicly stated. Thus, Ren Jingfei sought the truth. Certainly. Following that, Ouyang Yuan recounted the background of the Crisis Management Bureau's establishment and Xiao Ge's identity to Ren Jingfei. The gravity of Ren Jingfei's expression deepened. Had these words not come from Ouyang Yuan, he likely would have found them hard to believe. The insect tribe crisis. Time travelers? These science fiction concepts have manifested in reality, and any rational individual would hesitate to believe them. Yen Jingfei, with a grave demeanor akin to that of an oath, addressed Leader Xiao, what must Longwei Corporation undertake in this crisis? The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Longwei Corporation aspires to make a significant impact amidst this turmoil. Soldiers dare to lead the way. It is precisely this sense of duty that has propelled Longwei Corporation to its current standing. Xiao Ge nodded, acknowledging that the fusion nuclear power station and the towering Lingxiao City, among other plans, demand the most advanced chips. I hope Longwei Corporation can present a solution for carbon nanotube chips within 3 days. The Academy of Sciences will mobilize all resources to prioritize cooperation with you. A moment of silence ensued as everyone contemplated. Yen Jingfei's gaze deepened. The expert on carbon nanotube chips from Longwei would return by plane tonight. Upon his arrival, with the Academy's full support, there would be no need for 3 days. 1 day would suffice. This technology has already matured significantly within Longwei. Excellent. Now that sounds resolute. Xiao Ge was taken aback, realizing that Longwei Corporation was poised to unveil a significant breakthrough. Old Yen, I will have Dr. Ouyang integrate several university quantum laboratories for Longwei Corporation. besides the carbon nanotube chips. I also hope you can achieve breakthroughs in the field of quantum computing in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the air, a breaking news alert. Expert in carbon nanotube chips, Yin Yu, had been arrested at a Leaf Country airport. Chapter 14. You target the elite of my dragon nation, and I shall bring about your downfall. Xiao Ge looked at Yin Jingfei in astonishment. The elderly man's steadfast posture trembled slightly. Old Yin, the technical expert you mentioned, could it be your son? Yin Jingfei nodded, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Truly, an elite. In his previous life, Xiao Ge was merely a carefree homebody, fantasizing about sudden wealth, and thus he was acutely aware of lottery numbers. However, while he knew of the arrest of the son of Longwei's president, he had not paid it much attention, nor had he grasped the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Longzhan had already acquired detailed information regarding the incident. It turned out the Star-Spangled Nation had been seeking excuses to further sanction Longwei Corporation. Their intelligence department fabricated a complete false evidence chain, alleging that Yin Yu had economic ties with the arch-rival of the Star-Spangled Nation and was bribing officials abroad to secure projects. He was apprehended during a layover in Leaf Country. The fleeting sorrow in Yin Zhengfei's eyes dissipated. Nonetheless, it was of no consequence. Within Longwei Corporation, there would always be a plan B. Although Yin Yu was a pivotal figure in the carbon nanotube chip project, it could still proceed without him. At that moment, Xiao Ge rose, a surge of anger igniting within him. This cannot stand. If they dare to arrest Yin Yu today, they will dare to arrest Wang Yu and Su Yu tomorrow. As long as I, Xiao Ge, am here, I will not allow our heroes to bleed and shed tears. Old Yin, you should ensure the project continues to run smoothly. I, Xiao Ge, guarantee that Yin Yu will return as scheduled. With that, Xiao Ge hurriedly departed. Rin Jingfei spoke to himself. In these exceptional times, only those with unwavering resolve can lead the Dragon Nation out of the abyss. He then summoned his assistant, instructing them to notify the company's administrative center to assemble a team of technical elites for the establishment of a quantum computing project department. After committing Rin's words to memory, the assistant hesitantly inquired, Mr. Rin, should the public relations department issue a formal response? Not necessary, Rin replied, his confidence bolstered by the image of Xiao Ge's resolute and stern countenance. The descendants of Rin Jingfei must endure hardships to grow. Moreover, it is only fitting for us to bear the burdens for the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the Maple Leaf Nation had begun to make international statements regarding the arrest of Yin Yu, presenting numerous pieces of evidence to substantiate charges of bribery and other crimes. Yin Yu now awaited trial, and upon official conviction, he would be extradited to the Star-Spangled Nation. The date for the formal trial was set 2 years hence, indicating that the Maple Leaf Nation would unjustly detain Yin Yu for 2 years without cause. Who would believe Yin Yu guilty? The crux of the matter is that the Maple Leaf Nation, under its own legal framework, was sanctioning Yin Yu with the ulterior motive of extraditing him to the Star-Spangled Nation, essentially acting in service of the latter. With a score of 1900, the trending topic in the Dragon Nation shifted once again. The expert in carbon nanotechnology, Yin Yu, had been apprehended. How outrageous. The Maple Leaf Nation, acting like a rabid dog, utilized its laws to serve the interests of the Star-Spangled Nation, seemingly oblivious to the concept of sovereign independence. Their foreign policies are utterly reprehensible, especially the Maple Leaf Nation, which is even more distasteful than the Southern Australia Nation. What is the point of maintaining independence if they might as well become a mere state of the Star-Spangled Nation? I urge the Crisis Management Bureau to take action. Longwei, stand firm. Rin Jingfei, hold strong. The millions of people in the Dragon Nation are your staunchest supporters. Truly, Longwei Company has not been intimidated by foreign aggression. Instead, they have chosen to confront challenges head-on by announcing the formation of a quantum computing project department during these trying times. I am willing to invest a month's salary in this project. The arbitrary arrest of a technical expert while transiting through the Maple Leaf Nation ignited a wave of outrage among countless netizens in the Dragon Nation. However, the netizens soon discovered that Longwei Company, the central figure in this incident, had remained conspicuously silent, as if oblivious to the situation, even announcing plans to pursue quantum computing. Moreover, several university quantum research centers simultaneously issued new announcements, declaring their merger with Longwei Company. Thus, the largest quantum computing project in the world was established. Simultaneously, Xiao Ge and his colleagues returned to the Crisis Management Bureau. He instructed the head of the Foreign Affairs Department to notify the Dragon Nation's ambassador to the Maple Leaf Nation and all embassy personnel to board the fastest flight back home. Although the head of the Foreign Affairs Department recognized that this action deviated from diplomatic protocol, the command originating from the Crisis Management Bureau rendered it appropriate, prompting immediate notification. Marshal Longzhan, Do we have military presence near the Maple Leaf Nation? Long Zhan pondered momentarily before responding with resolute eyes. 5 nuclear submarines are patrolling the seabed nearby, primarily to deter the Star-Spangled Nation. There's no need for deterrence. Order them all to surface and lock onto the Maple Leaf Nation at 2225. Long Zhan had held the position of marshal in the military for several years. The purpose of strategic weapons is to instill fear. However, no one had ever contemplated the tactical deployment of such weapons, let alone the initiation of nuclear warfare. Director Xiao, are we truly on the brink of nuclear war? The nuclear submarine locked onto a nation, which could potentially trigger a chain reaction, possibly activating the defensive systems of other countries. Furthermore, the use of nuclear weapons necessitates the approval of the head of state. At that moment, a call arrived from the head of state. If Xiao Ge wished to act, he was encouraged to do so, for this world no longer adhered to any rules. The implication was clear. The head of state supported Xiao Ge's decision. Moreover, Xiao Ge's actions merely signified a stance, a genuine form of deterrence. As for the reactions of other nations, the head of state's assessment was that they would likely not dare to retaliate. With the head of state's backing, Xiao Ge's confidence surged. Marshal Long, issue orders for the military personnel to take action. All individuals holding passports from the Maple Leaf Nation within Longgui's borders are to be monitored. Immediately command the special forces to linger near the Maple Leaf Embassy, so they can observe our presence. Understood. Xiao Ge would not engage in diplomacy with the Maple Leaf Nation. Monitoring all passport holders was not merely for show. Should his demands remain unmet, he would resort to detaining individuals. As for the citizens of Longgua in the Maple Leaf Nation, there was little cause for concern. Over the past 2 years, relations between the Maple Leaf Nation and Longgua had deteriorated significantly, and apart from those who had genuinely emigrated, very few citizens of Longgua ventured to the Maple Leaf Nation. Those who had truly immigrated did not regard their ties to Longgua as significant. In the name of the Crisis Management Bureau, a formal warning was issued to the Maple Leaf Nation. Before 2200 hours today, if Yanyu was not released, Longgua would declare war on the Maple Leaf Nation. By 2230, should Yanyu remain detained, the Maple Leaf Nation would face annihilation. Long Zhan and Ouyang Yuan, upon hearing the declaration of war, were taken aback. Was Yanyu truly of such importance that Xiao Ge elevated the situation to the brink of war? Xiao Ge perceived their astonishment and casually explained, I am doing this to ensure that when we summon the citizens of Longgua from around the world to return and serve, no other nation will dare to intervene. Subsequently, the Crisis Management Bureau would issue a decree for citizens, students, and patriots abroad to return to Longgua. The threat of the insect crisis required their strength. Of course, many among these individuals held significant positions in foreign nations, even within university research departments. And their return to Longgua would not be easily permitted by those countries. At 1920, the press conference commenced as scheduled, the atmosphere tense. Xiao Ge's statements were relayed to the media, which disseminated them across the globe. Longgua once again topped the trending charts. You harm my Longgua elites, and I shall bring about your destruction. The battle cry resonated, igniting fervor. To the Maple Leaf Nation, I shall charge. In the past, there might have been protests, with hopes pinned on the Maple Leaf Nation's judicial fairness. However, with the Crisis Management Bureau in place, Xiao Ge had no interest in idle chatter. The detention of any citizen of Longgua signified war, a cathartic release, truly, a gratifying sense of relief. Do not be misled by the notion that the United States can shield you, allowing you to act with impunity against the people of the Dragon Nation. Little do you realize, those who offend the Dragon Nation shall face retribution, regardless of the distance. I cannot shake the feeling that the Maple Leaf Nation is destined to follow the path of the southern continent. They certainly know how to choose their New Year's gifts. Chapter 15. The revelation of missile interception technology. Since the conclusion of World War II, no diplomatic declaration has been as grave and direct as this. No, this transcends mere diplomacy. It is a declaration of war. Perhaps the Maple Leaf Nation has grown accustomed to playing the pawn, relying on the United States to resolve any issues that arise. Moreover, in the entirety of North America, with only the Maple Leaf Nation and the United States, would the latter truly remain passive in the event of conflict? At 2000 hours Dragon Nation time, while it was still the dead of night in the Maple Leaf Nation, news of the declaration of war sent shockwaves through not only that nation but the entire world. It has been ages since such a large-scale conflict has emerged. In the Maple Leaf Nation's consulate, the consul was restless throughout the night, likely aware that after capturing Yanyu, the Dragon Nation would respond. However, he did not anticipate that the reaction would escalate to such a level, declaring war outright. The staff were left wide awake, paralyzed by fear, unable to ascertain whether the Dragon Nation's threats were genuine. Logically, It seemed implausible that a mere technical personnel issue could escalate to warfare. Indeed, even if the Dragon Nation were to declare war, it must consider the United States and the coalition of external nations. Should conflict arise, it could very well lead to a third world war. The staff arrived at the conclusion that the Dragon Nation merely sought to leverage the threat of war to compel the release of their personnel. Yet, such a rapid response seemed excessive. It appeared that as soon as one individual was captured, a declaration of war was already in the works. Consul True concurred with his advisors. However, at that moment, intelligence from the United States Department of Defense emerged. All strategic nuclear submarines of the Dragon Nation had surfaced near the Americas, not merely conventional vessels, but those armed with nuclear weapons. The Five Eye Alliance, comprising the United States, the Lion Nation, the Maple Leaf Nation, the Southern Continent, and the New Nation, was founded on the principle of intelligence sharing, exemplified by the current situation. The surfacing of strategic nuclear submarines in proximity to the Maple Leaf Nation constituted an act of provocation according to international norms. With a furrowed brow, Consul True disseminated this information, declaring that the Dragon Nation had breached international conventions, challenging the sovereignty of our nation. However, before he could finish his statement, news from the Dragon Nation left him astounded. Official media from the Dragon Nation reported, "Our 5 strategic nuclear submarines are conducting routine training in waters near the Maple Leaf Nation." At 22:30, following the release of Yenyu, should there be no available flights home, arrangements can be made for submarine transport back to your nation. The Maple Leaf Consulate was thrown into chaos once more. They had hoped to strike first, only to have the Dragon Nation openly acknowledge all events. "Whether you accuse us of provocation or violating international norms matters not. Should you dare to detain our elite, be prepared to face the consequences. Quickly, contact the Supreme Leader. The situation has escalated, and we request a formal stance on the matter." The call was made. At this moment, the head office of the Star-Spangled Nation was ablaze with light. The sudden declaration of war from the Dragon Kingdom caught everyone off guard, appearing exceedingly unusual. Countless aides and advisors were diligently devising countermeasures, while the commander-in-chief furrowed his brow in deep concern. A man in his 70s, he endured sleepless nights, a testament to the torment he faced. He reassured the Maple Leaf Nation, "Stay calm. We shall prevail. The Dragon Kingdom merely resorts to bluster to intimidate. They would not dare to initiate a war. They are not the Tsarist Empire. The Tsarist Empire is a nation even the commander-in-chief wishes to avoid, for they fear nothing and are willing to risk everything. They have even stated that if the Tsarist Empire were to vanish, what purpose would there be for this planet? However, the Dragon Kingdom is different. They have far too many considerations to weigh. Let our radar track the movements of their nuclear submarines and keep a vigilant watch." The commander squinted his eyes, thinking, "I plan to play golf tomorrow, so I must get some rest." After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone and decided to tweet before sleeping. Shortly thereafter, the commander's tweet was updated. "No one understands the declaration of war better than I do. We shall forever represent justice. Yenyu has violated global justice, and thus we shall impose punishment upon him. Everyone, get some rest. War will not erupt. We cherish peace. And the people of the Dragon Kingdom cherish peace too." At 20:07, the Dragon Kingdom's ambassador to the Maple Leaf Nation cleared customs and boarded the last flight back to the Dragon Kingdom. By 2030, reports emerged from the Dragon Kingdom indicating that many holders of Maple Leaf Nation passports were under the surveillance of the Dragon Kingdom's military. At 2055, the embassy of the Maple Leaf Nation in the Dragon Kingdom issued a formal statement condemning the Dragon Kingdom for violating international conventions by monitoring embassy personnel. However, during this period, the Crisis Management Bureau refrained from issuing any official response regarding the related events. It was not until 2100 hours that the Crisis Management Bureau released another statement. In light of the Maple Leaf Nation's disregard for facts and arbitrary arrests of Dragon Kingdom citizens, which has severely offended the feelings of the Dragon Kingdom's people, we shall respond in kind. Furthermore, with only 90 minutes remaining until the ultimatum's deadline, it was declared that if the detainees were not released, war would commence. The Crisis Management Bureau reiterated the critical timeline for 2230. Concurrently, soldiers stationed outside the Maple Leaf Nation's embassy in the Dragon Kingdom began to mobilize. Initially, the soldiers merely patrolled from a distance, avoiding proximity to the embassy. However, following the conclusion of the statement, the soldiers advanced directly to the embassy's entrance, assuming control of all security operations and prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Simultaneously, actions commenced throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with countless holders of Maple Leaf Nation passports being informed that they were barred from leaving their residences from that moment onward. The so-called reciprocal response meant that for every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom detained, 10,000 Maple Leaf citizens would be seized. In an instant, nearly 100,000 nationals from the Maple Leaf Nation residing in the Dragon Kingdom were apprehended. What transpired on this day? Social media platforms like Twitter and YouTube erupted once more. On January 1st, 231, with the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom's Crisis Management Bureau, the world trembled. Has anyone ever tallied the number of world-shaking events orchestrated by the Dragon Kingdom's Crisis Management Bureau on this day? I am genuinely curious about the leadership of this institution in the Dragon Kingdom. After some reflection, I have noted several significant events: the Great Migration, the severance of diplomatic ties with the Southern Australia nation, predictions of a devastating tsunami, forecasts of calamities 6 months hence, the Circular Fortress Project, the Fusion Nuclear Power Station Initiative, and the declaration of war against the Maple Leaf Nation. My memory may falter, so please feel free to add to this list. At this moment, what can the Maple Leaf Nation do? With Yin Yu already apprehended, releasing him now would undermine the nation's dignity. The only recourse for the Maple Leaf Nation is to persistently condemn the Dragon Kingdom while uniting with its allies to issue various statements to substantiate Yin Yu's alleged crimes. Although allied nations have offered diplomatic support, such gestures seem rather feeble. After all, the Dragon Kingdom possesses numerous avenues for sanctioning the Maple Leaf Nation. The Crisis Management Bureau has issued another statement. There are merely 30 minutes remaining. If the individual is not surrendered, war will ensue. Concurrently, a video related to missile defense system tests from several years ago has been inadvertently circulated online within the Dragon Kingdom. This footage depicts missiles launched towards the Dragon Kingdom from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The missiles were detected immediately upon launch, locked onto in mid-flight, and intercepted and destroyed at the terminal stage. In dozens of tests, the success rate of missile interception reached an astonishing 100%. Although the Dragon Kingdom has only tested terminal interception technology, the maturity of this technology indicates that it simultaneously masters initial and mid-course interception capabilities. Moreover, if such a confidential technology has been known for years, why has it surfaced now? Was it truly an unintended leak? The timing appears rather fortuitous. The advancement of missile interception technology implies that other nations' nuclear deterrence against the Dragon Kingdom has become utterly ineffective, thus disrupting the strategic balance. It suggests that, should a nuclear war erupt in the future, only the Dragon Kingdom may emerge unscathed. Chapter 16, 2229 hours. The Maple Leaf Nation surrenders the individual. Congratulations on the successful launch of Chang'e 5. I did not stay up late to watch it. Truly, I did not. 2,201 hours. There remain 29 minutes. Each individual harbors doubts. If the countdown concludes and the Maple Leaf Nation does not release the individual, will war indeed commence? Indeed. As the moment approaches, Xiao Ge begins to contemplate how to respond if the Maple Leaf Nation refuses to yield. Consequently, he decides to disclose the missile interception technology at this critical juncture. Prior to Xiao Ge's decision, the military had prioritized secrecy. Despite the advanced maturity of the missile interception technology and the implementation of interception systems nationwide, the outside world remained completely oblivious. In the leader's office, the head of the Dragon Kingdom has yet to rest. Throughout this day, regardless of Xiao Ge's actions, he has remained silent. Upon witnessing Xiao Ge release the missile interception technology at such a crucial moment, the leader finally allows a smile of satisfaction to grace his face. It appears that Xiao Ge does not intend to wage this war. Indeed, he has returned to save the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If war cannot be avoided, one can at least find solace in sleep. Some remain perplexed, Führer, as to why you deduce that Xiao Ge does not wish for conflict upon witnessing his release of missile interception technology. The Führer's gaze was profound. If he intended to wage war, he would not have deterred foreign powers such as the Star-Spangled Nation. Having issued such a deterrent, the Star-Spangled Nation would hesitate to instigate a cataclysmic war with the Dragon Country, leaving the Maple Leaf Nation to fend for itself. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ge, despite his youth, possesses remarkable strategic insight, truly a rarity. The members of the Führer's office suddenly understood. This maneuver was indeed exquisite. While declaring a robust war on the Maple Leaf Nation, he simultaneously released missile interception technology, intimidating those who back the Maple Leaf Nation. Thus, the situation transformed. Should war ensue, the Dragon Country could strike, while the adversary would be unable to retaliate. Should conflict arise, foreign nations must tread carefully. At 2:10 a.m., the supreme leader of the Star-Spangled Nation was roused. Commander, the Dragon Country's missile interception technology has matured. Our deterrent advantage is entirely diminished. War must be avoided at all costs. The supreme leader continued. To escalate tensions with the Dragon Country over a mere Yin Yu is wholly unnecessary. Moreover, The Dragon Country's release of missile interception technology signifies a desire to de-escalate. They do not yearn for war. Commander, should war actually break out, the stock market would collapse. The Supreme Leader's countenance darkened. A stock market crash was the last scenario he wished to confront, one he held in utmost regard. After deliberating with his aides, the Supreme Leader updated his Twitter. Fake news. Only the Star-Spangled Nation possesses such advanced missile interception technology. How could the Dragon Country have it? This must be a fabrication. At 2:25 a.m., the Air Defense Department from the Star-Spangled Nation detected that the Dragon Country's nuclear submarines had entered launch mode, with numerous warheads targeting major cities in the Maple Leaf Nation. Intelligence reached the office of the Maple Leaf Nation's leader. Trembling, Leader Trull exclaimed, "Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent over a single Yenyu? Are we on the brink of a national annihilation war?" The pressing issue was that, at this juncture, communication lines with the Star-Spangled Nation had gone silent. Leader, the Dragon Country has demonstrated sufficient goodwill by releasing missile interception technology. If we fail to respond, we may indeed face an attack. Leader Trull, stubbornly retorting, asserted, how could the Dragon Country dare to instigate war? Would they truly disregard international norms? With the Star-Spangled Nation and the Five Eyes Alliance present, does the Dragon Country wish to stand against the world? An already retired diplomatic expert from the Maple Leaf Nation rushed to the leader's office, and upon hearing Leader Trull's remarks, erupted in anger. Your current administration is the most foolish I have ever encountered. You utterly misunderstand the Dragon people. The Dragon Country genuinely prioritizes its citizens above all else. We in the Western nations merely pay lip service. While you impose sanctions on their enterprises and technologies, they remain unfazed. But when you provoke their people, you strike at the very core of their being, and they will unite their strength to hold you accountable. Do you still not grasp the current situation? Surely, you do not believe that after the Dragon Country revealed its missile interception technology, the Star-Spangled Nation would have the resolve to engage in war with them? To preserve the integrity of the Maple Leaf Nation, there exists but one course of action: the immediate release of Yenyu. It is truly perplexing how you imbeciles have apprehended citizens of the Dragon Country without just cause. Have you now perceived the Dragon Country's stance? Will you dare to act so brazenly in the future? At 22:26, the Dragon Country's Crisis Management Bureau issued another statement. All personnel must be prepared. In 3 minutes, we shall declare war upon the Maple Leaf Nation. Simultaneously, real-time footage from a Dragon Country nuclear submarine was released, revealing that the missiles have commenced their countdown to launch. Visuals of various military branches of the Dragon Country coordinating their movements are now being broadcast, indicating their readiness for total warfare. At 22:27, naval vessels of the Dragon Country set sail, and the number of submarines appearing in the waters near the Maple Leaf Nation is steadily increasing. At 22:28, the former member of the Five Eyes Alliance, South Australia, was the first to condemn the Maple Leaf Nation for the unwarranted detention of Dragon Country citizens. Almost simultaneously, the Supreme Leader of the Star-Spangled Nation tweeted a series of urgent messages. Intelligence agencies confirmed that they had been misled by false information provided by informants, leading to the misunderstanding of Yenyu's involvement. Yenyu is an innocent individual. The Maple Leaf Nation should not detain individuals based on fraudulent evidence, as this contravenes international norms. No one understands justice better than I. The Maple Leaf Nation must release him immediately. I hope both parties can remain calm, as war is unnecessary. Should both sides require it, I am willing to act as a mediator. The Nobel Peace Prize shall undoubtedly be mine this year. Nations that previously vowed to defend the Maple Leaf Nation have now shifted their positions, urging both sides to exercise restraint. At 22:29, the Maple Leaf Nation's General Directorate issued a statement confirming that the detention of Yenyu was a misunderstanding and shall release him forthwith, arranging for a private aircraft to return him to the Dragon Country. Meanwhile, the Maple Leaf Nation did not hesitate to condemn the Dragon Country. A nation that perpetually threatens war shall never bring peace to the world. Thus, a looming full-scale war was ultimately averted. The entire world breathed a sigh of relief. Just when it seemed the Maple Leaf Nation would be erased from the global stage, they capitulated at the last moment. There was merely 1 minute left. If the Maple Leaf Nation wished to probe the limits of the Dragon Country, they could wait another minute and see, for war would undoubtedly ensue. The Dragon Country's Crisis Management Bureau, with Ouyang Yuan and Long Zhan, was drenched in sweat, believing that a great battle was imminent. These are individuals seasoned in formidable encounters, yet at such a moment, their hearts raced with the passage of time. At last, the tension that had gripped them began to ease. However, when they glanced at Xiao Ge, he appeared entirely unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. seemingly possessing complete control over the situation. Such composure under pressure left them feeling inadequate. Xiao Ge checked the time and noted that the issues regarding the carbon nanotube chip had been resolved. General Long, tomorrow I shall personally head to the tsunami frontline to gather data. Please make the necessary arrangements. His focus had already shifted to the next topic of discussion. I cannot shake the feeling that this tsunami has arrived under suspicious circumstances. In the previous timeline, scientists attributed it to tectonic movements. Yet I suspect it may well be a result of dimensional fluctuations. Xiao Ge reflected, recalling that following this tsunami, news reports of sea monsters had emerged worldwide. And he suspected that these might very well be advanced scouts of the insectoid race. If 1 or 2 live specimens could be captured, they could serve as training tools for new recruits, ensuring that soldiers would not fear the insectoid foes when confronted on the battlefield. For Xiao Ge, dealing with the Maple Leaf Kingdom was merely a minor interlude in a grander scheme. The Dragon Kingdom possessed the resolve for war. Yet the Maple Leaf Kingdom did not share this sentiment. When the Crisis Management Bureau issued a declaration of war, the entire affair was, in truth, unrelated to actual combat. It was a game, a psychological strategy from start to finish. However, Xiao Ge had not anticipated that the Maple Leaf Kingdom could endure until the very last minute. As for the subsequent events, Xiao Ge naturally chose not to pursue them further, delegating them to the appropriate departments. Upon hearing Xiao Ge's words, Long Zhan and the others wore solemn expressions. Everything was under Xiao Ge's control, including his foreseen tsunami. Long Zhan earnestly inquired, Team Leader Xiao, may I assign a special forces unit to serve as your personal guards? After all, you are of paramount importance to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, Xiao Ge smiled and replied, Marshal Long, you seem to have forgotten that I, too, hail from a warrior's background. Having survived the decade-long crisis with the insectoids, I can certainly navigate the challenges of the present world without concern for my safety. As fortune would have it, I am likely to encounter someone tomorrow. You should enlist her and nurture her potential. Chapter 17, Former Comrade. The Great Wall in despair. What kind of warriors would emerge from 10 years of warfare? Long Zhan could not fathom. He only knew that Xiao Ge's safety must be assured, even more so than his own. Regardless of Xiao Ge's insistence, he was determined to arrange for a special forces unit to be assigned to him. Long Zhan's interest peaked at the mention of the person Xiao Ge referred to. Team Leader Xiao, is she a friend of yours? Xiao Ge suddenly grew serious. Yes, she is also one of your soldiers. In a past life, she was among those who seized the insectoid spaceship, traversing the stars to assault the insectoid homeworld. Long Zhan was momentarily taken aback. His soldier? A solitary hero who had charged into the insectoid stronghold alongside Xiao Ge? He felt an urge to meet her. However, another thought crossed Long Zhan's mind. Team Leader Xiao, could she possibly have been reborn as well? If you were reborn after falling into the black hole, might others not share the same fate? Could we not gather these individuals anew? Team Leader Xiao, is it possible to find your former comrades who stormed the insectoid homeworld and assemble them as a special unit for training? The solitary hero, regardless of the era, could achieve great deeds. Yet, Xiao Ge shook his head. They likely did not fall into the black hole, but escaped via the escape pods. Indeed, it was an order given directly by me. Faced with the impending 6th wave of attacks from the insectoids, we had to find a way to relay the message back to Earth. Our ship was already within the gravitational pull of the black hole, leaving us no means to escape. At that time, due to the tidal forces of gravity, launching the escape pods had to be done manually, which meant that one person had to remain behind. As the leader of the strike team, Xiao Ge dutifully stayed behind, leaving the hope of escape for his teammates while he himself plunged into the black hole. Little did he expect that he would be reborn. In this lifetime, let us refrain from disturbing them any further. Should they choose to rise again in the future, I will undoubtedly seek them out. As for Long Zhan's proposal to summon comrades aboard the expeditionary vessel, Xiao Ge is reluctant. If circumstances permit, Xiao Ge wishes for them to lead a life of ordinary simplicity in this lifetime. After they seized the Zerg ship, Xiao Ge inquired of everyone regarding their greatest desires. The majority's responses were, to eradicate the Zerg, to marry and raise children, and to live a grounded existence. In the previous life, Xiao Ge was unable to fulfill the aspirations of his comrades. In this lifetime, he is determined to ensure that the Dragon Kingdom allows all his comrades to lead the lives they dream of. Of course, there is one exception to this, someone they will encounter tomorrow, whose wish is to fight on as long as the Zerg exist. Even if Xiao Ge does not find her, she will embark on the quest to pursue the mysterious sea monsters after the tsunami. Xiao Ge knows she will appear in the coastal city during the tsunami because she had once confided in him. Her name is Su Hongyin, a woman stronger than many men. Commander Long, you are her only idol. I hope that after we meet her tomorrow, you will personally inform her of the Zerg crisis. Enlist her in the military, and provide her with the most rigorous training. Very well. Longzhan nodded solemnly. It is surprising that a girl has survived in such a brutal world until the end. She must have endured tremendous hardship. This is the first time Xiao Ge has taken the initiative to discuss the matters of his past comrades. Each person has their own choices, and Xiao Ge insists on not imposing his will. Naturally, Longzhan will not press further. Only when one truly stands at the pinnacle of national power can they comprehend what it means to be busy, what it means to be in constant motion. Especially during such a pivotal transition, the notion of a 9-to-6 schedule becomes trivial. The entire Crisis Management Bureau operates at breakneck speed, with everyone prepared to work from midnight until midnight, 7 days a week. This is a call from the nation, and no one harbors complaints. In fact, this news, which has moved all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, has already spread across the internet. The Crisis Management Bureau is declaring war on the Maple Leaf Nation, and all soldiers are to be prepared. Coincidentally, an 84-year-old veteran from Huaxia witnesses this announcement. The elderly man suffers from Alzheimer's disease and has even forgotten his own children. Yet upon hearing the nation declare war, he gathers his belongings and heads to the Huaxia train station. He cannot articulate where he intends to go, but he repeatedly murmurs that the military is calling him back to war. The military is calling him back to war. The station staff, witnessing this scene, are moved to tears. They understand all too well what the elderly man means by going to war. In the Dragon Kingdom, those who have served in the military possess a deep-seated belief. Even if they forget the world, they can never forget the mission bestowed upon them by their country. Should there be war, they will return at the call. This is not merely a slogan, but a profound imprint etched in the very souls of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. An elderly individual, whose memories are in disarray, nevertheless instills in the youth a compelling reason to strive for the betterment of their nation. A perplexing message has once again reached the Crisis Management Bureau regarding the construction of 5 circular fortresses set to commence on January 3rd. Notably, the snowy expanse of the northern frontier lies not within the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather within the borders of the northern Khaganate. This presents quite the conundrum. Establishing military fortifications across national boundaries alters the very nature of the endeavor. Other nations could seize this as an opportunity to impose deeper sanctions and embargoes against the Dragon Kingdom, inevitably rendering the geopolitical climate surrounding the nation exceedingly precarious. Xiao Ge remains undeterred by the heightened sensitivity of the situation. His primary concern revolves around the potential for escalating tensions that could hinder the importation of vital goods through foreign trade. Moreover, establishing military fortifications in another country without cause amounts to an act of aggression, a course of action Xiao Ge cannot condone. Thus, following the announcement of the Circular Fortress Initiative, he has instructed the Foreign Affairs Department to initiate discussions with the Khaganate. Earlier reports from the Foreign Affairs personnel indicated that communications with the Khaganate were exceedingly smooth, with an informal agreement reached to permit the Dragon Kingdom to commence the construction of the circular fortresses. Although the coordinates for the dimensional passage in the northern snowy expanse lie within the Khaganate, its proximity to the Dragon Kingdom is alarmingly close. In a previous era, during the incursion of the insectoid race, they rampaged through the Khaganate before inexplicably redirecting southward, inflicting significant losses upon the northern cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Hence, Xiao Ge seeks to establish the circular fortresses directly within the Khaganate. However, approximately 20 minutes ago, following the Leaf Nation's announcement of releasing captives, the Khaganate abruptly reversed its stance, citing domestic public opposition as the reason for canceling the collaborative project. The Foreign Affairs Department is now preparing to exert maximum pressure on them and has come to seek your counsel. Xiao Ge furrows his brow. In his strategic vision, the Northern Circular Fortress holds paramount importance, particularly in light of the fact that the Khaganate has become a veritable stronghold for the insectoid race, which periodically sends large swarms southward to attack the Dragon Kingdom. Do not apply pressure, Xiao Ge muses after a moment of contemplation. If they wish to align themselves with the Star-Spangled Nation, let them do so. The Northern Initiative is of greater significance. We shall construct the Great Wall of Despair between the Dragon Kingdom and the Khaganate, ensuring that the insectoid hordes remain at bay from our borders. Originally, the Northern Circular Fortress was intended to contain the insectoid incursions from deep within the Khaganate. If they are unwilling, then we shall forego its construction and see if they come to beseech the Dragon Kingdom to open the Great Wall of Despair and allow them entry. Adjustments to the Northern Circular Fortress plan were swiftly disseminated across the network. On New Year's Day of the year 231, a day destined to be etched in the annals of history, every declaration emerging from the Crisis Management Bureau is poised to reshape the future. As midnight approaches, the trending topics on Weibo within the Dragon Kingdom reflect the momentous news. The Leaf Nation has unconditionally released captives. and the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom shall no longer endure humiliation. The Crisis Management Bureau stands as the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. The target, the North. The construction of the Great Wall of Despair is imminent. The backbone of the nation, Longway Corporation, announces that it will, at an opportune moment, unveil its commercial plan for carbon nanotube chips to support all initiatives of the Crisis Management Bureau, leaving foreign adversaries in a state of despair. The latest revelations from the digital realm reveal that I have averted a cataclysmic war that threatened the world, and I now aspire to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. Chapter 18, The Stand-in Plan, Managing Ejo Island. January 2nd, 2:30, the day of the tsunami has arrived. In the early hours, at the Long Kingdom Gravitational Wave Observation Station. Coastal Station, Xiao Ge has arrived. He has only slept a few hours aboard the plane, yet he is brimming with energy. Chief Scientist Lu Yilin could never have anticipated that the enigmatic head of the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge, would personally arrive at this location. Xiao Ge observed helicopters stationed outside the observation station, ready for immediate takeoff. The coastal station is situated perilously close to the ocean, within the tsunami's impact zone, necessitating the evacuation of the scientists inside, yet they are determined to endure until the very last moment. Thus, helicopters have been dispatched, prepared to evacuate all personnel at a moment's notice. Accompanying him is Marshal Long Zhan from the military. Long Zhan must reach the front line of the tsunami, as Xiao Ge has surmised that there may be vanguard soldiers of the insect race present amidst the impending disaster. As a marshal, he must familiarize himself with the potential adversary without delay. Moreover, Long Zhan has never been a commander who orchestrates from the shadows. He is a true god of war. Rising from humble beginnings, he has fought valiantly in the outer realms, becoming a figure of dread among the dark forces of the Long Kingdom. In just a decade, he has ascended to a position of high leadership within the military. Consequently, Long Zhan commands immense respect among the soldiers and is revered as an idol by countless citizens of the Long Kingdom. Upon entering, Xiao Ge did not disturb the others at work and gently inquired, "Chief Lu, are there any changes in the monitoring of the Pacific region?" Lu Yilin, a scholarly scientist, was consumed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Collaborating with the Ocean Monitoring Department, the Seismic Monitoring Department, and the Supercomputing Center, they had pinpointed an area of gravitational anomalies just 10 minutes prior, confirming that this was indeed the first opening of the insect race's dimensional portal. Xiao Ge and the others were astounded. As anticipated, although the insect race would not truly descend for another 6 months, the activation of the dimensional portal was certainly not unprecedented. Subsequently, Lu Yilin presented a model of the underwater terrain. This location, approximately 6,000 meters beneath the surface, was experiencing a gravitational collapse. Lu Yilin paused momentarily before continuing. As group leader Xiao mentioned, many of the geological disasters previously observed are precursors to the insect race's arrival. The calculations from the Supercomputing Center have corroborated this. At this point, Lu Yilin retrieved a set of data computations and stated, "Many of the earlier geological disasters were accompanied by unusual gravitational fluctuations, indicating that the insect race was attempting to establish a connection to Earth's dimensional portal. This time, the insect race has yet to locate the precise position, hence the portal has opened beneath the sea. Such attempts will undoubtedly persist in the future. With the dimensional portal opened, the arrival of the insect race is inevitable." Xiao Ge recalled that after this tsunami, mysterious sea monsters had begun to appear across the globe. However, people preferred to believe that these creatures were prehistoric survivors rather than the insect race. Long Zhan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there a need for military strength to contain the open dimensional portal?" Xiao Ge paced with furrowed brows, contemplating the impossibility of mounting an offensive in the depths of the ocean, even if one were to attempt a blockade. The danger was insurmountable. The submarine's maximum operational depth barely exceeded 1,000 meters. How could it possibly engage in combat at 6,000 meters beneath the sea? Lu Yilin adjusted his spectacles, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the moment the dimensional portal opened, it would engulf the surrounding waters within a radius of several kilometers, ejecting them with tremendous force, creating a cataclysmic tsunami as merely the initial consequence. Data provided by the Oceanic and Seismic departments, modeled and predicted by the Supercomputing Center, indicated that the activation of the dimensional portal would trigger an underwater earthquake ranging from magnitude 8.7 to 9.5, potentially accompanied by volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts. The scale of the tsunami would be unprecedented in history. Team leader Xiao ordered the evacuation of all populations within 100 kilometers of the coastline. This was no exaggeration, indeed. It seemed somewhat conservative. The Supercomputing Center projected that the tidal waves from this tsunami could exceed 100 meters in height. Instantly, The expressions of Long Zhan and his colleagues grew exceedingly grave. 100-meter wave? Good heavens! To put this in perspective, the highest recorded wave in the world barely reached 40 meters. This meant that the impending tsunami could potentially be more than double the height of the tallest wave in history. Team leader Xiao, should we, while time permits, evacuate the public an additional 100 kilometers? Long Zhan proposed, feeling uncertain. No one had ever witnessed waves of such magnitude, and the destructive power they could unleash was unfathomable. However, one could not disregard the knowledge that Xiao Ge possessed upon his return. No need for that. 100 kilometers is sufficient, Xiao Ge countered, fixated on the model before him. He then addressed Lu Yilin. Please utilize the scientific information sharing mechanism to report the tsunami situation to foreign nations once more. In this era, countries worldwide had established a shared warning system for geological disasters, for in the face of calamity, humanity was innocent. However, Lu Yilin's expression turned awkward and troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Team leader Xiao, you may not be aware, but not long ago, the foreign nations expelled our dragon country from the warning system, citing it as punishment for what they perceived as threats of war against us. Long Zhan, who was drinking water, momentarily lost control and spewed it out upon hearing this news. Are they serious? This is their punishment for dragon country? They are punishing their own citizens. My heart aches for those living beyond our borders. Punishing dragon country? On what grounds? Xiao Ge mused, reflecting on the irony. Dragon country has generously offered risk intelligence without harboring past grievances, yet they have shut us out, locking the door behind them. Xiao Ge paused, considering his response. Let them be. Lu Yilin, after the tsunami has passed, if they wish to resume cooperation, they can come crawling back. Their essay saying, today, you disregard me. Tomorrow, I shall render you unable to reach me. Lu Yilin, convey the tsunami's information to them. Evacuation is imperative. Lu Yilin, after enduring another moment of awkwardness, finally replied. We have attempted to communicate, but they have severed ties with us, aligning with foreign nations in doing so. In an instant, the atmosphere within the observation station plummeted to a chilling silence. Even the most discerning individuals could sense the fury blazing in Xiao Ge's eyes. Traitor to the nation. The words erupted from his lips with a vehement intensity. Such despicable actions. Xiao Ge turned to Long Zhan, the marshal, and questioned, what are the evacuation plans for the highlands? There existed at least 100 contingency plans, all readily executable. After a moment's contemplation, Long Zhan replied, it is named after a film, referred to as the Avatar Plan or the Replacement Plan, pending approval from the higher-ups. He elucidated that operatives could be substituted at any moment. However, this initiative would only serve to incapacitate their command system, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. As for foreign nations, Xiao Ge had no jurisdiction over them, but the affairs on that side were certainly his concern. Without further ado, Xiao Ge seized the phone and dialed the exclusive number to make his request known. 3 minutes later, his proposal was confirmed, and the replacement plan was authorized. Checking the time, it was already 5:40. Long Zhan wasted no time and promptly issued combat orders to his subordinates. The replacement plan had officially commenced. This signified the full activation of the overall strategy. Chapter 19, Tsunami Countdown. 121 minutes in the capital, at the leader's residence. The leader, having risen early, felt invigorated after hanging up the phone, his spirits high and a broad smile illuminating his face. The secretary, also in good spirits, inquired, Leader, I have never seen you so cheerful in the morning. What is the occasion? The leader, approachable and willing to share, responded, just yesterday. I was pondering whether the head of the Crisis Management Bureau had forgotten about Ejo Island. Look, he has not, whether it be Ejo Island or foreign lands. As long as the blood of the Dragon Nation runs through their veins, they shall never be forsaken. This is splendid, truly splendid. The Dragon Nation has never forgotten its compatriots. At 6 o'clock, Xiao Ge remained in the observation station. At that moment, the supercomputing center's simulation results had been finalized. The time for the dimensional passage to be fully opened was 8 o'clock. The tsunami would reach the shores of the Dragon Nation at precisely 10 o'clock, mirroring the circumstances Xiao Ge faced in his previous life. Marshal Long, when will the replacement plan be completed? As time drew nearer, Xiao Ge posed the question. Yet, Long Zhan exhibited no urgency. Instead, he turned and said, turn on the television and watch the news. Consequently, the television mounted on the wall flickered to life, and a breaking news segment interrupted the broadcast. A special announcement came forth. The authorities of Ejo Island declared that, due to the impending tsunami, all residents would be relocated to the highest mountains on the island. Those who refused to evacuate would be deemed traitors and executed on the spot. Xiao Ge exclaimed, Isn't that a bit harsh? To be executed as a traitor for not evacuating? He gazed incredulously at Lingxiao. Brother, did you really issue that command? Can it be done this way? Although the methods were somewhat extreme, in such extraordinary times, it was necessary to save as many lives as possible. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the military's swift actions. The operatives infiltrated on Ejo Island received their orders and, within mere minutes, successfully executed the replacement operation. Under such capabilities, reclaiming Ejo Island is merely a matter of moments. Terrifying. It's a relief that it can be resolved. Xiao Ge stated that once the tsunami has passed, efforts to fully reclaim Ejo Island will commence. Given such capabilities, as descendants of the Dragon Kingdom, it is unreasonable to merely observe the residents of Ejo Island succumbing to the crisis posed by the insect race. Indeed, all preparatory work has already been underway. The initiation of the substitute plan signifies that reclaiming Ejo Island is inevitable. However, Lingxiao harbored a lingering doubt. Leader Xiao, you claim that in the face of this unprecedented tsunami, with no prior warning, the number of casualties in the Dragon Kingdom is merely in the hundreds of thousands? How did we manage to evade such a catastrophe? That encompasses a living circle of 700 million people. In such devastation, even the occurrence of 1 million casualties would seem normal. Yet Xiao Ge, with a hint of excitement in his demeanor, replied, because of you. In the previous era, upon learning of the impending tsunami, the Dragon Kingdom mobilized all its resources to evacuate those closest to the shoreline. Had it not been for this, the casualties could have been far greater. The formation and occurrence of tsunamis can indeed be predicted. For instance, if there are severe underwater earthquakes occurring deep within the Pacific, coastal nations must calculate and consider whether a tsunami may form, its potential scale, and when it will reach their shores, while also preparing their citizens to respond accordingly. In the previous era, the Dragon Kingdom issued a tsunami warning at 8:10, but initially, no one took it seriously. No one anticipated that tsunami's magnitude would be so great. The same was true for foreign nations. It was not until 9 o'clock that scientists predicted the unprecedented destructive force of the tsunami. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom was the first to react, mobilizing the nation's strength to relocate the populace. Yet even then, it was all too late. I see. Lingxiao's expression relaxed, pride evident in his demeanor. After obtaining the desired data from the observation station, Xiao Ge finally exhaled in relief and immediately notified the Crisis Management Bureau to hold a press conference. At 6:30, the Crisis Management Bureau's inaugural press conference was held ahead of schedule. However, not a single journalist was absent. For all understood that the Crisis Management Bureau's press conferences invariably unveiled significant news, sure to capture the attention of countless individuals. Hualin was present to report on the progress of arrangements concerning the tsunami. After a day of urgent evacuations, the resettlement of citizens within 100 kilometers of the coast has been fully completed, with only a few researchers responsible for tsunami monitoring remaining at the front lines. The tsunami is expected to begin forming at 8 o'clock in the morning, reaching the Dragon Kingdom around 10 o'clock. Interested parties are welcome to follow along. However, my advice is that there is little merit in focusing on the tsunami. Consider it akin to watching a disaster film. As foreign nations have suspended their geological disaster information sharing mechanisms with the Dragon Kingdom, we are unable to share intelligence with other countries. I urge our media friends to remind your nations to prioritize the safety of their citizens. At this moment, many foreign journalists displayed expressions of disappointment. Is it truly necessary to hold a press conference so early, particularly to address matters concerning a tsunami? Is there no one from the Dragon Nation to elucidate the declaration of war made last night? Oh, it seems that only the Dragon Nation believes that a great tsunami will strike today. A journalist inquired. What scientific basis does the Dragon Nation have for its assertion that a tsunami will occur today? Hualin glanced at the reporter, identified as being from the land of the rising sun, and replied, of course, it is based on scientific evidence. Yet, the response felt lacking. Following the press conference, the domestic populace of the Dragon Nation exhibited little concern regarding the tsunami. As Hualin suggested, it is merely a geological disaster. What is there to behold? At this moment, the citizens are far more preoccupied with the construction plans for the circular fortress, the impending announcement of carbon nanotube chips by Longway Corporation, and the future of the nation's sky exploration endeavors. Does the state deceive its people? In the Dragon Nation, there exists a prevailing belief that if the government predicts a tsunami, it is indeed forthcoming. However, what is there to fret over regarding a tsunami? The entire eastern coastal population has been evacuated. Should a tsunami occur, it would result in mere material losses. For as long as one lives, everything can be earned back. Compared to the national sentiment, interest from abroad, particularly on platforms like YouTube, surged significantly. Not long after the press conference concluded, a post titled "Disappointing Press Conference" gained traction. primarily mocking the Dragon Nation's insistence on an impending tsunami. Oh God, who will rescue the Dragon Nation? They are truly beyond salvation. How can one dwell on the thought of a tsunami without suffering in their heart? In truth, I believe a tsunami may very well occur. Consider this. The Dragon Nation has acted in such a manner towards the Maple Leaf Nation, even threatening nuclear warfare. A tsunami could be divine retribution against the Dragon Nation. The previous commenter is astute. Remember the Cold War? When the Stars and Stripes Nation proposed a Star Wars initiative, it terrified the Soviets into action, ultimately leading to their own collapse within a few years. Perhaps the Dragon Nation harbors a similar mindset. The previous commenter continues to exhibit insight, uncovering the truth. Let us impose sanctions upon them. Beyond the general populace, foreign leaders also perceive that the Dragon Nation is inciting global panic through the Tsunami Declaration. Major nations have issued official statements condemning the Dragon Nation for its malicious instigation of fear. The recently emerged from threats of war. Prime Minister Trudeau of the Maple Leaf Nation even made a televised statement affirming that the scheduled sailing competition at 9 o'clock today would proceed as planned, encouraging participants to witness the Dragon Nation's so-called tsunami. The leader of the Stars and Stripes Nation could hardly contain his eagerness on Twitter. In response to the Dragon Nation's provocations, a missile interception test is set to take place in the depths of the Pacific Ocean at 9 o'clock today, with 2 carrier strike groups in attendance. 759 points. Upon reading the leader's tweet, Xiao Ge couldn't help but chuckle. Marshal Longzhan, do you truly believe that the carrier strike groups of the Stars and Stripes Nation can withstand towering waves reaching a height of 100 meters? Dragon War was exuberant, never anticipating that the missile interception system released yesterday possessed such remarkable capabilities. Unable to endure the solitude, the United States was also set to conduct relevant tests. They may proceed with their experiments, yet it is evident that they harbor disbelief in the looming tsunami, as they have mobilized 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, clearly showcasing their might. However, this time, they may find themselves showcasing their solitude instead. It seems they may be unable to withstand what is to come. Chapter 20. The Wave Rider, Su Hongyin. At 8 o'clock a.m., the gravitational observation station was filled with the urgent sound of alarms. It has finally arrived. On the immense screen, a rift in gravity could be seen tearing open at the predicted location. The dimensional portal has been activated. Simultaneously, the seawater within a radius of several thousand meters around the portal was compressed into it. This process lasted approximately 1 minute. Subsequently, the seawater that had been drawn into the portal was expelled once more. This contraction and release occurred entirely unnoticed by the world. However, above the dimensional portal, a colossal vortex had formed at the sea surface. The moment the vortex calmed, a tsunami would ensue. Almost simultaneously, due to the gravitational tidal shifts, the fragile continental plates were torn apart, triggering underwater earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, among other geological disasters. When these events overlapped, the tsunami would become an unstoppable force. Yet, despite the scholars of the Dragon Kingdom issuing warnings about the impending tsunami resulting from the underwater earthquake, it only invited ridicule from foreign nations. In the regions where tectonic plates converge, underwater earthquakes occur dozens to hundreds of times daily. If each instance were to provoke a tsunami, humanity would have long been extinguished. Of course, the disbelief of foreign nations was also rooted in preconceived notions. Since yesterday, the Dragon Kingdom had been incessantly emphasizing the threat of a tsunami, even relocating all coastal residents, a classic case of paranoia. Thus, when the Crisis Management Bureau issued another tsunami warning at 8 o'clock a.m., it once again attracted derision from abroad. Chief Liu, you and everyone at the observation station should depart by helicopter at 9:30. This station is unlikely to withstand the impending disaster. After 8 o'clock, upon confirming the mode of the dimensional portal's activation, Xiao Ge prepared to leave as well. In his previous life, he had merely been aware of the tsunami without investigating the specific causes behind its occurrence. Now, having witnessed it, he felt it would assist him in future decision-making. Shortly after, Xiao Ge departed directly to the beach of a coastal city. Dragon War, puzzled, inquired, Team Leader Xiao, where is Su Hongyin now? Shall we go find her? Recalling Su Hongyin's previous words, Xiao Ge couldn't help but smile wryly. She was likely surfing. At 8:40, Xiao Ge, Dragon War, and others were aboard the helicopter, deliberating on how to locate Su Hongyin. Just then, a widely circulated screenshot of a live video stream appeared before Xiao Ge. Wave Rider. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Hongyin. In the scene, Su Hongyin clutches a surfboard, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment, and then the image freezes. Her position is secured, and all surrounding media must be cleared away. Xiao Ge and Longzhan are preparing to descend. Their movements are classified and must not be exposed. Meanwhile, above the coast of Longhua, numerous helicopters hover, carrying representatives from major media outlets. Additionally, many drones operated by independent content creators are broadcasting live from the coastline. Official media have predicted that a colossal tsunami will strike in 2 hours. Regardless of whether foreign nations believe it, the people of Longhua are convinced. On the beach, what was once a holiday paradise now stands deserted. However, it cannot be said to be entirely empty. Despite the government's evacuation order, some stubborn individuals remain hidden, resolutely refusing to leave. Su Hongyin, however, does not belong to this category. On the 31st, she arrived at the beach and embarked on a swim across the strait, aiming for a deserted island. Of course, she brought her phone along, but somehow, the bag containing it was torn and waterlogged. By the time she reached the island, she discovered that her phone was no longer operational. After spending a day on the island, enjoying a delightful New Year's celebration, she returned. Yet upon her return to the beach, she was utterly bewildered. She briefly doubted whether she had traversed into a post-apocalyptic world. The beach was devoid of life. The entire city was deserted. Isn't that frightening? She had merely gone for a swim, and upon her return, the entire world had fallen silent. Thankfully, upon returning to the empty city, she learned from the television that a tsunami was imminent. Su Hongyin shook her short hair and casually grabbed a drink from an unattended shop, twisting off the cap and gulping it down. Ah, the whole city is mine. Upon discovering the truth, she felt not fear but exhilaration. A tsunami? How thrilling it would be. Her gaze fell upon the surfboard, and she eagerly made her way to the beach. As the sun began to rise, she found herself alone on the beach, accompanied only by the sounds of the ocean and the wind. It was serene. It was splendid. Upon reaching the shore, her excitement grew. Had the tide already receded? And so dramatically. Such an unusual retreat of the tide indicated that a tsunami was indeed approaching. At that very moment, a helicopter flew overhead. She looked up, puzzled as to why a helicopter would be passing by at such a time. Unbeknownst to her, this upward glance was captured by the media. It was a live broadcast. At that instant, millions across the internet were watching Su Hongyin. The comments exploded with enthusiasm. I think I'm falling in love. Is this young lady going to surf? Truly a woman of valor. Wait, why hasn't she evacuated? Is she living in a dream? A brave wave rider. No one knew the name of Su Hongyin. Yet she was labeled by countless netizens after that fleeting glance. However, just as the viewers yearned for another glimpse of the valiant wave rider, the live broadcast abruptly ceased. Unethical media, restore my goddess. Surely, there hasn't been a malfunction? Meanwhile, oblivious to the discussion swirling around her, Su Hongyin observed an aircraft landing steadily before her. A twinge of anxiety gripped her heart as she spotted numerous soldiers within the helicopter through its glass. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that, having failed to evacuate, the military had come to apprehend her? How unjust. It wasn't that she refused to retreat. Rather, by the time she swam back from the sea, this place had already been deserted. As she pondered, soldiers began to disembark from the helicopter, spreading out to secure the area. Wait, this resembled a cinematic style of a grand entrance. Su Hongyin mused again. Before the rotor blades had even ceased their whirring, a towering figure emerged from the helicopter. Ah! Su Hongyin gasped, dropping the surfboard in her hand. The one who descended was none other than her idol, Marshal Longzhan. Trailing behind Longzhan was Xiao Ge, who, upon seeing Su Hongyin, felt tears welling in his eyes. She was alive. How wonderful it was to be alive. In their previous life, during the fourth wave of the insectoid invasion, they had met. Together, they had fought valiantly, enduring the loss of teammates wave after wave. Yet they persevered. When the moment came to decide who would remain behind and manually launch the escape pod, Su Hongyin had aimed her gun at Xiao Ge, insisting he board the pod while she stayed behind. Knowing her temperament, Xiao Ge realized that if he did not comply, she would indeed injure herself to ensure he was forced into the escape pod. Thus, he feigned a malfunction in the pod, coaxing her to assist him in repairs. As she leaned in, he knocked her unconscious and placed her within the pod. After the spacecraft plunged into the black hole, he could still faintly hear her furious shouts. Xiao Ge, you deceitful trickster. How wonderful it was to be alive. But now, Su Hongyin's gaze was solely fixed on Longzhan. Young lady, what are you doing here? Are you unaware that the evacuation order has been issued? You are toying with your life. Suddenly, Su Hongyin felt deflated. I truly did not know. I just swam back from across the sea. She then recounted her heroic exploits. Longzhan listened, his eyes widening in disbelief. This girl certainly knew how to attract trouble. The power of an idol was indeed formidable. Longzhan urged Su Hongyin to cease her surfing and follow him, to which she complied without hesitation, kicking her surfboard aside. Throughout this exchange, Xiao Ge found himself unable to interject. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity to meticulously survey their surroundings. Afterwards, they approached Lingxiao, the dragon marshal, in this region. Once the tsunami subsides, the insectoid creatures are expected to emerge here. We shall wait in this location and commence our capture efforts as soon as the waters recede. Lingxiao had no objections to this plan. However, he inquired whether it was necessary to mobilize additional troops, considering their current strength was limited to just 10 special forces operatives. In contrast, Xiao Ge remained unperturbed, asserting that it was sufficient. Suddenly, Su Hongyin interjected, shouting towards Xiao Ge, "Who are you? You look like a typical recluse. Is this how you address the marshal?" Indeed, Su Hongyin's volatile temper had flared once more. Nevertheless, Xiao Ge chose to disregard her outburst. "Marshal Long, please take her under your wing and ensure she is rigorously trained." Lingxiao nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Su Hongyin, commanding, "You shall enlist in the military." Subsequently, Lingxiao proceeded to explain the crisis posed by the insectoids, deliberately omitting any mention of Xiao Ge's origins from the future or their past camaraderie in a previous life. Had such revelations come from another's lips, Su Hongyin would likely have erupted in fury. Yet, she listened intently to Lingxiao's words. As he spoke further, her countenance grew increasingly troubled, clearly indicating that the acceptance of the impending insectoid invasion was a reality she found difficult to digest. 50 minutes had elapsed since the Dragon Kingdom issued its tsunami warning. During this time, the foreign social media platforms had quieted considerably, primarily due to the reduced presence of scientific and official institutions that had previously mocked the Dragon Kingdom. While derision persisted, it did not preclude foreign monitoring agencies from verifying the tsunami reports, especially after the Dragon Kingdom released pertinent parameters. In the land of the rising sun, a nation frequently beset by tsunamis, there was no mockery following the Dragon Kingdom's warning. Instead, they promptly sought confirmation of the threat. Of course, the United States and other nations that had previously condemned the Dragon Kingdom for inciting panic also took notice. At the Prime Minister's residence, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Seismologists presented their research findings, laying the data before all present, from the Prime Minister to his aides and the Foreign Minister. In that moment, they gazed in disbelief at the information before them. Could it be true that the Dragon Kingdom was correct? Was a massive tsunami indeed imminent? The Prime Minister's face turned ashen as the seismologist solemnly affirmed, "Yes. The Dragon Kingdom has far surpassed us in earthquake warning technology. They accurately predicted this tsunami as early as yesterday." Understanding dawned upon them, and they realized the urgency behind the Dragon Kingdom's swift relocation of 700 million coastal residents. It was this very reason. How foolish it had been for the land of the rising sun to join others in condemning the Dragon Kingdom for inciting panic. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. Desperately, the Prime Minister inquired, "Is it still possible to evacuate the populace at this point?" The seismologist replied with despair, "Every life saved counts, no matter how few. The Eastern nation has issued an evacuation order, mandating all citizens to leave immediately." Following the appointment of a new consul in South Australia, the first order of business is to seek a restoration of diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation. However, all communication channels with the Dragon Nation remain closed to South Australia. If the delay continues for a few more days, there is a fear that the cotton in the harbor may spoil and the lobsters may rot. The consul furrowed his brow upon receiving information from certain channels indicating that the Dragon Nation intends to impose punitive trade measures, seeking to acquire our raw materials at a low price as a precondition for restoring relations. The consul resolved that if it meant reinstating diplomatic ties, he would even be willing to part with some mineral resources. As discussions of trade commenced among the assembly, a seismologist entered with a report. An earthquake measuring 8.55 on the Richter scale had occurred. South Australia has issued a mandate for all citizens in coastal cities to immediately relocate to higher ground. Simultaneously, a tsunami warning has been declared by the new nation, urging all citizens to migrate inland without delay. In the Maple Leaf Nation, sailing competitions are being held with great fervor, drawing crowds of thousands to the coastline for this rare spectacle. Yet Consul True is far from pleased. Why are so many nations issuing tsunami warnings? Could the Dragon Nation's predictions be accurate? Have those friendly nations uncovered something? If so, why have they not shared this information with us? Advisors suggested, "Consul, perhaps we should observe the reactions from the Star-Spangled Nation." At this moment, Consul True began to panic. The nations announcing tsunami warnings are predominantly those along the Pacific coast, which can only imply one thing. The Dragon Nation's forecasts may indeed be correct. However, he had yet to receive precise scientific predictions, leaving him hesitant to issue any proclamations. Meanwhile, the Star-Spangled Nation's 2 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Pacific continued their exercises as scheduled. However, turmoil erupted within the Supreme Leader's office as he expressed his fury. Intelligence from scientists indicated that a massive tsunami had formed and would reach the west coast around 10:30. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Leader updated his perplexing Twitter feed. God will bless the Star-Spangled Nation. Chapter 22. Do not misunderstand. I am not mocking you, but rather, there is no time. God will bless the Star-Spangled Nation. The citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation have likely grown accustomed to the Supreme Leader's anti-intellectual antics, rendering them unfazed. Yet at this moment, the Supreme Leader sat restlessly in the White House. The chief scientific advisor delivered a tsunami warning, confirming a seismic event of 9.1 magnitude had occurred deep in the Pacific. However, for reasons unknown, the initial measurements indicated only 3.6. The disparity between 9.1 and 3.6 is catastrophic versus negligible. What could possibly cause such inaccuracies in seismic data measurement? The scientific advisor could not fathom it, nor could the Supreme Leader. His golden locks had nearly turned silver gray in an instant. The Supreme Leader's brow furrowed as he inquired of his aides. If I were to order an evacuation of the West Coast now, would it impact the election? This year is an election year. The Supreme Leader's ambition is to secure re-election, and every decision must prioritize electoral considerations. After a brief discussion among the chiefs of staff, they concluded that the tsunami would dissipate rapidly, and any decision made at this juncture would inevitably impact the electoral situation. However, ordering an evacuation of the West Coast would yield positive repercussions. The commander-in-chief pondered for a moment before signing the executive order to issue a tsunami warning and mobilize the National Guard for a mandatory evacuation. Any decision conducive to the electoral outcome was deemed worthwhile. At that moment, a senior official from the Pentagon inquired about the missile defense tests in the Pacific. Silence ensued. A profound stillness enveloped the room. The deployment of 2 aircraft carrier battle groups for the test was meant to showcase military strength and affirm confidence in the missile defense technology. Yet now, if feasible, it would be prudent for them to board aircraft and leave. Scientific advisors suggested that the supercomputer models indicated the tsunami waves could potentially exceed 100 meters. The aircraft carriers might not withstand such a force. Coincidentally, at that moment, a call came in from the Canadian Prime Minister inquiring about the tsunami situation. The commander-in-chief had no time to entertain him and abruptly hung up. At 9:20 a.m., deep within the Pacific, the 2 aircraft carrier battle groups sensed something amiss. The missile defense tests had been meticulously arranged, but suddenly, the Ocean Monitoring Department issued a warning that a tsunami was forming and approaching the carrier groups at an unprecedented speed. The captain's eyes turned cold. Why was this only being discovered now? Was it the undersea earthquake previously reported by the Dragon Country? A magnitude 3.6 earthquake could hardly trigger such a colossal tsunami. Incorrect. The captain received news from the homeland stating that due to some unknown reason, the seismic data was erroneous. The true magnitude of the earthquake was a staggering 9.1. The commander-in-chief ordered them to abandon the vessels and evacuate by plane. Just then, a lookout relayed information. A colossal wall was advancing from the north. What wall? It was the towering wave of the tsunami. The captain and crew rushed to the deck. Gazing northward, the entire sea surface appeared to rise infinitely, distorting the skyline. Evacuate. Command all crew members to board the aircraft and leave. The aircraft carriers were unlikely to survive. The live broadcast was abruptly cut off. Originally, this missile defense test was scheduled for global simultaneous transmission. But such apocalyptic scenes could hardly be aired. At 9:40 a.m., the external networks fell eerily silent. By this time, even without scientific data, the towering waves forming in the Pacific were being observed. Images circulated on external networks, with some mistakenly believing it to be mere cinematic effects. The great evacuation began across foreign nations, yet the demand for freedom overshadowed the instinct for survival. During working hours, an evacuation order was suddenly announced. Countries that had issued evacuation mandates faced identical chaos. Without exception, pandemonium ensued. Countless individuals organized protests against the forced evacuation, denouncing dictatorship and clamoring for freedom. As coercive forces began to intervene, the protests escalated into unrest. Arson, robbery, and every conceivable act of destruction have erupted in every corner of the city. Do not evacuate. Absolutely do not evacuate. In the lands of the East, South Australia, the New Nation, the Maple Leaf Country, and the Star-Spangled Nation, nearly every coastal city is engulfed in turmoil. The so-called mandatory evacuations have failed to serve as a deterrent. On the contrary, they have incited chaos. Suddenly, 2 topics surged in popularity on social media platforms. An unprecedented tsunami. The Dragon Kingdom was indeed correct. Do not evacuate, demand freedom. Countless individuals engaged in the discourse, sharing the unexpected tsunami and the ensuing urban unrest. The blazing cities prompted many outsiders to reflect deeply. The tsunami warning issued by the Dragon Kingdom at dawn yesterday came without any prior indication. Over 700 million citizens evacuated in an orderly manner, without any chaos. Did the people of the Dragon Kingdom not question the authenticity of the tsunami warning? Meanwhile, we observed, as calls for evacuation seemed to imply a life-or-death situation, leading to utter disarray within our cities. Surely, the people of the Dragon Kingdom must be laughing at our predicament? Outsiders struggle to comprehend how the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom managed an orderly evacuation involving hundreds of millions. Just as the Dragon Kingdom finds it perplexing that outsiders cannot even execute such a simple task as evacuation. However, to claim that the Dragon Kingdom revels in the misfortunes of outsiders would be somewhat unjust. Drones and helicopters ventured deep over the ocean, broadcasting live as they followed the colossal waves. How often does one witness such a breathtaking spectacle, with such grandeur on display? Who would still concern themselves with the affairs of outsiders? Furthermore, disturbances among outsiders have become commonplace. What is there to behold? My goodness, the Dragon Kingdom demonstrated remarkable foresight, anticipating the tsunami crisis and evacuating all coastal residents. After such a massive tsunami, the entire coastal region is likely to fall silent. I am now curious whether outsiders can still muster a laugh. Earlier, the Crisis Management Bureau stated that we intended to share tsunami warning information with outsiders. Guess what? In a bid to impose sanctions on us, the foreign nations shut down the sharing mechanism themselves. How amusing. Ahem. Please, everyone, quiet down. The show is about to begin. I eagerly anticipate the visual impact of the tsunami's assault. A 100-meter-high wave, aside from the film 2012, which depicted a tsunami submerging the Himalayas. No other movie dares to portray such a scene. January 2nd, 231. The second day following the traditional New Year holiday. Most citizens of the Dragon Kingdom remained home, enjoying free blockbuster films. The trending topic updates revealed that the leading conversation was about the film title, with countless replies following. I propose a straightforward title, The Great Tsunami. Others chimed in with, lacking depth. Behold my crisis management during the Great Tsunami. Yet another remarked, still lacking depth. Consider my eye was careless. There really is a tsunami. On January 2nd, 231, while the people of the Dragon Kingdom stayed home watching free blockbusters, nations beyond the seas were plunged into unprecedented chaos due to the cataclysmic tsunami. The foreign topics on social media updated. How to survive the tsunami. The optimal escape route. Will there be sharks during the tsunami? Where can one acquire a firearm? If one were to kill during a tsunami, would it be considered self-defense? Chapter 23. The Tsunami Strike. A nationwide viewing at 9:50. The Crisis Management Bureau released a tsunami viewing guide, prompting the entire nation of Longwa to enter a mode of collective observation. Even those who had packed their bags and were prepared to rush to the construction site of the circular fortress were able to witness the spectacle of the impending tsunami through a live broadcast. Established plans were set into motion, with officials from the Crisis Management Bureau mobilizing all available resources nationwide. The construction of the circular fortress was scheduled to commence promptly the following day. Meanwhile, at the coastal area, Xiao Ge and his companions could already see the towering waves of the tsunami with the naked eye. Simultaneously, the sea was receding violently, as if it had been suddenly drained. This was a harbinger of the tsunami's imminent arrival. After learning of the Zerg crisis, Su Hongyin took a moment to gather herself and declared, Marshal, I wish to enlist. In the face of this crisis, I want to survive as a warrior, not merely drift through life aimlessly. Long Zhan smiled and nodded in approval. However, Su Hongyin, feeling somewhat bashful, added, Marshal Long, I want to go surfing. Long Zhan's smile abruptly froze. You wish to surf amidst such a tsunami? Are you seeking death? Absolutely not. He retorted sharply. Get on the plane. We must leave. Xiao Ge found Su Hongyin's enthusiasm amusing. Indeed, her character was unmistakably genuine. Only she would be willing to risk everything for the thrill of excitement. The power of an idol is truly formidable, and Su Hongyin reluctantly boarded the plane. Yet, Xiao Ge noticed that she seemed to harbor some discontent towards him, casting him a sulky glare as she took her seat. Little girl, do you have an opinion about me? Xiao Ge inquired directly. Heh, hee. Su Hongyin scoffed. Marshal Long, where did this little brat come from? Did you pick him up on the road? Should I help you educate him? Little brat, you haven't even grown up yourself. Su Hongyin speculated that Xiao Ge had likely experienced a similar fate, discovered by Long Zhan and subsequently informed of the truth regarding the call to enlist. However, she found Xiao Ge's attitude towards the marshal to be exceedingly disrespectful and felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Long Zhan, momentarily at a loss for words, glanced at Xiao Ge. What you two comrades do is beyond my knowledge. You shall handle it yourselves. Xiao Ge blinked. signaling for Long Zhan to refrain from revealing his identity to Su Hongyin. Long Zhan understood and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "From now on, we shall be comrades in battle. Let us not create discord." Oh, Su Hongyin interpreted Long Zhan's words as permission to discipline Xiao Ge and, without hesitation, launched an attack. A left hook followed by a right kick was aimed at Xiao Ge. Yet, Xiao Ge had been prepared, swiftly defending himself. "Young lady, that is quite enough. We have important matters to attend to." Though Xiao Ge remained unperturbed, finding Su Hongyin's exuberance delightful, Long Zhan grew anxious and exclaimed, "Su Hongyin, cease at once. He is the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. What will we do if he gets hurt?" Xiao Ge, without a doubt, Long Zhan's revelation was intentional. A person as astute as he would not inadvertently disclose his identity through a mere slip of the tongue. Su Hongyin found herself momentarily paralyzed. The head of the Crisis Management Bureau, so youthful? She stared at Xiao Ge in astonishment for over 10 seconds, her mind flooded with questions. Was this truly the case? Abruptly, she clenched her fists and retreated to the corner of the plane, her gaze forlornly fixed on the window. Xiao Ge coughed a few times and offered words of comfort. "Little girl, you are still young. Opportunities await you. Keep striving. I have faith in you." Su Hongyin chuckled, albeit sarcastically. Observing that their ages were comparable, she couldn't fathom why Xiao Ge's words sounded so harsh. Never mind, it was not worth provoking. The colossal tsunami surged forth, overwhelming everything in its path. The previously receded waters returned with ferocious intensity, 1,000-fold, 100-fold. Towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, rendered any human construction utterly defenseless. Coastal lighthouses were instantaneously toppled, submerged, and vanished within the torrent. All vessels along the shore, as if endowed with wings, were thrust skyward, soaring to heights of 100 meters, propelled by the monstrous waves towards deserted cities. In coastal cities, even the tallest buildings stood little chance. If people had not evacuated, would they truly find safety even atop those skyscrapers? Yet, could those towering structures withstand the onslaught of such towering waves? Thunderous roars filled the air as the mighty waves crashed into the city. Skyscrapers were swept away, collapsing in an instant, consumed by the deluge. Indeed, it resembled a disaster film, yet without narration, leaving those watching the live helicopter feed utterly astounded. A metropolis with millions was entirely submerged in mere minutes by the colossal waves. Moreover, nothing could impede the tsunami's relentless advance, as it surged inland for dozens of kilometers before finally abating. At this moment, the people of Long Country comprehended why the Crisis Management Bureau mandated the evacuation of individuals within a 100-kilometer coastal radius. What a revelation! Imagine if there had been no evacuation, how many lives would have been lost in that fleeting moment. During the tsunami's assault, the barrage of comments on the live feed ceased entirely. Everyone was left in shock by the spectacle before them. How fortunate we are to have been born in Long Country, allowing us to escape this calamity. Had we only issued the tsunami warning today, could the 700 million along the coast have evacuated? The Crisis Management Bureau truly embodies the essence of crisis management, and now one understands the purpose behind its establishment. Brothers, let us ensure that today's trending topics honor the Crisis Management Bureau. It has safeguarded 700 million citizens of Long Country. The tsunami's assault, unlike other natural disasters, was swift. The astonishing waves swept in and, within approximately 10 minutes, all was over. As the tsunami's fury subsided, tranquility returned to the waves impacting Long Country. The waters began to recede, and this process unfolded with far more serenity. The helicopter carrying Xiao Ge soared to the heart of the city, landing atop a skyscraper. After the cataclysmic tsunami, whispers of mysterious sea monsters began to circulate within the city, creatures of the insectoid variety. The mission assigned to Xiao Ge and his team was to capture these entities, initiating research to uncover their vulnerabilities and devise corresponding weaponry. Special forces, follow me. Pilots, prepare for immediate takeoff. Su Hongyin, remain on the rooftop. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ge signaled for them to commence their hunt for the insectoids. While Su Hongyin might evolve into a formidable hunter of these creatures in the future, she was, for the moment, too frail. The insectoids thrived on the weak, systematically targeting the vulnerable among humanity. Should Su Hongyin join this squad, she would undoubtedly become the prime target for the insectoids' assault. Xiao Ge was unwilling to take such a risk. Chapter 24. Can't you even copy homework? In a mere half hour, several massive waves had already surged past following the tsunami. The Dragon Kingdom had endured, yet the initial onslaught of waves had only just reached Maple Leaf Country. Along the coastline, the final stages of a sailing competition were underway. At this juncture, the event organizers received a call from high-ranking officials in Maple Leaf Country, confirming that a tsunami was imminent and urging the organizers to evacuate the crowd. But was there still time? The organizer, glancing out the window, beheld a sea that seemed to have risen to the heavens. Countless sailors had, in that moment, transformed into surfers. The first wave, towering at a height of 100 meters, approached. Tens of thousands of spectators on the beach turned in terror towards the ocean, as the colossal wave silently advanced amidst their cries of alarm. The next instant, screams erupted along the shoreline. Help! A massive tsunami is coming. Hadn't the leader claimed there would be no tsunami? Hadn't they said the Dragon Kingdom was merely inciting panic? Who could explain what that phenomenon was? Someone help me. Save me. Could one outrun a tsunami on foot? With a thunderous roar, the tumultuous waves descended, obliterating the coastal town and engulfing thousands in an instant. Perhaps a few would survive, but the odds were slim. Maple Leaf Country is not alone in its coastal cities along the Pacific. Similar tragedies were unfolding across various locales. In the Star-Spangled Nation, the most developed cities along the Pacific coast faced imminent peril. The evacuation orders were issued far too late. It was already past 9 o'clock in the Dragon Kingdom, coinciding with peak commuting hours. Many found themselves trapped in traffic, and when warned of the impending tsunami, chaos ensued in what were once heralded as beacons of civilization. Even those wishing to escape were ensnared in gridlock, unable to flee. At last, the horrifying spectacle arrived. The tsunami rolled across the Pacific like a looming curtain, inexorably approaching the mainland. In its initial moments of entry into the city, many were still engaged in their struggles for freedom. The Star-Spangled Nation had masterfully captured the essence of disaster in their cinematic portrayals, with some asserting their CGI effects were so realistic they could deceive the eye. Yet, this time, no effects were needed. The tsunami before them was palpably real. In that instant, everything was laid to waste. When the populace became aware of the impending tsunami, it was already too late to seek refuge. The only chance for survival lay in their frantic ascent to higher ground. Even the capital of the United States was not spared, as the relentless waves engulfed it. The commander-in-chief could only take to Air Force One to express his thoughts on Twitter, issuing a trio of urgent tweets. I stand in solidarity with the afflicted. Someone must be held accountable for this catastrophe. Dragon Country, Dragon Country, Dragon Country. They were well aware of the tsunami, yet chose not to share this vital information with us. Before this, they even attempted to instigate war. However, this time, even the citizens of the United States could no longer remain passive. The commander-in-chief's tweets were shared by countless individuals, leading to an avalanche of comments that echoed their frustrations. If you have the courage to speak, then don't hide in Air Force One. Come down and address us. Indeed, accountability is crucial. It was the very leader of the White House and Pentagon who first mocked the warnings of Dragon Country. I just counted online. Since yesterday, Dragon Country has mentioned the tsunami 7 times, each time concluding their press briefings with cautions for other nations to prepare. Yet, the commander-in-chief accused them of inciting panic, leading everyone to believe they were attempting to deceive us. Enough of this. I just learned that while we, in our nations, were devising ways to escape the tsunami, the people of Dragon Country were comfortably at home, sipping drinks and watching television, treating the tsunami as a free disaster film. The external platforms like YouTube and Twitter fell silent. How could a catastrophe, which they regarded as a nightmare and which had claimed the lives of millions, be perceived by the citizens of Dragon Country as mere entertainment, enjoying drinks and peanuts while watching? How could there be such a stark disparity in the collective response of nations? Yet, can we truly blame Dragon Country? They had issued warnings over 30 hours in advance and evacuated over 700 million of their coastal citizens. Yet, nations beyond their borders remained skeptical. Could they not even complete their assignments? Dragon Country had meticulously outlined the necessary actions, but others stubbornly refused to heed their guidance, opting not to follow the path of the diligent. Whom can we hold accountable for this? The tsunami has since passed, yet all countries within the Pacific region, except for Dragon Country, faced devastating repercussions. Nations such as South Australia and New Zealand, situated in the southern hemisphere, fared somewhat better due to their distance from the epicenter, allowing them a delayed arrival of the tsunami. Thus, their citizens, witnessing the devastation in other countries, chose to evacuate, albeit too late. Loss of life was inevitable. Even that brief interval could have saved many. As the tsunami receded, all nations turned their primary focus to disaster relief efforts within their borders. Time quietly slipped away. Arriving at 11 o'clock, the waves of the tsunami had surged swiftly and receded just as rapidly. In the wake of this sudden calamity, the citizens of foreign nations began to feel an unsettling sense of something amiss, as if a crucial element was conspicuously absent. On YouTube, amidst a contemplative silence, someone suddenly proposed a topic. Where are the international disaster relief teams? After a brief moment of quiet, Another individual unearthed images from previous catastrophic events and shared them in the discussion. In the past, when countries faced calamities, the citizens of the United States would promptly dispatch military aid, while the people of the Dragon Nation would swiftly send medical rescue teams. Why then have we yet to hear of any medical teams being dispatched from the Dragon Nation? An awkward silence ensued once more, until someone, after deep reflection, began to respond. The previous commenter is correct. As a major power, a responsible one at that, and the nation least affected by this tsunami, the Dragon Nation should assume its rightful obligation to provide support to other countries in need. I concur. The Dragon Nation ought to send rescue teams to assist other nations rather than remain a passive observer. Following the tsunami, the Crisis Management Bureau held a scheduled press conference. It was noted that various foreign nations had suffered immense losses and devastation due to the tsunami, and condolences were expressed for the deceased. The Dragon Nation pledged to closely monitor the subsequent recovery efforts in the affected countries and regions, sincerely wishing for their swift recovery and return to normalcy. The press conference concluded rather succinctly. Hualin, having finished her remarks, intended to depart without preparing to address any questions from reporters. Yet, certain journalists were evidently unwilling to let the opportunity pass. Huaxia, may I inquire how many medical rescue teams the Dragon Nation plans to dispatch to assist the afflicted countries with their medical needs, and when will they be sent? This question came from a reporter from the newly established country in the South Pacific. We offer our moral support for the ongoing rescue efforts in all nations, and the people of the Dragon Nation extend their best wishes to you, she replied. But what use is moral support at this juncture? What is needed now is tangible material assistance. What good are your best wishes? At this moment, it became evident that only the Dragon Nation could mobilize medical personnel swiftly to the disaster-stricken areas for aid, and that is precisely what they sought. Perceiving the underlying implication in Hua Lin's words, a reporter from the United States interjected. Is the Dragon Nation really opting to turn a blind eye to the plight of nations in distress? As one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, this is a responsibility the Dragon Nation must uphold. The question was no longer an inquiry, but an accusation. Hua Lin had initially wished to remain silent. Yet the relentless pursuit of the reporter compelled her to respond with raised eyebrows. Her smile remained irresistibly charming. Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? I'm sorry, but the Dragon Nation does not play the role of the farmer. Moreover, allow me to remind you. Do not attempt to impose moral obligations on the Dragon Nation. It is futile. To claim that the Dragon Nation is neglecting its duty to provide aid is to misinterpret responsibility. In the past, Hua Lin might have acquiesced to such sentiments. But having learned from Xiao Ge about the foreign nation's intentions to manipulate the insect race to harm 2 million Dragon Nation soldiers, her resolve had only strengthened. In the Dragon Nation, attempts at moral coercion are ineffectual. Chapter 25, Acquisition of Insect Corpses. Conspiracy for Ezhou Island 1100. Coastal city of the Dragon Nation. In both domestic and international realms, Xiao Ge finds himself in a state of uncertainty. It is imperative to remain vigilant against the potential threat of the insectoid race that may be lurking within the city. If it were merely Xiao Ge alone, the situation might be manageable. However, Longzhan and these special forces have never encountered such creatures. Xiao Ge fears they may suffer dire consequences should a confrontation arise. They have been scouring the desolate city for half an hour now. At present, the streets are plagued by puddles ranging from 1 to 2 meters deep in the slightest depressions. Indeed, amidst the seawater, fish can be found. And they have even spotted a small shark. The insectoid race can be perceived as an exaggerated manifestation of insects, magnified countless times. Their senses, auditory capabilities, offensive prowess, and defensive systems are similarly enhanced. While they have yet to encounter the insectoids, Xiao Ge begins to impart essential knowledge about these beings. A multitude of weapons can effectively eliminate the insectoids: firearms, melee weapons, laser weaponry, and more. The insectoids possess an uncanny ability to detect the weakest individual within an enemy group. Thus, they will invariably target the frailest first. This underscores the necessity of teamwork. Mutual protection is crucial, and one must avoid engaging the insectoids in isolated combat. Should one find themselves alone and weaponless in the presence of these creatures, the best course of action is to lie still, arms and legs spread wide, feigning death, which may greatly increase the chance of survival. As Xiao Ge elucidates these points, Marshal Longzhan, positioned at the forefront of the group, suddenly halts, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. Although he is a seasoned individual accustomed to grand spectacles, his voice trembles as he posits a reckless notion. What if one were to provoke the insectoids with a stone? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge responds gravely, deeming it perhaps the most perilous action imaginable. Approaching Longzhan, He follows his gaze to the street corner ahead, where a 3-meter-tall insectoid stands, moving sluggishly, as if injured by a recent tsunami. Its mandibles twitch, indicating it is gathering information from its surroundings. It is a solitary insectoid. So engrossed is it in its task that it fails to notice a woman on the 3rd floor behind it, clutching a stone, preparing to strike. Xiao Ge realizes. It's Su Hongyin. Wasn't she at the rooftop with the helicopter? How did she end up here? He wants to shout for her to refrain from throwing the stone. But it is too late. The stone lands squarely on the insectoid's fin-like appendage. Enraged, the creature pivots and charges directly towards Su Hongyin. Momentarily stunned, she quickly flees into the building. Open fire. Concentrate your firepower on the insectoid's claws to incapacitate its mobility. Xiao Ge commands the special forces to engage. Gunfire erupts throughout the street. The special forces, handpicked by Long Zhan, exhibit remarkable courage in the face of the unknown insectoids, displaying neither fear nor hesitation. Stay cautious in close quarters. The insectoid's claws possess immense strength capable of tearing a human asunder. Xiao Ge warns while simultaneously fighting. Do not concern yourself with Su Hongyin for the time being. She is undoubtedly safe within the building. A creature towering 3 meters high, with 6 appendages scuttling across the ground and 2 clawed limbs poised like blades in an offensive stance. This is the Zerg. The bullets proved effective, perforating the creature's body and allowing green ichor to ooze forth, the very essence of its lifeblood. Boom. Before long, under the relentless assault, the Zerg collapsed, rendered motionless. The Special Forces members, emboldened by this victory, approached to inspect the carcass of the creature. Yet, Xiao Ge roared, return at once. Are you seeking your demise? He halted his comrades and cautiously advanced toward the Zerg's remains. Suddenly, the corpse stirred violently, lunging at Xiao Ge. Anticipating this, he swiftly fired several rounds directly at the creature's head, ensuring it was unequivocally deceased. Remember, the Zerg are cunning adversaries. It had merely feigned death, awaiting an opportunity to ambush. This particular creature must have been injured, otherwise, it would not have succumbed so easily. Everyone stared in astonishment at Xiao Ge and the lifeless body, as well as at Su Hongyin, who had emerged from the building. She had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Weren't you supposed to remain by the helicopter? How did you come down here? Where are the others? Xiao Ge questioned, exasperated that the young girl had nearly jeopardized herself. It seemed Su Hongyin was reluctant to explain. In a previous life, she had recounted to Xiao Ge her first encounter with the Zerg in Haiqing, where she had thrown a stone and subsequently found herself pursued by the creatures. Oh, I got lost. I was searching for my way back when I stumbled upon this creature. It must be a Zerg, right? Spare me. You can't possibly be lost. Xiao Ge replied with a sigh. He turned to Long Zhan and remarked, Commander, we must emphasize obedience in her training moving forward. Absolutely. Soon after, the Special Forces called for a helicopter to transport the Zerg's carcass, and they decided to take Su Hongyin along as well. Let us see how you manage to come down next time. This time, we'll deliver you directly to the military base. After vanquishing the Zerg, Xiao Ge noted the disdainful expressions from his fellow soldiers. It appeared they viewed the Zerg as less formidable, believing that sufficient firepower could suppress them. However, it would be folly to underestimate the Zerg. The creature they had just encountered was merely injured. Contemplating this, Xiao Ge resolved to caution everyone. Emerging from 6,000 meters beneath the sea, swept ashore by colossal waves, the Zerg still lived and fought. This should provide a preliminary understanding of their resilience. The streets fell silent once more, as the realization dawned upon all. A creature capable of surviving such extreme conditions would surely arrive in swarms in the future. The previous complacency dissipated instantly. While the exact number of Zerg within the city remained uncertain, Xiao Ge was resolute in his mission to train. Ideally, he aspired to capture a few Zerg alive, providing everyone with the opportunity for hands-on training, thereby igniting their motivation. However, contrary to expectations, the utilization of drones for patrolling the city skies ultimately led to the discovery of 5 identical insectoid creatures, thwarting the plan for their capture. The insectoids within the city had become exceedingly sensitive due to injuries sustained during the tsunami, rendering any approach impossible. Even if one dared to approach, the creatures would immediately descend into a frenzy. Reluctantly, Long Zhan and his special forces could only resort to hunting them down one by one. As Lu Yilin had remarked, the insectoids were still experimenting with stabilizing the dimensional portal. Only when it opened would the true arrival of the insectoids commence. With the corpses of these creatures at hand, the development of genetic weapons was certainly feasible, potentially providing an efficient solution to deal with these pests. After slaying the 5th insectoid, the cleanup of the city was completed, and an idea dawned upon Long Zhan. Could it be that humanity would remain unaware of the potential of genetic weapons in the future? Xiao Ge gently shook his head. Declaring that it was impossible, scientists had previously deduced that any genetic weapon capable of exterminating the insectoids would also annihilate every carbon-based life form on Earth. This implied that scientists from a past era had indeed developed a genetic weapon capable of eradicating the insectoids that had descended upon Earth. Yet humanity ultimately chose to abandon it to avoid self-destruction. Longzhan acquiesced, pretending he had said nothing. Thus, while it might be feasible to eradicate a swarm of insectoids with genetic weapons, the cost would be the extinction of humanity. Nevertheless, utilizing the insectoid corpses to create more efficient means of extermination was certainly achievable. The Dragon Kingdom boasted the most brilliant scientists in the world. They could undoubtedly accomplish this. Xiao Ge glanced at the time. It was already 4:00 p.m. on the 2nd. He was surprised it had become so late. We must return. There are numerous matters awaiting our attention in the capital. Many issues. For instance, the reclamation of Ezhou Island. The conclusion of the tsunami presented the optimal opportunity for reclaiming Ezhou Island, and Xiao Ge certainly would not relent. Furthermore, the retrieval of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens scattered beyond the realm must not leave a single individual behind. Chapter 26. Carbon Nanotube Chip Release. Call for sanctions upon returning to the capital. It was already 7:00 p.m. Representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Trade approached immediately. Leader Xiao, you have finally returned. During your absence, numerous incidents targeting the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom occurred beyond our borders. At around 3:00, alliances of foreign nations, including the Star-Spangled Nation, announced an escalation of sanctions against our chips. The head of the Foreign Affairs Department began enumerating a lengthy list of events. Indeed, foreign nations are capable of stirring up trouble. The rationale behind the heightened sanctions on chips was that the Dragon Kingdom had concealed facts prior to the tsunami, resulting in significant losses for many countries. Additionally, post-tsunami, the Dragon Kingdom failed to provide humanitarian assistance to other nations. Xiao Ge smiled, choosing not to comment. Regardless of what the Dragon Kingdom did, foreign nations always found reasons to instigate conflict. The details of this latest escalation in chip sanctions revealed a comprehensive and all-encompassing blockade, even extending to carbon nanotube chip technology that had yet to be commercialized. In essence, the focus is on the development of carbon nanotechnology in Longwa. It is evident that foreign nations aim to divert the domestic turmoil caused by the tsunami. Among them, the Star-Spangled Nation has taken the most audacious steps, with its leader even accusing the people of Longwa of being an Eastern calamity, deliberately inciting racial animosity. The attacks against the long-descendant populace began with the Star-Spangled Nation. Mr. Yan, Dr. Yan, the escalation of sanctions on our chip technology by foreign countries, what impact will it truly have? This is a matter of concern for Xiao Ge. Upon returning to Longwa, Yin wasted no time. Revitalizing the entire project, he hastened to the Crisis Management Bureau. He is the project lead for carbon nanotechnology, the linchpin of the entire initiative. It seems foreign nations are acutely aware of his significance, hence their attempts to capture him. Yin had heard that the head of the Crisis Management Bureau was even younger than he, and though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback upon meeting Xiao Ge. The young man, appearing merely a teenager, could easily be mistaken for a middle school student. Yet, at such a tender age, he commands Longwa with a decisive and efficient demeanor that is truly astonishing. The carbon nanotechnology is pivotal to all subsequent plans. He would even go so far as to instigate nuclear war to rescue Yanyu. Even as the protagonist, Yanyu couldn't help but admire the situation internally. How splendid. He then cleared his throat, refraining from unnecessary words. The carbon nanotechnology project, undertaken by Longwei Company in utmost secrecy, relies entirely on domestic suppliers. Regardless of how foreign nations attempt to blockade us, it has no bearing on our endeavors. Thus, from the inception of the project, Longwei Company has completely decoupled from foreign influences. From research and development to production, there is no financial connection to foreign nations. This exemplifies the backbone of our nation and the confidence of our country. Given this, the press conference will proceed as planned. Concerning the issue of the foreign long-descendant populace being oppressed, a proclamation entitled Notice to the Overseas Descendants of Longwa will be released tomorrow, urging everyone to return and contribute to the nation's reconstruction. Xiao Ge paused and stated that anyone who returns before the borders are sealed shall be considered a citizen of Longwa. Those who do not return simply signify that their ties to Longwa have come to an end. This time, Yanyu brings not merely the research proposal for carbon nanotechnology, but rather a production plan. This means that with today's announcement, production can commence as early as tomorrow. Observing the personnel from the Ministry of Trade, Xiao Ge was about to speak when a representative from the ministry voiced their thoughts first. presently developed global procurement plans are unlikely to materialize in the Pacific region in the short term, as the tsunami has devastated nearly all port cities. However, nations along the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic coast are keen on trade. Nonetheless, these countries have agreed to supply us with a significant amount of raw materials in a short time frame, with conditions attached to food supplies. They seek to acquire our fusion nuclear power technology. Consequently, we intend to refuse. Xiao Ge immediately responded with enthusiasm. Of course, agree. Let them transport the raw materials to us. Conditional trade has never been a source of concern for Xiao Ge. He has now informed those nations that as long as cargo ships depart from the port before noon tomorrow, they can enter into contracts for the introduction of fusion nuclear power technology. The Minister of Trade was momentarily taken aback. Are we truly going to sign? Certainly. And they may proceed as they wish. 6 months later, when the Zerg crisis descends, who will remember those contracts? And even if they do, what of it? Xiao Ge has no intention of exporting the fusion nuclear power technology. Deceiving the unwary is a wisdom passed down from our ancestors. On October 1910, the press conference was held as scheduled. This time, 2 distinguished guests attended the Crisis Management Bureau press conference, Ren Jingfei and his son, Ren Yu. It is likely that few among the live viewers were unfamiliar with them. Even those who did not know Ren Yu would have recognized him following the harrowing threats of war experienced yesterday. A man capable of provoking the Dragon Nation into nuclear warfare must possess extraordinary abilities beyond his expertise in carbon nanotechnology. All the journalists were eager to discover what he would reveal today. The centerpiece of today's press conference was none other than Ren Yu, with Xiao Ge's consent. A special press conference was convened in his name under the auspices of the Crisis Management Bureau. Surely, the reporters were curious about what he would discuss in the wake of yesterday's fierce battle. Ren Yu displayed the prepared materials on the screen. I am a pure scientist, a researcher of carbon nanotechnology, and today I shall speak of the carbon nanotechnology chips that Longwei Company has commenced production of. Those familiar with my work will recall that I previously stated that once carbon nanotechnology chips emerge, traditional silicon wafer chips will become obsolete. The machinery required for producing carbon nanotechnology chips will cost a mere 1/20th of that of lithography and etching machines. Furthermore, the operational efficiency of carbon nanotechnology chips will be 100 times that of silicon wafer chips. Today, Longwei Company officially unveils the Longxin carbon nanotechnology chips, which will permanently and gratuitously support every initiative of the Crisis Management Bureau. Subsequently, Ren Yu demonstrated the Longxin carbon nanotechnology chips before the gathered journalists. The operational data clearly indicated that the efficiency indeed reached an astonishing 100 times that of silicon wafer chips. Simultaneously, Ren Yu elaborated on the state of the carbon nanotechnology chip industry chain and its prospective applications. The carbon nanotechnology chips from Longwei Company are not merely products of the laboratory. They are fully prepared to supplant silicon wafer chips across the board. From mobile devices to computers and supercomputers, wherever chips are utilized, they can be applied. The journalists present at the press conference remained silent for an extended moment, as the news was overwhelmingly astonishing. Everyone realized that this technology would not only disrupt the current chip industry landscape, but also transform the world at large. It was only then that the reporters comprehended why the Dragon Nation would go to the lengths of nuclear warfare to rescue Ren Yu. At this juncture, Ren Jingfei took the microphone. Known for his decisive actions and unwavering resolve, he stated, "Let me clarify. Carbon nanotechnology chips will be prioritized for all of the Dragon Nation's needs before any exports to friendly nations." A journalist promptly inquired, "How do we determine which nations are friendly?" Ren Jingfei may appear to smile, yet his heart harbors a different sentiment. Can you not discern between friends and foes? In Western Europe lies ASML, the world's largest lithography machine company, headquartered in the Land of Roses. The executives of ASML once boldly proclaimed that even if they were to share the blueprints of their lithography machines with the Dragon Nation, it would be impossible for them to manufacture such machines. Today is a fortuitous day. The sanctions imposed on the Dragon Nation's lithography machines and chip industry have had no impact on ASML. After all, they solely produce lithography machines, which are sold to various chip foundries, and the major chip foundries are not located on the mainland of the Dragon Nation. Today's newly announced sanctions will undoubtedly render the Dragon Nation incapable of developing lithography machines indefinitely, thereby further solidifying ASML's monopolistic position. Alas, the senior executives are convening a celebratory meeting. What ASML fears most is not the sanctions, but the Dragon Nation's nationwide efforts to develop lithography machines. At that moment, a secretary burst in, visibly alarmed, exclaiming that the Dragon Nation's Longwei Company has officially launched their carbon nanotechnology chip. As the secretary distributed the materials to each board member, 10 minutes later, The faces in the conference room turned ashen. No one understood the implications of Longwei's press conference better than they did. It was indeed fortuitous that all board members were present today. I propose we shift the meeting's focus to discuss the company's transformation. The Dragon Nation has unveiled carbon nanotechnology chips, and the world's largest lithography machine manufacturer is preparing for a transformation. Chapter 27. In the Dragon Nation. Every individual is crucial. Is transformation truly necessary? After all, we possess years of technological accumulation. Even if the Dragon Nation has entered the era of carbon nanotechnology chips, surely we can still partake in the bounty. Partake in the bounty? You may not be aware of Rin Jingfei's character. He is one who repays grievances tenfold. Previously, when Longwei faced sanctions while producing mobile phones, they ultimately sold the company, and we contributed significantly to that outcome. That was all due to pressure from the Star-Spangled Nation, which the Dragon Nation is surely aware of. The entire executive team at ASML is in disarray. A similar scene unfolds among their downstream foundries, with disputes, doubts, and a desperate search for survival. Many multinational companies have since stepped forward to issue statements, claiming that their prior sanctions against Longwei were coerced, and they never intended to damage their amicable relations with Longwei. A post on YouTube caught attention, titled, "After the Tsunami. Am I the only one who knows that the technological level of the Dragon Nation has far surpassed ours?" To summarize, the Dragon Nation accurately predicted the tsunami's occurrence over 30 hours in advance. While we remained oblivious, they announced the commencement of constructing fusion power plants. While we were still dreaming, they have leaped into the era of carbon nanotechnology chips, while we languished in slumber. In light of this, what other technologies do you think the Dragon Nation is concealing? Countless replies followed the post. Never attempt to gauge the Eastern ancient nation with a history of 5,000 years through the lens of our own 200 years. The Dragon Nation grows increasingly formidable amidst sanctions, leaving one to ponder the rationale behind such measures. Are you also idle? I find myself amidst the aftermath of a catastrophic tsunami, where we are in dire need of assistance and medical teams. The discourse surrounding the current technological prowess of the Dragon Nation has ignited a fervent debate online. Meanwhile, governments worldwide are confronted with a more pressing reality, the grim tally of casualties. In the land of the rising sun, the Prime Minister's office has deliberated on the matter of carbon nanotube chips, realizing that Japan may soon be subjected to a technological blockade by the Dragon Nation. While there may be room for negotiation in the future, the reports of casualties from various regions must be updated in real time. Japan, having been one of the first nations to issue a tsunami warning, finds its Prime Minister rendered speechless upon witnessing the staggering casualty figures. The current estimate stands at 920,000, a preliminary count, with the numbers expected to rise further. The injured are countless. Indeed, many coastal fishing villages have lost all communication in the wake of the tsunami, with scientists estimating that the chances of survival for these communities are bleak. The final death toll could potentially exceed 1.5 million. The Prime Minister's hair turned notably grayer in an instant. It is time for a national mourning. As Prime Minister, I must take responsibility. The tsunami demands accountability. Aligning with the United States to condemn the Dragon Nation for concealing tsunami information may temporarily sway public opinion, but once the fervor subsides, the truth will inevitably reveal itself as a fragile facade. In South Australia, the newly appointed leader grapples with the emerging casualty figures reported in their national news. 330,000. Even the capital has been completely submerged, forcing the leader to retreat inland. A national mourning is declared. During the tenure of the previous leader, numerous sanctions against the Dragon Nation were enacted, yet in light of the current calamity, these measures appear laughable. South Australia, now incapable of self-reconstruction post-tsunami, finds that only the Dragon Nation can provide salvation. The new leader, having served as an ambassador to the Dragon Nation in earlier years, possesses a nuanced understanding of the situation. One advisor inquires, "Leader, cannot we seek assistance from the United States?" The leader, furrowing his brow in contemplation, reflects on an old saying from the Dragon Nation: "A clay Buddha cannot protect itself while crossing a river." The United States, at present, resembles that very clay Buddha, stranded in the river's center. In the United States, the Supreme Leader has just updated his Twitter. The drawbacks of carbon nanotube technology are numerous and lacking market validation. It would be utterly irresponsible to promote it commercially. My good brother Jonathan's company has announced qualitative advancements in carbon nanotube technology. At this juncture, his advisors urge him to officially announce the casualty figures. However, upon seeing that number, 1.33 million, he hesitates. The entire West Coast has been obliterated. Will the loss of 1.33 million votes impact his electoral prospects? At this moment, The Supreme Leader is most concerned with how many of those votes were cast in his favor, given that the West Coast has traditionally been his stronghold. Advisors, I find myself utterly disinclined to engage in conversation at this moment. Even a mere thought would reveal that displaying any semblance of proactivity now would surely cause even the most ambivalent states to shift dramatically. Just as the Supreme Leader hesitated, a university disclosed the precise number of casualties, making it public knowledge. The United States emerged as the sole nation along the Pacific coast not to have officially announced the death toll. The Supreme Leader faced yet another wave of public condemnation. Even within the military, high-ranking officials openly criticized the Supreme Leader's ignorance. Due to his insistence on conducting missile defense tests, the military suffered the catastrophic loss of 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. Frankly, the United States has incurred a loss of over half its military strength in the Pacific. No, it is nearly obliterated. The colossal tsunami ravaged the shores of the Pacific, destroying Pearl Harbor, Guam, and more. The military forces stationed in the Pacific will be incapable of combat readiness in the foreseeable future. In Maple Leaf Nation, Prime Minister Trudeau's emotions were particularly complex. 78,000. At the sailboat race venue, nearly 70,000 souls, without a single survivor. Domestically, voices have begun to rise against him. Had he not insisted on hosting the sailboat race to disprove the Dragon Nation's so-called tsunami rumors, such a tragedy could have been averted. As for the carbon nanotube chips released by the Dragon Nation, the Maple Leaf Nation might as well forget about it. They stand no chance. What should be done? Should we communicate further with the Supreme Leader? The advisor who suggested this lacked conviction. If only the Supreme Leader were reliable. The Maple Leaf Nation could have issued a tsunami warning at least 50 minutes in advance, potentially saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Should we perhaps lower our heads before the Dragon Nation? Everyone knows the Dragon Nation excels in infrastructure. The tsunami devastated everything along the Pacific coast. Only the Dragon Nation can swiftly undertake reconstruction. In the year 1955, the nations beyond the seas were engulfed in grief. The death toll from this tsunami was staggering. At such a time, it is inappropriate to blame anyone. We can only mourn the departed. Yet, a message emerged from the Dragon Nation, igniting a previously silent online community. The Dragon Nation also mourned the victims of the tsunami. Moreover, the announcement came from the Crisis Management Bureau. In this unprecedented catastrophe, a young hero has left us. His name was Wang Chong, a native of Pingxing. He perished beneath the waves while attempting to rescue an elderly individual struck by debris, forever lost to the depths. In honor of his sacrifice, the Crisis Management Bureau declared a nationwide moment of silence for 3 minutes, during which all citizens, regardless of their location or acquaintance with the hero, were invited to join in remembrance. Wang Chong will eternally reside in our hearts. At precisely 2:00 p.m., the Dragon Nation came to a complete standstill. With a population of 2.3 billion, individuals across the nation closed their eyes to pay tribute to this hero. Such a scene, when transmitted beyond the borders, ignited a frenzy online. Are the people of the Dragon Nation unhinged? They mourn a single death while we have lost millions without such displays of sorrow. I support the sentiment above. The Dragon Nation must be reveling in our discomfort. Behold our Supreme Leader, who remains concealed in some unknown location, deliberating on how to impose sanctions on the Dragon Nation and secure re-election. The death of one individual is treated as though it were the demise of hundreds of thousands. What on earth is happening in this country? In 2005, the Crisis Management Bureau issued an official obituary. The world only remembers the final phrase. In the Dragon Nation, every life is of monumental significance. Here, we undertake but one endeavor, to exhaust all efforts to safeguard every individual. Chapter 28, The Initiative, the plan commences. As the Crisis Management Bureau disseminated news externally, Xiao Ge was urgently formulating a recovery plan with the military. Thanks to prior preparations, our warships and submarines had already been equipped to evade danger, resulting in minimal losses. Once hostilities commence, we would be positioned and ready in the shortest possible time. The staff needed to promptly comprehend the current situation. According to satellite surveillance data, the influence of foreign powers in the Pacific region had been significantly diminished. Even if they wished to intervene militarily, they would find themselves powerless. However, the surrounding international environment would become exceedingly complex, particularly concerning the Stars and Stripes Nation, which would likely exploit this situation for its own agenda. This has not been a novel strategy for the Stars and Stripes Nation. Whenever domestic issues arise that cannot be suppressed, they will undoubtedly shift focus onto the Dragon Nation. The most effective means to irritate the Dragon Nation would be through arms exports, selling aircraft today, missiles tomorrow, and submarines the day after. Indeed, for the majority of the time, the Stars and Stripes Nation has used this region as a scapegoat. exporting weapons at exorbitant prices, many of which are simply outdated equipment of their own. We need not concern ourselves with external circumstances. We must focus on our own preparedness. Xiao Ge stated. The military has informed me that you believe the most opportune time to initiate combat is when? Longzhan pondered for a moment before replying. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon would be ideal. He had previously mentioned that the substitute plan was underway, prompting the relocation of over 20 million citizens, marking the beginning of the initiative. However, the impact of the tsunami had considerably slowed troop mobilization and delayed the transportation of supplies and munitions. Achieving readiness before 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon would already be an extraordinary feat. Too slow, Xiao Ge remarked, visibly dissatisfied. General Long, I want all discordant voices silenced before dawn tomorrow. Can the military accomplish this? Longzhan, known for his decisive actions, was taken aback as he gazed at Xiao Ge in astonishment. Could the military truly execute all plans overnight? Although Longzhan remained silent, a staff officer interjected, Leader Xiao, many military units have yet to be deployed, and even our operatives have suffered losses due to the tsunami. One night is far too hasty, should any information leak. No one can predict how the leader of the Stars and Stripes nation might react. Xiao Ge's expression turned grave. Then let the Supreme Commander remain oblivious. I intend to achieve our objectives before the foreign nations can react. He paused, seemingly recalling something that irked him greatly. The fact that his own territory had to consider the whims of foreign powers was utterly humiliating. Upon hearing this, Longzhan resonated deeply with his sentiment. Resolutely, he declared, very well. The military can make it happen. The press conference scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning will undoubtedly seize the headlines globally. Excellent. This was precisely the response Xiao Ge desired. Longzhan continued. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there exists a list of traitors and collaborators. Even during the catastrophic tsunami, their movements were meticulously monitored, making their disappearance a trivial task. This is the foundation of my confidence. Our operatives will promptly sever all ties with foreign entities. Given the tsunami's impact, foreign nations may mistakenly believe that all communication channels have been obliterated, granting us precious time. This was Longzhan's conviction, a basis upon which he believed Xiao Ge's mission could be accomplished. Our naval vessels have returned to the coastal regions post-tsunami, and with a simple command, we can mobilize immediately. Tonight is undoubtedly the opportune moment for our reclamation plan. No one would anticipate that the Dragon Kingdom would choose this juncture, especially since foreign nations are currently engrossed in post-disaster reconstruction. As for the potential detection of troop movements by the satellites of the United States, there is no need for concern. Our reclamation strategy has long accounted for this aspect. The electromagnetic camouflage technology will envelop the entire island, rendering it invisible to any passing satellite. The surrounding waters will be in complete electromagnetic silence, ensuring nothing is visible. Moreover, given that our operations are scheduled for the night, it becomes even more challenging for satellites to detect anything. With Longzhan's affirmation, Xiao Ge's circular fortress plan was finally refined. In the eastern seas, the dimensional portal where the insectoid species first descended lies in that direction. The coordinates for the circular fortress in the eastern seas have yet to be accurately determined due to numerous restrictions on the island. Deploy immediately. Understood. At 2200 hours. The entire world was fixated on the Crisis Management Bureau. However, today the Bureau seemed notably quieter, lacking the frenetic activity of the previous day. As people waited in anticipation, they eventually received the latest announcement from the Bureau. Yes, it was an official notification. Stay tuned for the press conference at 8 o'clock on January 3rd, 231, where significant decisions will be revealed. The anticipation surrounding the Crisis Management Bureau was palpable, not only among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but across the globe. What actions would the Dragon Kingdom undertake next? This question lingered in the minds of all. Yet, unbeknownst to the world, a momentous event of historic proportions was unfolding at that very moment in the Central Mountains, where a radar station was situated. The radar station is capable of monitoring the strait's conditions around the clock. Should any fighter jets or vessels from the Dragon Kingdom approach, the radar station would detect them at the earliest opportunity. Equipped solely with American technology, it facilitates data sharing with the United States. The significance of the radar station is self-evident. Thus, it is surrounded by substantial military forces. Even in the face of a tsunami, personnel would evacuate to the Central Mountains, ensuring that the radar station remains untouched and secure. During a shift change, the station's lights began to flicker, and the voltage became unstable. The duty officer muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting their misfortune. Could the tsunami have affected the power supply? Suddenly, the entire radar station plunged into darkness. Activate the backup power immediately. The station was equipped with a backup generator, which should have activated upon the loss of power. However, As seconds ticked by, the generator remained dormant. What the hell? Why has the oil in the generator turned to water? In the midst of the chaos, a voice cried out in confusion. Before any clarity could be achieved, a deafening explosion engulfed the radar station. Was it a bomb? A missile? No one could tell. A cataclysmic blaze consumed the entire facility. From that moment onward, the radar station in the Central Mountains was obliterated, leaving the military's eyes blinded. In the northern region, an Air Force base was home to a fleet of Raptor fighter jets, the pinnacle of fifth-generation aircraft. Even now, as the world's major powers have begun deploying sixth- and seventh-generation fighters, the Raptors remain formidable. Various signal lights flickered throughout the base, and the lights began to strobe erratically, indicating unstable voltage. Report. We have just lost contact with the central radar station, suspected to be due to the tsunami's impact on their power system. Understood. Continue attempts to re-establish contact. Commander, it appears our base's power system is also affected. Before the base commander could comprehend the situation, flames erupted within the Air Force base, signaling an attack. It's an air raid. Sound the alarm. What is happening? Why didn't our radar detect this? Even with the Central Mountain Radar Station out of commission, the Air Force Base possesses its own early warning radar. Why was there no detection of the incoming assault? Quick, activate the air defense missiles and intercept them. However, moments later, reports came from the missile defense site. All our missile warheads are duds. They cannot harm the enemy. The commander's eyes widened in horror. How could this be possible? Who has the audacity to infiltrate my Air Force Base undetected and destroy everything? Chapter 29. The decapitation operation. The commander was bewildered. The Air Force Base he commanded was the largest in the region, housing 200 Raptors, 2 AWACS, a refueling aircraft, along with anti-submarine aircraft, and more, every type of aerial model imaginable. Consequently, this Air Force Base was equipped with the highest level of security measures. Even the commander, upon his daily comings and goings, must undergo rigorous inspections. How could a spy infiltrate? How did they manage to breach security? Moreover, once inside, they silently obliterated the radar and disarmed the warheads of the surface-to-air missiles. How could such a feat be accomplished? Is it even conceivable? There must be a way to inform the minister. We must let them know that the attack is imminent. Just moments ago, enemy aircraft launched an electromagnetic pulse weapon, devastating all electronic equipment within our base. The destruction of our electronic apparatus signifies that, in modern warfare, no matter how formidable our arsenal, it is rendered utterly useless. We become blind. The so-called Minister of Defense, during the tsunami, retreated alongside the higher echelons to a clandestine command post nestled within the Central Mountains. It is an unavoidable circumstance. The Minister of Defense found it perplexing. After all, it was merely a tsunami. Why did the leaders insist on activating this command post? It is important to note that this command post is renowned as the final bastion, shrouded in secrecy, established for directing operations in the event of an eastern assault. Should conflict arise in the future, they need only shelter in this command post and await reinforcements from the Stars and Stripes. The leaders offered no explanation. They merely commanded that all factions, whether opposition or ruling, could seek refuge within the command post. At this moment, 400 to 500 individuals, the wielders of power, convened there, determining the future. In private, the Minister of Defense confided to others, "Do you sense something unusual about the leader today?" Indeed, it was different. Yet, they remained unaware that this leader was part of a decoy plan. At this juncture, the leader summoned everyone in the command post, stating that the recent tsunami had inflicted severe losses, and it was imperative to collaboratively devise a strategy for the impending challenges. As discussions commenced, the leader placed her phone on the table, excusing herself to the restroom for a moment, while the meeting continued. Once in the restroom, she swiftly shed her disguise, revealing her true identity as an agent. Having become intimately acquainted with the layout of the command post, the agent skillfully evaded surveillance and departed silently. Upon reaching the mountainside, she utilized her communication gear to contact the Eastern forces, confirming that the signal locator had been successfully deployed. Eagle has requested action. Eagle received. From a lofty ridge, the agent gazed toward the command post, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The loyal hounds had multiplied, and now they would face the consequences. Death awaited them. Beneath the starry sky, a bomber, shielded by a squadron of fighter jets, soared low, locking onto the signal source. A cargo was about to be airdropped. Subsequently, the belly of the bomber opened, and a bunker buster bomb was released. Meanwhile, within the secret command post, arguments persisted. The Minister of Defense sensed something amiss. Where had the leader gone? He dispatched someone to search the restroom, but the individual was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he spotted the leader's phone, rhythmically blinking its signal light. What could that be? Just as he pondered, a thunderous roar of engines erupted above. It was a bunker-buster bomb. The individual who ascended to the position of Minister of Defense undoubtedly possesses a certain level of insight. Upon hearing the commotion, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The secret command post was under attack. Yet, it was too late. One must recognize that this command center was fortified with steel and concrete several meters thick, but now it was akin to being ensnared in one's own web. A massive gash appeared in the ceiling, drawing the gaze of everyone present. A colossal bomb had penetrated. In an instant, the explosion unleashed a shockwave and intense heat, incinerating all within the command post into mere blood and viscera. Had the Minister of Defense retained any awareness, he would likely comprehend why the leaders had summoned them, to eliminate them all at once, while others executed decapitation strikes one by one. This operation obliterated the entire high command in a single stroke. From that moment forth, even with hundreds of thousands of troops, they were reduced to a headless flock. Their army became one devoid of spirit. They fought without purpose, and their combat effectiveness was thus rendered negligible. In the strait, although night enveloped the scene, countless vessels were making their way across the waters. The Army's forthcoming actions would not involve combat, but rather a comprehensive takeover. It was not a matter of combat prowess, but rather the capability to deploy forces. On January 3, 231, at precisely 1 o'clock a.m., Xiao Ge remained awake, awaiting the intelligence reports. At this juncture, it was nearly certain that the situation had been irrevocably determined. However, Xiao Ge had not anticipated the army's control over the region had reached such an extent. The traitors, believing themselves equipped with the weapons of the Star-Spangled Nation and enjoying intelligence sharing with them, had anticipated engaging in battle, thinking they could hold out for a few days. They thought that this interval would suffice until the Star-Spangled Nation could come to their aid. In reality, they could not even endure until dawn. Longzhan confidently remarked that even under normal circumstances, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Even without a cataclysmic tsunami, reclaiming the territory would merely take a few hours. Excellent. Tomorrow, after 8 o'clock a.m., we shall commence the deployment of the circular fortress plan. Even in the face of a devastating tsunami, the Star-Spangled Nation could still enact a military sales bill. Such an unprecedentedly vast military sales decision was unparalleled in history. However, the eagle-eyed commentators deemed it a triumph of freedom and democracy, asserting that with these weapons, they could defend themselves. Following this, a flurry of tweets ensued. I facilitated the passage of this bill. They will earn hundreds of billions from this transaction, and they should pay us a commission. The Nobel Prize organizers just contacted me, stating that this decision benefits regional peace. I have made a significant contribution to peace, and this year's Nobel Peace Prize rightfully belongs to me. I love the Dragon Kingdom. The aides responded in the affirmative. Yet, why had they not expressed any gratitude? Or was it that we failed to communicate this news to them? Strangely, even if they were in the depths of night, upon learning about the approval of the military sales bill, they should have promptly called to extend their thanks. One of the aides, familiar with the relevant affairs, suggested that perhaps the leader had not yet processed the shock of the tsunami. Just now, our communication with them yielded no response. Tepu pondered for a moment before nodding. They would wait a few more hours until dawn broke on their side, and naturally, they would come to know the truth. Chapter 30. Aspiration for Greatness. Mother, your son is a dragon. The author's note. Today, all plans will be unveiled to the world. The consensus among foreign nations do not allow Dongda to thrive. Although other countries do not dare to brazenly export weapons to the Wa region like the United States, they are still willing to shout slogans. For freedom of speech is a hallmark of this era. When the announcement was made to commence the construction of fusion power plants, and when Longwood declared its entry into the era of carbon nanotechnology, they all understood that these plans were of no concern to them. Just as they had once imposed sanctions, Longwood would undoubtedly retaliate with similar measures in these technologies. Following the tsunami, when Longwa offered them spiritual support, foreign nations found ample justification to revile Longwa. Coincidentally, the United States initiated arms sales, and they merely needed to rally in support. In the land of the rising sun, the Prime Minister's office was the first to express its stance to enhance arms sales, thereby acquiring the capability to protect itself in the event of potential conflict. In the Maple Leaf Country, Prime Minister Trudeau commented on arms sales. The situation in the Pacific region has become exceedingly fragile and sensitive due to the presence of certain nations. The people have the right to fight for freedom, and the arms sales from the United States are conducted on an equal and voluntary basis, with no one entitled to interfere. In the new nation, the Foreign Affairs Department confirmed its stance. All parties involved should maintain an objective and calm attitude. In the Lion Nation, the official position was clear. They are currently researching matters related to arms sales. In a single night, Over 20 countries expressed their support for the U.S. arms sale proposal. The curtain slowly rose on the confrontation against Longwa. At 7 o'clock a.m., dawn broke. Upon the transmission of the arms sale proposal to Longwa, a new wave of battle erupted online, an indignant battle. Countless keyboard warriors echoed their fury and calls to arms. Instantly, it propelled the trending topics on Weibo to the top. The renewed U.S. arms sales, what are your thoughts? Waking up to such heart-wrenching news. Do the Americans have nothing better to do? Aren't they concerned about the domestic trauma caused by the tsunami, but meddling in Longwa's affairs? Traitors. Sellouts. How can such people, who do not even recognize their own ancestors, escape the divine justice they deserve? Do foreign nations really believe that by selling some weapons, they can thwart unification? Ridiculous. Do they not realize that not even a millimeter of territory will be surrendered? Why can't they, like the Southern Australia, simply mind their own business, follow their elder brother, and enjoy the benefits? Is that not appealing? Calling for action. A veteran of 8 years stands ready to reclaim territory. Calling for action. Requesting the Crisis Management Bureau to take action, sanction the United States, and those loudmouth nations. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge was also keenly observing the developments both domestically and internationally. He had yet to comprehend the reasoning behind the U.S. choosing to engage in arms sales at this particular moment. News from the front lines indicates that the military has successfully taken full control of the entire region after a night of bloodless conflict. Efforts to reassure and resettle the populace are proceeding in an orderly manner. With the situation stabilized, one must ponder the purpose of introducing a military sales bill at this juncture. Who would be the intended buyers? Let them stir up trouble if they wish. Are they not aware of the devastation wrought by the tsunami in their own lands? Engaging in such trivial antics is indeed futile. At this moment, Xiao Ge's primary concern lies with the Ministry of Trade and its progress in procuring raw materials from various nations. The encouraging news is that other countries, upon hearing of our willingness to share fusion nuclear power technology, have promptly agreed to export raw materials at the earliest opportunity, unexpectedly for foreign nations. This procurement also encompasses a variety of construction materials such as cement, gravel, and finished steel bars, alongside various ores, cotton, textiles, and grains. The sole stipulation is that the goods must arrive before noon. Consequently, nearly all vessels at sea are now laden with cargo, heading towards the east. Chief Xiao, we have received a call from the South Australian nation. Shall we take it? Inquired a representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Oh, I nearly forgot about South Australia. Xiao Ge replied, hurriedly. Take the call and instruct them, as per our previous agreement, to sell us the raw materials at 1/3 of their original price. One should never harbor any expectations regarding South Australia. While trade with foreign nations may be negotiated, one must never speak of friendship, otherwise they will undoubtedly stab us in the back during the crisis with the Zerg. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has brought forth the letter to the citizens of foreign dragon descendants, which will call for the return of citizens from foreign lands today. The military has presented a comprehensive plan for conscripting 50 million troops, accompanied by photographs of the Zerg corpses. Professor Zhang Qinghai and the urban planning team, having refined Xiao Ge's Lingxiao project, have delivered the initial draft. The Lingxiao megacity will be distributed across various locations in the Dragon Kingdom, truly transforming the nation into a cohesive entity. Moreover, within the territories safeguarded by the Lingxiao megacity, 3 sites have been earmarked for future construction of an aviation city. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has submitted the letter to all citizens, which calls for a complete halt to all activities as the populace begins to implement the Lingxiao project. January 3rd, 231, marks the last day of the traditional New Year festivities, with the citizens eagerly anticipating a return to work thereafter. Little do they know, however, that everything will come to a complete standstill. The existing social structure is set to undergo a profound transformation, and all that was once familiar will cease to exist. At 7:35, the design draft for the capsule high-speed train has been delivered. Concurrently, experts have collaborated with relevant manufacturing enterprises to expedite the verification of the technology. The 5 aforementioned projects will be unveiled at today's press conference. It can be said that the morning will be consumed by the news conference, where each announcement will reverberate through the world like an earthquake, reshaping the global landscape. Today's press conference, numbered 800, will be of the same caliber as that of number 1, featuring a nationwide and global live broadcast. Even the workers who have ventured to the snowy realms of the northern frontier, the stony forests of the southern regions, the expansive lakes of the central territories, and the capital city, can witness today's live broadcast from the construction sites. Due to the accurate prediction of the impending tsunami, coupled with the unprecedented military sales legislation by the United States, Today's press conference held by the Crisis Management Bureau has garnered exceptional global attention. All reporters are now in position, and the higher-ups have consented to appear at the press conference to announce the unified good news. At 7:50, all preparations are in place. At this moment, Xiao Ge's phone rang. Initially hesitant to answer, he discovered it was a video call from his mother, prompting him to connect without further thought. In his previous life, his parents were slain during the first wave of the insect invasion. A profound regret that Xiao Ge cannot allow to repeat in this incarnation. As the video connected, Su Hongyin happened to be beside him, momentarily appearing on screen. His mother's expression darkened instantly. Listen here, young man. When you arrive at the Academy of Sciences, focus on your studies and steer clear of early romance. Otherwise, when you return, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Xiao Ge could only express his bewilderment. How had his mother even suspected Su Hongyin merely passing by? Mom, don't overthink it. She is my colleague. He then inquired, how are you and Dad in pitching? Hearing this, his mother's demeanor softened, transforming her ire into joy. If Dr. Ouyang has taken a liking to you, your father and I are filled with pride. We've been doing well these past few days. I called to check on how you're faring. I'm doing quite well, he assured her. His mother sighed with relief. That's good to hear. By the way, your father wanted me to remind you to watch the Crisis Management Bureau's press conference. It's an institution that will determine the nation's future. She lowered her voice, adding, I heard that Professor Zhang Qinghao from your school has also been transferred to the Crisis Management Bureau. If you have the chance, you should network. In our country, getting into the bureau is a beacon of hope. Oh, Xiao Ge replied nonchalantly. The desire for their child to succeed is a universal parental wish, and his mother's call served as a gentle reminder of this aspiration. However, Xiao Ge felt it prudent to withhold the truth from his parents, that he was the one who had founded the Crisis Management Bureau. By the way, when you have time, speak to your father. That old man refuses to heed my advice lately. His mother's voice carried a note of irritation. Xiao Ge was taken aback. What is going on? Your father doesn't he seem to realize he's well into his 50s. He's mingling with a bunch of youngsters, claiming he wants to help build the circular fortress. When I chide him, he grows displeased and argues that if everyone were like me, who would protect Longhua? Xiao Ge understood perfectly well that his mother prioritized family, particularly given his father's poor health and rheumatism, which is why she opposed his father's involvement in construction efforts. Mother, how about I call back after watching the press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau today and persuade father then? However, Xiao Ge is aware that his mother is a woman of profound understanding, and after viewing today's press conference, she will undoubtedly undergo some transformation. My son is indeed wise. But let us not dwell on that. The press conference is about to commence in just a few minutes, and I have invited Aunt Lee from next door to watch it with me. With that, he hung up abruptly. His mother was indeed decisive. As the video went dark, Xiao Ge was left in a state of bewilderment. 3 minutes remained until the press conference. Today's event was grand in scale. The heads of the major departments involved in the Crisis Management Bureau from Long Country were present, including Long Zhan, Ouyang Yuan, Zhou Xiaoyuan, Nie Zhun, and others. Of course, Xiao Ge would also make an appearance today, but not as the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. Rather, he would participate as Ouyang Yuan's assistant. This would mark his first public appearance. In the future, when he reveals his identity, he will also be able to find himself within the media's coverage. All attendees had taken their seats. The spokesperson, Hualin, was serving as the host today. This press conference was somewhat special, as it would allow the main members of the Crisis Management Bureau to meet everyone, and many new initiatives would be announced. This single statement ignited the atmosphere within the conference hall. The main members of the Crisis Management Bureau, numerous journalists were intently observing those on the stage, speculating on who would be the head of the bureau. Could it be Long Zhan or Ouyang Yuan? Most foreign journalists were guessing between these two figures, entirely unaware that the true head was, in fact, the relatively unknown Xiao Ge, assistant to Ouyang Yuan. At that moment, a reporter, not waiting for Hualin to finish her remarks, began to pose a question. Hualin, could you please share the Crisis Management Bureau's stance on the military sales bill from the United States? Will there be reciprocal sanctions announced today? Hualin smiled politely. Oh, the United States has passed a military sales bill again? I hadn't noticed. I assumed they would be focusing primarily on post-disaster reconstruction at this time, at least engaging in endeavors that would be meaningful for their own citizens. This is our perspective. Long Country does not concern itself with the so-called military sales bill and lacks the time to engage in wordplay with the United States. Prior to today's press conference, an important address would be made. Journalists are kindly requested to maintain silence as we connect to the upper echelons for a video broadcast. The reporters present were astonished. The citizens of Long Country watching the live broadcast were stunned. The entire world tuned into the live stream was left in shock. Who could have anticipated that such a press conference would feature an elder? The video connection was established with an elderly gentleman, whose demeanor was both kind and dignified. Greetings, friends. Today marks the first collective appearance of the Crisis Management Bureau since its establishment, so let's begin with a special flag-raising ceremony. Subsequently, a segment of the massive screen was divided to connect new footage, showcasing an outdoor flag-raising ceremony. All individuals from Long Country present at the conference rose to their feet. In the aftermath of the live broadcast, the gaze of 2.3 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation was fixed upon the site of the flag-raising ceremony. In the Dragon Nation, whenever the national anthem resonates, all activities must cease, and individuals must pay their respects to the national flag. The solemn and powerful strains of the anthem echoed across the vast expanse of the Dragon Nation and reverberated throughout the world. Journalists from foreign media attending the press conference appeared bewildered, questioning the sudden commencement of the flag-raising and anthem. Some foreign reporters, scrutinizing the outdoor flag-raising backdrop, found themselves engulfed in trepidation as a familiar location dawned upon them. A hushed comment sent shockwaves through the press conference. What is happening? As the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the elder reappeared online and proclaimed, "The era of great unification has officially commenced." These few emphatic words resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. The journalists in the venue hesitated for several seconds before grasping the gravity of the announcement. Quickly disseminate this news, they urged. The timing seemed remarkably fortuitous. Following a cataclysmic tsunami, military forces in the Pacific region lay largely devastated. Now, seizing the moment with thunderous resolve, the Dragon Nation struck decisively, and even now, the Star-Spangled Nation had yet to respond. It became clear why the Dragon Nation had remained indifferent to the military sales legislation proposed by the Star-Spangled Nation. In an instant, the Dragon Nation's online sphere erupted. The methods by which the Dragon military executed this operation in silence remained a mystery. Most importantly, the era of great unification had arrived. The trending topics on Weibo swiftly shifted, with the era of great unification has arrived taking the lead. Are you proud? I am not proud. I fear being discovered by the Star-Spangled Nation, which may lead to punitive legislation against me. I'm quite apprehensive. Ha ha ha, my friend. You truly are a gem. I am now curious about how the farce surrounding the military sales legislation proposed by the Star-Spangled Nation will conclude. I can only imagine the president saying, "How could you betray the principles of martial virtue and launch a surprise attack on this septuagenarian comrade?" Ha! This quip is particularly fitting. Brothers, this counterattack is truly magnificent. Ha ha ha, it's so satisfying. As it was a live broadcast, news of the Dragon Nation's press conference swiftly reached beyond its borders. In the land of the rising sun, the Prime Minister, who had just expressed support for military sales to the Star-Spangled Nation, now appeared ashen-faced, collapsing into his chair, repeatedly murmuring, "It's over. It's over. We are truly finished." This was a critical choke point for our nation, now implying that they could sever our access at any moment. His aides, understanding the significance of maritime routes, were equally alarmed. "What shall we do, Prime Minister?" After a moment of contemplation, the Prime Minister gravely replied, "Quickly, instruct the Foreign Affairs Department to formally condemn the Star-Spangled Nation for their reckless military sales, which grossly intrude upon our internal affairs." The aides hesitated, realizing this would equate to a severing of ties with the Star-Spangled Nation. The Prime Minister solemnly stated, "The Dragon Nation's ability to accomplish such a terrifying feat overnight is not something we in the land of the rising sun can afford to offend." At this moment, the new consul was still hesitating whether to acquiesce to Longwa's demands. After all, at a mere 30% of the original price, the Southern Australia nation would likely need to subsidize its exporting enterprises. However, in the wake of the devastating tsunami, substantial financial support was also required for post-disaster reconstruction. Just then, news arrived. Without a moment's thought, the new consul unconditionally accepted Longwa's proposal, not to mention the 30%, even if Longwa had suggested a mere 10%. It would have been agreed upon. From this day forth, Longwa would no longer be restrained. In this world, even the Star-Spangled Nation could not achieve such an outcome quietly. Thus, was it finally time for Longwa to rise? Chapter 33, Announcement, Combo. The world holds firm. 6 months later, the insectoid race descends. Sitting behind Ouyang Yuan, Xiao Ge smiled faintly. The sudden onset of the tsunami was indeed due to the opening of the dimensional portal, which allowed some advanced scouts of the insectoid race to arrive on Earth prematurely. Therefore, Xiao Ge decided to no longer conceal the impending insectoid crisis. Opting to announce it all today, This would provide a basis for the execution of plans such as the Circular Fortress Initiative and the Lingxiao Giant City project. The citizens of Longwa would come to understand why the nation had suddenly shifted its course. The people of Longwa trust every decision made by their leaders, who, in turn, would naturally not withhold any information from them. However, when Longzhan declared that the insectoid race would descend in 6 months, the journalists present were initially taken aback, followed by a chorus of laughter. General Long, did you just use the term insectoid race from Blizzard StarCraft? Although Longzhan detected the sarcasm in the journalist's tone, he responded earnestly, yes. When Xiao Ge had previously informed them of the insectoid crisis, he had also referenced StarCraft as an example. It was the most vivid and immediate way to convey the concept of the insectoid race. The journalists from beyond the borders fell silent. After a moment, one reporter ventured to ask, General Long, do you believe that today's press conference is too serious, and thus you provided these statements to lighten the mood? General, may I inquire if the Crisis Management Bureau has signed any collaborative agreements with Blizzard to promote StarCraft? Is this young lady the spokesperson for StarCraft in Longwa? Was the video you just released the latest opening animation of the game? Would the foreign journalists believe in this so-called insectoid crisis? No, they did not believe it. Even when Longzhan spoke, they found it utterly preposterous, especially regarding the insectoids from StarCraft. The existence of extraterrestrial life beyond humanity was still a matter of debate. And yet Longwa claimed that the insectoids would descend upon Earth. Absurd. However, in contrast to their foreign counterparts, the journalists from Longwa remained remarkably composed. They understood that the nation's stewards would never jest about such matters. Thus, the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau began to make sense. The proceedings of the press conference were broadcasted live to the public. In an instant, the online realm of the Dragon Kingdom erupted once more. The trending topics list unveiled a new sensation: the invasion of the insectoid race in 6 months. Meanwhile, on foreign platforms like YouTube, countless discussions echoed the same theme. But the most attention-grabbing topic was Dragon citizens deceived by Blizzard after consuming counterfeit liquor. Nevertheless, the fervent exchanges across the internet did not impede the press conference. Longzhan refrained from addressing the reporters' inquiries and continued, asserting that everyone was already aware of the commencement of the Circular Fortress's construction, a measure intended to combat the impending insectoid crisis. Yet, he emphasized, this was far from sufficient. As he spoke, Longzhan presented a blue book and began to read aloud. I hereby declare that in response to the insectoid menace, the Dragon Kingdom will undertake a comprehensive military expansion, conscripting 50 million troops. Effective immediately, recruitment offices across all regions will spring into action, completing the enlistment process within 7 days. The atmosphere, once charged with energy, suddenly fell silent. A profound stillness enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a halt. The reporters' breaths grew heavy with disbelief. 50 million? 50 million? It was only when Longzhan reiterated the figure that the journalists realized they had not misheard. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom aimed to enlist 50 million soldiers within a mere week. The United States may be regarded as the foremost military power in the world, yet their total forces barely surpass 2 million. The Tsarist Empire may be considered a bastion of military might, but their combined forces amass only around 1.7 million. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom's forces currently total approximately 2.6 million. Yet now, the kingdom boldly proclaimed its intention to conscript 50 million. This revelation implied that the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom would eclipse the aggregate military might of the entire globe. How could the Dragon Kingdom sustain such an immense force? Who was this 50 million directed against? If this was merely a matter of defensive national security, was such a colossal military truly necessary? Journalists well-versed in international affairs soon grasped the truth. The so-called insectoid crisis was nothing more than a facade, a pretext for the Dragon Kingdom to augment its military might. The true objective was not to confront the alleged insectoid threat, but rather to seize dominion over the world. Some reporters began subtly infusing their perspectives into their reports, disseminating the information to every corner of the globe. However, the revelations did not cease there. Just as the journalists were reeling from the staggering figure of 50 million, Zhang Qinghao took over the microphone from Longzhan. A scholar by nature, he dove straight into the topic. As everyone can see, the Dragon Kingdom will construct 100 towering cities across its territory, each capable of accommodating at least 30 million inhabitants. This ambitious initiative is known as the Lingxiao Project, and as previously mentioned, fusion reactors will provide a continuous energy supply for these cities. Furthermore, each city will be fortified with enormous walls, standing 500 meters high and 100 meters thick, designed to thwart the insectoid threat. What I am presenting now is the preliminary design draft of the Lingxiao cities. with detailed construction plans to be unveiled in the coming days. In order to accelerate the construction of the colossal Lingxiao city, a minimum of 8 million workers will be required for each city. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will issue a detailed statement regarding the recruitment and allocation of these workers. Zhang Qinghai stated this matter with remarkable composure before departing. For the personnel of the Crisis Management Bureau, their conviction regarding the threat posed by the Zerg crisis is unwavering. As for these plans, they had already been astounded 2 days prior. Now, these revelations are erupting one after another. Foreign reporters are in a frenzy. And journalists from the Dragon Nation are even more frenzied. They have never encountered such an audacious plan. What could possibly prompt the Dragon Nation to embark on constructing such immense cities? Moreover, it seems that once completed, the entire populace is to be relocated there. It is utterly insane. Could the leaders of the Dragon Nation truly be deranged? They can scarcely wait a quarter of an hour. They must begin drafting their news reports immediately. Even if there is live broadcast coverage, they cannot afford to wait. Each journalist possesses their own social media account, eager to disseminate their first-hand observations from the scene to attract viewership. Yet, the madness of this press conference is far from over. The next speaker is a scientist responsible for rail transit, quite young, perhaps in his 40s. The capsule high-speed rail project, perhaps in the future. We should refer to it as the Ultra Rail. We will excavate tunnels at a depth of approximately 1,000 meters underground, subsequently constructing vacuum tubes for the capsule high-speed rail. I believe everyone is familiar with this concept, so I shall not elaborate further. What I wish to convey is that our capsule high-speed rail will feature a single carriage measuring 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width, with a design speed reaching 200 kilometers per hour. We are currently conducting technical validations with relevant departments and will propose a manufacturing plan within the coming days, commencing production thereafter. Naturally, our project imposes stringent requirements on the shield machines. However, there is no need for concern, as shield machines with a diameter exceeding 100 meters are already under construction. Actions speak louder than words. The capsule high-speed rail, a technology still in the conceptual stage. Is the Dragon Nation daring to initiate its construction? A shield machine with a diameter surpassing 100 meters, which does not even require technical validation, has already commenced construction? What justifies this? What gives the Dragon Nation such audacity? What underpins such technical prowess? The reporters are utterly astonished, with each project announced. It seems the entire world may not be able to withstand this. Chapter 34. A national endeavor, regardless of age or status. Enlist 50 million. Construct 100 Lingxiao cities. Build capsule high-speed rails. Manufacture shield machines with a diameter of 100 meters. Erect circular fortresses. Construct the Great Wall of Desperation. Establish fusion nuclear power stations. Create carbon nanotube chips. Reclaim Ijo Island. Relocate 700 million citizens. Accurately predict a massive tsunami. Transfer all artifacts from the Dragon Nation's museums. Astute journalists can readily tally each initiative, all capable of altering the global landscape, emerging from the hands of the Crisis Management Bureau. And the Crisis Management Bureau has only been established for 2 days. Today marks the 3rd. This is truly the most terrifying aspect. In a mere span of 2 days, an astonishing array of events unfolded, nearly igniting a cataclysmic conflict that could have led to global extinction. Such resolute action can only be attributed to the indomitable spirit of the Dragon War. Although the Dragon War did not explicitly state it, most journalists tacitly accepted him as the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. The atmosphere surrounding the press conference suggested that this was merely the beginning, with many more initiatives poised to be unveiled. The brevity of time juxtaposed with the multitude of decisions made was striking. At this moment, both domestic and foreign journalists agreed that the Crisis Management Bureau's achievements were not the result of a hasty endeavor. Rather, the Dragon Kingdom must have engaged in covert planning for an extended period, culminating in the public revelation on New Year's Day. A deluge of information crashed upon the Dragon Kingdom, resonating deeply within the hearts of people worldwide. The live broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom's news station was inundated with comments. In just 6 months, the insectoid species would descend upon Earth. My goodness, it is truly unimaginable that this world harbors such peril. It is exceedingly terrifying. Thankfully, the nation discovered this threat in advance, granting us 6 months to prepare. Had we waited until the 6-month mark to make arrangements, it would surely have been too late. It is no wonder that the nation is willing to spare no expense to pivot its focus. After all, we are confronting an unknown race. And only through such measures do we stand a glimmer of hope. With a recruitment target of 50 million, I am a decade-long veteran, determined to return for this battle. All veterans of the Dragon Kingdom, are you ready to reassemble? With an employment figure of 8 million, Though I am now retired, can I still not contribute? I can still operate machinery. I call upon all seasoned technicians to join the fray. I am 15 years old, caught in a dilemma. Should I become a worker or a soldier? Is there a life mentor who could offer advice? To the young ones upstairs, the future belongs to you. This world is ours to protect, be it from the insectoid or divine races. We shall stand firm, focus on your studies. And do not let the kingdom we have fought for go unguarded. Meanwhile, the trending topics were swiftly updated. Recruitment hall, veterans assemble. Recruitment hall, new recruits seeking comrades. Workers hall, declare your trade and specialties. Let us unite to fight. Insectoid crisis. The people of the Dragon Kingdom vow to defend their homeland to the death. Not only was the online community abuzz, but the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in the physical realm began to stir with fervor. In Pingsheng, the hometown of Xiao Ge, despite the chilly weather, the streets of the Dragon Kingdom were filled with halted vehicles and pedestrians. The roads were silent, devoid of honking. As everyone was engrossed in the live broadcast from the Crisis Management Bureau, no one moved. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. With all eyes glued to their smartphones, even those without phones did not hesitate to share their devices with those nearby, eager to partake in the moment. At this instant, the Dragon Kingdom was unprecedentedly united, or rather, its heartstrings were intertwined more closely than ever. In Xiao Ge's home, the television was switched on, and a dozen or so neighbors, invited by Xiao Ge's parents, filled the living room. Their son had been personally requested by Dr. Ouyang Yuan to intern at the Academy of Sciences. How splendid an occasion this was to boast and share with the neighbors. Today, the Xiao family gathered to witness the press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau, an occasion as lively as a National Day parade. Yet, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, each family member stood speechless in astonishment. Their faces radiated joy, except for the absence of Xiao Ge's father. Old man, where have you disappeared to? Such significant news. And you chose not to attend? Xiao Ge's mother exclaimed. Suddenly, fixated on the television screen, she gasped. Wait, is that my son? My son is on television. Ha ha. My son is on television. Though merely for a fleeting moment, she recognized Xiao Ge, seated right behind Director Ouyang Yuan. Hearing her exclamation, the father, who had been in another room, rushed out, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the figure on the screen was their son. The neighbors, witnessing the couple's elation, couldn't help but feel envious. Old Xiao, is your son at the Academy of Sciences or the Crisis Management Bureau? How does he qualify to be at such an important press conference? Xiao Ge's father replied with immense pride. Of course, he is at the Crisis Management Bureau. Did you not see? Director Ouyang himself sent someone to escort him. Ha ha ha, this lad has finally brought me honor. Oh, some neighbors, not convinced, pressed on. Old Xiao, what exceptional talent does your son possess to have caught the attention of the Crisis Management Bureau? Xiao Ge's father was momentarily at a loss. If he were to assert that his son had any unique abilities, it would likely be playing video games at home. However, he could not admit that. After a moment of contemplation, he said, actually, you all may not know, my son has been secretly studying computer networking at home for years. Dr. Ouyang invited him to help build the network framework. But you must keep this under wraps. It is a state secret. With that, Xiao Ge's father exchanged a delighted glance with his wife. By the way, old Xiao, what were you doing alone in the room just now? A neighbor inquired, noting that he had left the press conference midway and had not returned since. Oh, I was packing my bags. The state is calling for workers. And I'm not too old yet. I can still manage a few more years. He glanced at his wife. This time, you won't stop me, will you? I don't want to be outshone by my own son. Indeed, their son, Xiao Ge, had already risen to the ranks of the Crisis Management Bureau. They certainly could not afford to bring shame upon him. Xiao Ge's mother hesitated for a moment before shouting, Get out, get out, get out. You go ahead. I'll join my sisters and sign up to see if they need medics in the army. I want to make a comeback too. Xiao Ge's mother had previously worked as a nurse in a hospital. All right. We shall meet on the battlefield as a family. At that moment, the neighbors' expressions darkened. Old Xiao, who do you think you're looking down upon? We're not playing anymore. We'll join you. Just so you know, my son is already in the army. In such circumstances, it is not only the Xiao family who find themselves in this predicament, rather, the entire Ping City. And indeed families across the Dragon Nation are enacting a similar scene. Although they may appear ordinary, their emotions remain profound and fervent. At Ping City Academy, in an internet cafe by the western gate of the school, a sudden outburst of expletives erupted. What are you doing in the top lane? Defend the tower. The minions have reached the tower. You should clear them. Jungler, where are you? Are you off in the enemy's jungle idling? Are you a fool? Do you even know how to play? If you can't play, why did you even take that position? ADC, bottom lane. Would it kill you to come support mid? Frustration mounted as he encountered 3 players who were inactive. Support, can you assist me in mid? It seemed as if he was the only one participating in the game, with even the enemy heroes conspicuously absent. After venting his frustrations for a while, someone finally typed a message on the public screen. Sorry, bro, I'm logging off. I'm joining the military. Sorry, bro, feel free to report me. I'm getting off. Bro, Haven T, you seen the news? What? In the midst of a game? You tell me you're joining the military? You might as well say you're off to have a baby. The game concluded. Yang Ming, a student of the Urban Planning Department, Class 23001, had not returned home for the new year, telling his parents he was working part-time, when in reality, he had been frequenting the internet cafe. He removed his headphones and glanced around the cafe, now deserted. What happened? He recalled that this row had been filled with people when he arrived. Had they all left? Upon checking his phone, an avalanche of notifications assaulted him. Opening one revealed breaking news about the Crisis Management Bureau. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming abruptly stood up, his previously vacant expression now filled with fervor. The countenance of one who has found purpose in life. At that moment, he comprehended that the individual who had jested about joining the military was not joking after all. Boss, I'm logging off. I, Yang Ming, from this day forth, shall embark on a new path. I too shall join the military. Chapter 35. The birth of a wartime leader in the star-spangled nation beyond our borders. Social media platforms like Twitter and YouTube are ablaze. This New Year's Day, every trending topic revolves around the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation calls for 50 million recruits. A global war is on the horizon. Revealed, the Dragon Nation has reached an agreement with Blizzard Entertainment, resorting to all means to promote StarCraft. A transformation in the Dragon Nation. We are entering a frenzied new era. Do netizens beyond our borders doubt the so-called Zerg crisis posed by the Dragon Nation? Certainly not. If the Dragon Nation merely issued a statement regarding a Zerg crisis, they might have considered it carefully, but with the subsequent announcement of the recruitment of 50 million, everything becomes clear. The so-called Zerg crisis is merely a pretext for the Dragon Nation to expand its military. No wonder the Dragon Nation has the audacity to challenge the Maple Leaf Nation. They have spiraled into such madness. Do the people of the Dragon Nation wish to annihilate the Earth? I believe that nations beyond our borders should unite in response to the threat posed by the Dragon Nation. One cannot remain passive in the face of impending turmoil. It is likely that foreign nations will soon announce conscription. I believe that a new arms race on Earth will be ignited by the Dragon Nation, ushering the world into an era of global conscription. Indeed, with the Dragon Nation's declaration of a conscription of 50 million, how can other countries afford to remain idle? The Dragon Nation asserts that they will muster 50 million troops, and foreign nations are inclined to believe this. They also claim to have constructed 100 towering cities within a mere 6 months, and again, foreign nations accept this as fact. However, the Dragon Nation further asserts its intention to build capsule high-speed rail systems at depths of approximately 1,000 meters. Anyone possessing a modicum of scientific knowledge knows that this is utterly implausible. At such depths, one would encounter rock in certain regions, even if it were not rock. The soil's rigidity would pose significant challenges. While constructing underground bunkers may be feasible, the audacity of the Dragon Nation's ambition to excavate a tunnel system traversing the entire country at such depths is laughable. One might assert that even with a century, this endeavor would remain unattainable. To illustrate, the world's fastest tunnel boring machines can excavate roughly 10 meters per day. Let us concede that the Dragon Nation has developed a remarkably efficient machine capable of boring 100 meters daily. If you consult a map of the Dragon Nation, you can calculate the time required to tunnel through the entire country. The largest tunnel boring machine in existence boasts a diameter of 20 meters and a length of 130 meters. Does the Dragon Nation truly believe that high-tech products are merely a matter of technological amalgamation? Very well. Let us assume they have indeed constructed such colossal machinery. What of the power and energy systems? Will they employ nuclear energy? As for the capsule high-speed rail, do I even need to elaborate? Not even the author of the three-body problem would dare to conceive such an idea. A speed of 1,200 kilometers per hour, combined with such dimensions, has been succinctly summarized by foreign netizens. If the Dragon Nation can construct these marvels, then all other nations would collectively broadcast their humiliation. Yes, they would kneel while enduring such disgrace. In stark contrast to the fervent discussions among netizens, the governments of foreign nations have exhibited a far more composed demeanor. To the north of the Dragon Nation lies the Great Khanate. They have already rejected the Dragon Nation's request to construct circular fortifications across their borders, prompting the Dragon Nation to erect its own formidable Great Wall. Subsequently, when the Dragon Nation reclaimed Ejo Island, officials of the Great Khanate trembled in fear. Reluctant to voice their concerns, especially given that over a century ago, the Great Khanate had separated from the Dragon Nation. At this moment, the specter of national extinction looms over the Great Khanate. The Prime Minister muses, could the Dragon Nation's conscription of 50 million be aimed at us? Meanwhile, the Peacock Nation has always prided itself on its parity with the Dragon Nation, confident that they can achieve whatever the Dragon Nation accomplishes and even aspire to surpass it. If one were to claim that the Peacock Nation excels beyond the Dragon Nation in any domain, it would undoubtedly be in terms of population, as in recent years. The Peacock Nation's total population has exceeded that of the Dragon Nation, securing the title of the most populous country in the world. The Prime Minister's office of the Peacock Nation has disregarded other projects from the Crisis Management Bureau, fixating solely on the Dragon Nation's intent to conscript 50 million. Consequently, the Prime Minister promptly announced that within the forthcoming month, the Peacock Nation too will conscript 50 million troops, with 20 million soldiers to be stationed in the north, directly bordering the Dragon Nation. The Prime Minister's office has descended into chaos. When the Dragon Kingdom announced the reclamation of Ejo Island, they began deliberating on the necessity of balancing their political relations with both the Dragon Kingdom and the Star-Spangled Nation. As the Dragon Kingdom declared a conscription of 50 million, the Prime Minister's office in the land of the rising sun found itself at a loss for how to respond. They were too close to the Dragon Kingdom, and with no strategic reserves on the island, engaging in an arms race seemed tantamount to throwing eggs against stone. Prime Minister, does the Dragon Kingdom seek to avenge past grievances? They pondered. Perhaps we must request the Star-Spangled Nation to bolster their troops. Or we could extend a gesture of goodwill to alleviate hostilities with the Dragon Kingdom, suggested an aide, whose eyes lit up with the thought. How might we express this goodwill? Inquired the Prime Minister. After a moment's contemplation, the aide proposed, over the years, our disputes with the Dragon Kingdom have centered around the small island in the southwest. Perhaps we could concede that the island rightfully belongs to the Dragon Kingdom, thereby clearing the territorial conflict and easing tensions. Another aide chimed in. That makes sense. Additionally, we must address historical grievances, apologizing where necessary and providing reparations. The Dragon Kingdom has become frantic. We cannot reason with a madman. Indeed. Moreover, do the Dragon Kingdom's citizens not harbor disdain for our shrines, which honor figures from that era? We should promptly dismantle them. The Prime Minister hesitated for a moment, only to become increasingly dazed. Until the intentions of the Dragon Kingdom were fully understood, they could only extend goodwill. They would also send emissaries to the Star-Spangled Nation to clarify their motives, lest they be misconstrued. Across the ocean, the Star-Spangled Nation was initially furious upon hearing of the Dragon Kingdom's reclamation of Ejo Island, with the commander ready to declare war. After considerable persuasion from his aides, the commander, still unsatisfied, suggested, let our agents assassinate a few scientists to vent our frustration. The aides were left speechless, unsure of how to dissuade the commander. At that moment, an update from the Crisis Management Bureau's press conference emerged. Dragon Warfare, Zerg Crisis, it announced. The commander hesitated. Then all his anger dissipated as he leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily. Could this Dragon Warfare be a ruse? The Dragon Kingdom actually believes in the mechanics of a game? How foolish of me to regard them as adversaries. He casually updated his Twitter. I spoke with a writer from Blizzard, who told me that the Zerg love to punish those. Suddenly, the commander's phone slipped from his grasp and hit the floor, the content of his last tweet a mystery, yet it had already been dispatched. The laughter that had filled the room vanished, replaced by a pallor of iron on the commander's face. Silence engulfed the White House. Everyone sensed the commander's impending fury. However, moments later, a spark ignited in the commander's eyes as all traces of worry and distress vanished. If I become the wartime leader, does that not guarantee my re-election? The laws of the Star-Spangled Nation stipulate that a wartime leader automatically retains their position. The advisors hesitated momentarily before a sudden realization dawned upon them. Indeed, in their quest for re-election, they had exerted every effort, yet the projections for the upcoming election were far from promising. However, the current situation was markedly different. The Dragon Kingdom's announcement to conscript 50 million citizens was a bold challenge to the existing global order. Previously, attempts to engage the Dragon Kingdom had been futile. Yet the dynamics had shifted, the Dragon Kingdom had extended its hand, and all that the Star-Spangled Nation needed to do was to respond. The press conference held by the Dragon Kingdom's Crisis Management Bureau was still in progress, while the legislature of the Star-Spangled Nation was laboring diligently. Ultimately, the legislature approved the leader's proposal. The Star-Spangled Nation declared a state of war. Thus, the leader assumed the role of wartime commander, and the elections in the Star-Spangled Nation would be postponed. Countries such as the Maple Leaf Nation, New Nation, Southern Australia, Lion Nation, An Iron Tower nation promptly expressed their stances regarding the Dragon Kingdom's conscription of 50 million. Some condemned the action. Others followed the Star-Spangled Nation in declaring a state of war, while some called for calm among all parties. Yet, none of these nations raised the alarm regarding the so-called insect crisis. It seemed that uttering the words insect crisis in public was deemed disgraceful in their eyes. Chapter 36, A Letter to the Nation. The Dragon Kingdom pauses. It is likely that Xiao Ge could not have anticipated the profound impact this press conference would have. Both domestically and internationally, it stirred a considerable uproar, effectively altering the original timeline. After all, time is dynamic. When Xiao Ge returned to the present bearing news of the future, it was destined that everything in this world would undergo transformation, akin to a spark igniting a conflagration. However, one certainty remained for Xiao Ge. Regardless of how human society on Earth might evolve, the timing of the insect invasion would remain unchanged. In his previous life, all nations languished in a state of confusion, welcoming the insect horde amidst a backdrop of frequent geological disasters. In this life, with Xiao Ge's rebirth, every measure implemented by the Dragon Kingdom was reshaping the global landscape. Although Xiao Ge preferred to remain detached from external affairs, outside forces had a different perspective. It is true what they say: the more one seeks to avoid trouble, the more trouble seems to seek them out. Take the conscription, for instance. Could the Dragon Kingdom expect to complete this endeavor in isolation? Such a notion was implausible. If the Dragon Kingdom dared to conscript and expand its military, other nations would undoubtedly follow suit. The press conference continued. Seeing the reporters in a state of extreme tension and excitement, Hualin could not help but jest. It seems I should prepare some quick-acting heart pills for everyone. Otherwise, I wonder if you can withstand what has to come. Instantly, the reporters' heart rates surged anew. Did Hualin imply that even more thrilling content was forthcoming? The reporters adjusted their cameras, eager to capture the next moves of the Crisis Management Bureau. At this juncture, Hualin produced a document. Simultaneously, the massive screen behind her displayed the words, "A letter to all citizens." The subsequent time was entrusted to the Minister of Internal Affairs. The Minister of Internal Affairs, who oversees all matters pertaining to the welfare of the citizens of the Dragon Nation, is most suitably tasked with the reading of the message to all citizens. Minister Hu Tiansheng is a man of refinement, yet at this moment, a shadow of melancholy and gravity rests upon his countenance. Greetings, citizens of the Dragon Nation. I am Hu Tiansheng, and I trust that many of you are familiar with me through various channels. Indeed, every citizen of the Dragon Nation knows him. Xiao Ge, along with everyone present, is acquainted with Minister Hu. All 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation recognize him. At this very moment, the entire nation stands still. From the southern frontiers to the northern borders, from the western territories to the eastern seas, regardless of where a citizen may be or what they may be doing, they are all attentively listening to Minister Hu's address. In 6 months, the arrival of the insect race has been confirmed by our foremost scientists. To safeguard the lives of our citizens and preserve our nation, it has been resolved to establish the Crisis Management Bureau to confront this impending threat. However, a handful of individuals alone cannot accomplish this. In the face of future crises, the salvation of our people necessitates the participation of each and every one of you. Only through the collective effort of the Dragon Nation can we secure a future for our descendants. After careful deliberation, it has been decided that, effective immediately, all economic activities within the Dragon Nation shall cease. We shall consolidate all resources to implement the Lingxiao project. Once the Grand City is established, all citizens will relocate to reside within this magnificent metropolis. We require the unity of the Dragon Nation's citizens to face these challenges together. This is the essence of the message to all citizens. It is declared that, starting today, all economic activities in the Dragon Nation will come to a halt as we dedicate the nation's strength to the execution of the Lingxiao project. The total economic output of the Dragon Nation surpassed that of the United States 2 years ago, establishing it as the world's foremost economic powerhouse. Yet now, the Dragon Nation asserts its resolve to pause all endeavors. Do you remember those fervent days of passion? From this day forth, all citizens of the Dragon Nation shall once again ignite that fervor. Everything the Dragon Nation undertakes is for the protection of its 3 billion descendants. A Dragon Nation journalist listened intently to the minister's speech, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he began to hum the opening notes of the national anthem. Instantly, every journalist present joined in song. Within the venue, all citizens of the Dragon Nation began to sing together. Through the live broadcast, the entire populace of 3 billion joined in the chorus, spontaneously and willingly. In this moment, only the singing of our homeland can truly convey the sentiments within our hearts. No other words can express our thoughts. In truth, the impending halt of the Dragon Nation had already been surmised by the journalists following the announcements of plans by Lingxiao and others. When the circular fortress was announced, it required 5 million workers. Now, each Lingxiao Grand City demands 8 million workers. 100 such cities will necessitate 800 million workers. Additionally, the military will conscript 50 million. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation's capsule high-speed rail initiative, the fusion nuclear power station project, and others truly require the concerted efforts of all 3 billion citizens to be realized. In addition to laborers, logistical personnel, and others are essential. This will be humanity's most unprecedented infrastructure initiative. Who could envision the spectacle of 800 million individuals concurrently laboring in the Dragon Nation? Before the journalists could fully comprehend the implications, the Minister of Internal Affairs swiftly turned the page, suggesting that further revelations awaited. As the reporters recognized Hu Tianqing's subtle gestures, the expansive screen transformed, a message to the dragon descendants beyond our borders. How could the citizens of the Dragon Nation neglect those scattered across foreign lands? How could the Dragon Nation ever forget them? Initially taken aback, the journalists soon donned smiles, realizing that the Dragon Nation intended to summon all its dispersed citizens back to its embrace. Hu Tianqing then boldly proclaimed, "To the citizens of the Dragon Nation living abroad, you have toiled across oceans for these many years. Those at home have always been attentive to your trials, facing unwarranted discrimination, provocation, and violence, none of which you should have had to endure. Now that the Dragon Nation has grown stronger, we will not permit anyone to bully you. Rest assured, the injustices you have faced will ultimately be rectified by the Dragon Nation. I stand here, representing the Dragon Nation, to extend an invitation, regardless of any change in your nationality, as long as you carry the blood of the Dragon Nation and hold it dear in your heart. Please return, your homeland needs you. To the dragon descendants beyond our borders, return. Return to build a new era that belongs to us, and to fight for the eternal existence of our nation." Hu Tianqing's voice resonated powerfully, inviting all citizens of the Dragon Nation living abroad. He continued, with a shift in tone, "As long as you wish to return, no matter where you are in the world, the Dragon Nation will find you and bring you home. However, I must clarify one point. As long as your heart remains loyal, you will always be a dragon citizen. Should your allegiance waver and you choose to serve foreign interests, you may test whether the Dragon Nation will seek you out. Do not fear that foreign nations will dare to obstruct your return. Going home is your right." At this opportune moment, the live broadcast seamlessly transitioned to the military leader, Lingxiao, creating an impeccable connection. While one side asserted that no one would dare to impede your return, the other showcased the most formidable warrior leader of the Dragon Nation. Any foreign organizations contemplating hindrance would need to tread carefully. Lingxiao is known for relentlessly pursuing special forces from the United States for the sake of a dragon citizen. Once Minister Hu Tianqing concluded his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the press conference once more. Perhaps the foreign journalists had not anticipated such a method of calling back all citizens from the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, a reporter seemed to have an epiphany and inquired, "Minister Hu, does this call for the return of citizens also include all of the Dragon Nation's ambassadors abroad?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Tianqing nodded and affirmed, "Yes, it includes all ambassadors stationed abroad." The implication of recalling all ambassadors is clear. The Dragon Nation may be on the verge of severing diplomatic ties with the entire world. Chapter 37. Cloud Supervisor. The entire nation monitors project progress in order to avoid arousing the vigilance of other nations. The Dragon Kingdom could methodically execute the withdrawal of its ambassadors stationed abroad. However, the Dragon Kingdom chose not to, opting instead to recall its representatives at the very outset. What could be the rationale behind this? A reporter, taken aback, inquired how the Dragon Kingdom could maintain diplomatic relations with other countries if it recalled its ambassadors. Is the Dragon Kingdom reverting to an era of isolation? Indeed, such questions lingered in the minds of every journalist present. No matter how formidable the Dragon Kingdom may be, in this age of globalization, it is implausible to sever all ties with other nations. This concern was not only palpable among the anxious reporters on site, but was also shared by countries beyond the borders, all waiting for the Dragon Kingdom's response. For nations like South Australia, where a substantial portion of trade is dependent on exports to the Dragon Kingdom, the entire country was on edge, anticipating the Dragon Kingdom's answer. Even nations such as the United States and Canada were awaiting a direct explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. They had engaged in conflicts, collaborated to impose sanctions, yet concurrently conducted trade with the Dragon Kingdom, benefiting mutually. Should the Dragon Kingdom indeed shut its doors completely and cease all interactions with foreign nations, It would precipitate turmoil in at least half of the world's countries. This concern is particularly acute for third-world nations reliant on raw material exports, as only the Dragon Kingdom possesses the capacity to absorb their commodities. Although the Peacock Nation boasts the largest population globally, the most significant consumer market resides within the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom were to isolate itself, industries such as mobile phone, automobile, and aircraft manufacturing would collapse in an instant. Just as Hu Tianxing was about to address the reporter's question, a journalist from the Peacock Nation abruptly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short video from within the Peacock Nation that has surpassed 300 million views. Would you allow us a moment to play it?" After casting a glance towards Xiao Ge and receiving his assent, Hu Tianxing permitted the journalist to present the video. This footage was freshly released by the Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation. "Greetings, everyone. Should the Dragon Kingdom choose to isolate itself, the Peacock Nation would become your premier market choice. We possess a vast population, expansive landscapes, and an inexhaustible consumer market." Instantly, the venue erupted with a cacophony of noise. The intent of the Prime Minister's message was abundantly clear: to seize the market void left by the Dragon Kingdom's withdrawal. The timing was impeccably synchronized with the press conference held by the Crisis Management Bureau. Hu Tianxing only took a few minutes longer, and the Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation promptly declared his intent to inherit the mantle from the Dragon Kingdom. The journalists from the Peacock Nation had arrived solely to promote their own interests, their intentions unmistakable. In conclusion, one could not resist asking, how will the Dragon Kingdom respond to this matter? Hu Tianxing chuckled, acknowledging that the Peacock Nation's capability to open its market is indeed a fortunate development for countries worldwide. However, he felt compelled to advise, "I must remind everyone not to install any applications on your phones when entering the Peacock Nation." The venue erupted once more, and the countenance of the Peacock Kingdom's reporter instantly darkened. The Peacock Kingdom had imposed sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom's mobile applications, and in a manner so brazen that it was unparalleled across the globe. To any nation, employing state mechanisms to target the products of another country is deemed childish and absurd. It is akin to a child, having lost a fight, venting their frustration on the flowers and grass by the roadside. At this moment, Hu Tianxing's remarks served as a mockery of the Peacock Kingdom, revealing their disgraceful demeanor. The Dragon Kingdom's intention to repatriate all its citizens was not an act of severing ties with the world, but rather a protective measure in light of the impending threat posed by the insect species. To put it plainly, the outer realms are perilous. It is imperative for them to return home and take refuge. Xiao Ge, upon hearing the minister's words, was astounded. This exemplified the art of rhetoric, a single statement that could offend every nation beyond their borders. Indeed, the outer realms are fraught with danger. This stark truth elicited a palpable reaction from the gathered journalists, who could hardly suppress their desire to confront Minister Hu. However, Hu Tianxing did not grant them such an opportunity. Two official proclamations effectively signaled the conclusion of the press conference. From 8 in the morning until now, 11 o'clock. An abundance of information had been disseminated over the course of 3 hours. In the end, Ouyang Yuan also rose to speak, likely to encourage all Dragon Kingdom scientists to embody a spirit of pioneering and exploration in preparation for the looming crisis with the insect species in 6 months. Originally, Ouyang Yuan had no obligation to address the audience. It was Xiao Ge who urged him to make an appearance. Xiao Ge understood that the world was abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, with public opinion leaning towards Long Zhan and Ouyang Yuan. With Long Zhan having appeared, it was only fitting that Ouyang Yuan followed suit, providing those idle individuals in the world with something to ponder. As anticipated, before Ouyang Yuan could step down, a reporter eagerly inquired, "Dr. Ouyang, could you reveal whether you or Marshal Long Zhan is the head of the Crisis Management Bureau?" A chuckle. No one responded. This was also a tactic employed by Xiao Ge. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are numerous spies from foreign nations who disguise themselves as innocuous individuals. However, when the moment of truth arrives, they would not hesitate to launch nuclear strikes on the capital. Hence, Xiao Ge intended to use the bait of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau to draw out as many infiltrated spy organizations in the Dragon Kingdom as possible. Long Zhan need not worry too much. Professor Ouyang Yuan, however, required discreet protection. Once Ouyang Yuan concluded his remarks, representatives from the Crisis Management Bureau began to exit. The primary purpose of the morning's press conference was to inform the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom about the forthcoming direction of their nation. Simultaneously, it was essential to convey to the world that the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom would soon return home, and no one should obstruct this process. With the objective achieved, they would return to their respective duties, continuing their work, while the subsequent inquiries from the press could be managed by Hualin. The Crisis Management Bureau has established social media accounts across all platforms and networks. In this era of interconnectedness, these accounts serve as the most effective means of engaging with the populace. Following the press conference, the Bureau's follower count astonishingly surpassed the Guinness World Record, exceeding 19.3 billion. This signifies that virtually every internet user in the Dragon Nation has become a follower of the Bureau. Is the information department prepared? Xiao Ge inquired directly upon returning from the press conference. A staff member approached, burdened with a substantial stack of documents, and responded that everything was set up. Since the afternoon of the 1st, they had dispatched teams equipped with live streaming technology to 100 locations designated for the construction of the soaring cities. And the sites for the circular fortress plan had also been outfitted with streaming equipment. Moreover, the manufacturing workshop for tunneling machines and the technical validation site for the capsule high-speed rail were equipped with live streaming facilities as well. However, a hint of uncertainty flickered in the speaker's eyes. Leader Xiao, are we truly going to broadcast live to the entire nation? Given the magnitude of this undertaking, it has never been attempted before. If an accident were to occur, it could destabilize public sentiment and lead to negative repercussions. You are mistaken, Xiao Ge interjected, waving his hand to cut off the speaker. The people of the Dragon Nation have never feared failure. What they dread is ignorance and estrangement. A continuous 24-hour live broadcast is essential for ensuring that all citizens are aware of our actions, what our country is accomplishing, and what our compatriots are undertaking. As the construction of 100 soaring cities commences, at least 800 million individuals will be dispersed nationwide, working collaboratively. The aim is to utilize live streaming technology to allow them to witness each other's progress, fostering mutual supervision and healthy competition among them. This is the true objective of Xiao Ge. Through technological means, he intends to broadcast the progress of all national projects, laying bare the most authentic circumstances before everyone. Should fatigue strike at one construction site, workers can peruse other sites, thus cultivating constructive rivalry. Update the live streaming links across all social media accounts, he commanded. Within minutes, all accounts of the Crisis Management Bureau reflected this update. Cloud monitoring. The Crisis Management Bureau invites you to supervise the progress of all construction projects. Beneath the link, multiple entrances to live streams were established, corresponding to each construction site of the soaring cities. However, upon entering now, viewers would not witness any construction footage, as most of the sites currently lay barren. They would have to await the arrival of workers before any updates on construction could be shared. Chapter 38. The return of the expatriate Dragon Nationals. The press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau continued, though it was entering its concluding phase, naturally resulting in a decline in attention. Yet, abroad, the true drama was just beginning. The Dragon Nation announced its intention to close all embassies in foreign territories. Without delving into official reactions, it was evident that the citizens of those nations were becoming restless. Firstly, the embassies of the Dragon Nation abroad were besieged by countless individuals protesting against this decision. Following this, a plethora of creative pleas emerged. Dragon Nation, you cannot leave. In a mere quarter of an hour, the people of the world came to the profound realization that their lives had become inextricably intertwined with the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, they had rallied with slogans and organized boycotts against goods from the Dragon Kingdom, only to discover, after a cycle of resistance, that the only products available globally were those from the Dragon Kingdom, affordable and of remarkable quality. They had shouted slogans, seeking alternative markets, such as wine and seafood, refusing to sell to the Dragon Kingdom, yet all their goods languished in the ports. The outsiders, particularly from the Star-Spangled Nation, could not tolerate the presence of the Dragon Kingdom and even sought to expel it. Now that the Dragon Kingdom truly prepared to depart, they realized that life without it was untenable. As they ventured to a familiar Chinese restaurant for lunch, they found the doors closed, with a considerate notice stating that they had gone home. In an instant, industries that once flourished appeared desolate, as if locusts had swept through. A foreign friend clung to a Dragon Kingdom national, lamenting, "What will I do without you? My spicy diced chicken, fragrant bullfrog, and mouth-watering chicken are all gone." The Dragon Kingdom national merely replied, "I must return home." This scene was but a fragment of life beyond the borders, with countless similar scenarios unfolding across various foreign nations. Rather than sorrow, there was a sense of elation, for the nation was calling us home. Meanwhile, at a protest site, the president of Cherry Mobile was spotted. A journalist questioned him, "Is there a resemblance between Cherry and Apple?" The president responded, "Cherry Mobile serves the global market, and sales from the Dragon Kingdom account for 60% of our revenue. The Dragon Kingdom cannot leave. We require trade freedom." Today, all foreign stock markets were awash in red, with stocks cascading like waterfalls. Within a single morning, 3 circuit breakers were triggered, forcing a halt to all trading. Even a legendary stock god expressed trepidation, stating that if the situation persisted, he would indeed retire. CEOs from major tech companies, akin to the president of Cherry Mobile, joined the ranks of the protesters, even linking arms in a united plea for the Dragon Kingdom to remain. The so-called insect crisis was deemed a fabrication, a concerted effort by foreign nations to besiege the Dragon Kingdom, driving it towards isolation. We, the tech community, implore the supreme leader to cease the ongoing hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, amidst their protests, the Dragon Kingdom's ambassador abroad was already packing belongings, preparing for departure. At an Ivy League institution specializing in aerospace studies, it was clear that mere wealth could not grant entry. Only those with genuine talent and knowledge could cross its threshold. A group of Dragon Kingdom students convened to deliberate their future paths. The news had spread that the nation was calling them back. "What are your plans?" inquired a student with dyed hair. "I suppose I should return. My father just called me to come back." "You're being foolish. You're grown now. Shouldn't you decide your own course rather than let your parents dictate it? Do you not wish to return? Surely, you must be aware of this," the student with dyed hair remarked after a brief silence. "In truth, I believe there may be some underlying issues within the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, they would not utter such ludicrous phrases as the insect crisis or recall all embassies." Instantly, several individuals were taken aback. "Of course, we will return, but not at this moment. We should wait until the Dragon Nation resolves these issues and establishes a conducive research environment before we come back. Indeed, we are graduates of the Ivy League institutions of the Star-Spangled Nation. By the way, have any of you seen Xiao Ge? This dormitory housed 4 individuals, all of whom shared a close bond, often collaborating on matters together. They had collectively decided to postpone their return until circumstances improved within the Dragon Nation, and naturally, they needed to inform their other roommate. The trio turned, just in time to see a robust young man with a powerful build standing at the door. It was Xiao Ge. "When did you return? Why did you not say anything?" Xiao Ge was a well-known figure at the Ivy League school, studying aerospace engineering while harboring dreams of becoming an astronaut. To this end, he had also cultivated a remarkably strong physique. "I returned when you all decided to remain in the Star-Spangled Nation," he replied in a cold tone, not even glancing at the 3 before entering the dormitory and beginning to pack his belongings. "Shouting, what are you doing?" one of them asked. "Since you have already heard, let us be straightforward. With the nation's call to action, we believe, leave." Shouting interjected icily, causing the atmosphere in the dormitory to grow tense. They were known as the 4 scholars among international students, and their camaraderie had always been strong. Even when disagreements arose, they typically resolved them with calm dialogue. This was a situation unlike any they had previously encountered. The 3 roommates began to question him. "What do you mean, shouting?" Shouting paused his packing, turned around, and tore a piece of cloth from his own garment, casting it onto the floor. "This is a severing of ties. From this moment forth, I have no further association with you. Do you know how you were able to study abroad? It was the Dragon Nation that covered all your tuition." He continued passionately. "The Dragon Nation has nurtured you for all these years. After spending a few years abroad and hearing some dissonant voices, you have learned to question your own homeland? I never imagined you would turn out to be such individuals. I, Shouting, am ashamed to be associated with you. Indeed, Shouting shall return." Upon hearing the call for all citizens to return to the Dragon Nation, he was elated and prepared to share the news with his roommates, only to overhear their conversation at the dormitory entrance. "Everything is packed. Before I leave, let me say this. Even if the Dragon Nation indeed has issues, as its citizens, it is our duty to work together to change it. We should not stand idly by, waiting for others to resolve the problems while we reap the benefits. Such individuals are cowards, traitors, and turncoats." With that, Shouting departed, carrying his belongings with him. The entire dormitory fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of news broadcasts emanating from the phones. Students of Dragon Nation across the globe have gone mad. They have forsaken their studies, hastily packed their belongings, and embarked on the journey home. Dragon Nation scientists worldwide have also lost their senses, abandoning their previous occupations and nationalities, all making their way back to Dragon Nation. Citizens of Dragon Nation everywhere are in a frenzy, from the depths of the ocean to the Antarctic research stations, from tropical rainforests to the African continent. Wherever one can find a person of Dragon Nation, a massive exodus is evident. The world has gone into chaos. Upon awakening, people discovered that the citizens of Dragon Nation had vanished. The call to return home declared that anyone with Dragon Nation blood, regardless of previous emigration, was warmly welcomed back. This is the power of Dragon Nation's lineage. When the country calls, no matter how distant or remote, they can always find their way back home. Of course, there are exceptions. After a moment of silence, one of the dyed-haired roommates spoke up. Xiong shouting will surely regret this. If he wants to leave, let him go. We will remain here in the land of the stars and stripes. No one dared to object, for during the press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau, Long Zhan had issued the gravest of warnings. Who would dare to detain and refuse passage to the citizens of Dragon Nation? Those with the audacity could certainly attempt it. The stubbornness of Maple Leaf Nation had already been tested when they detained Yin Yu, nearly provoking a cataclysmic nuclear war. Who else would dare obstruct the return of Dragon Nation's people? Indeed, key individuals are required. Astute readers may have guessed that the pivotal character in seizing the insectoid spaceship is none other than Xiong shouting. Time permitting, perhaps I could share a brief, yet impactful science fiction tale about Xiao Ge and his companions capturing the insectoid spaceship in a side story. What do readers think? In fact, 3 characters have already been introduced: Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, and Xiong shouting, all members of the expedition team. Chapter 39. Do not underestimate the daughters of Dragon Nation. The Cloud Overseer has commenced. In the live stream, one can already see the workers who first arrived at the construction site of the circular fortress. As the workers entered, temporary housing began to rise. With a torrent of vehicles, excavators, heavy trucks, cranes, everything necessary was coming into play. Cloud clocking in has become a new trend. Workers at the stone forest in the southern border would take out their phones and send a barrage in the live stream. Arrived at the construction site, tasks assigned. About to commence work, please supervise, fellow citizens. From the snowy northern border, a barrage reads, at the Great Wall of Despair, guarding the nation's gate, requesting supervision. In the central region, a barrage states, let us raise the insectoids as if they were fish in a pond. Should we braise or steam them? Outside the capital city, a barrage declares, with a shovel in hand, I am here, as long as I stand. The capital stands, requesting supervision. In the eastern sea, a barrage invites, comrades, please come watch the sunrise over the sea in 4 months. Simultaneously, there is a live stream from the shield tunneling machine manufacturing factory. However, a comment from outside the realm was pinned in the shield tunneling machine factory live stream. If Dragon Nation can produce a shield tunneling machine with a diameter of 120 meters, I will live stream eating feces from Yamamoto Ichiro of eastern Japan. The reason why the netizens of the Dragon Country elevated him to the trending discussions is to bring this outsider to light, lest the young man from the east run away after the shield tunneling machine is completed. On January 4th, the world continued its relentless rotation, with an endless stream of news emerging every moment. After arranging the pertinent matters of the capital city's Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge, accompanied by Long Zhan and Su Hongyin, headed towards the military camp in the north. During their journey, a call came in from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, stating that the Prime Minister of Pakistan had personally reached out to inquire about the situation and seek Xiao Ge's counsel on handling it. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment before replying, emphasizing the urgency of the insect crisis, suggesting a nationwide transformation, and offering them a copy of our plan for the Lingxiao Giant City. He informed them that if they trusted us and commenced their own transformation, we could assist with the fusion nuclear power station. Some were astonished, asking, Leader Xiao, did you not previously state that foreign nations are like wolves and tigers? Why treat Pakistan so differently? Xiao Ge paused, his brow slightly furrowed. When the first wave of the crisis descended, Pakistan did not possess a dimensional portal. It was Pakistan that intervened during the Peacock Nation's attempt to guide their domestic insect threat into our western territory, shielding us from that attack. Otherwise, the losses for the Dragon Country would have been far greater. This is the essence of loyalty. What Xiao Ge did not divulge was that, due to Pakistan's military intervention, the insects from the Peacock Nation directly infiltrated their territory, resulting in over 1 million casualties. True loyalty is revealed in times of adversity. Hence, the Dragon Country would not neglect their ally. Consequently, shortly after Xiao Ge consented, and before they had even disembarked, news arrived from Pakistan. The Prime Minister's office announced a nationwide pivot to confront the insect crisis, intending to draw heavily from the experiences of the Dragon Country. This marked the first nation in the world to place unwavering trust in the Dragon Country. Naturally, this declaration sent shockwaves through the Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation, as Pakistan intended to adopt the Dragon Country strategies, even escalating their conscription efforts beyond those of the Dragon Country, declaring a total mobilization. With a population of 400 million, Pakistan could muster 400 million soldiers. The Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation was nearly brought to tears at this realization. With the Dragon Country conscripting in the north and Pakistan in the west, it was evident they were being cornered into a dire situation. With no other recourse, he had to seek assistance. However, countries in the Pacific region, while vocal in their condemnation, took no tangible action, as they were preoccupied with domestic affairs and post-tsunami reconstruction. The efficiency displayed by Pakistan somewhat surprised Xiao Ge. It seemed they had already resolved to trust the Dragon country even before their inquiry, so upon receiving Xiao Ge's response, they promptly announced their decision to pivot. As the plane came to a halt, they arrived at a military camp that had previously served as a base for the hypothetical enemy Blue Forces. As Longzhan remarked, in terms of combat capability, this unit ranked among the top 3 in the nation. Of course, this camp harbored a secret. Beneath the surface lay a clandestine research facility where all the insect corpses discovered along the coast had been transported for study. The plane landed, and officers were already assembled outside, awaiting their arrival. Salute. Martial greetings. Indeed, the soldiers of the military held an air of solemn respect upon witnessing Longzhan. Old Zhao, despite your insistence on avoiding frivolous matters, you never heed my words. Have you been missing a good kick these past few days, itching for it? Longzhan seemed to be well acquainted with the officer. I have brought someone for you, and you must cultivate her well. Should you fail to nurture her into anything but a wastrel, I shall render you useless as well. With that, he summoned Su Hongyin, instructing her to train diligently under Xiao Ge, emphasizing that she must not disappoint his expectations. Yes, Su Hongyin exclaimed in surprise, never having anticipated serving under Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge, too, was taken aback. He recognized Xiao Ge, who had once risen alongside Longzhan from beyond the borders. Later, when the Dragon Nation established the Zerg Suppression Army, Xiao Ge became the commander of the 1st Legion. Prior to seizing the Zerg spacecraft, Xiao Ge had belonged to the 13th Legion of the Zerg Suppression Army. They had crossed paths before, and he knew Xiao Ge to be an ambitious figure, one who would not bow to anyone except Longzhan. Marshal, our unit is somewhat unique. I fear that this young lady may not endure the rigors. Perhaps you could assign her to the female soldiers' camp or the logistics division. Soon, this area would undergo expansion, and by then, there would be at least 100,000 troops stationed here. Who would have the leisure to attend to a female soldier? I maintain that you are exhibiting gender bias. Listen closely, old Zhao. This is my finest unit, and Su Hongyin is among the most exceptional warriors I have encountered. If she cannot withstand the trials here, you may execute her. Longzhan's voice grew grave, tinged with displeasure. Within the Dragon Nation's military, gender discrimination was unacceptable. Su Hongyin was equally indignant. Upon sensing disdain, she promptly declared, then let it be this way. Since I, Su Hongyin, am here at the behest of the Marshal, I cannot allow him to lose face. Commander Zhao, how about you let your male soldiers compete against me in a contest? Longzhan pondered silently. No, you are not here on my behalf. You are affiliated with Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge's lips curled into a rigid smile, resembling a brick. Very well, how would you like to compete? Su Hongyin began to limber up. I've heard that you excel in weighted runs. I shall not take advantage of you. Instead, let us compete in what you do best, a 5-kilometer run with 35 kilograms of weight. Longzhan, Xiao Ge, and the surrounding soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. Where did this audacious girl come from, daring to propose a 5-kilometer weighted run, an arduous challenge even for men? How could she presume to engage us in such a contest? Should she lose, I hope she doesn't weep by the roadside. Longzhan glanced at Xiao Ge, uncertain. Xiao Ge, do you think she can handle a 5-kilometer run with 35 kilograms? Many male soldiers struggle to endure that. Xiao Ge remained silent, observing quietly. Upon hearing Longzhan's words, he chuckled. Marshal, have faith in her. Su Hongyin is not one to provoke lightly. Once roused, she will stand her ground resolutely. Those male soldiers may find themselves in for a challenge. There was ample time ahead. They would witness the contest before proceeding to the base. Xiao Ge and his companions had come to this military camp to conduct research, and they had brought Su Hongyin along as well. Without hesitation, a dozen male soldiers volunteered to join Su Hongyin in the weight-bearing cross-country run. Before the start, Xiao Ge specifically reminded them, you are responsible men. If the young lady struggles along the way, lend her a hand, understood? Oh, we got it. There were many who cheered. Yet Su Hongyin merely smiled in response, remaining focused on her preparations for the competition. And so it began. Once everyone had set off, Xiao Ge approached Longzhan and remarked, Marshal, where did you find this child? She has quite the temper, but her expectations exceed her abilities, which is concerning. 15 minutes later, Xiao Ge's expression darkened. Those returning from the cross-country run were already visible, but leading the pack was not his male soldiers. It was Su Hongyin. If that were all, it might have been acceptable, but the distance by which she led was substantial. Not only that, Su Hongyin would occasionally halt, calling out to the male soldiers behind, Hey, hurry up. Do you want me to wait for you? Xiao Ge observed, and indeed, Su Hongyin completed the 5-kilometer run with a 35-kilogram load in an impressive 18 minutes and 27 seconds. Remarkable. Commander Zhao, it seems your male soldiers need considerably more training. In parting, Su Hongyin even delivered a sharp retort to those who had mocked her. With a scowl, Xiao Ge turned and bellowed, "Everyone must run an additional 20 kilometers. No food until you finish." Chapter 40, Rage. Assassinating Dragon Nation Scientists. After a brief trial, Xiao Ge and Long Zhan entered the research center, while Su Hongyin formally enlisted and immediately engaged in subsequent training. The corpses of the insectoid species had been delivered 2 days prior. Experts in biology, microbiology, chemistry, and other fields, carefully selected from the military, gathered to conduct anatomical studies on these bodies. Only through the examination of the insectoid corpses could more effective countermeasures be devised. The primary objective was to develop biochemical weapons or create genetic weapons capable of combating the insectoids. Only then could they inflict substantial damage on them. However, Xiao Ge had previously stated that this route was unfeasible, for the insectoid biology was carbon-based as well. Attempting to eradicate them genetically on this foundation could very well lead to humanity's extinction before the insectoids were vanquished. Captain Xiao, I still do not understand why we do not use nuclear weapons against the insectoids. Long Zhan had only heard mention of nuclear weapons from Xiao Ge in relation to their plan to seize the insectoid spacecraft to bomb their home planet. He had never heard of using nuclear weapons to bombard the insectoids directly. Nuclear weapons are ineffective against the insectoids, Xiao Ge recalled, during the first wave of invasion. The United States was the first to launch a nuclear attack on the insectoids. The result was that the insectoids only became stronger and more formidable, nearly preventing the subsequent events from unfolding. He reflected, nuclear radiation can greatly activate the cells of the insectoids, causing them to grow larger and more destructive. It bears some resemblance to Godzilla. Godzilla, a fictional monster from film, is capable of absorbing nuclear radiation to become increasingly powerful. Humans could never have anticipated that the alien insectoid race would be so similar. The words of Xiao Ge were soon validated by biological experts, who discovered that even the lifeless bodies of these creatures exhibited cellular reactions when subjected to trace amounts of nuclear radiation. Subsequently, Xiao Ge disclosed all his knowledge about the insectoids to the scientists at the research institute, including their vulnerabilities, behaviors, and societal structures. The capture of an insectoid sentinel was an unexpected boon, albeit one that was limited in quantity and variety, thus serving only as a singular case for study. For instance, the insectoid society is structured like a pyramid, with sentinels occupying the lowest tier as laborers, while higher up are the queen and king insects. The scientists at the institute needed to devise a meticulously detailed strategy for dealing with the insectoids based on the information provided by Xiao Ge. It was imperative for Xiao Ge to ensure that the entire populace was informed about the appearance and weaknesses of the insectoids, so that when the time came for their actual arrival, the citizens would not be gripped by fear. Xiao Ge remained at the research institute until January 6th, during which he instructed the network department to produce numerous educational videos that thoroughly explained the insectoids. He also had them create a plethora of models based on the data he provided. It was crucial to disseminate these videos swiftly, so that our soldiers would be prepared to confront the insectoids, and our citizens would remain calm upon their first encounter. With the news of the insectoid crisis now public, it was essential to inform the populace about the imminent threat that the Dragon Kingdom would face. However, a chief of staff from the military expressed his concerns. Leader Xiao, if we release the information about the insectoids, wouldn't foreign nations also be informed? He implied that he wished to keep the insectoid crisis concealed from foreign countries, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to face the threat alone and letting those nations fend for themselves when the crisis struck. Xiao Ge shared this hope, but was it truly feasible? The entire globe was entrenched in a highly globalized environment. As soon as the Dragon Kingdom sought to inform its citizens about the insectoid crisis, foreign nations would inevitably learn of it as well. Let them know, Xiao Ge reasoned. We must focus on our own preparations. He did not wish to expend excessive energy on secrecy regarding such matters. It was then that Long Zhan interjected with a statement that resonated with everyone. Even if we lay the truth before them, whether they choose to believe it is another question altogether. This was indeed the case. Even today, such a vast nation as the Dragon Kingdom, turning to foreign countries, was still perceived as merely seeking excuses for conscription. This was perhaps a manifestation of arrogance and prejudice. Anyone with a modicum of rational thought could discern the peculiarity of the Dragon Kingdom announcing a conscription of 50 million without warning in just a few days. Perhaps foreign nations had long held the belief that they could criticize others, while questioning the Dragon Kingdom's right to do the same, even if they were in the wrong. Subsequently, Xiao Ge, Long Zhan, and others emerged from the underground research facility. The military camp was noticeably more populated today, with new recruits engaged in drills upon the barren land. This battalion would serve as the primary force defending the impassable Great Wall in 6 months. Situated merely 100 miles from its construction site. Upon seeing Long Zhan's arrival, Xiao Ge naturally invited him to address the new recruits. Long Zhan, without hesitation, approached the ranks of the new soldiers. To an unknowing observer, Xiao Ge appeared to be merely his attendant. Many of the new recruits speculated about the identity of the young man beside Long Zhan. At that moment, Long Zhan received a phone call, and his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Even in silence, those around him could sense a raging fury emanating from his presence. Noticing the change, Xiao Ge inquired, "What is the matter?" After hanging up, Long Zhan's expression turned icy, his eyes ablaze with anger. A renowned expert in rail transit had been assassinated in Yuezhou. Long Zhan's voice boomed, and all the new recruits heard him. Instantly, a wave of outrage surged through them, their voices rising in a cacophony of indignation. An assassination of a technical expert from Long Nation? Were they envious of our plans to develop high-speed maglev trains? Xiao Ge assassination? Assassination of a scientist from Long Nation? Who did it? He asked, his voice low and intense. We do not yet know, but we have already identified the suspects. We will soon uncover who is backing them. Long Zhan nearly roared. However, the Star-Spangled Nation certainly cannot escape culpability. Captain Xiao, how should we proceed? Long Zhan possessed full authority to handle the matter, and he sought Xiao Ge's counsel on how he would manage it. The recruits were once again astounded. Who was the young man beside Long Zhan? Why did Long Zhan display such respect towards him? Need there be any question? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ge declared, those implicated in this matter shall be dismembered. The nation backing them shall see 100 of their equivalent experts slain. Once the truth is revealed, we will release a statement under the name of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. Should any nation experience the loss of an expert thereafter, let them hold their own government accountable. Do not dare tell me that the death of any expert is a loss for all humanity. Are the lives of our experts not worthy? I, Xiao Ge, will not accept such nonsense. We will investigate, without a doubt. Even if this matter reveals obscure evidence pointing to a particular nation, I shall take action. A distinguished expert, who has contributed decades to our country, cannot simply be murdered without consequence. In just a few sentences, Xiao Ge exuded an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The new recruits were instantly swept up in his fervor. This was Long Nation. Previously, the people of Long Nation had valued restraint, but now such sentiments were no longer necessary. Revenge was imperative. For every life taken, a life must be repaid. For the sake of our country, sacrificing oneself was without regret. Long Zhan had initially intended to address the new recruits, but that was now unnecessary. Xiao Ge, Long Zhan, Xiao Ge, and others proceeded to the operations command room, where Long Zhan promptly connected the details of the assassination from Yuezhou for immediate viewing. Upon seeing the slain esteemed expert, Xiao Ge's heart sank. At the first meeting, he had encountered that esteemed expert, who had remarked that Xiao Ge's proposal was overly radical, leading Xiao Ge to replace him directly. Unexpectedly, within just a few short days, that expert was assassinated. Team leader Xiao, there is another matter that has circulated across the internet. A chief of staff retrieved several images online, and a writer named Yuan has updated her diary entries on the web. Let us refer to them as the Yuan diaries for the time being. Take a look at what she has penned. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Sea Monster. A new species. Xiao Ge did not know the diarist, yet he took a moment to glance at her writings. It seemed this author merely longed for the sweet, fresh air of the outside world. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ge remarked that although the Dragon Kingdom has called back its citizens, the reason for this action is that foreign nations cannot ensure the safety of their own people. However, this does not imply that we are truly isolating ourselves. At least before the arrival of the insect race, the doors of the Dragon Kingdom were wide open. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. 10 minutes later, the Crisis Management Bureau issued a new directive. Notice to the foreign citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is about to activate its crisis response mode regarding the insect race. There exists a voice in the online discourse claiming that the Dragon Kingdom cannot accommodate foreign individuals. This assertion is erroneous. For many years, you have resided in the Dragon Kingdom and made significant contributions to its development. The nation will not forget these efforts. The gates of the Dragon Kingdom will forever remain open. You may enter or leave at your convenience without obstruction. If you choose to remain in the Dragon Kingdom, during the impending crisis with the insect race, the nation will provide you with equal protection. The issuance of the notice to the foreign citizens of the Dragon Kingdom also serves to inform the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom that as long as they abide by the law, they will receive equal treatment regardless of nationality. Naturally, there are dissenting voices emanating from the southern region. The coastal islands of the southern border witnessed a massive migration to the mainland during the tsunami. However, some individuals there have colluded with foreign entities, mischaracterizing the migration as persecution. Some have suggested that such individuals should be swiftly dealt with. Yet, Xiao Ge held a different view. In fact, the emergence of diverse opinions within the Dragon Kingdom is a positive development, provided they do not resort to destructive actions. They are free to voice their thoughts as they please. Internal matters will be coordinated by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and Xiao Ge did not particularly dwell on these minor issues. Those bringing up such trifles are seasoned veterans who have fought alongside the Dragon War for years. They are intolerant of any nuisances, and thus Xiao Ge chose not to elaborate further. Martial Long. The news of the national hero's assassination has been temporarily sealed. We must swiftly identify and apprehend the subversive organizations from the Star-Spangled Nation operating within our territory, ensuring complete control over the situation. Once we have arranged our plans for revenge, we will make it public. Longzhan confidently declared that it would take merely a day. Indeed, Xiao Ge nodded in agreement and instructed, "Let us release the video recorded at the Research Institute." This video was intended to clearly inform the citizens about the details of the insect race, allowing them to be adequately prepared. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom take such matters with utmost seriousness. However, once this information reaches foreign shores, it is often misconstrued. Naturally, the video subsequently circulated across foreign networks, inciting mockery from other nations. Look, the Dragon Kingdom has emerged once again. Who would have thought they would release an animated feature about the insect race at such a time? Impressive indeed. Is there anyone who, like me, feels that Blizzard Entertainment is on the verge of a resurgence? It seems as though the Dragon Kingdom is fervently promoting Blizzard's CG animations. The previous commenter made a valid point. Consequently, Blizzard was compelled to clarify. Firstly, we are not collaborating with the Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, we will pursue legal action against them through official channels, as they have unilaterally altered the lore of StarCraft without our consent. Finally, we are considering the release of a sequel to StarCraft in the near future, so stay tuned. Blizzard was on the brink of collapse, particularly with a game like StarCraft that hadn't seen updates in years. Little did we anticipate that the Dragon Kingdom would announce the arrival of the Zerg at this juncture. It is evident that this presents a significant opportunity. The market's response has been overwhelmingly positive, with Blizzard stock soaring to unprecedented heights within a matter of days, becoming highly sought after. The executives at Blizzard couldn't help but feel elated. Why sue the Dragon Kingdom? At this point, they could even call them Daddy Dragon Kingdom. For those who thrive on spectacle, the Dragon Kingdom seems to concoct new surprises daily. Yet, on days when there is no news, an unsettling feeling prevails. Meanwhile, whispers of rumors began circulating on foreign platforms like YouTube and Twitter. Reconstruction efforts in the Pacific region are underway in every foreign nation. Countries with less robust resources have little time to concern themselves with the Dragon Kingdom's transformations. Disaster relief is of utmost importance. In South America, a coastal city witnessed disaster relief personnel capturing peculiar footage. Numerous whale carcasses littered the beach, their bellies grotesquely hollowed out, painting a gruesome scene. Furthermore, within the whale remains, remnants of an unknown creature were discovered. In South Australia, mysterious sea monsters have also been sighted. In the east, a carcass of a sea creature, washed ashore by a tsunami, attracted considerable attention from foreign observers. This creature seemingly succumbed to the tsunami's ferocity, its body shattered and dismembered. As these visuals circulated across foreign networks, people were astonished to note their resemblance to the Zerg video released by the Dragon Kingdom. Why is this so? Some have speculated that this could be a ploy by the Dragon Kingdom to convince us that the Zerg will indeed arrive in 6 months, strategically using the tsunami to dispose of these bodies. Surprisingly, this viewpoint garnered significant recognition and support. How could the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom stoop to such actions? They were not even affected by the tsunami. So do they have the leisure to engage in such activities? Outrageous. However, as the Pacific region continues to report an increasing number of mysterious sea creature incidents, people have begun to approach the situation with caution, until a paleontologist stepped forward, asserting that these are neither Zerg nor sea monsters, but rather some prehistoric creatures that have remained undiscovered. This, indeed, is a new species. The tales of sea monsters and aquatic creatures abound in our world. With such a foundation, the perspectives of paleontologists swiftly gain recognition. A new species, believed by the Dragon Kingdom to belong to the insectoid lineage, has turned out to be an unknown organism on Earth. The farewell ceremony has been cancelled. After witnessing events yesterday, the relief is palpable. Henceforth, I shall advocate for peace, striving for global tranquility. Chapter 42. The Grievance of the National Hero. How can it go unavenged? January 7th. 231. Xiao Ge returns to the capital city. Today marks the completion of all construction plans for various projects. Beginning on the 3rd, a nationwide mobilization commenced, with 800 million laborers advancing to the front lines and logistical support following closely behind. What constitutes a nation of infrastructure? This is it. Provided that the construction blueprints are in order, work can commence immediately. However, before that, Xiao Ge has matters to address. Vengeance for the esteemed rail expert. At 7:30 a.m., the news of the assassination of the veteran rail transportation expert broke, igniting national outrage and calls for the punishment of the perpetrator. By 7:40, footage of the suspect's capture emerged. Surprisingly, one of the suspects in the murder of the esteemed rail expert was revealed to be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. If Yuan merely chronicled events and rallied slogans, those involved in the assassination of the veteran expert are nothing short of traitors. Vengeance for the national hero. Vengeance for the national hero. At a time when the nation united to confront the insectoid crisis, a traitor emerged. In that moment, every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom felt a profound sense of shame. Even through the screen, one could sense the fury in the news anchor's eyes, as if they longed to leap forth and tear the traitor apart. At 7:45, detailed information about the foreign suspects was released. They had been ordered by the intelligence agency of the Star-Spangled Nation and had been lurking within the Dragon Kingdom for over 5 years. There is no way for the Star-Spangled Nation to distance itself from this. The released information included every communication record between the suspects and the Star-Spangled Nation, along with every piece of intelligence they had supplied over the years. Additionally, their military service records in the Star-Spangled Nation were detailed, culminating in their final orders to assassinate Ouyang Yuan, the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, and if they failed to eliminate Ouyang Yuan, any scientist from the Dragon Kingdom was deemed a valid target. This means that the Star-Spangled Nation has directly issued assassination orders against the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. The Star-Spangled Nation, indeed, is capable of anything. Yet, thus far, the Crisis Management Bureau has remained silent, offering no official statement on the entire incident. The official account of the Crisis Management Bureau eventually released a message at 8 o'clock, announcing a 3-minute national mourning for the fallen hero. The Dragon Kingdom, aside from the public outrage online, has maintained an eerily quiet official stance. In the wake of recent turmoil, everyone is aware that the Crisis Management Bureau will not remain idle. However, no one knows what kind of response it will yield or when it will materialize. Nonetheless, when the Crisis Management Bureau takes action again, the world shall undoubtedly be stirred once more. Meanwhile, in the Star-Spangled Nation, the wartime commander can be re-elected directly. And at this moment, the leader sits contentedly in the White House, sipping coffee while advisors analyze how to respond to the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the Supreme Leader seemed to recall something and inquired, "Why have you not yet reported the results of the assassination of the president of the Dragon Country Academy, which you were tasked with a few days ago?" The aide responded, "The Dragon Country has stringent protections for its scientists, and given their current transition, they are particularly vigilant towards outsiders, fearing that too much contact may expose them. However, they have informed us that they have made contact with a citizen of the Dragon Country who should be able to assist us in our endeavors." The Supreme Leader nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming that this was indeed favorable. If a citizen of the Dragon Country were to eliminate another citizen, it would absolve us of any responsibility. The aide continued, "By the way, Supreme Leader, there is another matter. The Dragon Country has sent over the individual who was keeping a diary, along with several of our supporters. How shall we accommodate them?" With a resounding clap, the Supreme Leader slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Who allowed them to land? They hold no further value. Do you expect me to finance their upkeep?" Implicitly, the Supreme Leader forbade the entry of those individuals into the territory of the Star-Spangled Nation. At that moment, an alarming voice echoed from outside the office. A voice that was all too familiar and troublesome. The dragon-slaying team had been captured in the Dragon Country. The Supreme Leader was momentarily taken aback. In recent days, he had frequently heard the phrase "not good" resonate within the White House, and it never boded well. This instance was no exception. The dragon-slaying team had been dispatched to eliminate Ouyang Yuan in the Dragon Country. Officials from the Pentagon were astonished. How is this possible? The dragon-slaying team is our finest operatives, having been embedded in the Dragon Country for years. How could they possibly be discovered? However, news from the Dragon Country revealed everything. The identities of each member of the dragon-slaying team had been made public, including the orders they had received. The Supreme Leader, who had been comfortably enjoying his position due to wartime eligibility, suddenly found his expression clouded with despair. Now, the entire world was poised to mock us. "I require counsel on how to suppress this matter," he demanded. "Why is no one speaking?" His aides averted their gazes, reluctant to respond. At that moment, They were at a loss for how to react. The supreme leader hastily pulled out his phone and tweeted, "Fake news. Outrageous accusations from the Dragon Country." Yet, 2 minutes later, that tweet was deleted, as the aides offered a suggestion that the supreme leader found agreeable, prompting him to revise his tweet. The Secretary of the Pentagon has violated international norms by ordering the assassination of a Dragon Country scientist. This is a grave crime against humanity. He has been dismissed and will soon face a military tribunal for trial. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country, at 8 a.m., the nation observed a moment of silence to honor their fallen patriot. Concurrently, news from the Star-Spangled Nation emerged. The supreme leader claimed to have identified the mastermind behind the assassination of the esteemed scientist and had terminated their employment. However, the citizens of the Dragon Country were unconvinced. Did they believe that simply finding a scapegoat would suffice? That individual was a pillar of the Dragon Country, having devoted decades to the nation. And this was the fate they met? Let it not be said as if this were the Star-Spangled Nation's first assassination of a foreign scientist. Every scientist is a treasure of humanity, yet such actions can still be taken. The audacity of the United States is truly shameless. The official media of the Crisis Management Bureau has released a formal notification. For the rogue, the Dragon Kingdom possesses means to deal with such scoundrels. The Bureau proclaims to the world that there must be consequences for the assassination of our national heroes. Such consequences cannot be resolved merely by the dismissal of a certain building's janitor. Moments later, a second notification proclaimed, "Revenge." A few minutes thereafter, a third notification arrived. From this day forward, nations that conspire to assassinate the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Heed this. Your scientists shall no longer be safe until 100 experts of equal standing are sacrificed in honor of our fallen compatriots. Shortly thereafter, a fourth notification was issued, from the words of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. Do you wish to eliminate all Dragon Kingdom scientists, leaving only your nation as scholars to contribute to humanity? Apologies, but I refuse to accept such a notion. A saying from our ancient wisdom, a life must be paid for a life. Xiao Ge is determined to execute those responsible for the murders of the heroes before the eyes of the entire world. There are 11 individuals in total, 10 of whom hail from the United States, and 1 from the Dragon Kingdom. The 10 members of the United States dragon-slaying team questioned, even if we are deemed offenders. We have not undergone trial. Such swift condemnation does not adhere to international standards. The soldier tasked with their execution retorted, did you consider such principles while plotting the assassination of our national heroes? The sentence of death is the greatest mercy the Crisis Management Bureau can bestow upon you. Had it been my decision, you would have faced far worse. Bang, bang, bang. The execution of the United States dragon-slaying team is broadcast live around the globe. This serves not only to declare that the Dragon Kingdom's quest for vengeance has only just begun, but also to instill fear in the spies and operatives of various nations. Take heed. For every life taken from the Dragon Kingdom shall be avenged by the death of 100 or even 1,000 of your own. Beyond our borders, platforms such as YouTube and Twitter have erupted with outrage. Barbarians. A regression of civilization. The Dragon Kingdom stands as the greatest criminal of this world. They even threatened to kill 100 scientists from the United States in retaliation. Are they seeking to incite a full-blown war between nations? Do they possess such capability? Have they not seen that the United States has already issued an apology regarding this matter? Why must the Dragon Kingdom persist in such actions? Sanction the Dragon Kingdom. Sanction the Dragon Kingdom. As the calls for sanctions echoed, the internet fell silent for a moment. Upstairs, it seems we can no longer impose sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom. They have already retreated. Chapter 43. Science knows no borders, yet scientists are bound by them. The Crisis Management Bureau has directly announced a vendetta against 100 scientists from the nation behind the assassination. In Ouyang Yuan's view, this course of action is unfeasible. As the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, he maintains a calm demeanor at all times. In the conference room, Ouyang Yuan's expression is solemn. When Xiao Ge finally finds a moment of respite, he speaks directly. Team leader Xiao, there are numerous ways to punish the United States. This approach is excessively extreme. Ouyang Yuan fears that such actions may bring disaster to the Dragon Kingdom, complicating the already precarious international landscape. Furthermore, the loss of any expert in any field is a detriment to the world, especially during the impending crisis posed by the insect race. For the world cannot bear such losses at this critical juncture. In the conference room, many scientists nodded in agreement with Ouyang Yuan's words. The scientists, guided by rationality, often approached issues from the perspective of humanity as a whole, contemplating matters collectively. Thus, they could only remain as scientists. However, Xiao Ge held a different view, as did those from the military. The sentiment of idealism would not garner the respect of the world. it would only lead to self-destruction. Xiao Ge stated solemnly. How does one earn respect on the battlefield? Surely, General Long has more authority to speak on this than anyone else. Known as the god of war of the Dragon Nation by outsiders, Long Zhan's reputation was not built on the number of enemies he swayed with compassion, nor on the captives he rescued, but rather on his prowess in battle. He instilled fear in the enemies, ensuring they dared not lay a hand on the people of the Dragon Nation. Dr. Ouyang, your viewpoint is not without merit. Science knows no borders, yet scientists do. Xiao Ge's voice grew slightly agitated. How can the assassination of our scientists be brushed aside with a mere apology? In the past, the Eastern nation invaded our Dragon Nation, slaughtering countless innocent citizens. When the war concluded, they simply declared their surrender, while the executioners returned home to live out their days in comfort. Do you consider that fair? This remains a wound in the hearts of our people. Must we stand idly by and allow such events to recur? A heavy silence enveloped the conference room. Were the world at peace, perhaps the Dragon Nation would resolve the matter through the most amicable means, such as imposing sanctions on certain personnel from the Star-Spangled Nation or lodging protests. But that is not the case. With the invasion of alien species, humanity should unite against a common foe, yet instead, we are ensnared in a struggle for survival amongst ourselves. Our nation has no time for such disputes, and neither does humanity as a whole. Thus, since the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau, the Dragon Nation has entered a state of war. On the battlefield, one must be 100 times more ruthless than the enemy to guide humanity toward victory. Science may transcend borders, but scientists do not. Remember this phrase. Currently, the Dragon Nation is at a crucial juncture in developing high-speed rail technology. Do you believe that if our esteemed experts were to sacrifice themselves, specialists from foreign domains would rush to our aid? The answer is painfully evident. They would not. Just as in the early days of our nation, when we sought camaraderie with the Tsarist Empire, what was the outcome? At the moment when the Dragon Nation needed technical support the most, they withdrew all their experts, destroyed all the blueprints, and retracted all assistance, leaving us to rely solely on ourselves. The immense calculations had to be completed by our scientists using abacuses. A weak nation will be bullied. Even if a nation's economy grows strong, military weakness will still invite oppression. History has shown us that the Song dynasty is a prime example. This matter has reached a conclusion. Xiao Ge declared, if today I do not subdue these foreign nations, they will surely believe that the Dragon Nation is afraid to cause trouble and will only escalate the challenges they pose to us. At that point, Dr. Ouyang and all present will become their prey. Furthermore, we have learned from the dragon-slaying team that the first target on their list is none other than you. Ouyang Yuan, General Long, order the troops to prepare. During this period of vengeance, any nation that dares to show its head, I would not hesitate to engage them in battle before the arrival of the insectoid species. Fear not the shedding of blood, fear not the sacrifice. Xiao Ge's eyes reflected a profound sense of tragic resolve. If he were to retreat today, if he were to fear death, then the arrival of the insect race would herald calamity for the Dragon Nation. Should foreign nations desire war, let the warriors of the Dragon Nation first hone their skills on them, so that when they confront the insect race, their hands will not tremble. Xiao Ge articulated his stance with clarity. Vengeance must be exacted. Even if it meant tearing apart the heavens and trampling the earth, he would seek retribution. What of racism? What of nationalism? Apologies, but before the apocalypse, such concerns are not my priority. In times of doom, only the people of the Dragon Nation will safeguard one another. Foreign nations would gladly use the people of the Dragon Nation as bait. Xiao Ge had witnessed such betrayals too often, hardening his heart further. Who does not yearn for a peaceful existence, to grow old with a partner? Yet, fate often defies one's desires. The matter of vengeance would naturally be arranged by Long Zhan. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge's primary task was to ensure the smooth progression of various projects. Upon receiving the construction plans for the Lingxiao Giant City from Zhang Qinghai, Xiao Ge reviewed them and promptly distributed them to the respective construction sites to commence building. In truth, these plans could be executed without Xiao Ge's oversight, for Zhang Qinghai possessed far greater expertise in urban planning than he. Xiao Ge merely served as a procedural overseer, gathering the projects together. Thus, the cloud supervision platform of the Crisis Management Bureau became a buzz as all projects commenced simultaneously. 8 million workers began constructing the Lingxiao Giant City. Countless cranes and hoists were erected, and across hundreds of square kilometers, a bustling flow of people and vehicles moved in and out, reminiscent of a city during the morning rush hour, busy yet orderly. Above, drones flew according to system directives, monitoring and coordinating every aspect of the construction site in real time. The most straightforward construction task was the outer city wall. Standing 500 meters high and 100 meters thick, for it constituted the simplest structure and least complex engineering challenge. As long as there was an ample supply of reinforced concrete, it could be stacked indefinitely. Naturally, transporting steel and cement from distant locations for such a massive infrastructure project was impractical. The most efficient solution was to establish local cement and steel plants. This necessity explained why the construction of a Lingxiao Giant City required 8 million workers. The same method applied to building 100 cities. Across the expanse of the Dragon Nation, 800 million people labored simultaneously, leading to a sudden drop in viewership on the cloud supervision platform. Moreover, the platform did not restrict foreign viewers, achieving a genuine global live broadcast. This unique scene emerged. The people of the Dragon Nation engaged in construction while a multitude of foreigners chatted and commented in the live stream. My God, are the people of the Dragon Nation truly insane? Is it true they are actually constructing the Lingxiao Giant City? Brothers from abroad are all one family. What do you think of the threat from the Dragon Nation to kill 100 experts from the Star-Spangled Nation? I am Yamamoto Ichiro, and I hereby vow that should the Dragon Nation dare to kill experts from the Star-Spangled Nation, I shall livestream myself eating excrement. Is that Mr. Yamamoto speaking above? You once posted in the live broadcast room of the shield tunneling machine, did you not? The individual upstairs is mistaken, Mr. Yamamoto indeed posted in the live broadcast room of the fusion nuclear power station, even in the realm beyond. Discussions surrounding the Crisis Management Bureau's declaration of vengeance continue to stir fervently on the networks of Longhua, reflecting the profound impact this topic has generated abroad. Initially, the assassination of Longhua's experts by the Star-Spangled Nation faced vehement condemnation from the international community. However, following Longhua's announcement of revenge, public sentiment has largely swayed in favor of the Star-Spangled Nation. After all, the Star-Spangled Nation has dismissed the officials responsible for issuing the assassination orders, providing Longhua with a semblance of accountability. Yet, Longhua remains unrelenting in its pursuit of vengeance, seeking to claim 100 lives in retribution. This is a blatant affront to the very foundations of international decorum. How can nations resolve their disputes in such reckless fashion? Upon learning of the threats issued by Longhua's Crisis Management Bureau, the supreme leader was incensed. They must be condemned. Consequently, a statement emerged across the internet. No one understands vengeance better than I. From this day forth, should a single soul perish in the Star-Spangled Nation, the nation behind the scenes shall pay 1,000-fold. However, scarcely had the supreme leader's tweet been dispatched when reports began to surface from various regions of the Star-Spangled Nation. A specialist in new conceptual rail transit tragically fell into water while shopping and drowned. An expert in engine design met with a fatal traffic accident. A geophysicist perished from electrocution during an experiment due to a power outage. A researcher of freshwater fish accidentally choked while drinking water and died. Within a mere span of minutes, over 20 distinguished experts from the Star-Spangled Nation met their demise, the timing of which appeared peculiarly orchestrated. Was it mere coincidence? The supreme leader pondered. How could it be so fortuitous? As Longhua declared its intent for vengeance, experts from the Star-Spangled Nation began to suffer untimely deaths. Even more perplexing was the fact that news of these fatalities was reported in real time by the media within Longhua. Aides, visibly alarmed, presented a set of images revealing a common thread among the victims. Each was associated with a particular symbol. The supreme leader's brow furrowed upon viewing it. It was a symbol from the film Avengers, accompanied by the phrase, "Justice descends from the heavens." Chapter 44. More lethal than murder is concerned the symbol of the Avengers? Justice descends from the heavens? Surely, this must be a result of excessive exposure to Eastern animations. The supreme leader listened in confusion as the aide asserted that substantial evidence indicates this was the work of Longhua, as only they could perpetrate such acts. Observe that English phrase, a quintessentially literal translation from the Longhua tongue. The supreme leader raised a finger, biting their lip, demanding that Longhua be made to pay dearly. They must be sanctioned. Those responsible must be eliminated. Yet, the aide wore a look of resignation, explaining that all the evidence we possess is circumstantial. Though it can be inferred that it was Longhua's doing, it cannot serve as direct evidence for prosecution. Unlike the encounters faced by the Dragon Slayer squad in Longhua, thus far, the Star-Spangled Nation has neither identified suspects nor gathered direct evidence. Furthermore, intelligence analysts surmise that the Dragon Nation's special task force must have been apprehended by the Dragon Nation several days prior. However, the Dragon Nation has remained silent, only to subsequently orchestrate the assassination of our esteemed technical experts. Otherwise, how could they issue a statement of vengeance just as our experts began to fall? The demise of our technical specialists was swiftly followed by revelations from the Dragon Nation, as if they had foreknowledge of the events. It is undoubtedly the work of the Dragon Nation. The Supreme Leader, disregarding any need for evidence, commanded, manufacture some proof for me. Issue a formal declaration to the world, stating that from this moment forth, anyone daring to engage in trade with the Dragon Nation shall be considered an adversary of the Star-Spangled Nation. Do you have any objections? The aides exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. Supreme Leader, there is another matter I forgot to mention. All global power vessels have been directed towards the Dragon Nation. After a moment of silence and hesitation, the Supreme Leader finally spoke. An iron curtain has descended across the Pacific. It is time to reach out to our allies to confront the crisis posed by the Dragon Nation. There is no insectoid crisis, to the nations beyond. There has always been solely the crisis of the Dragon Nation. However, just minutes later, the Chief of Staff returned, saying, Supreme Leader, you must see the Dragon Nation's response to the death of our technical experts. The Supreme Leader scrutinized the data stream, his expression growing increasingly somber. Mere minutes after the Crisis Management Bureau of the Dragon Nation issued a statement of vengeance, the official media reported further developments. We are deeply shocked by the unexpected passing of the engine research and design experts from the Star-Spangled Nation, and we extend our condolences. This is not merely a loss for the Star-Spangled Nation, but for all of humanity. We are astonished and outraged by the drowning of the concept transportation expert from the Star-Spangled Nation. And we hope the Star-Spangled Nation will enhance the dissemination of relevant safety knowledge to safeguard the property of all humanity. The Bureau had publicly mourned over 36 technical experts. Do the outsiders not comprehend this? Or does the Dragon Nation also lack understanding? Often, the most lethal mockery comes from official channels. More deadly than murder is the attack on the heart. After the assassination of Dragon Nation's technical experts, the Star-Spangled Nation proclaimed it a loss for all humanity. Now, with the unexpected passing of your technical experts, the Dragon Nation naturally must express its sentiments, and they do so even more swiftly and timely. Instantly, public opinion within the Dragon Nation shifted. In the live stream of the Cloud Supervisors, where foreign netizens were discussing various projects of the Dragon Nation, a sense of bewilderment engulfed them. Suddenly, the comments section erupted with messages from Dragon Nation citizens. Many experts from the Star-Spangled Nation have met with untimely fates. This is a loss for all humanity, and we mourn deeply. Heartfelt condolences. Alas, natural disasters and human calamities, who can say? We urge the technical experts of the Star-Spangled Nation to cherish their lives. The Star-Spangled Nation should take responsibility for the loss of all humanity. The outpouring of grief and condemnation left foreign netizens in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, the Dragon Nation had sworn vengeance, yet the tone had suddenly shifted. Moreover, the words of Dragon Nation netizens mourning the fallen experts of the Star-Spangled Nation were imbued with genuine emotion, their sorrow palpable even through the screen. If it were merely the comments in a live streaming room, it could be overlooked. However, this phenomenon permeates nearly every live streaming platform. Not only in these rooms, but throughout the entire internet, citizens of the Dragon Nation are collectively and spontaneously mourning the unfortunate demise of a technological expert from the Star-Spangled Nation. Many netizens from the Dragon Nation express their bewilderment. I am in my first year of high school and not very familiar with foreign affairs. Could someone kindly clarify, do the technical experts from the Star-Spangled Nation enjoy watching the Avengers? Perhaps Black Widow can no longer tolerate the pretense of the so-called wise leader. Eager netizens provide an explanation. Let me put it this way, young one, perhaps they do not truly enjoy the Avengers, but rather appreciate the notion of righteous justice. The shift in public sentiment within the Dragon Nation occurs so swiftly that foreign netizens often sense something amiss. At this juncture, someone in the live stream tags Yamamoto Ichiro. Mr. Yamamoto Ichiro, when did you begin live streaming? Silence ensues. Indeed. Previously, an individual using the ID Yamamoto Ichiro had asserted that if a citizen of the Dragon Nation dared to harm a technical expert from the Star-Spangled Nation, he would live stream eating excrement. At this moment, the entire internet is on the hunt for Yamamoto Ichiro. That ID also responds. It wasn't the Dragon Nation that did this. It was the Star-Spangled Nation's expert who simply had bad luck and met with an unfortunate accident. Alright? An accident? Is there such a remarkable coincidence in this world? After a while, perhaps Yamamoto Ichiro felt that explanation was inadequate and responded again, it truly was not the Dragon Nation. Did you not see that it was the Avengers who were responsible? Did you not notice the 4 characters righteous justice? Naive. Within the Crisis Management Bureau, news arrives. And scientists like Ouyang Yuan are filled with profound sorrow. In their eyes, each scientist's death represents a loss for all humanity, signifying that a beacon of knowledge has been extinguished in a particular field. Captain Xiao, do we truly need to kill 100 of their people? Just now, the supreme leader of the Star-Spangled Nation stated that for every one of their deaths, they would require 1,000 from the Shadow Nation as a tribute. If this cycle of mutual slaughter continues, it is likely that humanity will perish before the insect race even descends. Ouyang Yuan and his fellow scientists wished to quell the situation, fearing that further developments could spiral out of control. Xiao Ge, unfazed, chuckles lightly. Marshal Long, what do you think? Long Zhan's resolute countenance reflects unwavering determination. The Star-Spangled Nation may chant slogans, and while they have entered a state of war, it is not for the purpose of actual combat, but rather for electoral gains. As for their threats to kill experts from the Dragon Nation, is that even feasible? Our intelligence agency has already traced their espionage networks within the Dragon Nation and is prepared to clear them out at any moment. This is the source of our confidence. In apprehending the Star-Spangled Nation's dragon-slaying squad, we inadvertently uncovered all their spy organizations. This is indeed an unexpected gain. Dr. Ouyang, Xiao Ge interjects. Not wishing to delve further into this topic with the scientists, there is another matter. The location for Aerospace City has been planned. You must immediately organize a team to prepare for the reception of detailed data on black holes and insect race spacecraft. Currently, all major projects are progressing smoothly, and Xiao Ge must also prepare in advance for the impending threat from the insect race arriving from space. The advent of the space age for humanity is not merely a fanciful notion, but a reality that necessitates earnest execution. The initial wave of the insectoid invasion has descended directly upon Earth through dimensional portals. The forthcoming wave of these extraterrestrial entities will simultaneously transpire in both space and on our planet. Humanity aspires to confront these insectoids, capable of interstellar migration. In the vastness of space, yet time is of the essence. Merely 1 year remains. Given the current pace of civilization's advancement, such an endeavor appears nearly insurmountable. However, the knowledge that Xiao Ge possesses from his previous life is the pivotal element that could reverse this dire situation. In his former existence, Xiao Ge's ascension to the rank of Expedition Squad Commander was significantly attributed to his condition of hyperthymesia, which endowed him with an extraordinary memory akin to that of a computer. Absent the insectoid crisis, he might have remained a reclusive individual. Yet, this very crisis transformed his exceptional memory into a critical asset for humanity's ability to emulate insectoid technology. Ouyang Yuan let out a soft sigh as he meticulously selected specialized personnel from the 4 major aerospace cities of the Northwest, Shudi, the islands, and the North, to assemble a special task force. Xiao Ge nodded in agreement, instructing that they arrive within the day. Once the traitor is judged, they shall commence data acquisition. Chapter 45. The Peacock Nation, Masters of Deception assisting the United States in the assassination of the Dragon Kingdom's elite constitutes treason. During the execution of the Star-Spangled Nation's dragon-slaying squad, the traitor was not executed but rather subjected to a public trial in accordance with the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Prior to the commencement of the trial, the traitor's visage was disseminated widely. In the Shurlin region of the southern frontier, a circular fortress is fervently under construction. Within its several hundred-meter-deep foundations, machines and humans collaborate with remarkable efficiency. Screens displaying the live feeds from various project sites abound, including the public trial of the traitor. At this moment, speculation runs rampant among the populace regarding the traitor's fate. Death is certain, but the manner of demise remains the focal point of intrigue. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are consumed with fervor, wishing to witness the traitor's punishment. A crane has malfunctioned. Where are the repair technicians? Dispatch assistants swiftly. Despite the urgency, work must not falter. When a crane breaks down, the tower crane operator calls out loudly. The drone system swiftly processes his request and dispatches 2 repair technicians. However, upon seeing the 2 young repair workers, the operator's ire flares as he shouts at the drone. I need a seasoned technician, not 2 inexperienced youths. The young repairman chuckled, one of them responding, Deng Ning, does this uncle doubt your skills? Deng Ning, appearing no older than 17 or 18, resembled a middle school student, and it is no wonder the middle-aged crane operator harbored reservations. Without awaiting external validation, Deng Ning expertly assessed the crane's various systems, identifying and rectifying the issue within a mere 10 minutes, leaving the astonished operator in his wake. Accompanying Deng Ning was a fellow compatriot from their hometown, a small county in the central region. Upon hearing the national call, they had ventured to the Shurlin area. The compatriot inquired, Deng Ning, what do you think will ultimately befall that traitor? Isn't it obvious? Dunning brandished the wrench in his hand, exclaiming, it must surely be a case of 1,000 cuts. Haha, I too think that way, his compatriot replied. By the way, if your brother finds out about your escapades, will he not break your legs? What is there to fear? We are not merely out for amusement. We are serving our country. Dunning grinned at his astonished friend. Besides, Where has my brother gone? He mentioned he would be out earning extra money during Christmas, yet now that New Year's has passed, there is still no word from him. What is the matter? The compatriot's fingers trembled as he pointed at the screen behind Dunning. Is that your brother? Dunning turned to look. And on the screen, the trial of a traitor was being broadcast live. His laughter abruptly ceased, his expression frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. No, it cannot be. Perhaps it is merely someone who resembles him. How could his brother possibly be a traitor? To Dunning, his elder brother had been like a father, supporting the family after their father's passing. Dunning's education and every aspect of his upbringing had been solely sustained by his brother. How could he be a traitor? Surely, it must just be a coincidence of appearance. The accused, Deng Huiwang. The lawyer's words struck Dunning's heart like a bolt of lightning, causing him to stagger back a few steps, nearly collapsing. It was his brother, Deng Huiwang. How could this be? Dunning's world shattered in an instant. The very life he had led, his growth, all the money spent, was it all earned by his brother as a traitor? But why? Dunning simply could not comprehend it. His brother held a respectable job in their small town and was well respected. Why would he choose to become a traitor? Dunning, pull yourself together. Your brother is your brother. And you are you. I know where your loyalties lie. You must regain your composure. The trial of traitor Deng Huiwang is merely a show to deter others. After all, there are far too many in our nation who, for the lure of wealth, act as dogs for foreign powers. The trial concluded, and the death sentence was to be executed immediately. In truth, the Dragon Nation had managed to grasp the entirety of the Star-Spangled Nation's espionage network within such a short time. With crucial intelligence provided by Deng Huiwang playing a significant role, it could be seen as a means of atonement. However, the principle of leniency for confession and severity for resistance held no sway here. Deng Huiwang had committed a capital offense and was doomed to die. As for the Star-Spangled Nation's espionage system, there was no rush to dismantle it. After all, they were currently under complete surveillance, and eliminating them would merely be a matter of minutes. Xiao Ge was contemplating how best to utilize the Star-Spangled Nation's espionage system. With Deng Huiwang dealt with and the personnel from the Aerospace Department yet to arrive, he had time to review the intelligence compiled by the Foreign Affairs Department. Leader Xiao, the Star-Spangled Nation has allied with other foreign powers to reconstruct a military alliance against our nation, and we've even heard whispers that they intend to attack Ezhou Island. Xiao Ge was at a loss for words. Ezhou Island had already been reclaimed, and now they were thinking of an assault? Wasn't it too late? It was merely the same old tune. If they wish to forge a military alliance, let them. We need not respond. However, if they dare to obstruct our plans, they shall face no mercy. The personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs nodded, then remarked that earlier, the envoy from the United States had entered the Northern Khanate, seemingly to discuss an alliance. Xiao Ge's expression immediately soured. Did the Khanate not comprehend its own standing? Xiao Ge exclaimed angrily. Wedged between the Dragon Kingdom and the Tsarist Empire, it could hardly stir any significant waves. Why the haste to choose sides now? Long Zhan pondered for a moment and replied languidly, perhaps they are concerned that the Dragon Kingdom, in a fit of rage, might eliminate them as well. After a brief reflection, Xiao Ge stated, let the Khanate play as they wish, as long as they do not interfere with the construction of the absolute barrier wall. They may ascend to the heavens for all I care. By the way, make sure to relay this principle to the Khanate, now that the family is divided, who still covets their meager possessions. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs nodded and continued. Earlier satellite surveillance detected a significant troop movement from the Peacock Nation towards the northern borders, approaching our territory. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Ge furrowed his brows. The Peacock Nation truly knows how to stir trouble. They neglect their own myriad issues while incessantly trying to bask in the glory of the Dragon Kingdom, like chewing gum stuck to the sole of a shoe. It cannot be discarded, and is particularly repugnant. Marshal Long, what do you believe is the likelihood of the Peacock Nation initiating war at this juncture? Xiao Ge inquired, referring to the possibility of the Peacock Nation directly invading the Dragon Kingdom. Originally a colony of the Lion Nation, the Peacock Nation, during its colonial period, had attempted to annex the highland regions of the Dragon Kingdom, creating the so-called McMahon Line. After gaining independence, they not only failed to eradicate colonialism, but also took pride in inheriting the legacy of the Lion Nation, asserting that the McMahon Line constituted their border. This led to several conflicts with the Dragon Kingdom. Long Zhan also frowned. While I cannot speak for other nations, the Peacock Nation truly dares to act. They exude an inexplicable confidence, challenging the heavens, the earth, and the very air. Marshal Long, if the Peacock Nation dares to encroach upon the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, how do you think we should respond? Xiao Ge asked again. With lethal force. Naturally. We must ensure they do not dare to ascend to the Dragon Kingdom's highlands ever again. Xiao Ge smiled slightly. There is no need for such extremes. Engaging in combat with the soldiers of the Peacock Nation will not serve as effective training. There are far superior methods. Just as Xiao Ge was about to elaborate, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs grew solemn. He had just received news of an official statement from the Peacock Nation. In light of the Dragon Kingdom's conscription of 50 million, which has drastically altered the regional dynamics, the previously weak NI nation is utterly incapable of self-defense. Out of international morality, the Peacock Nation will dispatch 200,000 troops to the NI nation to assist and protect the safety of the NI people's property. Xiao Ge and Long Zhan were both taken aback, their mouths agape. The Peacock Nation truly excels at fishing in troubled waters. Chapter 46. Plan, Spaceship Energy. Antimatter propulsion in times of peace. The Peacock Nation dares to provoke the Dragon Kingdom, even directly sending troops into its territory. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is transitioning and conscripting soldiers, this provides the Peacock Nation with an excellent pretext to soar. By attributing all these events to the Dragon Kingdom, they can neatly justify their actions. Meanwhile, the NI nation, caught unaware, finds itself under the protection of the Peacock Nation. Indeed, Commander Long's words ring true. The Peacock Nation will undoubtedly harbor intentions towards the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment and remarked, Commander, do we currently possess channels to transport weaponry into the Peacock Nation? Long Zhan was taken aback. We do have means, but what do you imply, Leader Xiao? We must not forget the wisdom of our ancestors. The best approach is to incite discord within the Peacock Nation itself, thereby diverting their attention from invading our territory. If the Peacock Nation dares to invade the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Ge intends to let them descend into chaos first, thus achieving the greatest benefit with minimal loss. I can't shake the feeling that the environment surrounding the Dragon Kingdom is becoming increasingly complex. Xiao Ge sighed. Initially, he envisioned that the Dragon Kingdom could adapt to the threat of the insectoid crisis independently. However, if neighboring countries persist in their disturbances, it would significantly delay the progress of the Lingxiao plan. To the north, the Great Khanate is stirring restlessly, seemingly inclined to form an alliance with the Star-Spangled Nation. Yet, I find myself perplexed regarding the source of their confidence. To the west, the Peacock Nation has long been a thorn in our side, displaying no signs of change over the decades. To the east, both Goryeo and the Eastern Isles are traditional allies of the Star-Spangled Nation. Long's expression grew serious. Should we wait until the Peacock Nation actually begins its incursion to act? Certainly not. Proactive measures ought to be arranged now. A prudent approach indeed. Xiao Ge asserted decisively. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's primary focus at present is the execution of the Lingxiao plan, and our defenses along the borders are somewhat lacking. It would be too late if we waited until the Peacock Nation arrived at our doorstep. Leader Xiao, Long Zhan said with a newfound gravity. You remind me very much of myself. If only you had been reborn several years earlier, the entire world would have been thoroughly subdued by us. Xiao Ge, indeed a warrior of great renown, seemed to have only thoughts of how to bring the world to heel. At that moment, Ouyang Yuan sent a messenger to inform them that personnel from the aerospace department had arrived, requesting Xiao Ge's presence. Xiao Ge acknowledged and indicated he would attend shortly. He then addressed the personnel from the Foreign Affairs Department, instructing them to devise a strategy to buy time and create a space for negotiation with the Star-Spangled Nation on matters that could be discussed, hoping they could engage in negotiations for 6 months to resolve the situation. The others immediately grasped Xiao Ge's intentions. The Dragon Kingdom's shift had caught the world off guard, and the world powers, including the Star-Spangled Nation, felt affronted. Xiao Ge's so-called negotiations likely aimed to elucidate the rationale behind our country's transformation to the global powers. Is the issue of revenge negotiable? The Foreign Affairs Department inquired. It is not. Xiao Ge replied emphatically before departing. In the secret conference room, previously, the various departments of the Crisis Management Bureau seldom convened in such a private setting. The room was now filled with scientists who had traveled from various aerospace cities. The average age of scientists in the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace field was notably young, merely 275 years. Dr. Ouyang Yuan stood as the sole figure in the room. And as he selected you, it is likely that you were already aware that for the foreseeable future, you shall assume new identities, severing all ties with your past. For this pertains to national secrets. The young aerospace professionals wore solemn expressions, nodding in understanding. Henceforth, you need only to listen attentively. Ouyang Yuan paused, stating that academic inquiries were permissible. However, any other questions must remain unasked. Do you comprehend? The group again nodded in agreement. Confidentiality was a routine matter for them, and Ouyang Yuan's admonitions were reminders they received several times a year. Once Ouyang Yuan concluded his emphasis, he called towards the door, Team Leader Xiao, you may enter. At that moment, Xiao Ge stepped inside, causing an immediate stillness among the scientists in the conference room. A high school student? The individual referred to as team leader by Ouyang Yuan? It was no wonder Ouyang Yuan stressed the importance of discretion. This must be an extraordinary genius of Long Country, who had remained behind the scenes. Little did they know, Ouyang Yuan's strict instructions to investigate Xiao Ge stemmed from the need to protect the secret of Xiao Ge's rebirth. Without any preamble, Xiao Ge delved directly into the matter at hand. I trust you are all aware that in 6 months, the insectoid race will descend upon us, heralding an apocalyptic crisis. However, the initial wave of the insectoid invasion will occur in 6 months, while the second wave, 1 year hence, will arrive from outer space. Thus, you have been summoned to devise a strategy to confront this impending second wave. This is the premise. Do any of you have questions? Silence ensued. Ouyang Yuan had instructed them not to inquire, yet team leader Zhao's invitation for questions left them in a quandary. The thirst for exploration and knowledge shattered the silence. Team leader Xiao, a civilization capable of interstellar travel, must be at least a Type 2 civilization, perhaps even reaching Type 3, while humanity currently does not even qualify as a Type 1 civilization. Can we prevail in this battle? Silence fell again. This question was likely one only aerospace professionals would ponder. Utilizing asymmetric strategies may lead to victory, Xiao Ge replied without elaboration. Gesturing for the next person to pose a question. Team leader Xiao, based on our current knowledge, the first wave of the insectoid race emerged from the dimensional portal. Why will the second wave arrive from space? Another queried. Indeed, the dimensional portal can be activated on Earth. Why embark on interstellar travel? Xiao Ge picked up a sheet of paper and punctured it with the tip of a pen, saying, "This represents the dimensional portal." He then held up a cup and asked, "Can this cup pass through?" Silence reigned. The metaphor was striking. Once the dimensional portal is activated, insectoids the size of the pen tip could traverse directly to Earth, whereas those the size of the cup could not. Are you suggesting that the insectoids we face in the first wave are merely the size of a pen tip, while those in the second wave will be the size of a cup? Xiao Ge nodded emphatically, affirming his point. At that moment, even Ouyang Yuan was taken aback. It was hard to fathom how humanity on Earth would endure until the fifth wave. Prepare yourself, for I aspire that humanity, after withstanding the second wave, will transform from passive to proactive. This necessitates the internal parameters of the black hole, which Xiao Ge must retrieve. These parameters are pivotal for the spacecraft's construction, enabling interstellar navigation and addressing the gravity conundrum. In the ensuing hours, Xiao Ge began to articulate the entirety of the black hole's internal parameters. Previously, he had provided Ouyang Yuan with a singular parameter value, merely to capture his attention. However, what Xiao Ge was now transmitting was the comprehensive set of parameters. While he may not fully comprehend certain intricate mathematical formulas, he retained the entire derivation process in his memory. Upon completion of the parameter transmission, he proceeded to share the structural blueprint of the insectoid spacecraft. Admittedly, there were numerous aspects that Xiao Ge found perplexing, yet he could reconstruct the analytical diagrams created by scientists from his past life. For those afflicted with hyperthymesia, possessing an unwavering recollection of every life event is undoubtedly a torment. However, for the reborn Xiao Ge, lacking such a condition would mean that even in his reincarnation, the sole message he could convey would be this: the insectoids will arrive in 6 months. As for the towering Lingxiao City, fusion nuclear power stations, high-energy laser weaponry, and the like, he could not hope to recreate them. From the afternoon until the early hours past 3, Xiao Ge meticulously relayed all the aerospace knowledge stored in his memory. On January 8th, at 3:07 a.m., a propulsion scientist posed a question. Leader Xiao, even if we manage to construct the spacecraft, what will propel it? Chemical energy is certainly out of the question. A fusion reactor can provide prolonged thrust, yet the instantaneous energy required remains unfulfilled. For interstellar travel, no energy source currently exists on Earth that can accomplish this. Rubbing his temples, Xiao Ge conceded that indeed, the energy for such a spacecraft would need to be derived from antimatter. Chapter 47. The Alliance Between the Great Khan and the Star-Spangled Nation? A fortunate development. Antimatter propulsion? The aerospace scientists in the conference room exhibited expressions of astonishment. However, the existing antimatter atoms produced in the world can only sustain existence for approximately 30 minutes. Beyond this duration, antimatter annihilates spontaneously, as though it had never existed. Ouyang Yuan had advised them to simply lend an ear, yet now, someone could no longer contain their disbelief. Leader Xiao, currently humanity has yet to fully grasp what antimatter is, let alone harness it. In such a limited time frame, how could we possibly create something from nothing and then achieve complete utilization? If we speak of an interstellar spacecraft, Xiao Ge had indeed provided a prototype blueprint. By concentrating all of Long Country's resources, it could potentially be constructed. Yet antimatter falls within the realm of fundamental physics, a domain where, even with a prototype, rapid replication is implausible, particularly in recent years, following the rejection of Long Country's particle accelerator project by returning scientists. The nation has remained significantly disadvantaged in the field of fundamental physics. The stance of that returning scientist was not unfounded. After all, the cost of constructing a particle accelerator is exorbitant, and even for Long Country, it is an undertaking beyond its financial capabilities. Moreover, foreign nations were greatly alarmed upon learning that the Dragon Country intended to construct its own particle accelerator independently. They promptly made a promise. Should the Dragon Country abandon its plans, the Western particle accelerators would remain perpetually accessible to it. However, years later, following the ascension of the Supreme Leader, the United States intensified its sanctions against the Dragon Country, effectively closing the doors of foreign particle accelerators to it. The production of antimatter could only be conducted within laboratories, yielding alarmingly minuscule quantities, with at least a millennium still required before it could be harnessed as an energy source. Not to mention the scarcity of antimatter, the Dragon Country currently lacked even the foundational capabilities to manufacture it. How could one speak of its application? Ouyang Yuan gazed at Xiao Ge with eager anticipation, hoping that his mind held knowledge regarding antimatter. Indeed, Xiao Ge did not refute the scientist's assertion, asking before this, "Did you truly consider the possibility of the insect race existing and descending upon Earth?" No, they had not. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ouyang Yuan's eyes, indicating that Xiao Ge's repository of memories did not contain information on antimatter. Xiao Ge continued, stating that to combat the insect race, one must not be constrained by conventional thinking. What I require is a team of imaginative individuals. Only thus can we triumph over the insect race. Who says that antimatter ships are constructed on the ground, with antimatter stored and subsequently placed aboard as energy? The particle accelerator on the ship generates antimatter, which is then annihilated directly into energy, constructing a particle accelerator aboard the vessel. The crowd was once again astounded. Just how large must this ship be to accommodate a particle accelerator? Ouyang Yuan inquired, "Captain Xiao, are you certain?" Xiao Ge replied, "I have seen it. In my past life, I commandeered an insect ship, traversed the stars, and arrived at the insect race's homeworld, where I encountered similar vessels. Thus, I am convinced that humanity can also fabricate such ships." Dr. Ouyang. The Academy of Sciences shall convene all fundamental physicists alongside the aerospace department to tackle the challenge of antimatter. During the second wave of the insect race's invasion, we shall primarily be on the defensive. I hope that by the time the third wave arrives, we will no longer be passively defending ourselves. After some contemplation, Xiao Ge added, "We can recruit more youthful, imaginative students to inject innovative ideas into the aerospace team." Ouyang Yuan nodded. "Then, how shall we name this project?" Xiao Ge pondered briefly. "Let us call it the Quafu Project, for the Dragon Country shall venture into space, pursuing the sun, moon, and stars." Thus, the Quafu Project was born, although it remains confidential for the time being. As the meeting concluded, Xiao Ge returned to his room for a brief rest. Morning dawned. A sudden, urgent voice roused Xiao Ge from slumber. "Captain Xiao, the Peacock Nation, after occupying the Ni Country, they have indeed begun their advance into our plateau region." Xiao Ge awoke, yet remained remarkably composed upon hearing the news. Hadn't it already been concluded yesterday that the invasion of the plateau by the Peacock Nation was merely a matter of time? What a fuss over nothing. Nonetheless, the Peacock Nation's urgency, unable to wait even a few more days, directly dispatching troops into the Dragon Country's plateau was indeed unexpected. The messenger arrived in evident haste, announcing that the Ironclad Nation had engaged in conflict with the Peacock Nation. Xiao Ge hesitated, recalling that just moments ago, it was reported that the Peacock Nation had dispatched troops to infiltrate the Dragon Nation. How could they now be clashing with the Ironclad Nation? After a moment of reflection, Xiao Ge remarked that it was not surprising for the Ironclad and Peacock Nations to be at odds, as they had been embroiled in conflict for many years due to historical grievances. Since their inception, these two nations had been embroiled in a bitter rivalry. However, when did the Peacock Nation acquire the audacity to conduct a two-front war, fighting against the Ironclad Nation in the west, while simultaneously engaging the Dragon Nation in the north? Before the messenger could elaborate, he revealed another shocking development. There had been sightings of the insectoid race along the border between the Ironclad and Peacock Nations. Xiao Ge's attention was instantly captured by this news. How could it be possible for the insectoid race to appear in the borderlands of the Ironclad and Peacock Nations? Xiao Ge and the scientists had predicted that the insectoids were attempting to establish a dimensional connection with Earth, with the only portal located deep within the Pacific Ocean. Recently, Mysterious sea creatures had been discovered along the coastal regions of the Pacific, believed to be unknown species residing in the ocean's depths. Of course, the people of the Dragon Nation were well aware that these were, in fact, insectoids. How could the insectoids have ventured to the borders of the Ironclad and Peacock nations? Just as Xiao Ge pondered this perplexity, the messenger continued. Furthermore, the Great Khan Nation has officially formed a military alliance with the Star-Spangled Nation, and they will soon deploy joint forces beyond the Great Wall of Despair at our northern frontier. Xiao Ge was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of joy washed over him, prompting him to dash towards the command center. Long Zhan and the officials from the Foreign Affairs Department were in a state of frantic urgency, hastily coordinating their plans. The dual-front offensive by the Peacock Nation was not particularly daunting. Just yesterday, Long Zhan had begun preparations, and as their troops advanced northward, turmoil erupted within the Peacock Nation. Within 2 days, it was certain that the Peacock forces would retreat. Otherwise, they would find themselves invading the Dragon Nation only to discover their own heartland compromised by internal strife. However, the actions of the Great Khan Nation were notably aggressive. Moreover, it was evident that the shadow of the Star-Spangled Nation loomed over both situations, indicating that they had officially extended their influence to the borders of the Dragon Nation. Particularly alarming was the construction of a joint military base within the territory of the Great Khan Nation, which was an egregious overreach. Xiao Ge, with a blend of seriousness and excitement, inquired, "Is it confirmed that the Star-Spangled Nation intends to establish a military base beyond the Great Wall of Despair?" Indeed, it was. The others were puzzled by Xiao Ge's sudden burst of laughter. What was there to find amusing? He then asked, "Has the Star-Spangled Nation determined the size of the forces to be stationed here?" Long Zhan replied solemnly that the current reports indicated only 5,000 troops. A strategic expert noted that this move by the Great Khan Nation seemed to have received tacit approval from the Northern Tsarist Nation. Otherwise, how could the forces of the Star-Spangled Nation gain entry? Xiao Ge, however, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "The Star-Spangled Nation is being rather stingy. General Long, you must find a way to apply pressure on the Great Khan Nation. If they are to station troops, at least 100,000 would be a reasonable figure. The Star-Spangled Nation is also in a state of war, so surely they can mobilize such forces. But what now?" The crowd was astounded. Stationing troops near the border of the Dragon Kingdom had become a significant taboo, yet Xiao Ge seemed utterly unconcerned, even wishing for an increased presence of the Star-Spangled Nation's forces. How could one allow another to slumber peacefully beside their own resting place? In the next moment, Long Zhan's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, there exists this possibility. Xiao Ge, you are truly the most adept at balancing interests among the young people I have encountered. In moments of joy, Long Zhan unabashedly called out Xiao Ge's name, which did not faze Xiao Ge in the slightest. Within the realm of the Great Khan, a dimensional portal of the insect race was set to emerge, and we were at a loss for how to deal with it. Yet, the Star-Spangled Nation has taken the initiative to offer assistance? Ha! Long Zhan laughed heartily, revealing the crux of the matter. The Great Khan had wisely declined the Dragon Kingdom's request to construct a circular fortress within its borders, while simultaneously acquiescing to the request for the Star-Spangled Nation's troops, effectively seeking a balance from external forces. Little did they realize that beyond the Great Wall of the Dragon Kingdom lay the very site of the insect race's arrival. No wonder Xiao Ge, upon hearing of the alliance between the Great Khan and the Star-Spangled Nation, reacted not with anger, but with joy. This was fortuitous, as they had willingly come forth to aid the Dragon Kingdom in resisting the insect race. Xiao Ge cheerfully remarked that caution was necessary. One must not appear overly eager lest the Star-Spangled Nation discern any intentions, causing their actions to become hesitant. Gratitude was extended to the old Mei for providing warmth. As the Dragon Kingdom advanced, many nations harbored apprehensions, much like the Tsardom, which, pressured by old Mei, found itself with no alternative but to form an international consensus with the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 48. Missile interception? No, we are testing laser weaponry. 6 months later, the insect race descended. The Dragon Kingdom had already made clear in subsequent press conferences, yet foreign nations remained skeptical. Who could be blamed for that? The Great Khan had only 2 neighboring countries, the Dragon Kingdom and the Tsardom. For many years, the Great Khan's diplomatic strategy was to maintain equilibrium between the 2 neighbors, refraining from favoring one over the other. However, the circumstances had changed. The Dragon Kingdom's abrupt shift compelled the Great Khan to make a choice, opting for an alliance with the Star-Spangled Nation rather than the Tsardom. Officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs suggested that the alliance between the 2 nations must have received tacit approval from the Tsardom. Otherwise, the Star-Spangled Nation's troops would never have been permitted entry into Tsardom territory. It appeared that our theoretical ally, the Tsardom, had also chosen a side this time. Long Zhan's lips curled slightly, leaving one to ponder whether it was a smile or a frown. That Tsardom had aligned with the Dragon Kingdom in various international matters. Although that Tsardom publicly expressed understanding regarding the Dragon Kingdom's conscription, a glance at their eastern territories, most having been acquired from the Dragon Kingdom, instantly instilled panic. While they did not explicitly state a desire to collaborate with the Star-Spangled Nation to suppress the Dragon Kingdom, their allowance for Star-Spangled troops to transit their land had already signaled their stance. Cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom was permissible, but the Dragon Kingdom must not grow too powerful. At that moment, even better news arrived from the High-Energy Laser Research Institute. Just as they were discussing the surrounding external environment, a phone call came through to Ouyang Yuan's mobile. Dr. Ouyang, we have made a significant breakthrough with the high-energy laser weaponry. We are ready for testing. Ouyang Yuan relayed this exciting news to everyone present. After a moment of joy, Xiao Ge declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us conduct the experiment this afternoon. And do remember to livestream it." After all, the trial of laser weaponry signifies that the Dragon Kingdom will ascend to new heights in military equipment. Moreover, high-energy laser weapons will be deployed in all circular fortifications, serving as formidable tools for both defense and offense. In the outer domain, within the Star-Spangled Nation, Xiao Ge's conjectures proved accurate. The Tsarist nation indeed harbored intentions to collude with other countries in the outer domain to counterbalance the Dragon Kingdom. The large-scale conscription and significant transformations within the Dragon Kingdom were perceived as threats by them. Meanwhile, the Star-Spangled Nation convened a conference with its allies. While representatives from the Tsarist nation listened in from the adjacent room, the meeting had been ongoing for 2 days. The Supreme Leader personally attended. Urging the outer domain nations to prepare, for the Dragon Kingdom had instigated war, deliberately assassinating technical experts from the Star-Spangled Nation and expanding its military might. Preparing to confront the civilized world, war could erupt at any moment. In principle, all nations agreed to expand their militaries. They also confirmed the establishment of a new command center in the Pacific region. However, when the Supreme Leader proposed locating the command center in the Eastern Isles, the representative from the Eastern Isles promptly rejected the request. "I regret to inform you that the recent tsunami has devastated our nation. Our primary focus is on post-disaster reconstruction. Establishing a military base at this time would surely incite public uproar." Consequently, the Supreme Leader turned to the representative from the Goryeo nation. The Goryeo representative lamented, "Alas, the tsunami has completely inundated our territory, making the construction of a command center utterly impossible." The representatives from the Eastern Isles and Goryeo found themselves at a loss for words. Realizing the Star-Spangled Nation's intentions to redistribute the burden of command center construction onto other countries while they remained preoccupied with domestic reconstruction. Furthermore, they were perilously close to the Dragon Kingdom, which was currently mobilizing its forces. Who could predict when they might unleash their wrath and subdue them? Just as they had done with South Australia? The Dragon Kingdom had dealt with South Australia with such ease, merely blinking and rendering it non-existent. Although there was a consensus regarding action against the Dragon Kingdom, the nations present had not yet completely severed ties. Supreme Leader. The Dragon Kingdom has now mastered comprehensive anti-missile interception technology. This has transformed warfare into an asymmetrical conflict. The Dragon Kingdom poses a threat to us. Yet we cannot threaten them. How shall we address this dilemma? The maturation of anti-missile interception technology implied a foundation for survival amidst nuclear deterrence. Upon the mention of this issue, the Supreme Leader smiled confidently. "This brings me to my point. To bolster everyone's confidence, today, the Star-Spangled Nation will complete its anti-missile interception experiment. Prior to the tsunami, we had intended to conduct this trial. However, the sudden disaster resulted in the destruction of 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. The nations were momentarily electrified. Should the Star-Spangled Nation succeed in its experiment, it would at least equate to the Dragon Kingdom in terms of strategic deterrence. Let us commence the experiment," the Supreme Leader announced. And the scene shifted to a military base located in the Atlantic. The Star-Spangled Nation had chosen this day for the trial to uplift the morale of the nations and ultimately facilitate the establishment of a comprehensive military alliance. In this experiment, the United States will conduct a global live broadcast, allowing people across the world to witness its success, and we shall no longer live in fear of the Dragon Nation. As long as strategic parity is achieved, other countries will no longer dread the Dragon Nation. At the same time, it is imperative to seriously consider the alliance proposals from the United States. Should you dare to reject this alliance, the consequences are predictable. In the footage, a missile destroyer swiftly navigates the ocean, cutting through the waves, accompanied by a colossal aircraft carrier in the distant waters. Suddenly, the screen splits in two. One side remains focused on the missile destroyer, while the other reveals the vast expanse of space, showcasing a satellite. At this moment, a voiceover announces that a top-secret satellite, operating in orbit, will coordinate with early warning radar, capable of tracking all launched missiles in real time and relaying data back to the Missile Defense System's terminal to initiate a response. No sooner had the voiceover concluded than a test warhead launched from a base in the United States ascended into the sky, instantly captured by the satellite, which simultaneously relayed the information to the missile destroyer. The system began to operate at high speed, calculating the optimal interception trajectory. At this juncture, the live broadcast was devoid of commentary. Yet the Supreme Leader proclaimed that our missile defense interception system is superior to that of the Dragon Nation. We can issue early warnings upon the launch of missiles from hostile nations and intercept them mid-course. As he spoke, the missile destroyer launched an intercepting missile. Moments later, the test warhead was precisely intercepted. The Supreme Leader continued, declaring that in terms of terminal interception technology, we are by no means inferior to the Dragon Nation. Subsequently, the missile destroyer launched another intercepting missile, this time striking down the test warhead just before it could hit its target with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the audience was left in utter astonishment. Even the representatives from the neighboring Tsarist nation found themselves at a loss for words. They had not anticipated that the United States missile defense technology had matured to such an extent. Even the representatives from the Maple Leaf Nation felt a sense of indignation. Had the United States tested this missile defense technology earlier, they would not have been so ruthlessly coerced by the Dragon Nation. The maturation of the United States missile defense technology signifies that the strategic imbalance with the Dragon Nation will soon be rectified. A representative from the Eastern Nation, appearing contemplative, remarked that the domestic post-disaster reconstruction is not as urgent as it seems. If the command center could be equipped with such a missile defense system, I believe establishing the command center in the Eastern Nation would not pose any issue. Having witnessed the sophistication of missile defense technology, the Eastern Nation's stance underwent a complete turnaround. The Southern High Nation also chimed in, suggesting that there are indeed certain areas unaffected by the tsunami, making them ideal locations for establishing a command center. The Supreme Leader tossed his golden hair, now feeling no urgency, and suggested they first discuss the matter of a comprehensive alliance. At that moment, one of his aides rushed in, whispering urgently in his ear that the Dragon Nation seemed to have responded to our successful missile defense interception. The Supreme Leader, visibly displeased, questioned why such news warranted a whisper. Show everyone the Dragon Nation's response. Let us see how they react upon learning of our successful missile defense test. The aide appeared hesitant, expressing concern that this might not be advisable. What could possibly be objectionable? The Supreme Leader surveyed the individuals within the conference room, determined to convey to the nations that the Dragon Kingdom was not to be feared. The aides, resigned, projected the intelligence obtained from the Dragon Kingdom onto the large screen, simultaneously conducting a test live broadcast. However, the weapon systems displayed were extraordinarily unique. Zing! A brilliant flash illuminated the room, seemingly signifying nothing had transpired. Yet, mere minutes later, the Dragon Kingdom announced that a powerful laser beam had obliterated a defunct satellite in low Earth orbit. A journalist emerged in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, posing a question to the testing entity. What is the comment from the Crisis Management Bureau regarding the successful missile interception experiment conducted by the Star-Spangled Nation? The response was curt. We apologize, but that is an internal matter for the Star-Spangled Nation. The Dragon Kingdom never interferes in the internal affairs of other nations. The journalist pressed on. Is this a test of a weapon system? The answer came. It is a laser weapon system, designed to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom in the event of a crisis with the Zerg. The video abruptly ceased. Could the Dragon Kingdom's laser weapon system truly strike targets in space from the ground? Boom. The Supreme Leader roared in fury, declaring it to be fake news. Absolutely fake news. The phrase fake news echoed throughout the assembly. Yet, all present understood that when the Supreme Leader uttered those three words, it inadvertently affirmed the authenticity of the news. The representative from the Eastern Island Nation appeared momentarily perturbed, but swiftly regained composure, exuding a magnanimous demeanor. Since the South Goryeo wishes to establish a command center, I believe it is quite necessary, given their formidable advantages. No, 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 the representative from South Goryeo interjected anxiously. It is your Eastern Island that possesses distinct advantages. Constructing the command center within your territory is far more beneficial. Just moments prior, they had been vying to build the command center in their own nation. However, upon witnessing the Dragon Kingdom's laser weapon test, they promptly altered their stance. This cannot stand. It seemed that the Star-Spangled Nation and the Dragon Kingdom would forever remain out of balance in the realm of strategic weaponry. Thus, today's meeting yielded no resolution. Nonetheless, the Star-Spangled Nation achieved significant gains, reaching an accord with the Tsarist nation to jointly confront the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, the Tsarist nation solemnly pledged that they would offer full assistance to the Star-Spangled Nation's military presence in the Great Khan's territory. Upon returning to the White House, another distressing piece of intelligence reached the supreme leader. The number of technical experts from the Star-Spangled Nation who had perished in an unfortunate incident had risen to 57. Moreover, in the vicinity of their demise, the emblem of the Avengers was discovered. Even within the Star-Spangled Nation, there were whispers suggesting that these technical experts might indeed have been eliminated by the Avengers. Supreme Leader, although we have deployed additional personnel to protect technical experts nationwide, several have still been murdered. Perhaps we should proactively engage in discussions with the Dragon Kingdom. There is no doubt. It must be the work of the Dragon Kingdom. It appeared the Dragon Kingdom was resolute, unwilling to relent until 100 technical experts from the Star-Spangled Nation had been eliminated. The critical issue was that the Dragon Kingdom had somehow managed to disguise all incidents as unfortunate accidents, leaving no trace of evidence behind. The advisors contemplated for a moment, and then remarked that if the populace were not provided with a satisfactory response regarding this matter, it could incite public discontent, potentially impacting future electoral prospects. The Supreme Leader harbored aspirations not merely to serve as a wartime commander, but also to seek re-election once the state of war had concluded. Thus, the conversation turned to electoral implications, which piqued the Supreme Leader's interest. As for the domestic technical experts, they were relegated to a secondary consideration. In the Dragon Nation, the successful trial of high-energy laser weaponry significantly bolstered national confidence. Particularly in this digital era, the Crisis Management Bureau opted to broadcast the successful experiment live, allowing everyone to witness the achievement. However, the chatroom during the livestream presented a rather different spectacle. Heartfelt congratulations to the Star-Spangled Nation on the success of their missile defense test. Truly, I extend my sincere congratulations, and none should doubt my sincerity. I genuinely congratulate the Star-Spangled Nation on their successful missile defense test. From now on, they can provide pyrotechnic displays for their citizens at any time. Warm congratulations to the Star-Spangled Nation and others. Within just a few days, they have entirely overcome the disasters caused by the tsunami. Utilizing national strength to complete the missile defense test, bringing happiness and safety to the disaster-stricken populace. Searching the entire internet. Where is Yamamoto Ichiro? When will he start his livestream? The congratulatory messages, understood only by the people of the Dragon Nation, left foreign netizens baffled, inundating the chat with large question marks. Is this a genuine congratulations from the Dragon Nation? Why does it sound so peculiar? The success of the high-energy laser weapon trial was undoubtedly a potent stimulant for Xiao Ge. It demonstrated that the Dragon Nation, with the blueprints and theoretical data in hand, could swiftly discover breakthrough methods. It indicated that the Dragon Nation was already on the cusp of advancements in related fields, requiring merely a nudge to achieve rapid progress. If high-energy laser weaponry could achieve such feats, the same could be expected in other domains. The laser weapon tested today could serve as a primary artillery piece, and subsequently, they would proceed to manufacture miniaturized, portable laser weapons according to the designs provided by Xiao Ge. The same principle would undoubtedly apply to the domain of fusion nuclear power. Following the completion of the experiment, the situation in the Peacock Nation was also clarified. It turned out that several thousand soldiers from the Peacock Nation had been brutally slain by the insectoid species while patrolling the border with the Ironclad Nation. The news incited profound outrage among the populace, as the Ironclad Nation was the only country in the world to align with the Dragon Nation in addressing the insectoid crisis, coinciding with the emergence of monstrous figures from the Dragon Nation's animations. The Peacock Nation could not help but suspect that the Ironclad Nation was up to no good. However, the Peacock Nation found it strange that while they had just engaged in skirmishes with the Ironclad Nation, their domestic conflicts had intensified, even resulting in large-scale armed insurrections, drawing international attention. As Xiao Ge and Long Zhan had anticipated, the military forces of the Peacock Nation were stationed along the border with the Dragon Nation, but were temporarily withdrawn to address the internal rebellion. This development alleviated some pressure on the southwestern region of the Dragon Nation, just as Xiao Ge was preparing to embark on his next plan. An envoy from the Dragon Nation's leader arrived to seek him out. Leader Xiao, the head of state requests your presence. This indeed took Xiao Ge by surprise. Since his rebirth, the leader had seldom reached out to him, with Xiao Ge having initiated contact on 2 occasions, once to request access to the underground Great Wall, and the other to discuss the reclamation of Ijo Island. Xiao Ge arrived at the leader's residence, which was simplistic yet exuded a vintage charm coupled with high-end elegance. The leader appeared to be in good spirits, savoring tea while awaiting Xiao Ji's arrival. Leader, you summoned me? Xiao Ge inquired directly. The leader gazed at him kindly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You have certainly stirred quite a commotion these days. Xiao Ge furrowed his brow, wondering if the leader intended to admonish him for his recent bold actions. Yet, the leader maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly able to discern Xiao Ge's thoughts. I brought you here primarily to engage in casual conversation, he continued. You are exceptional and possess great audacity. The Dragon Nation has chosen to endure many challenges in its quest for development over the years, yet you are different. Your return has infused the nation with fresh vigor and a sense of unity among its citizens. Xiao Ge listened in silence, patiently awaiting the leader to broach the main topic. If the leader merely wished to offer compliments, he could have easily done so with a phone call rather than convening Xiao Ge. As anticipated, after a few words of praise, the leader shifted the conversation. Xiao Ge, regarding the first wave of the insectoid invasion, will there be another dimensional portal opened over the Pacific? Without much contemplation, Xiao Ge nodded. There are no portals in the depths of the ocean, but some islands still have them. Upon hearing this, the leader seemed to comprehend. Xiao Ge, are you still on the original timeline? The gravity of this question altered the leader's expression. Xiao Ge's gaze sharpened. The changes within human society were undoubtedly distinct from the past. Pausing briefly, he reflected on his previous life. The Peacock Nation had not invaded the Ni Nation. The Great Khan's realm had maintained a bipolar diplomatic strategy. The Star-Spangled Nation had not entered a state of war, and the leader of South Australia remained unchanged. However, geological and meteorological disasters persisted unchanged from the original timeline. If one were to liken Earth to a cup, then the timeline of human society would be akin to the water within. The cup remained the same, yet its contents had transformed. Xiao Ge was not surprised that the leader could perceive this dimension. Anyone aware of his reborn identity would inevitably arrive at this conclusion. The Earth is composed of fixed elements, while humanity embodies variability. So it is, the leader mused before posing another question. Do you wish for the Star-Spangled Nation to increase its military presence in South Korea and Japan? Xiao Ge nodded vigorously, acknowledging that while the Star-Spangled Nation seemed inclined to do so, South Korea and Japan likely lacked the courage to accept such a deployment. Of course, I desire it, just as the Star-Spangled Nation has stationed troops in the Great Khan's territory. However, I harbor concerns that an influx of troops from the Star-Spangled Nation might exacerbate the surrounding tensions, making the balance increasingly difficult to maintain. The leader smiled, appearing reassured. The notion of leveraging strength against strength is indeed commendable. In the northern and southern frontiers, as well as the coastal regions of the east, a circular fortress must not only seal off several dimensional portals, but also defend against the extraterrestrial insectoid species. Should there be military forces from neighboring realms capable of resisting these insects, it would indeed be a boon for the Dragon Kingdom, the leader remarked. You need only proceed with your tasks. I shall handle the maintenance of balance. This balance entails leveraging external forces to alleviate the pressure of the insectoid crisis faced by the Dragon Kingdom. After a moment's reflection, the leader added, furthermore, the purpose of vengeance is not merely to take lives, but to convey to our adversaries that we possess such capability. Xiao Ge was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps this was the true intent behind the leader summoning him today. Deterrence is paramount. It demonstrates our readiness for retribution. Should any foreign nation contemplate employing base tactics against us in the future, they would need to weigh their options carefully. Xiao Ge pondered, realizing that the leader was effectively halting his plan for revenge against the 100 citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation. Chapter 50, Temporal Anomaly Incident, Variables. This was not an awakening, but rather an epiphany for the leader, who perceived what he had not noticed before. It was a matter of elevation and the art of balance. Thus, it was best to cease hostilities. Indeed, more effective than taking lives is the knowledge that one possesses the power to do so. This is true deterrence. Upon returning to the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge was promptly informed that a scholar had been awaiting him for some time. He was taken aback upon meeting the scholar, who turned out to be Chief Lu Yilin from the Coastal Gravity Observation Station. Following the recent tsunami, Chief Lu had gone to the Dragon Kingdom's Tianyan Research Institute, located nearby another gravity observation station, and it was unexpected that he had come to the capital today. Chief Lu, it has been a while, Xiao Ge remarked, holding a favorable impression of Lu Yilin. However, Lu Yilin's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he spoke gravely. Group Leader Xiao, our colleagues at the Tianyan Research Institute have discovered certain anomalies. Fearing that layers of reporting would cause delays, I was sent directly to report to you in person. Lu Yilin opened a data model on the computer. It depicted Earth in a grid-like format. To illustrate more effectively, we have gridified the gravitational field for clarity. Please observe here, Group Leader Xiao. Lu Yilin pointed to a specific location in the Pacific Ocean. indicating that they had witnessed the formation of a dimensional portal and the fragmentation of the gravitational field at the coastal observation station. Indeed, Xiao Ge nodded in agreement. Lu Yilin continued. Initially, we believed that the dimensional portal deep within the Pacific was singular. However, it is not. That is merely the most stable one. Data from the Tianyan Gravity Observation Station indicates that at least 3 other dimensional portals formed concurrently with the one in the Pacific, one of which is located here. Following the model of the Earth, Xiao Ge discerned the detailed location, situated at the border between the Iron Brother Nation and the Peacock Nation. Now it makes sense. Lu Yilin rotated the model, revealing another portal near the South Pole. Just now, I recalled that in a previous lifetime, there were reports of the Star-Spangled Nation's Antarctic Research Station suddenly losing contact. Could it be due to the insectoid species? Subsequently, the United States dispatched a specialized team to investigate Antarctica. However, there has been no news from the southern regions of Antarctica, and the first wave of the insect race has already arrived. He inquired whether there were any updates from the various national research stations in Antarctica. Someone searched online and reported that 3 days prior, communication with the research stations of the United States and the Lion Kingdom had been lost. The world had changed so rapidly that no one paid particular attention to the news from that region. It is worth noting that in the previous lifetime, the news of the research stations losing contact had sent shockwaves across the globe. Chief Lu, where is the other location? Lu Yilin's expression darkened as he pointed to a spot that was unexpectedly within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Right here, in the northern frontier. Yet, Lu Yilin's tone conveyed a hint of uncertainty. Captain Xiao, please observe closely. This is a simulated state derived from observational data. The gravitational field in the northern frontier pulsated rhythmically, akin to Morse code. It appeared to be on the verge of activation, failed, attempted again, but ultimately did not succeed, until the gravitational field returned to a state of calm. This cycle persisted for nearly 6 hours before it finally subsided. Xiao Ge's countenance darkened. It was impossible. How could a dimensional passage form here? He distinctly recalled that after the Great Tsunami, no mysterious creatures had been discovered within the Dragon Kingdom, rendering the existence of a dimensional passage highly unlikely. Lu Yilin did not respond to Xiao Ge's question, instead elevating the perspective of the Earth model to approach near-Earth orbit. In the surrounding space around the Earth, the gravitational field in this region was also collapsing. The supercomputing center's calculations indicated that this area had become exceedingly unstable, with the potential to form a dimensional passage at any moment. Xiao Ge found himself lost in thought. The 2-dimensional passages mentioned by Lu Yilin had completely not existed in the previous lifetime. Why was that? Lu Yilin continued. According to the supercomputing center's calculations, we have arrived at a conclusion. To achieve such a result, a variable is required. However, we have yet to identify what this variable is, making it impossible to ascertain the cause of the gravitational field's collapse in near-Earth orbit. At that moment, Ouyang Yuan suddenly spoke up. Captain Xiao, you are that variable. Xiao Ge was taken aback. Rebirth signifies a return to the past, and returning to the past allows one to alter the future. Could it be that his descent into the black hole and return to the past had led to a temporal anomaly? Earlier, the leader had questioned him whether the current timeline could still align with that of the previous lifetime, likely contemplating this very aspect. Lu Yilin continued, Captain Xiao, the timeline you provided earlier predicted that within the next 6 months, prior to the arrival of the insect race, several significant geological disasters would occur, all indicative of the insect world attempting to open a dimensional passage. As he spoke, Lu Yilin opened another set of predictive data, asserting that Captain Zhao's forecast should hold true. However, in the coming 6 months, the frequency of geological disasters would increase, becoming more frequent. All of this was a result of the emergence of Xiao Ge as the variable. In other words, the appearance of the insect race would become increasingly frequent, and people would become more aware of their existence. Soon, the paleontologist's theory will falter, and the veracity of the Dragon Kingdom's assertions will gradually be embraced. It appears that we must expedite our various plans, Xiao Ge solemnly remarked, suggesting that it may be necessary to relocate our citizens ahead of schedule. Initially, Xiao Ge had intended to wait until the completion of the Lingxiao Giant City before initiating the migration. However, it now seems that an earlier relocation is inevitable. Fortunately, over half of the populace is currently engaged in the construction efforts. Should we proceed with the migration, the workload will indeed be significantly reduced. We shall first devise a resettlement plan with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Meanwhile, Long Zhan was intently focused on the computer screen. Once Xiao Ge and Lu Yilin concluded their discussion, he interjected, Old Lu, do you think the dimensional rift forming in our northern border might attract the insectoid species? If so, how many might come, and in what form? Everyone nearly overlooked this critical point. Indeed, there will definitely be an influx. Without waiting for Lu Yilin to respond, Xiao Ge asserted. That would be disastrous. Long Zhan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. That location is not far from the construction site of the abyssal Great Wall. The group fell into a profound silence. Although there are some stationed troops at the construction site, can they truly manage the situation? Lu Yilin, harboring a glimmer of hope, thought that since so many days had passed without any news of the insectoid species, perhaps they would not come after all. No, there must be a reason. Xiao Ge intoned gravely. We must investigate thoroughly to uncover the truth. Especially after learning about the existence of temporal anomalies, Xiao Ge's concern deepened. Chapter 51. The Temporal Anomaly Incident. Insectoid traces in the northern region. Just beyond the construction site of the abyssal Great Wall lies the Great Khanate. At this moment, individuals from the Great Khanate are constructing a large military base less than 10 kilometers from the Dragon Kingdom's border. Even before the base is completed, workers at the Dragon Kingdom site have observed patrols within the Great Khanate, which display the flags of the Great Khanate, the Tsarist Empire, and the United States. The Great Khanate is indeed eager to host the two strongest nations on Earth within its borders. However, as long as they do not cross the border or cause trouble, the Dragon Kingdom's garrison will remain indifferent to their presence. In the military camp, several new recruits have arrived, and the stationed troops surrounding the camp have nearly surpassed 300,000, with numbers continuing to rise. Yet, Xiao Ge is far from satisfied with these new soldiers. To serve the nation, patriotism is not merely a slogan. You possess boundless fervor, yet cannot even endure the rigors of training. What use are you to me? Xiao Ge's frustration stems from the new recruits who, upon enlisting, profess their commitment to fight for the nation and protect its people, yet are left breathless after a mere 5-kilometer run. Fighting for the country and battling the insectoid species until the very end is not just a phrase. If you continue to whine about a little hardship, then get lost. Return from whence you came. The recruits dared not utter a word. To be fair, they truly had no complaints. They merely discussed privately why their training intensity was more demanding than that of the seasoned veterans. Why is it that veterans are required to complete 40 push-ups in 2 minutes to pass, and 60 to excel, while new recruits must achieve 60 push-ups and 80 sit-ups to pass? It seems illogical. Some recruits privately speculate that perhaps this is destiny preparing them for great responsibilities. If that is the case, it is accepted. However, why does one recruit receive special treatment? A new recruit stood up, pointing to a female soldier engaged in shooting practice in the distance, and exclaimed, Commander Zhao, I just want to know why, as a new recruit, she is exempt from physical training and can proceed directly to firearms training? It is unjust. Although the other recruits remained silent, their eyes sparkled with defiance. Why should they endure rigorous training and reprimands while she bypasses it to handle weapons? Xiao Ge recognized the recruit and approached him, asking, Yang Ming, from Pingxing Academy. A student of urban planning? Yes, Yang Ming replied. Are you dissatisfied? Xiao Ge inquired. After having his long hair shaved, Yang Ming appeared particularly spirited, proclaiming, Indeed, I am not satisfied. I refuse to accept it. Xiao Ge laughed heartily and added with a meaningful tone, a man should possess such a spirit of defiance. The veterans around Xiao Ge chuckled, appreciating Yang Ming's spirit of inquiry and fearless attitude. Su Hongyin, come here. Su Hongyin, who was engaged in firearms training with the veterans, promptly jogged over upon hearing her name. Xiao Ge allowed his subordinates to question, but only under the condition of obedience. Though Su Hongyin had only been in the military for a few days, she had already grasped the essence of obedience. Here, she responded expressionlessly. The veterans laughed again. Although Yang Ming's physical abilities were remarkable, there remained a significant gap compared to those of the veterans. Why did Su Hongyin bypass physical training? It was because she simply did not need it. The veterans had recently learned this the hard way. Very well, Xiao Ge declared. As the veterans were about to embark on a 50-kilometer weighted run, Su Hongyin will participate, and any of you recruits who are dissatisfied can join the run as well. 10 minutes later, the recruits gathered on the field to receive their equipment and set off. As Xiao Ge's words fell, more than a dozen recruits stood up. He nodded in satisfaction. His subordinates needed to possess such a spirit of determination. After 10 minutes, the group of recruits arrived at the field. Yang Ming finally had the opportunity to compete with Su Hongyin and could not help but feel triumphant. Miss Su, I am not boasting, but after graduating from high school, I trekked to the plateau, so a mere 50 kilometers is but a blink of an eye for me. Rest assured, if you lose your way, I will come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyin merely smiled coldly and walked away, unfazed. A veteran approached Yang Ming, praising him, young brother. You are truly impressive. By the way, did you have a girlfriend in college? Yang Ming's face darkened. He retorted, Why would I seek a girlfriend when I have better things to do? Is it not more delightful to indulge in games rather than seeking a girlfriend to tend to your needs? The veteran chuckled in realization, understanding why your conversations with girls resemble those with friends. Haha, as a man, you ought to take better care of Su Hongyin while on the road. Do not let her stray away. Haha. Yang Ming found it peculiar that the responsibility of protecting others seemed to be a serious matter. Yet the veteran spoke of it in a light-hearted manner, leaving him with a sense of dissonance. However, once they set off, he came to comprehend the veteran's perspective, and the other recruits understood it as well. The 50-kilometer cross-country run primarily assessed the soldier's endurance, akin to a long-distance race. Upon departing the military camp, the disparity between veterans and recruits became increasingly apparent. The veterans surged ahead, forming the leading group, while the recruits lagged behind, constituting the second group. Notably, Su Hongyin emerged as a separate entity, racing ahead of everyone. Initially, Yang Ming scoffed at her. After all, this was a long run, not a sprint. Was there truly a need for such fervor? Yet, as the kilometers rolled by, 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, and then 10, Su Hongyin showed no signs of slowing down. The veterans, however, regarded it as commonplace. Well, he had to concede. This was the very reason Su Hongyin was allowed to bypass the physical fitness test and proceed directly to firearms training. Nevertheless, he resolved to eventually bridge this gap. Approaching the 20-kilometer mark, the groups had dispersed, and visibility of others was lost. It would likely take some time before they encountered anyone again. The military camp had only provided one destination for the 50-kilometer trek, without stipulating a specific route. Drawing from his experience in trekking at high altitudes, Yang Ming devised a shortcut on the map, albeit requiring him to veer off the main path and traverse mountains and hills. Not long after departing from the main route, however, Yang Ming unexpectedly spotted Su Hongyin on a narrow path. Was this a case of fateful encounters? Beside her stood a little girl, perhaps 2 or 3 years of age, clutching a doll. Whose child could be wandering in such desolation? Who was this child? Yang Ming approached and promptly seated himself on the dry grass. Su Hongyin shook her head, disregarding him, and gently asked the little girl, "Can you tell me how you came to be here all alone?" The girl, unfamiliar with Su Hongyin, recognized the attire she wore, as adults had informed her that those dressed in such a manner could be trusted. Holding back tears, she clutched her doll tightly and replied, "Daddy told me to wait for him here, but he hasn't returned for 2 days. Is he lost?" 2 days. Glancing at the distant tents, which had likely collapsed some time ago, Yang Ming pondered what this small child had endured alone in the wilderness for 2 days. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming gazed in astonishment at the little girl. Without uttering a word, Yang Ming promptly offered some of his military rations to her. However, the girl declined, having just eaten the biscuits provided by Su Hongyin, leaving her unable to consume anything further. Su Hongyin gently caressed her hair and inquired, "Little one, what is your name? Do you know where your father has gone?" Tears brimmed in the girl's eyes, yet she held them back, saying, "I am Bai Shi. Father went to lure away the monsters from the television." Yang Ming, a seasoned gamer, felt an urge to jest. "Is your father off to farm some wilderness?" Yet, Su Hongyin suddenly recalled something and took out her phone to play a video about the Zerg sent by the Crisis Management Bureau, asking Bai Shi, "Is this the kind of monster you mean?" Overcome with emotion, Bai Shi's tears flowed freely as she sobbed. "Yes, it is that kind of monster. They came out of the television. Father said he would draw those monsters back and told me to wait in the tent." The Zerg. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming's expressions turned grave as they scanned their surroundings. Could the Zerg truly have appeared in the inland of Longhua? Fortunately for Su Hongyin, she had encountered the Zerg at the coast, allowing her to maintain her composure. "You must inform Commander Zhao immediately. Tell him the Zerg have emerged in the northern borders." Chapter 52, Temporal Displacement Incident, Zerg Eggs. At the military camp, when Xiao Ge received the call from Su Hongyin and her team, Xiao Ge and Longzhan were nearby. Just as Xiao Ge was explaining the situation and the need to requisition troops from the camp, news arrived from Su Hongyin about the discovery of Zerg traces. It was all happening too swiftly. Xiao Ge pointed at the map, stating, "This is the gravitation field fracture point, and this is where Su Hongyin's team spotted the Zerg. The distance between the two locations is at least 30 kilometers. Xiao Ge's expression darkened. "Team leader Xiao, the gravitation field fracture point is an abandoned coal mine that was shut down years ago due to severe environmental pollution." Xiao Ge's demeanor grew serious as he replied, "Marshal Long, we must deploy troops to seal off that abandoned coal mine and evacuate all individuals within a 50-kilometer radius. Additionally, deploy satellites and drone systems to conduct a comprehensive survey of the area within 50 kilometers. Marshal Long, what is wrong? We need to move." Xiao Ge was perplexed by Longzhan's sudden hesitation, leaving him bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Longzhan asked, should we synchronize a live broadcast? Xiao Ge was taken aback, realizing that the war god had been pondering this all along. Yet Longzhan had his justifiable reasons. If the Zerg were indeed present at the abandoned coal mine, this would mark the first battle between Longhua and the Zerg, a prelude to the large-scale invasion set to occur 6 months later. He wished for the people of Longhua to witness that the Zerg were not to be feared. The temporal displacement incident would allow some Zerg scouts to infiltrate Earth through chaotic dimensional passages. However, such encounters paled in comparison to the true invasion that awaited. Thus, Longzhan concluded that they must eradicate the Zerg so that the people of Longhua could see that the unknown is not terrifying. Let us proceed with the live broadcast. As soon as the words fell, satellite surveillance images were transmitted. Team Leader Xiao, this area corresponds to the abandoned coal mine in the satellite photographs. However, it appears to have undergone some changes compared to several years ago. As the images were handed over, Xiao Ge's hands trembled slightly, and he exclaimed, "These are eggs of the insectoid species." The fluctuations in the gravitational field were intermittent, akin to a hen laying eggs, indicating that the insect world had directly delivered these eggs. We can no longer delay. After locating the little girl's father, we must immediately bombard that abandoned coal mine. Fortunately, we discovered the presence of these eggs in advance. If we had waited for them to hatch, it would have been disastrous. Not a moment can be wasted. The armored vehicles, drones, and helicopters in the military camp sprang into action. Xiao Ge, Longzhan, and Zhao Gang personally took command. Before departure, the scientists at the research institute were exceedingly excited upon learning of the situation, fervently urging Xiao Ge to bring back more samples. Onward. In the United States, the Supreme Leader awakened once more. Since entering the year 231, he had not experienced a single peaceful night. Supreme Leader. Upon learning of our joint military presence with the Tsarist nation, a military base in their northern territory has mobilized its entire force, indicating possible cross-border strikes. What? The Supreme Leader rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The real-time satellite images displayed a scene of dust swirling and troops mobilizing in the military camp, suggesting preparations for conflict. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom is truly losing its patience. Confirming his observations, the Supreme Leader smiled, astonished that the patrols of the Great Khanate, brandishing the banners of the Three Kingdoms, had instilled such fear in the Dragon Kingdom. Should the Dragon Kingdom dare to invade the Great Khanate, it would certainly ease the burden on the United States, as the Tsarist nation would undoubtedly engage in conflict with the Dragon Kingdom. Announcing the alliance is one thing, but troop deployments cannot occur so swiftly. However, the United States could not afford to wait a moment longer. They instructed the Great Khanate to flaunt their banners at the Dragon Kingdom's border. An aide inquired, "Supreme Leader, how shall we proceed?" Condemn. We must unequivocally condemn the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, we must inform the Great Khanate to hold their ground until our arrival. A few minutes later, the Prime Minister of the Great Khanate was nearly in tears. The display of the Tsarist and United States flags parading at the Dragon Kingdom's border was the Supreme Leader's idea. Now, while they had indeed provoked the Dragon Kingdom, the United States presented itself in a manner of cheering and rallying support. What were they attempting to accomplish? Withdraw. Immediate withdrawal. We must delay until the representatives from the two nations arrive. Wait. After the message was reported, Zhao Gang's order was to have them wait. Thus, Su Hongyin and Yang Ming remained in place for the arrival of the main forces, not uttering a single word throughout the wait. Indeed, it was an awkward silence. Finally, the helicopter arrived. Yang Ming froze upon seeing someone disembark from the helicopter. Wait, who is that? The record holder for the highest number of skipped classes at Pingxing Academy. Xiao Ge? No, that can't be. Yang Ming rubbed his eyes. If it were Xiao Ge, he would likely be hiding at home trembling. How could he possibly be on the front lines battling the insectoids? As Yang Ming stood in astonishment, Xiao Ge also recognized him. Old Yang, I didn't expect to see you enlist again. In their previous life, Xiao Ge and Yang Ming were classmates. When the Zerg descended, they escaped together, ultimately enlisting in the military and eventually seizing a Zerg spaceship together. Yang Ming adjusted his chin in disbelief. Is that really you, old Xiao? What on earth? Are you not at home playing in the mud today? Just as Yang Ming was about to greet his old classmate, he was obstructed by the Special Forces soldier beside Xiao Ge. Marshal Long. Remember, he should be subjected to training volumes several times greater, just like Su Hongyin. After saying this, Xiao Ge paid no further attention to Yang Ming. Yang Ming could only watch him walk away, utterly perplexed, hesitating to inquire further. What on earth was wrong with him? Why did he give off an aura of authority upon his appearance? Longzhan understood the implications of Xiao Ge's words and relayed them to Zhao Gang. Ahead lay the road leading to the abandoned coal mine. Before Xiao Ge and his team arrived, The mobile troops had already been deployed. Boom. The drones transmitted real-time footage. The front lines had already engaged in combat. It seemed the Zerg in the abandoned coal mine had sensed human intentions and immediately organized to retaliate upon spotting the human forces. Soon, Xiao Ge and his team reached the front lines. Tanks, shells, machine guns, and more. The humans had intensified their firepower, and in front of them lay several Zerg corpses. What is the situation? Have we located Baishi's father yet? Xiao Ge expertly took up a firearm, joining the assault. Within the abandoned coal mine, the number of mature Zerg likely ranged between 10 to 20. We had already slain several. However, peculiar eggs were scattered across the ground, densely packed, enormous, and mysterious. Xiao Ge glanced around and discovered that some of the eggs had already hatched. This is dire. The Zerg currently fighting the humans are fully matured. Where have the hatched larvae gone? Suddenly, Xiao Ge noticed something writhing within one of the already hatched eggshells. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a person. Regardless of whether it was Baishi's father or not, the priority was to rescue the child. There. Xiao Ge pointed towards the individual who had likely been captured by the Zerg. Save him. Rescuing the person hiding within the eggshell would be relatively simple. Longzhan, weighing the overall situation, commanded, alternate cover, draw the Zerg away, and create an opportunity for Captain Xiao to rescue the person. Initially, the special forces were meant to carry out the rescue, but after consideration, no one understood the Zerg better than Xiao Ge. Perhaps he would be the safest and most effective choice. To cover for Xiao Ge, the best strategy was to divert the battlefield and lure the Zerg away. The so-called alternate cover meant that all soldiers would concentrate their efforts in one direction. The strategy proved effective. You follow me. Xiao Ge pointed to Su Hongyin and Yang Ming. The three, accompanied by several special forces personnel, swiftly entered the area of the Zerg eggs. Rows of Zerg cocoons towered half a meter high, providing ample space for a person to hide within. Upon reaching the eggshell, Xiao Ge signaled for others to remain vigilant while he proceeded to rescue the person inside. As he straightened up to look, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Alien parasitism. Chapter 53, the Crisis Management Bureau declares, do not consume. To his astonishment, the eggs that had been sent over were, in fact, alien larvae. They bore a striking resemblance to the facehuggers from the film Alien, which is why humanity had named them alien larvae. Within the egg was a person entangled by the alien larvae, a Caucasian, but not Baishi's father. Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, and others also made discoveries among the surrounding eggs. In addition to humans, there were pigs, cows, and other animals, all killed by the insectoid species and discarded into the eggs as sustenance to nourish them. There's no hope, Xiao Ge murmured, shocked to find that these were indeed alien larvae. Anyone ensnared by such creatures would inevitably become a breeding ground for the insectoid race. Invisible to me, a gathering of old alien enthusiasts. Let us go. Xiao Ge sighed softly, feeling pity for the poor Baishi, who was likely to become the first true victim of the insectoids. Captain Xiao, the researchers have asked us to bring back some samples. Should we take an egg with us? A special operations team member inquired, already preparing to collect the eggs. Yang Ming's expression darkened as he stifled a laugh. Su Hongyin glanced into the distance, pretending she had heard nothing. Xiao Ge furrowed his brow, stating firmly, it's an egg, not a specimen. The current laboratory cannot contain the alien larvae. Let us move. After they exited, Longzhan and Zhao Gang eliminated all the remaining creatures, at the cost of nearly 7 tanks and countless ammunition. Marshal Long ordered the withdrawal of troops surrounding the abandoned coal mine and to carry out saturation bombing with white phosphorus shells in that area. White phosphorus shells can elevate the burning temperature in an area to over 1,000 degrees, sufficient to eradicate all life forms, including larvae in the egg stage. Understood. Longzhan immediately nodded in agreement. Zhao Gang quickly interjected, Marshal, the little girl's father is still inside. Perhaps we can still save him. It's impossible. Those are alien larvae. Xiao Ge refrained from further explanation, asserting, from now on, remember, any human entangled by alien larvae, regardless of who they are, must be exterminated without exception. No matter the person, no matter their status, they are to be killed without hesitation. A heavy silence descended upon the group as they realized for the first time that the insectoid crisis might not wait 6 months. Danger could strike at any moment. The white phosphorus shell, a weapon of relatively low technological complexity, proved to be one of the most effective means against the insectoid menace. Half an hour later, Xiao Ge and his team had retreated to a sufficiently safe distance, and a swarm of unmanned bombers approached to drop their payloads. Boom, boom, boom. Even from several miles away, the flames of the burning white phosphorus were clearly visible, and the scorching heat could be felt. Xiao Ge contemplated, after the flames have subsided, we shall re-enter to inspect. We must not leave a single egg behind. Everyone nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Yang Ming, grave in demeanor, also nodded. Yes, understood. Long Zhan and Xiao Gang remained silent. It was hardly the place for a rookie to speak. Xiao Ge's brows furrowed in anger. Commander Xiao, their 50-kilometer cross-country training must not be interrupted. You must allow them to continue. Yang Ming's expression darkened. Oh, Xiao, do not be so heartless. Have you forgotten who paid for your meal that morning at the school cafeteria? Commander Xiao, they should be able to train for the 50 kilometers daily. He ought to be capable of doubling the weight to 60 kilograms. Yang Ming fell silent, retreating to the corner, too intimidated to speak further. The fierce flames of the white phosphorus shells continued to rage, yet soldiers managed to rescue a man, barely clinging to life. From a desolate well near the abandoned coal mine, the man had a fractured leg and was on the brink of shock due to excessive blood loss. However, as the stretcher passed by Xiao Ge, he suddenly reached out, grasping the corner of Xiao Ge's clothing. The medic halted his advance. My daughter? Where's my daughter? The man exerted all his strength merely to ask this question. Xiao Ge felt a pang in his heart as he held the man's hand. She is safe. We have already rescued her. Oh, that is a relief. The man murmured before slipping into unconsciousness. As the insectoid threat loomed, the sheer depth of a father's love commanded the soldier's utmost respect. In his previous life, Xiao Ge had not encountered Bai Shi and her father, yet at this moment, he was profoundly moved. Paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain. Bai Shi's father diverted the insectoids single-handedly to save her. For an ordinary person, such an act is nothing short of heroic. Where are they headed? Xiao Ge inquired of the medic. From the personal effects of Bai Shi's father, the medic learned that they were bound for the construction site of Giant City No. 7 in the northern frontier. The Great Khan's forces had indeed withdrawn. The workers tasked with repairing the Great Wall found this news peculiar. Were they simply idling about, dragging thousands of troops on a leisurely jaunt along the border? Confounded by their actions? Though the Great Khan's nation had not faced a tsunami, with such free time, they might as well consider how to address the insectoid crisis. Live broadcast. Long Zhan announced that this battle would be streamed live to inform the people of Long Nation that the insectoids were not as fearsome as portrayed, fostering unity among the citizens. It was akin to the deep-sea submarines of Long Nation broadcasting from the depths of the ocean years ago. The official title of the Crisis Management Bureau's live stream was Long Nation's First Battle, Extermination of the Insectoids. Naturally, all broadcasts would be meticulously managed. No footage of Xiao Ge would be captured without his prior consent. Without any declaration or notification, the stream was simply displayed on the Crisis Management Bureau's cloud monitoring page, rolling across construction sites in various major cities nationwide. Suddenly, someone spotted the footage of the extermination of the insectoids and began to point in astonishment. Didn't they say the insectoids would not arrive for another 6 months? Why are they already engaging in battle? What do you know? Weren't insectoids also discovered during the last tsunami? You remain oblivious. Do you not understand why the insectoids have arrived early? It can actually be explained through quantum mechanics. When faced with uncertainty, quantum mechanics applies. Get lost. Thus, the assault on the insectoids commenced. The live stream's comments flooded the screen. It seems, those insectoids are somewhat adorable. Please pay close attention and observe the comparison of forces. We have an abundance of soldiers, while the Zerg numbers merely in the dozens. Yet we find ourselves in such a predicament. Imagine if the Zerg were to number in the hundreds of thousands, without the towering city of Lingxiao. Could we withstand such an assault? Silence ensues. Indeed, we deployed aircraft, a dozen tanks, and hundreds of soldiers, yet we are merely besieging a handful of Zerg. This highlights the terror they embody. Hello, uncles and aunts, I am in the 5th grade. I just watched a taste of the Dragon Kingdom at home. Do you think the Zerg are edible? Silence again. Children, please behave. The adults are discussing a serious topic. Could you kindly seek out your parents? Wait. This ID. Weren't you in your first year of high school last time? Another silence follows. After a moment, someone begins to flood the chat with serious inquiries. Should the Zerg eggs scorched by white phosphorus be called barbecued eggs or marinated eggs? Barbecued eggs, perhaps, it aligns better with the theme. By the way, have you ever tried insect barbecue? I mustered the courage to sample it. Although it looks repulsive, it actually tastes quite good. I want to try that Zerg that was just shot down. In the live stream, there are also overseas netizens observing. Exciting news. A collaborative film between the Dragon Kingdom and Blizzard on StarCraft has commenced production. It appears to be quite thrilling. I eagerly await its release. For overseas netizens, breaching the firewall to watch the live broadcast is merely for entertainment. The barrage of comments from Dragon Kingdom netizens prompts them to question the authenticity of the Zerg. Weren't they supposed to be fighting the Zerg? Why do I feel as though I've stumbled into a culinary show? I suspect that the so-called Zerg might be genetically engineered food produced by the Dragon Kingdom. I concur with the previous comment. I am Yamamoto Ichiro. Why are you everywhere? Last time, you were supposed to host a live stream. Nationwide manhunt. Where has Yamamoto Ichiro gone? After about 10 minutes, netizens observed a formal statement on the official account of the Crisis Management Bureau, Facepalm. Everyone, stop pondering. The Zerg are not edible. According to the latest report from our scientists, Zerg corpses may contain significant radiation, and their bodily fluids are highly corrosive, akin to poison. Chapter 54, January 29th. 2:31. The shield tunneling machine goes offline abroad. Nations were taken aback by the Dragon Kingdom's sudden decision to broadcast the war live. This was especially true for the United States. Satellites detected unusual activity in the military camps of the Dragon Kingdom's northern borders, and the staff, along with the Pentagon, decided to wait until Dragon Kingdom forces truly crossed the border before issuing a condemnation. However, the Supreme Leader insisted on immediate action. Consequently, the U.S. State Department spokesperson, armed with satellite images, condemned the Dragon Kingdom for its military invasion of another nation during an official press conference. However, just as the U.S. had finished denouncing the Dragon Kingdom, the latter announced that the war against the Zerg had concluded. At a subsequent press conference held by the Dragon Kingdom, a reporter inquired of Hualin whether she was aware of the U.S. condemnation. Hualin's response was striking. Military invasion? Isn't that the United States' specialty? It was over. The response from the Dragon Nation is limited to just this. Following this, there was nothing more, akin to the Star-Spangled Nation shouting into the void, while the Dragon Nation remained unresponsive. Instead, due to a single utterance from Hualin, the Star-Spangled Nation found itself in the ironic position of being a thief shouting to catch a thief. The feedback from the data stream reached the Supreme Leader, who fell into silence. After a moment, he spoke, stating, "Next time you hold a press conference, please report to me beforehand. Do not act so rashly, allowing the entire world to witness our embarrassment." An aide interjected, "If it weren't for your urgent desire to condemn the Dragon Nation, would we have dared to hold this press conference?" The Supreme Leader continued, "There is also another matter. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is preparing to formally apologize for the assassination of the Dragon Nation's experts. Our analysis suggests that the Dragon Nation merely seeks to provide an explanation to their domestic populace." Although the Supreme Leader was reluctant to apologize, having previously dismissed the Pentagon's minister, he pondered what more was expected of him. However, his objective was to extend his term beyond the war leader's tenure. Thus, electoral considerations were paramount. "Very well, proceed." 10 minutes later, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Star-Spangled Nation issued an official apology late into the night, promising to punish those responsible for the assassination of the Dragon Nation's orbital technology experts. Simultaneously, they called for the Crisis Management Bureau to formally cease its assassination activities against the technical experts of the Star-Spangled Nation. Yet, another 10 minutes passed, and a response arrived from the Dragon Nation's press conference. A reporter inquired, "Hualin, what is your perspective on the formal apology issued by the Star-Spangled Nation?" Hualin replied gravely, expressing the hope that the Star-Spangled Nation would genuinely recognize its errors. As for the claim that the Crisis Management Bureau was avenging the assassinations of their technical experts, I must contest this. All evidence indicates that the Star-Spangled Nation's experts died due to an accident. The entire world is listening. To assert that their experts met with accidental demise is laughable. In the White House, the data stream presented itself once more. The Supreme Leader grimaced, his expression grave, remaining silent for an extended period. In the future, should you conduct such press conferences, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. The aides were rendered speechless again. "Wasn't it you, Supreme Leader, who agreed to this? How can you now cast blame upon us?" Yet, today's events were far from over. They must continue. Supreme Leader, there has been a battle with the insectoid species on the Dragon Nation's side, confirmed by our technical experts as a genuine event, not a mere CG effect. Our scientific advisors are currently conducting a thorough verification of all materials released by the Dragon Nation. We must carefully consider their assertions. The Supreme Leader nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the paleontologist's point. Indeed, there are likely many unknown creatures still existing on Earth. Where do you suppose these creatures reside? In the Earth's core? Supreme Leader, we are serious. An aide solemnly stated, even if these are unknown organisms, we must ascertain their combat capabilities. For in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast, the struggle against these unknown beings appeared exceedingly arduous. I am indeed serious as well. The Supreme Leader, manipulating his golf club, remarked, "By the way, please arrange my itinerary. Tomorrow, I shall visit Jonathan Corporation and Cherry Corporation. I have heard that their quantum computer is poised to achieve a groundbreaking dominance." The aide nodded and promptly began to make arrangements. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom's Longwei Corporation announced its intention to develop a quantum computer. This time, we must secure a position of technological supremacy, compelling the Dragon Kingdom to look up to us. In the Tsar's realm, near a secret research facility by the Arctic Ocean, a mysterious sea creature's carcass, recently transported from South America, lay before them. This creature, referred to by the Dragon Kingdom as the Zerg, required expedited dissection and analysis for conclusive findings. A tall man in military attire, after delivering the creature's remains to the Institute, continued. The Emperor asserts that the Dragon Kingdom is the only nation in the world that has maintained its civilization uninterrupted since its inception, owing to its unparalleled understanding of crises. We may collaborate with the Star-Spangled Nation, but we must not be led astray. We must uncover the underlying reasons for the Dragon Kingdom's transformation ourselves. In the land of the rising sun, nestled in the heart of Mount Fuji, there exists a restricted area heavily guarded against tourists. A humble hill conceals an entrance to the underground. Upon reaching the lowest level, the name of the research institute, Takata Institute, came to light, flanked by enormous robotic displays. At this moment, the mysterious sea creature's carcass was being delivered. We must expedite our research on this enigmatic organism and analyze its anatomical structure. Additionally, the Dragon Kingdom has released some gravitational field data, and the Prime Minister instructs you to organize a verification. The researchers paused, perplexed. However, our nation lacks gravitational observation apparatus. Currently, only the Star-Spangled Nation and the Dragon Kingdom possess such capabilities. How could we possibly gain access to the Dragon Kingdom's gravitational observation equipment? We must find a way to request it from the Star-Spangled Nation. The researchers fell silent again. Following the standard application process, we would have to wait at least 2 years. Moreover, if we seek to validate the Dragon Kingdom's gravitational field data, the Star-Spangled Nation will undoubtedly do the same. But if they verify the data, will they share it with us? Countries such as the Maple Leaf Nation, South Australia, the New Nation, and the Lion Nation, while publicly deriding the Dragon Kingdom, have secretly begun to independently verify the data released by it, regardless of whether those mysterious sea creatures are truly Zerg or ancient beings. It matters little, for a live broadcast of a war from the Dragon Kingdom has instilled in them a profound sense of the formidable combat capabilities of such life forms. They fear not only the realization of the Dragon Kingdom's prophecies, but also the possibility that these sea creatures are bioweapons secretly developed by the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, numerous science fiction tales recount the perils of uncontrollable bioweapons, and upon discovering their weaponry spiraled out of control. The Dragon Kingdom fabricated a narrative of Zerg invasion to placate the world. Since the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast of the war against the Zerg, the world seems to have calmed considerably. Thanks to the presence of cloud overseers, the global community can witness the construction progress of the Dragon Kingdom's towering citadel. Each day appears remarkably similar, with little change in sight. However, on January 22, 231, a comparative image surfaced online, juxtaposing the state of affairs from 20 days prior to the present. Just 20 days ago, the construction sites resembled barren wilderness, yet now, the nascent outlines of a city have emerged. Notably, the construction of the city walls has progressed remarkably, with some sites advancing at a pace of approximately 2 to 3 meters per day. The stark contrast between these two temporal snapshots compelled the world to exclaim, "Have we truly accomplished so much?" It appears as though the city has sprung forth overnight, evolving in appearance day by day. It remains uncertain what calculations the leader has made, but the troops from the United States have indeed arrived, stationed merely 10 kilometers from the Great Wall of Longwa, amidst the territory of the Khan. Concurrently, the United States has announced an enhancement of its military presence in South Korea and Japan. Longwa's protests continue as usual. However, other nations have observed that the fervor of Longwa's objections seems less intense than before. International scholars speculate that perhaps Longwa seeks to avoid provoking foreign nations. In recent days, news concerning the mysterious sea monsters has dwindled, while research efforts by various countries progress apace. Gradually, a voice has emerged internationally, asserting that Longwa may indeed be correct. The insectoid menace is poised to descend. Nonetheless, this perspective remains exceedingly faint. On January 29th, the official media of the Crisis Management Bureau unexpectedly released a statement that stirred global public opinion. At 10 o'clock on the morning of January 29th, a 100-meter diameter shield tunneling machine is set to hold its launch ceremony. Chapter 55, the shield tunneling machine, destined to burrow directly underground. January 29th, 231. Marks the 7th day of the Lunar New Year for Longwa. In previous years, this would signal the approaching end of the Spring Festival holiday, a time to hastily secure tickets for a return to work. Yet this year, while the Spring Festival festivities continue, no holiday respite accompanies them. The formal declaration from the Crisis Management Bureau serves as a vital source of inspiration for the populace. On the cloud-based monitoring platform, the live stream of the shield tunneling machine had initially attracted little attention. After all, Lingxiao's citizens were primarily focused on their construction endeavors, and international viewers had grown weary of daily updates from the construction sites. From early January to the end of the month, the various decisions made by Lingxiao have irrevocably altered the global landscape. It can be said that nations which once oscillated between friendship and enmity towards Lingxiao have now wholly embraced hostility. As Lingxiao busied itself with domestic projects, it had little opportunity to engage with foreign nations, leading to a serene period during the latter half of January. Today, however, that tranquility is set to be shattered. In a remarkably brief span, the live stream of the shield tunneling machine surged in popularity, drawing viewers from both Lingxiao and abroad. Representatives from numerous countries, including high-ranking officials, dispatched personnel to witness the spectacle, not to mention the attendance of individuals from various technology firms. The Bureau's notification was released at 8 a.m., and by 8:40, the live stream's comment section was inundated with messages. Netizens enthusiastically checked in to document their presence, proclaiming their origins. Citizen of the United States checking in. Citizen of the Tsarist nation checking in. Citizen of Japan checking in. Ichiro Yamamoto checking in. Where are the brethren of the Dragon Kingdom? Do not allow the foreign realms to surpass us. Bring forth the Italian cannon for our moment of glory. The screen is filled entirely with the fervent declarations of the Dragon Kingdom citizens. Only the keen-eyed might occasionally catch glimpses of messages from other nations amidst the exuberant chatter. A global manhunt. Citizens of the land of the rising sun swiftly summon Yamamoto Ichiro for a live broadcast. Indeed, within this live stream, the pinned post regarding Yamamoto Ichiro remains visible. Thus, the entire world, save for those from the land of the rising sun, engages in lively commentary, while the latter remains notably reticent. It is only when the viewer's focus shifts to the shield tunneling machine that genuine astonishment ensues. After more than 20 days, the Dragon Kingdom has truly created such a steel monstrosity. Terrifying is that the shield tunneling machine, with a diameter of 120 meters and a length exceeding 1 kilometer, it resembles a fusion of scrap metal. There seems to be no end in sight. Can it actually function? I am Yamamoto Ichiro. If this contraption can operate, I will indeed livestream myself eating excrement. Friend, you have already accrued quite a debt. The barrage of comments then fell silent. On the live stream, the shield tunneling machine, akin to a mighty river, lay in repose while countless workers busily conducted final adjustments. The commander's voice resonated. Earth Dragon number 1, all systems are calibrated. Energy core countdown initiated for 10 minutes. Earth Dragon number 1. For the first time, the world learns the name of this shield tunneling machine. The existence of No. 1 implies the forthcoming number 2 and number 3. Indeed, when the commander's voice echoed once more, the globe trembled. Earth Dragon number 2. All systems calibrated. Energy core countdown initiated for 10 minutes. Earth Dragon number 3. All systems calibrated. Energy core countdown initiated for 10 minutes. Do you truly believe that the Dragon Kingdom has constructed 3 such colossal shield tunneling machines simultaneously? That would be a misjudgment. The official media of the Crisis Management Bureau released pertinent data regarding the shield tunneling machines. A total of 13 machines of the Earth Dragon series are under construction, with 3 set to be unveiled today, while the remaining 10 will be gradually completed over the course of the following month. With a diameter of 120 meters and a length of 707 meters, these figures represent the precise specifications of the shield tunneling machines. Furthermore, the machines will be powered by compact fission nuclear reactors, akin to the propulsion systems of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The viewers from the Star-Spangled Nation were instantly envious. So, the Dragon Kingdom has long since mastered the craft of manufacturing fission nuclear reactors. They are fully capable of constructing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. At 9:30, the fission reactor is hoisted as the energy core. At 9:50, installation is completed and preheating is initiated. At 9:55, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom sends a message of congratulations on the successful completion of the first batch of shield tunneling machines and wishes for their successful unveiling. Simultaneously, Xiao Ge observes the unveiling ceremony of the shield tunneling machine within the Crisis Management Bureau. The unveiling of the shield tunneling machine signifies the official commencement of excavation for the tunnel system connecting 100 towering cities. Team leader Xiao, why do I see no joy upon your countenance? Ouyang Yuan felt a sense of astonishment. Despite the successful construction of the shield tunneling machine, there was no joy on Xiao Ge's face. It was still too slow. Xiao Ge sensed an impending crisis. As January was nearing its end, It meant that there were only 5 months left until the first wave of the insect race would arrive. Time was fleeting. Moreover, Xiao Ge had tasked Liu Yilin with establishing a crisis prediction department, aimed at forecasting the dimensional portals that could arise from space-time anomalies through gravitational observations. However, Liu Yilin made it clear that the likelihood of accurate predictions was minimal. They could only observe the gravitational field changes at the moment the dimensional portal emerged. This indicated that numerous unknown risks would be born. In the latter half of January, Earth was unnaturally tranquil. It seemed as if everything lay dormant, with humanity waiting, and the insect race also in anticipation. This was what troubled Xiao Ge. He feared that he might not be adequately prepared when the insect race's vanguard arrived. First, he would observe the unveiling of the shield tunneling machine. After the ceremony concluded, he would promptly convene a meeting with the personnel from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Agriculture. These two domains held significant importance in the face of impending change. At 10 a.m., at the construction site of the shield tunneling machine, the project manager delivered a brief speech before officially announcing the commencement of the unveiling ceremony. The air buzzed with excitement. Countless individuals, even from behind their screens, could feel the immense sound produced when the engine of the shield tunneling machine roared to life. I'm pondering a question. When a warship is successfully built, it is directly launched into the sea and sets sail. But what about the shield tunneling machine? It can't just burrow into the ground like an earthworm, can it? Silence ensued. Particularly, the netizens from Longwa fell into a hush. How would such a colossal shield tunneling machine be transported after its unveiling? Is there any vehicle in the world capable of carrying it? Netizens from Xingtiaguo pragmatically bantered. You don't understand. The shield tunneling machine in Longwa can transform into a transformer and walk itself to the tunnel excavation site. Ha! At that moment, a Longwa netizen with the nickname Yanglin 3D delivered a crushing retort. You all don't comprehend. The Avengers will invite the technical experts from Xingtiaguo to celebrate Christmas in paradise. Silence. The people from Xingtiaguo were left speechless. Truly, one could not help but bring up a sore topic. At 10:02 a.m., the live broadcast showed the shield tunneling machine beginning to move, inching forward like a river flowing or an earthworm wriggling. It seems that the Longwa people intend to use this apparatus to construct tunnels at a depth of 1,000 meters. Is there anyone skilled in mathematics who can enlighten me on how many years it would take to connect the entire Longwa with tunnels? I am Yamamoto Ichiro, a PhD in mathematics. I can clearly inform you that if Longwa is to complete this project, it would take no less than 200 years. Although the ID Yamamoto Ichiro had become infamous, his assertion was undeniably accurate. Longwa is vast, and its terrain is diverse. Even the construction of a high-speed rail system on the surface took decades to complete, let alone the construction of a capsule high-speed rail. At this moment, the commander spoke again. The Earth Dragon number 1, number 2, and number 3 have met operational requirements and are ready to depart. Subsequently, 3 enormous iron earthworms emerged from the construction factory, writhing on the ground, their heads commencing a direct descent into the Earth. Indeed, the shield tunneling machine must depart in such a manner to truly honor the term excavation. After 10 minutes, only half of the 707-meter-long shield machine remained visible above ground. 20 minutes later, all 3 machines had completely submerged into the Earth, akin to ships entering the water or birds flitting into the woods. Is that all? Just moments ago, a comrade from beyond our borders mocked, suggesting one cannot simply burrow into the soil like an earthworm. Indeed, the shield machines of the Dragon Kingdom do not tunnel underground to traverse. Do they intend to take flight instead? Chapter 56, The Star-Spangled Nation, Quantum Hegemony and Lunar Ventures 1030. The Crisis Management Bureau officially announced the commissioning of the giant shield tunneling machine, the Earth Dragon. At the press conference, a journalist queried Hualin, questioning whether the Dragon Kingdom feared technological leaks by publicly broadcasting the construction of the shield machine. Hualin elegantly responded, I would like to borrow a phrase from a certain company. Even if they obtained the design blueprints of our shield machine, even if they witnessed the entire construction process, they would still be incapable of replicating it. A netizen unearthed the exact words of the president of the Rose Nation's ASML lithography machine company, which spread across the internet. Inflicting significant damage, one must wonder if the opposition possesses armor. Another image depicted the ASML president's shattered heart, perished. Years prior, when the Outer Realm imposed a blockade on the Dragon Kingdom's lithography technology, the Dragon Kingdom began independent research and development. The president of ASML had previously stated to the world, deriding the Dragon Kingdom's technological prowess while mocking its alleged plagiarism. Among others, the most exhilarated were the 50 million railway workers. For decades, Countless railway laborers in the Dragon Kingdom have tirelessly constructed high-speed railways resembling great dragons, traversing the nation even in the most desolate regions. As one generation ages, another rises to build the most magnificent arteries for the nation, a ceaseless endeavor. At this very moment, they have been on standby for far too long. Some even understood that the construction of the tunnel railway would commence only upon the arrival of the shield machine, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to join the construction team of the Grand City. Veteran workers of the Northwest Corridor High-Speed Rail, requesting re-enlistment. Brothers from the Qinghai-Tibet Line, requesting assembly. Brothers from the Beijing-Shanghai Line, requesting assembly. Familiar names of railway lines appeared in the barrage of messages. The citizens then reflected, realizing that their ability to traverse the nation effortlessly by high-speed rail each day was due to the countless days and nights these workers dedicated to constructing those railways. Indeed, our capacity to cross the nation in 2 hours stems from their silent contributions, painstakingly building the railways step by step from south to north. What constitutes a hidden hero? They are the ones. Beyond our borders, in the Star-Spangled Nation, a press conference is underway. Journalists are apprehensive that the Supreme Leader may once again emerge to declare the Dragon Kingdom's shield machine as fake news. After all, the construction of the shield machine was live-streamed from inception to completion, with the entire world bearing witness. It is undeniably not fake news. The Supreme Leader has arrived, accompanied by his advisors and scientific consultants. Supreme Leader, what are your thoughts on the successful launch of the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Shield tunneling machine? A reporter, eager to delve into the pressing issue, posed the question. First and foremost, on behalf of the Star-Spangled Nation, I extend my congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for the unveiling of their tunneling machine. A few reporters struggled to suppress their laughter. Was the Supreme Leader truly offering his best wishes to the Dragon Kingdom? It sounded somewhat akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. The Supreme Leader chose not to respond to the inquiry. Instead, he suddenly flashed a quintessential Uncle Sam smile. Today is a splendid day, and I am compelled to share 2 pieces of delightful news with you. Please take diligent notes and ensure your articles reflect this, as I do not wish to be disappointed. Subsequently, the Supreme Leader produced several documents for the media's perusal. Yesterday, Jonathan Corporation and Cherry Corporation announced that, through their dedicated efforts, they have developed a prototype quantum computer featuring 256 photons. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Just 2 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom unveiled its 76-photon quantum computing prototype, the 9 chapters. Our quantum computer's operational speed will surpass theirs by a staggering 10 billion times. Additionally, Jonathan Corporation has developed corresponding programming languages. Do you grasp what this entails? It signifies that the Star-Spangled Nation is officially entering the era of quantum computing, and we remain at the forefront of global technology. Let us make the Star-Spangled Nation great once more. At this moment, the reporters realized why the Supreme Leader had initially congratulated the Dragon Kingdom. He had a trump card up his sleeve. The research into quantum computing is a global endeavor, with the primary competition occurring between the Dragon Kingdom and the Star-Spangled Nation. In the preceding years, the Dragon Kingdom's 9 chapters quantum computer had eclipsed that of the Star-Spangled Nation. Yet today, the Star-Spangled Nation's quantum computer has achieved a programmable status. What does this signify? It means that quantum computers will transition from the confines of the laboratory into the civilian realm. It signifies that in the domain of quantum computing, the Star-Spangled Nation will emerge as the unequivocal hegemon, an unassailable authority. However, some journalists began to voice their concerns. Supreme Leader, could this be surpassed by the Dragon Kingdom? The journalists of the Star-Spangled Nation were beginning to worry, having been humbled by the Dragon Kingdom on more than one occasion. Just last time, they had attempted to emulate the Dragon Kingdom's missile defense test, only to be met with a swift and embarrassing rebuttal. Thus, apprehension lingered among the reporters. Indeed, our scientists must continuously strive to be surpassed in terms of technology, for it is through this relentless pursuit that progress is achieved. The Supreme Leader appeared particularly earnest today, his demeanor unusually grave. The journalists exhaled collectively, reassured by the Supreme Leader's rationality and the unwavering determination evident in his gaze when discussing scientific matters. During the previous press conference, while the Star-Spangled Nation was grappling with a severe viral outbreak, the Supreme Leader had suggested in front of the world that infected individuals consume disinfectant to cleanse themselves, resulting in the tragic demise of several citizens that very day. Scientists have informed me that should they cease their research, maintaining the current level of advancement, the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly catch up within 200 years. My apologies, I misspoke. It is actually 100 years. The Supreme Leader glanced at his scientific advisors, receiving affirming nods, and spoke with exceptional conviction. 100 years. What immense confidence this entails. Even if the United States were to stagnate, it would take at least a century for the Dragon Nation to catch up in the realm of quantum computing. However, we shall not remain idle while waiting for the Dragon Nation to establish an unequivocal leadership in quantum computing. We will require our allies to collaborate in the development and research of this technology. By the way, in the field of quantum computing, the Dragon Nation will no longer have a place. Their actions have been utterly reprehensible. For decades, they have persistently imposed technological embargoes upon us, particularly in the domain of fusion reactor technology. Journalists, take heed. If you take this seriously, you will lose. Anyone with discernment knows that since its establishment in the 1950s, the Dragon Nation has been subjected to technological blockades by external countries like the United States. What could the Dragon Nation possibly use to impose a blockade on us? It appears that in the new realm of computing, the Dragon Nation will find no opportunity. The journalist diligently recorded this statement. After a brief pause, the Supreme Leader continued. I have another piece of good news that I am eager to share. I have spoken with the Space Exploration Technology Company and learned that they will embark on an unprecedented and monumental space exploration on the 23rd. With the assistance of the Space Agency, conducting a manned lunar landing. You may find this hard to believe, but this time the spacecraft from the Space Exploration Technology Company will carry 15 individuals and will establish a forward base on the moon. I can hardly wait to announce that the United States now holds sovereignty over the moon. Another significant revelation. The journalists were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They had yet to digest the news of quantum hegemony, and now the lunar mission was underway. The Supreme Leader slightly tilted his body, remarking on the absurdity of the Dragon Nation proclaiming its entry into the space age, while, ironically, they could not even compete with our company. They have no opportunities left. They shall remain ensconced within their iron walls, regressing to the Stone Age. Just as the Supreme Leader delivered his impassioned speech, a journalist posed a question. Supreme Leader, could you provide a brief overview of the post-disaster reconstruction efforts on our West Coast? The journalist hailed from the West Coast. Today, he had received a call from his state, demanding accountability from the Supreme Leader regarding the reconstruction efforts. Yet, seeing the Supreme Leader engrossed in discussions of quantum hegemony and lunar missions, showing no signs of pausing, he could not wait for a more opportune moment and interrupted during the pinnacle of the Supreme Leader's address. His state had been awaiting federal support, but after a month, there had been no word whatsoever. Colleagues cast him admiring glances. The Supreme Leader's expression darkened instantly, and after a moment of stunned silence at the podium, all semblance of composure evaporated as he turned and walked away. Awkward. Fortunately, the journalists of the United States are accustomed to such occurrences. Nevertheless, with news of quantum hegemony and the lunar mission, coupled with the Dragon Nation's recent unveiling of their tunneling machine, the media worldwide would be abuzz. It had been over half a month since such news had surfaced. Chapter 57, Dragon Nation, Education and Agriculture. After the completion of Lingxiao Giant City, every household will be allocated a home, provided freely by the state, as long as you are a citizen of the Dragon Nation. There will be no need to repay a mortgage or to undertake renovations. However, once you move in, any subsequent remodeling according to personal preferences will fall outside the purview of the government. In essence, this offers many citizens a chance to start anew. The previous social structure has vanished, and those who were once suffocated by mortgages, car loans, and debts from various sources suddenly find hope and the courage to live. Each morning, they will no longer have to ponder where to procure funds to meet next month's mortgage obligations. By aligning with the nation's development, and with the completion of the giant city, diligent work and prudent saving can surely lead to a better life. The citizens' fervent participation in the construction of the giant city stems not only from the government's call to action, but also from the prospect of claiming their share once the city is completed. Furthermore, new economic and fiscal systems are under research and formulation. After all, dismantling the existing economic structure requires not only courage, but also the implementation of a viable alternative system. One must break before one can establish anew. Undergoing a transformation akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, the workers at various construction sites have already caught wind of impending changes. It is rumored that the future monetary system will undergo a complete overhaul, adopting a digital currency similar to credit points. Protecting the nation and the family is not merely an empty phrase. As long as the Dragon Nation endures, every citizen's home will endure as well. The successful launch of the SHIELD tunneling machine and the commencement of tunnel excavation herald the acceleration of the capsule high-speed railway project. In accordance with Xiao Ge's directives, representatives from the Education and Agriculture departments have arrived, alongside delegates from Longwei Corporation, including Ren Zhengfei and his team. By the end of January, Xiao Ge's identity was no longer a secret within the organization, although it had yet to be formally announced to the media. As Lingxiao Giant City has begun to take shape, the majority of citizens currently reside in the surrounding cities, awaiting migration. We must proactively strategize for the education and sustenance of the populace post-completion of the giant city, Xiao Ge stated. The main themes of this meeting are these two issues: addressing the educational needs of the citizens and ensuring food security. The representatives from the Education Department had already prepared a proposal, asserting that the educational system of the new era would continue to follow the existing model: primary, middle, secondary, and higher education. At the university level, courses in combat and interstellar studies will be introduced. Xiao Ge glanced at the proposal and interrupted the speaker from the Education Department, stating that their approach was flawed. There is no time for a gradual and cautious progression. While the foundational education will remain unchanged, it is imperative to integrate knowledge of the insectoids, interstellar information, and basic combat training into the curriculum. After the foundational stage, the educational branches should support students in autonomously selecting paths in literature, research, or combat. Some individuals may be suited to become warriors, and this potential should be nurtured from a young age rather than waiting until university to reveal itself. Additionally, existing university majors will be preserved, but a select group must be immediately identified for training in spacecraft manufacturing, city defense engineering, and conceptual weapon development. The meeting room fell into a profound silence. In just a few succinct statements, Xiao Ge outlined the future direction of education. He recalled the words of a pioneering predecessor: "What the nation needs, I shall learn." The representatives from the Education Department were momentarily stunned before they managed to inquire, "So, will there be a new school year this year?" According to past customs, preparations for the new semester should commence after the Spring Festival. Xiao Ge retorted, "What do you think?" Internally, he felt somewhat exasperated, pondering what the Education Department officials could possibly be thinking. Could there truly be a new school year this year? After a brief pause, he continued, "We shall commence the new term after the first wave has passed. However, we can begin selecting individuals for the essential professional training needed at present." He called upon students at the foundational education level, announcing that there would be a live broadcast tonight, serving as the inaugural lesson of the year. With the original social structure disrupted, many families had relocated from their residences, making the education of children a pressing concern. Perhaps the National Cloud Learning Hall could temporarily address this issue. "Director Xiao, what will be the content of tonight's live broadcast? We should send out notifications in advance," remarked a representative from the Education Department. Xiao Ge glanced at Yan Jingfei, signaling him to speak. Thus, Yan Jingfei addressed the assembly, stating, "At the beginning of the month, the Academy of Sciences integrated several university quantum research institutes, and in collaboration with Longwei Company, we developed a new quantum computer based on the Jiuzhong quantum computer." The crowd nodded in agreement, vividly recalling the announcement of that plan earlier in the month. Yan Jingfei continued, "After resource integration, we discovered that both parties excel in their respective fields. By combining all research outcomes, we can achieve a synergistic effect that is greater than the sum of its parts. Coupled with the data provided by Director Xiao, we have created a robot centered around quantum computing, which will undergo its first debugging session tonight. Subsequently, we will develop robotic systems capable of combating the Zerg." Although only representatives from the Education Department and the Agriculture Department attended this meeting, they all understood the significance of this development. A few years ago, when Longwei successfully developed the Jiuzhong quantum computer, some believed it represented the pinnacle of quantum computing. It was commonly thought that transitioning quantum computers from the laboratory to practical application would take at least 50 years. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, within less than a month, even combat-ready robots had been constructed. How terrifying! Xiao Ge nonchalantly explained that the data on the Zerg spacecraft indeed contained descriptions of quantum computing. However, the Education Department officials were momentarily taken aback, posing a thought-provoking question. Could quantum computing robots pose a threat to humanity? After all, humanity's understanding of quantum computing remains limited, and concerns about uncontrolled artificial intelligence have existed since the inception of computers. Yan Jingfei reassured them, stating, "There is no need for concern. We have discovered that quantum computers can precisely encode the 3 laws of robotics. We have overwritten these principles in the foundational logic of the computer. Should a robot violate these principles, a self-destruct protocol will activate." The representatives from the Education Department were momentarily stunned, then quickly regained their composure. "Director Xiao, shall we issue the notification immediately?" Xiao Ge consented. It was now the turn of the Agriculture Department representatives, who had also prepared a plan prior to their arrival. They opened the computer to reveal the territorial distribution map following the completion of the Lingxiao Giant City. It was evident that the Lingxiao Giant City effectively safeguarded our homeland. Consequently, agriculture would be divided into two segments. The first would preserve the original farming areas, while the second would involve the arrangement of diverse crops around the Lingxiao Giant City, tailored to climatic conditions. To this end, a new class of farmers may emerge, actively cultivating the ancient lands and necessitating the protection of mercenaries. Observing the agricultural department's plan, Xiao Ge nodded slightly, finding it aligned with his own thoughts. In his previous life, agricultural issues were similarly approached, where seeds were sown in traditional fields, and only during harvest season would individuals be dispatched to reap the crops. This plan could certainly be executed. However, our immediate focus must be on increasing food reserves, particularly for short-cycled vegetables. By employing genetic technologies, we aspire to gather sufficient food supplies for the Dragon Kingdom's populace over the next 2 years within a 6-month time frame. The Agricultural Department, catering to 2.3 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom for 2 years? My goodness, they had never even dared to contemplate such a notion before. Xiao Ge discerned their apprehension. Are there any difficulties? No, not at all. Dehydrated vegetables, compressed foods, synthetic meat, vacuum packaging. Each term surfaced in the minds of the Agricultural Department staff. As the arrangements for the Agricultural Department's tasks were nearing completion, the meeting was also drawing to a close. Yet, Xiao Ge had not anticipated that the personnel from the Foreign Affairs Department had been waiting for him for quite some time. Leader Xiao, the Star-Spangled Nation has intensified its sanctions against us. Xiao Ge, perplexed, inquired, sanctions again? After a fortnight of silence, the Supreme Leader must be feeling lonely. He asked with gravity, in which domain? The Foreign Affairs personnel presented the data, stating, earlier, the Star-Spangled Nation unexpectedly held a press conference announcing the successful development of a 256-photon quantum computer. Simultaneously, the Jonathan Company is working on the foundational programming language for quantum computing. The Supreme Leader declared that in the future, the domain of quantum computing will not include the Dragon Kingdom. What? In which domain? Xiao Ge questioned, doubting his own ears. The quantum computing domain. Xiao Ge responded, oh. In that case, we need not concern ourselves with such matters in the future. It is a waste of our time. Chapter 58, Fluctuations of the Gravitational Field, Prelude to Attack Dragon Kingdom Time, 1239. The Crisis Management Bureau issued a call to action from the Education Department, urging all parents, regardless of location, to ensure their children participate in the Education Department's cloud-based science class at 7 p.m. this evening, to witness a live broadcast on the next generation of robots. Simultaneously, the live link was placed in the Crisis Management Bureau's cloud monitoring area, pinned for prominence. Education is the future. Tonight's broadcasts are all paving the way for the Education Department. Dragon Kingdom Time, 1845. The Star-Spangled Nation's Congress passed the Supreme Leader's proposed Quantum Computing Intellectual Property Protection Act. Rather than being a mere piece of legislation, it functioned more as a blockade against the Dragon Kingdom. In the 17th article of the legislation, only the initial 6 clauses pertain to the protection of intellectual property, while the subsequent 11 clauses comprehensively stipulate that neither the nation nor its allies may export products related to quantum computing to the Dragon Nation. The White House and the President have continuously enacted several executive orders prohibiting any interaction with the Dragon Nation in the realm of quantum technology, particularly concerning foreign particle colliders, resulting in the dismissal of all Chinese scientists. The Dragon Nation must be incensed by this legislation, the President triumphantly inquired of his aides. After a moment of silence, the aide responded, it appears that the Dragon Nation has shown little reaction from top to bottom. The citizens of the Dragon Nation seem unfazed by the comprehensive sanctions imposed by the Star-Spangled Nation. Indeed, in various live broadcasts monitored from the clouds, even those outside could not contain their curiosity. You have been sanctioned. Why are you not angry? The responses from Dragon Nation netizens were sparse. One user, with the moniker Yonglin 3D, stirred a slight ripple. Indeed, it seems we have been sanctioned. Is that so? In what domain have we been sanctioned? I have not heard anything about it. They say it's in the quantum domain, but I'm not quite sure. I heard there was quite a commotion over in the Star-Spangled Nation. The entire Congress was mobilized, and their allies joined in as well. Oh. It was as though someone had merely informed you of an insignificant detail, and you responded with indifference. This encapsulates the reaction of the Dragon Nation's netizens. At 1900 hours, a live class commenced. Within a secluded laboratory, renowned figures from the technology sector, such as Ouyang Yuan and Yin Zhengfei, were present, with Ouyang Yuan himself presiding over the session. He had even invited quantum physics scholars from the Academy of Sciences to disseminate knowledge. This live broadcast was aimed at middle and primary school students nationwide. intending to ignite their curiosity and foster a thirst for knowledge. Consequently, the educational broadcast was conducted in 2 segments. The first part introduced robots, primarily showcasing a humanoid robot exceeding 3 meters in height, demonstrating various movements and engaging in interactions with Ouyang Yuan. During these interactions, relevant knowledge about robots was imparted to the students. This approach successfully captured the students' attention, enhancing the effectiveness of the broadcast. We hope that such robots will become the sword that protects the citizens of the Dragon Nation when the time of the insectoid invasion arrives. And we aspire for each child to grow up and engage in the research and exploration of robotics. Every robot possesses a core system, which, in simpler terms, necessitates a computer system for support. Having just demonstrated the robot's interactive capabilities and its ability to handle various scenarios, I will now guide you to examine its quantum computer system. Please welcome teachers Yin Jingfei and Pan. As the back cover of the robot was opened, viewers of the live broadcast discovered that the robot's substantial size was due to the presence of a central system glowing with a faint blue light. This is the quantum computer. But how does it work? The broadcast continued, with experts in quantum science from the Academy of Sciences explaining, in the most straightforward terms, what quantum mechanics is, what a quantum computer entails, and elucidating why this robot's core is a quantum computer, among other details. All languages are remarkably unadorned, devoid of any ostentation. Yet, the audience cannot remain composed. As this is a live broadcast intended for students, comments have been disabled. However, a discussion area is available for adults. My friends, did I just hear the mention of quantum computers? You likely heard correctly. It is indeed quantum computers, and they have already begun to be applied in robotics. Impossible. I shall first peruse the Quantum Computer Intellectual Property Protection Act from the United States. To those upstairs, cease your frivolity and pay attention to the broadcast. Quantum computers. Who could have anticipated that our nation has already developed robots based on this technology, which signifies that it will soon permeate every aspect of life. This implies that the traditional network frameworks previously employed will be reconstructed and supplanted by quantum networks. Surely, this information will not be leaked. Will those from outside assume we are deliberately targeting them? There is no need for concern regarding leaks, as this live broadcast is not restricted to users from abroad. If anyone dares to assert that our nation acts without intent, I shall invite Yamamoto Ichiro from Japan to broadcast. It is certain that all citizens of our nation were privy to this beforehand. No wonder they exhibited no reaction upon learning of the sanctions imposed by the United States. How many concealed secrets does our nation possess? Why does the Supreme Leader become so agitated each time? With something credible at hand, he rushes forth, proclaiming sanctions against our nation. If only he could exercise a modicum of restraint, the situation would not be so precarious. Outside the realm, the United States, the Supreme Leader is in distress. A familiar voice startled him awake, belonging to that impetuous aide. Kant, next time you enter, kindly knock before you speak. Otherwise, you may find yourself unemployed. The Supreme Leader is at a loss, wondering how this retired Special Forces soldier became so impatient. Kant entered, presenting the data stream information collected from our nation. Supreme Leader, our nation has also developed quantum computers. Please take a look. Upon reviewing the information, an eerie silence enveloped the office. They must be questioning the implications of this. I am the leader of the United States. Our nation's advanced machinery, sanctioned by national legislation, was intended to impose sanctions against our nation. Yet they present it to elementary students? Does it imply that my actions are juvenile? Kant, unable to restrain himself, nodded in agreement, then reconsidered and vigorously shook his head. At that moment, a call from an allied nation came through. The aide inquired if the Supreme Leader wished to answer. Without turning back, the Supreme Leader declared, I am heading to the West Coast to assess the aftermath of the tsunami. I shall be away for several days and will not be reachable by phone. Thus, the Supreme Leader departed, leaving a multitude of matters unattended in the White House. The allies, unable to locate the Supreme Leader, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Our nation has unequivocally stated that fusion technology will not be accessible to foreign entities. Other countries may manage to endure, as they still possess chemical energy and traditional nuclear power technologies to sustain their livelihoods. However, the situation with quantum computers is distinctly different. Exclusion from this field would genuinely signify a loss of future prospects. The Allied powers contacted the Supreme Leader seeking a definitive response regarding their quantum computing technology, whether it was being withheld, and how it compared to that of the Dragon Kingdom. In the absence of a reply from the Supreme Leader, they were left to rely on their own resources. The Eastern Island nation proclaimed that its historical relations with the Dragon Kingdom were the most ancient, having established amicable diplomatic ties during the Tang dynasty. The Southern High Ridge asserted that it had fostered diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom since the Qin dynasty, highlighting that notable figures from Korean culture, such as Li Bai and Chu Yuan, had served in the Dragon Kingdom. The Iron Tower nation claimed to be the first foreign entity to establish diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, nations around the world engaged in discussions about their amicable relationships with the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Crisis Management Bureau noted the movements of foreign countries, which were disregarded by Xiao Ge. At that moment, the Gravitational Observation Station delivered shocking news. This was an unprecedented situation that Xiao Ge had never encountered in his previous life within the same timeline. Since the beginning of the month, countries had observed anomalies in the near-Earth space-time fluctuations. The gravitational field in near-Earth space had become unstable since the day before yesterday, with supercomputing center simulations indicating that it could peak on February 3rd. We speculated that a massive celestial body might be passing through. Xiao Ge's gaze trembled slightly. It was not a celestial body, but rather the insectoid world attempting to construct a colossal dimensional passage. If successful, it would permit the arrival of queen-level insectoids. During the third wave's arrival, the insectoid world had succeeded once before. The queen-level insectoid stands as a leader among a specific series of insectoid species, akin to a chieftain in human terms. Although the success rate of constructing such a dimensional passage is exceedingly low, the peak fluctuations in spacetime would impact Earth, and it is highly probable that insectoid vanguards could emerge from the disrupted gravitational field. Preparations must be made in advance. Where is Marshal Long now? Chapter 59. War Readiness. Xiao Ge estimated that the insectoid world's current attempt was virtually doomed to fail. However, the resulting fluctuations in the gravitational field would facilitate the construction of dimensional passages on Earth, allowing the insectoid vanguards to invade akin to a tsunami. Regardless of whether foreign nations had previously believed in the existence of insectoids, no one dared to question the insectoid crisis following this ripple in spacetime. Marshal Long was at the exoskeleton research facility, testing new warrior exoskeleton devices. Someone responded. Without hesitation, Xiao Ge initiated a video call with Marshal Long. Upon connection, the video revealed Long Zhan encased in a heavy mechanical exoskeleton. He attempted to move, finding that his agility remained unaffected, while various bodily functions, such as load-bearing capacity and jumping ability, had been significantly enhanced. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Long Zhan, clad in the mechanical exoskeleton, appeared to reach approximately 25 meters, nearly matching the height of the insectoid vanguards. Leader Xiao, you haven't visited the exoskeleton research facility yet, have you? You should make time to see it. The exoskeletons here can empower our warriors beyond those depicted in Edge of Tomorrow. Xiao Ge did not engage in conversation, stating directly, the space-time deviation event has re-emerged. War is imminent, and the calculated date is February 3rd. At the other end of the video, Long Zhan abruptly halted, his expression shifting from one of exhilaration to a somber seriousness. I approached him immediately. 10 minutes later, Long Zhan arrived, and after grasping the situation, he promptly remarked, if I understand Chief Lu correctly, we can only ascertain the exact location within 3 minutes before the gravitational field collapses, correct? Lu Yilan nodded, indicating that this meant any location across the nation could potentially serve as the opening point for the dimensional portal. That simplifies matters, Long Zhan stated. Our citizens have largely migrated to the vicinity of the 100 towering cities. Even those not employed within the cities reside in nearby urban areas. By bolstering our military presence around these 100 towering cities, we can effectively defend against the insectoid threat. Deploying troops in a focused manner will yield the best results and maximum efficiency. Should the dimensional portal manifest elsewhere, we can subsequently dispatch forces to eliminate the threat. However, at this juncture, Lu Yilan exhibited the meticulous nature of a scientist and raised a critical concern. What if the dimensional portal appears within a city? Indeed, the emergence of the portal is random. Should it materialize in the heart of an urban center, what then? How would the populace evacuate? After a brief silence, Xiao Ge proposed, construction of the towering cities should proceed as planned. Simultaneously, within each city, we must establish a rapid response team, fully mechanized and on standby at all times. If the portal appears within the city, their sole directive will be to hold out until the military arrives. It is impractical to evacuate the urban populace. With 8 million residents at each construction site, what chaos would ensue if they all attempted to flee? Ultimately, this is a matter of probability. If you evacuate and the insectoid portal opens amidst the crowd, what then? It would be far more advantageous to remain within the city, utilizing the urban streets as cover to evade the insectoids. Execute it, was the command. Across military camps nationwide, 50 million troops mobilized, shifting their bases to encircle the towering cities. Mathematically speaking, this would entail stationing 500,000 soldiers around each of the 100 towering cities. Yet, reality is seldom so straightforward. Xiao Ge's forces must simultaneously attend to both the 7th towering city and the desperate Great Wall, along with the satellite cities in close proximity to the 7th towering city, all under his protective jurisdiction. These satellite cities have already been designated for future settlement. Once the 7th towering city is completed, the residents will migrate directly into it. For the moment, they are compelled to remain in their current locations. Upon issuing the orders, military personnel commenced the deployment as directed. Dr. Ouyang, how is the miniaturization of the laser weapons progressing? Xiao Ge inquired, turning to Ouyang Yuan. Over 20 days prior, utilizing laser weaponry, we were capable of targeting satellites. According to the blueprints provided by Xiao Ge, production was expected to accelerate. However, thus far, Xiao Ge had yet to hear any updates regarding the weaponry. The miniaturization of the laser weapons has been successfully completed, and we are currently fine-tuning the production line. Once the line is fully operational, we should be able to achieve a daily output of 200 units, Ouyang reported. Xiao Ge furrowed his brow. A mere 200 units per day? Dr. Ouyang, could you calculate how long it would take to equip all 50 million soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom? Xiao Ge spoke with a grave tone. There must be a more efficient method to expedite production. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment and said, Dr. Ouyang, please organize a team to investigate whether laser weapons can be realized through 3D printing. Understood, came the reply. At present, 3D printing appears to be the pivotal solution for enhancing production capacity. Producing 200 units per day is simply too sluggish. This is the reason Xiao Ge feels that time is of the essence. The variables and the butterfly effect resulting from his rebirth have rendered temporal and spatial deviations unpredictable, leading to more frequent crises and a heavier burden on the military. Marshal Long, how is the production capacity of the mechanical exoskeleton you tested today? Long Zhan contemplated for a moment before responding. Currently, the mechanical exoskeletons deployed in the military are outdated. The goal for the new exoskeletons is to be fully equipped before the first wave arrives. If we make improvements to the production line of the old exoskeletons, we could achieve a daily output of 100,000 units in a state of wartime mobilization. A production capacity of 100,000 units per day is already unimaginably high, yet for Xiao Ge, it remains insufficient. Even if peak production is reached from this point onward, there would only be 15 million units available by the time the Zerg arrive. This falls significantly short of the 50 million new recruits in the Dragon Kingdom, each requiring 1 unit. Moreover, this type of exoskeleton is powered by stored electricity, with energy batteries lasting 24 hours. Once deployed, charging stations for the exoskeletons will also be necessary. These are merely minor issues. Xiao Ge paused, contemplating for a few seconds, before shifting the topic to personnel arrangements. From now on, inform the entire nation of the precautions for February 3rd. Particularly in many remote inland areas where people have yet to evacuate, they must hasten their departure. If evacuation is unfeasible before that date, they should seek refuge in caves. Additionally, those scattered in the remnants of urban areas must find ways to ensure their survival. In mid-January, the Dragon Kingdom organized a nationwide migration, relocating citizens from old sites to the vicinity of the giant city. To date, this migration is still underway. Due to the allocation of all human and material resources towards the construction of the Lingxiao Giant City, the migration cannot proceed as swiftly as the coastal migration. Many areas remain unattended, and numerous individuals have chosen to stay behind. At this juncture, it is impossible to disperse military forces to protect everyone. We can only inform them how to respond should they encounter the Zerg. Understood, replied Minister of Internal Affairs Hu Tiansheng, who immediately dispatched personnel to make arrangements. The atmosphere was tense, suffocating, with everyone's spirits tightly wound. Suddenly, a member of the Foreign Affairs Department furrowed his brow, as if recalling something, and exclaimed, I almost forgot. On February 3rd, the Star-Spangled Nation's Space Exploration Company is set to conduct a manned lunar mission. Xiao Ge was rendered speechless by this revelation. A wave of fresh energy swept into the room, abruptly disrupting the severe and tense atmosphere of the meeting. Everyone appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions relaxing slightly. Someone then remarked, "Oh right, how could we have overlooked this? Today, aside from announcing sanctions against us in the realm of quantum technology, the Star-Spangled Nation is also showcasing its manned moon landing project." Indeed, another added, transporting 15 people to the moon at once and establishing a lunar outpost marks a significant leap for all humanity. It seems we have yet to extend our congratulations, which comes across as somewhat petty. In an instant, everyone recalled that the Supreme Leader had announced the lunar program today, and discussions ensued. Chief Xiao, Should we issue a warning to the outer territories regarding the potential invasion of the insectoid race on February 3rd, particularly in relation to the frontline? Additionally, it might be prudent to advise the United States to postpone any activities. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Ge concluded that a public announcement on social media would suffice. As for alerting the outer territories, it seems unnecessary. After all, they are already monitoring every move of our Dragon Nation and can choose to believe or not. We should inform our allies in Pakistan to prepare in advance. 10 minutes later, the official account of the Crisis Management Bureau released several notifications to all citizens. On February 3rd, the insectoid world will penetrate Earth through a fractured gravitational field. The location remains unpredictable. Please prepare, as instructed. Smiling Sun predicted changes in the near-Earth gravitational field on February 3rd, along with the survival guide for the insectoid crisis, are depicted below. Citizens of the Dragon Nation need not worry. Our country can foresee and overcome disasters. Accompanying image, congratulations to the United States for achieving significant breakthroughs in aerospace. A friendly reminder, it is advisable to avoid February 3rd for any launches. Link, announcement to all citizens, good night. Perspiration, stop scrolling through comments. Focus on the survival guide. Chapter 60, February 3rd, 9 o'clock, temporal collapse on January 30th. The Dragon Nation prepared for battle with meticulous organization. Meanwhile, the model predicting changes in the near-Earth gravitational field on February 3rd was disseminated beyond our borders. Despite the scientific evidence, skepticism still prevailed among many. However, an increasing number of individuals began to view the Dragon Nation's report with rationality. The most liked post on YouTube read, "The Dragon Nation accurately predicted the Great Tsunami. We should now consider whether their current prediction is legitimate." Despite the absurdity surrounding the insectoid topic, a consensus began to form outside our borders, acknowledging that the mysterious sea creature described by paleontology was indeed a prehistoric organism. Thus, the term insectoid crisis used by the Dragon Nation was still regarded as a joke. The countries beyond our realm took immediate action. First, they condemned the Dragon Nation for inciting panic. Second, they instructed their scientific advisors to investigate the data released by the Dragon Nation, necessitating prompt verification of the information regarding February 3rd. In the east, within the heights of Mount Fuji's Research Institute, scholars, after dissecting the remains of the mysterious sea creature, concluded that it was indeed a carbon-based life form. However, compared to humans, its physiological capabilities were vastly superior, allowing it to thrive in various complex environments. Its DNA information remained unidentifiable, containing numerous unknown elements. Accepting it as a prehistoric creature was feasible. Accepting it as an extraterrestrial life form was also plausible. After a moment of silence, the Institute's head, sporting a goatee, furrowed his brow and stated, "Continue the research. Yamamoto Ichiro, you must stop immersing yourself in the Dragon Nation's live broadcasts. I've yet to see you engage in any substantial work. Immediately travel to the United States and verify the data released by the Gravitational Wave Detection Center." Oh, Yamamoto Ichiro quickly exited the Dragon Nation's monitoring livestream, dutifully complying with the directive. "But director," he protested, "I called the Gravitational Wave Detection Center earlier, and they completely ignored me." Yamamoto Ichiro felt a bit aggrieved, striving to assert that he was indeed engaged in his work. Either verify the data in the United States or in the Dragon Country. If you cannot obtain definitive results, do not return. The director, visibly displeased, could not comprehend why a researcher of mecha technology felt compelled to join this project. In the United States, the Supreme Leader was on the West Coast. Upon exiting the hotel, he was greeted by throngs of people brandishing signs proclaiming their right to breathe, chanting for his resignation. The Supreme Leader, accustomed to such displays, felt remarkably buoyant that day and even acknowledged the protesting crowd. "I admire the attitude of the Dragon Country. Unable to achieve lunar landing themselves, they wish to prevent us from doing so. There is a saying from the Dragon Country, sour grapes, which seems fitting." Rather than being angered by the news from the Dragon Country, the Supreme Leader felt elated, as it confirmed he had struck a nerve. At that moment, a scholar caught his attention amidst the crowd of protesters wearing pro-Supreme Leader attire. For true love requires courage. The Supreme Leader beckoned him over. Consequently, the Secret Service promptly escorted the scholar to him. The Supreme Leader, showing concern, inquired how he had managed to come so early to offer support. The scholar handed over a document, stating, "Supreme Leader, you should take a look at these papers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryan, the head of the Gravitational Wave Observatory. Earlier, we verified the claims from the Dragon Country. On February 3rd, fluctuations in near-Earth space will pose a disaster for manned lunar missions. Furthermore, the Dragon Country's assertions regarding the insectoid world are indeed true. The Supreme Leader's expression abruptly shifted. His outstretched hand retreated. Keep it. I will review it when I have time. He then turned and walked away. Supreme Leader, we must commence preparations. The Dragon Country's claims are genuine. The insectoid world truly exists. We are already a month behind the Dragon Country. If we do not start preparing now, as the Dragon Country warns, millions of citizens may perish. The Supreme Leader did not look back as he departed. Members of the Secret Service returned Dr. Ryan to the protesting crowd. His glasses shattered, tears welling in his eyes. He sat on the ground, lost in thought for a long while. With a deep sigh, Dr. Ryan resolved to take his family and flee the city, seeking refuge in the most remote mountains. In the Peacock Country, as the military forces of the Iron Brother and the Dragon Country began to mobilize once more, Prime Minister Mo grew anxious. Surely they would not conspire to invade us. In early January, turmoil erupted within the Peacock Country, with several states declaring their own armed forces and subsequently announcing their intent to defy the central government. Despite having quelled local militias over the past 20 days, the Peacock Country suffered significant damage. Due to the unrest, conscription efforts had been delayed, leading to the immediate announcement of mandatory enlistment for lower caste individuals, including all Shudras and Dalits. After a moment's hesitation, the Minister of Internal Affairs questioned Prime Minister Mo. The Dragon Country has stated that on February 3rd, insectoids will invade Earth. Should we prepare in advance? Prime Minister Mo contemplated for a considerable time before resolutely declaring to the world that should the insectoid race descend upon us, the kingdom of Peacock shall protect them, and our divine bovine shall triumph over the invaders. The Minister of Internal Affairs furrowed his brow, pondering whether such a stance was somewhat naive. The Dragon Kingdom, in light of the insectoid crisis, had not deemed it trivial. Moreover, the divine bovine is revered as the sacred spirit of the kingdom of Peacock. On February 3rd, at 600 hours, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were preoccupied with their own affairs, oblivious to the preparations of foreign nations. The survival guide regarding the insectoid crisis spread across the internet and was urgently printed for free distribution to the populace, regardless of who they were or where they resided. Individuals would encourage one another to memorize its contents whenever time permitted. It became evident that as long as they adhered to the guide, even in the face of an insectoid invasion, there seemed to be little to fear. The citizens, in fact, were not significantly affected. Life proceeded as usual. For the station troops surrounding the great cities ensured their safety. Within a mere few days, the mobilization of millions of troops was accomplished. Having merely enacted the pre-established garrison plan devised at the beginning of January, which had anticipated the future deployment of new recruits. Certainly, the swift mobilization was inextricably linked to the robust logistics in place. In the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge was still acclimating to the advanced mechanical exoskeleton brought forth by the Dragon War. At that moment, Minister Hu Tianxing approached briskly, his expression particularly grave. Group Leader Xiao, the Northwest region reported several fatalities a couple of days ago, and I suspect they may be connected to the insectoid race. Xiao Ge's countenance froze. Could the fatalities truly be related to the insectoids? He leapt from the exoskeleton and took the tablet from Hu Tianxing's hands. The images, captured by a mobile phone, were somewhat unclear, but they depicted a distant mountain village, shrouded in mist, with the ground strewn with indistinct remnants of flesh and blood. Humans could not commit such acts, save for those from the eastern land. As he continued to examine the information, a 4-second video caught his attention. Upon opening it, he was rendered immobile. The footage revealed a bizarre shadow darting past, causing the videographer to collapse instantaneously. It was the insectoid race. How could this be? The insectoids that had arrived during the Great Tsunami had all been vanquished. How could any still exist? Suddenly, Xiao Ge recalled the abandoned coal mine. Minister Hu, how far is the crime scene from the abandoned coal mine? Hu Tianxing checked the information and replied, approximately over 100 kilometers. This is dire. Xiao Ge exclaimed. The last time we visited the abandoned coal mine, several insect eggs had already hatched, and it is possible that some larval forms escaped. Marshal Long, I shall go there to deal with the insectoids. You must continue to oversee the national defense. When they had previously discovered the coal mine, white phosphorus shells had been employed to obliterate all the eggs, while drones scoured every inch of land within a 50-kilometer radius. It was unfathomable how the larvae could have escaped. Longzhan frowned, suggesting they merely send someone else. There was no need for Xiao Ge to go personally. Yet Xiao Ge, with a serious demeanor, insisted, though they remain in larval form, it is far too perilous for anyone but me to approach. They may very well be a higher echelon of the insectoid race. I had always believed that the Zerg would only send mature outposts, but to my astonishment, The fractured gravitational field corridor was capable of supporting the arrival of king worm larvae. The larvae that escaped from the abandoned coal mine are highly likely to be king worm larvae, which explains their rapid growth. Fortunately, our discovery was not too late. Had they truly matured, it would have resulted in a calamity. Without further ado, Xiao Ge boarded the plane and departed. February 3rd, 9:00 a.m., Gravitational Observation Center. Chief Scientist Liu Yilan's expression was one of terror as he gazed at the data model, his hands trembling slightly. The gravitational field in low Earth orbit quivered. Reaching a peak, the collapse of the spacetime field had commenced. Chapter 61, Spacetime Collapse, A Global Transformation. In Longhua, it was precisely 9:00 a.m., coinciding with evening in the Star-Spangled Nation. The manned lunar launch by the Space Odyssey Company was in its countdown phase. The White House press secretary, in a formal setting, jestingly remarked to the media that while Longhua broadcasts even the mixing of cement, why not live stream the greatest space endeavor in the history of the Star-Spangled Nation? Hence, this manned lunar mission would be broadcasted in its entirety. With 10 minutes remaining in the countdown, the Supreme Leader personally addressed the crowd at Houston Space City, declaring this day as the most significant in the history of the Star-Spangled Nation. 15 astronauts were set to land on the moon and establish a base. They would officially announce the Star-Spangled Nation's sovereignty over the lunar territory. I could see the astonishment on your faces, perhaps out of concern for the multinational moon treaty? Fear not, for just 10 minutes prior, the Star-Spangled Nation had withdrawn from that foolish accord. To showcase national strength, this lunar mission would be broadcast globally, and the Supreme Leader would publicly declare the withdrawal from the multinational moon treaty, asserting the Star-Spangled Nation's claim to the moon. This act was a blatant affront to international norms and a provocation. Before the world had time to reflect, the spacecraft had already commenced its countdown for launch. Then, a brilliant arc of flame illuminated the night sky, soaring into the heavens. Minutes later, following a series of commands including booster rocket recovery and fairing separation, the spacecraft reached low Earth orbit. Houston, we have entered the designated orbit and are about to embark on our lunar journey. The live broadcast updated, showcasing a starry backdrop, with the endless darkness juxtaposed against the distant, unreachable galaxies. Below was the Earth, a vibrant blue, transitioning between day and night. The live stream comments erupted. So beautiful. This is a magnificent era. This is humanity's future. Make the Star-Spangled Nation great again. Long live the Star-Spangled Nation. I truly cannot fathom what the Longhua people are thinking. At such a pivotal moment, they are engrossed in preparations for war. Surely they are suffering from delusions. At this moment, the eyes of the world were fixated on the Star-Spangled Nation. All media and governments expressed their congratulations, with undertones of mockery directed at Longhua. Some allies of the Star-Spangled Nation inadvertently revealed their hopes to engage in development on the lunar territory claimed by the Star-Spangled Nation, acknowledging its sovereignty even before a consensus had been reached internationally. At the same time, the Dragon Nation sounded the nationwide air defense alarm, issuing warnings of an impending insectoid invasion throughout its territories, urging the populace to seek refuge in accordance with the Insectoid Crisis Survival Guide. The Supreme Leader of the Star-Spangled Nation declared that all allied nations would be invited to collaboratively develop the moon and establish a lunar defense mechanism, ensuring that those who covet the territory of the Star-Spangled Nation would find no return. Upon learning of the Dragon Nation's insectoid warning, the Supreme Leader chuckled with delight. This brought to mind an amusing incident from a couple of days ago while I was surveying the disaster-stricken areas on the West Coast. An elderly gentleman named Ryan approached me, insisting that the claims made by the dragon people regarding the existence of insectoids and their invasion were indeed true. Are you familiar with Ryan? If not, allow me to enlighten you. He hails from the Gravitational Wave Observatory. Do you know what the Gravitational Wave Observatory is? If not, let me clarify. It is an institution that idles away its time on federal funding. I intend to revoke their budget next year to purchase cocktails for my supporters. The dragon people assert that there are spatial tremors near space, heralding the arrival of insectoids. I wish to reassure you that, even in the face of such an invasion, the vessels of the Star-Spangled Nation shall prevail. What expressions are you all wearing? The Supreme Leader grew increasingly displeased. What was amiss with these journalists? Just moments ago, they were jovial, yet now they appeared terrified, as if facing a formidable foe, and the entire venue fell silent. One reporter raised a hand, pointing at the live broadcast screen behind the Supreme Leader. What is that? The Supreme Leader turned to look. The live feed displayed the starry sky. In the pitch-black void, a dark purple vortex suddenly materialized. Though the image was as stunning as a visual effect, the abrupt emergence of the vortex instilled a sense of dread in those watching the broadcast on Earth. The unknown is perpetually frightening. Moreover, the dark purple vortex expanded, its light intensifying. Simultaneously, the Dragon Nation issued another insectoid warning. The space-time around Earth was collapsing, temporarily disrupting national communications. Should they fail to receive updates from the government, citizens were advised to seek shelter in caves or air raid shelters until rescue teams arrived. Furthermore, construction of the towering Lingxiao cities was to proceed without interruption, as heavy troops were stationed outside these cities, rendering them impervious to insectoid intrusion. The mobile teams within the Lingxiao cities were instructed to activate their backup radios to remain alert for any potential openings of dimensional portals. The Crisis Management Bureau issued a statement. Should the insectoid dimensional portal manifest within the Lingxiao cities, there was no cause for alarm. Armed soldiers would await them. The moment they emerged from the portal, before they could even touch the ground, they would be met with a hail of gunfire. The Crisis Management Bureau further stated, if one were to encounter the insectoids, remember that life is of utmost importance. All material wealth may be forsaken. A distress call was transmitted from the spacefaring vessel. Houston, Houston, anomalous celestial bodies detected, requesting response directives. Houston, Houston, we are losing control. The vessel is slowly being captured by the gravitational field of the anomalous bodies and cannot escape. Houston, Houston, a satellite in near-Earth orbit is being ensnared by the gravitational field of the anomalous bodies. Houston, Houston, the spacecraft lost power, and the reactor was subjected to an abnormal gravitational force, resulting in an explosion. Mission failure. Mission failure. Launch the escape pod. Beep, beep, beep. Silence. The live broadcast screen went dark. People around the world instinctively looked up at the sky. In countries still shrouded in the midnight hour, an eye seemed to emerge in the heavens, dark purple, swirling like a vortex, gazing down upon the Earth. In the daylight hemisphere, half the sky was stained a deep violet, the central area resembling the eye of a storm, with the vortex growing ever larger. A breeze began to stir. People suddenly noticed that today's wind was peculiar, seemingly blowing upwards toward the sky. The Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Oceans, and many others erupted with tumultuous waves, akin to the tidal forces exerted by the moon during a full moon. Nations promptly mobilized telescopes to observe this celestial phenomenon. Upon observation, it appeared that something was writhing in the core of the celestial body. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, voices arose in discussion, speculating whether the insectoid creatures discovered during the last tsunami could be edible, unlike before. The Crisis Management Bureau issued another statement, urging the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom not to be mesmerized by the dimensional portal in the sky, emphasizing that this was no drill, until scientists provided a definitive response. The consumption of any insectoid creatures was strictly prohibited. The military issued a mobilization order, commanding soldiers to stand firm against any adversary, as safeguarding the lives of the people was their foremost duty. On platforms like YouTube and Twitter, various experts began to voice their opinions, suggesting that this must be an overmassive celestial body, similar to a neutron star, responsible for such gravitational effects. A person identifying himself as Ryan from the Gravitational Wave Research Institute gradually entered the public's view. That is not a neutron star. Our institute validated the claims of the Dragon Kingdom days ago. The world of insectoids truly exists. Today's anomalous fluctuations indicate that the insectoid world is preparing to invade Earth. If the Supreme Commander does not heed my warnings, he will miss the optimal opportunity for defense. I advise everyone to find a place to hide. Beyond the realm, the internet fell silent. Soon after, netizens engaged in an unprecedentedly heated debate about the existence of the insectoid world and whether the Dragon Kingdom had colluded with Blizzard Entertainment or fabricated claims. Amidst this fervent discourse, the dark purple vortex in the sky suddenly began to dissipate, vanishing within a matter of minutes. The Supreme Commander's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, as he realized that if the Dragon Kingdom's predictions proved accurate once again, his position as Supreme Commander would be jeopardized. Without a second thought, he delivered a nationwide televised address to calm the public, solemnly mourning the astronauts while condemning the Dragon Kingdom for inciting panic and demanding accountability for the space disaster. Meanwhile, in Angel City on the west coast of the United States, in a bustling urban district, an individual suddenly noticed a strange, faint, dark red glowing portal gradually forming on the street. Could this be a portal akin to that in Doctor Strange? My dear friend, do pay attention. This resembles the Anywhere door from Doraemon. In the next moment, all murmurs vanished into silence. For from behind that door, a colossal monster suddenly emerged. Hiss, hiss, cackle, cackle. Eerie sounds echoed through the streets. Could it be the unknown creature spoken of by paleontologists, dwelling in the depths of the ocean? That is the insectoid race mentioned by the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, Everyone recalled the ominous phrase "the arrival of the insectoids," which the Dragon Kingdom had been uttering since early January. Yet, it was too late. The slaughter had begun. From the United States, Canada, Japan, Russia, Africa, to South America. Strange dark crimson doors have been discovered worldwide, through which the insectoids surged, unstoppable, into human habitation. The unprepared foreign nations fell victim to the massacre without any means of defense. Some remembered the live broadcast in January, where the Dragon Kingdom had waged war against the insectoids. It seemed so effortless for them. So why could others not do the same? Why, when confronted by the insectoids, did they resemble lambs led to slaughter? In the Dragon Kingdom, Liu Yilin stared intently at the gravitational wave observation data, his expression one of sheer terror. The collapse of space-time in low Earth orbit had concluded. For a brief moment, he genuinely believed a dimensional portal would be established, allowing the king-level insectoids to traverse time and space. As Xiao Ge had stated, the insectoid realm had not succeeded. However, Liu Yilin remained unconvinced. For he was the only one in the world to observe that, upon the conclusion of the space-time collapse, several smaller entities had been transmitted from the collapse zone. These were artifacts from the insectoid realm, yet due to the destruction of the satellite system, he could not track them, unaware of where they would ultimately descend. Following the cessation of the space-time collapse, fractures in the gravitational field on Earth emerged. Just as during a massive tsunami, the insectoid realm could initiate large-scale experiments to open dimensional portals on Earth. At this moment, he had recorded a staggering 678 global fracture points in the gravitational field. At last it had come. The world began to descend into turmoil. Although these dimensional portals were exceedingly unstable, there was no doubt they could sustain the passage of hundreds, even thousands, of insectoids. Xiao Ge proclaimed that the first wave of arrival would be unimaginably brutal. Chapter 62. Exterminating the insectoids, aiding the Dragon Kingdom in the northern region. 100 kilometers west of the abandoned coal mine, before the conclusion of the space-time collapse, Xiao Ge arrived at the outskirts of the mountain village where the incident had occurred, along with the pilot and 7 Special Forces operatives. He had brought Su Hongyin and Yang Ming, totaling 10 individuals, prepared to enter the mountain village. War is merciless, since in this lifetime, Su Hongyin and Yang Ming had chosen once more to become warriors. Xiao Ge would do everything in his power to make them stronger. All 10 donned the new individual exoskeleton systems, resembling mechanical battle gods standing upon the desolate earth. Ahead lay a fog. In such a dry place, how could there be fog? Yang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment before furrowing his brow and replying, some king-level larvae, during their molting process, generate extremely high temperatures, completely evaporating the moisture in the surrounding environment. Since it is winter, the formation of fog is not surprising. Indeed, he was correct. To my astonishment, the Zerg world has directly transported the royal larva in its egg state. It appears that the timeline I previously understood may soon be upended. I released drones to conduct infrared tracking scans in the fog-laden area. Yang Ming, in truth, wished to inquire how his classmate possessed such profound knowledge. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to refrain from asking. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Ge was, in fact, the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? Perhaps he is akin to a Spider-Man concealed among ordinary folk. After a brief pause, Xiao Ge elucidated further. The royal larva will synchronize with the dimensional portal upon its activation, thereby fortifying it. Should we fail to eliminate it, the portal may gradually stabilize, allowing more Zerg to traverse through. Thus, we must eradicate the royal larva before it can synchronize with the dimensional passage. Subsequently, the Special Forces released a small drone equipped with an exoskeleton system. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge and his team ventured directly into the fog-enshrouded mountain village. After a thorough search, they ascertained that the village was deserted, save for a few corpses in the village center. Most residents had likely migrated long ago. Have you made any discoveries? The group inquired, all shaking their heads. However, Su Hongyin discerned a peculiarity about the village, stating, I noticed in several houses the crafting of traditional cold weapons. This appears to be a village specializing in the production of traditional weaponry crafts. Many such villages exist in remote mountainous areas, subsisting on traditional handicrafts. Captain Xiao, I found a camera in one of the houses that recorded recent events in the village. Xiao Ge promptly took the camera and began to view the footage. Date of recording, January 2nd, 11:00 a.m. A male voice is heard. Are you like me, unloved by anyone? Then come along with me. Be my pet from now on, shall you? Xiao Ge's eyes widened in shock. The camera's owner had captured the royal larva, Chia, as if it were a pet. This occurred on the very day of the Great Tsunami. No wonder the larva was nowhere to be found. Date of recording, January 7th. A middle-aged man barged in. his face contorted with rage. Lu Mingfei, how many times must I tell you to study diligently at school? Why must you practice that tang sword? What age are we in? Can you eat tang sword skills? The man continued, either return to your studies, inherit my craft, or leave and never return. He stormed out. Lu Mingfei muttered, that old fool is drinking again. I wonder why he even bothered to bring me into this world. Today, I think my pet has molted. Date of recording, January 15th. The middle-aged man stated, today, old Wang next door died. Isn't it peculiar? It seems he was mauled by a beast. His corpse is nearly devoured. Lu Mingfei, prepare yourself. After the new year, we too shall migrate. The footage shakes. Lu Mingfei added, my pet has molted for the second time. Date of recording, January 26th. At the doorway, a crowd surrounded the middle-aged man. Lu Laodu, your son has kept that monster. And it has already killed 9 villagers. The television claims it is the Zerg. Are you two trying to doom us all? The scene shakes. Lu Laodu, with a stick in hand. Lu Mingfei, you wretched creature, when will you disclose the location of that insect race? Today. I shall end your life. Lu Mingfei, it is not at fault. It did not kill anyone. Filming date, January 30th. Lu Laodu quietly enters the bedroom. Taking advantage of Lu Mingfei's slumber, he knocks him unconscious, binds him with ropes, and conceals him within a cabinet. Lu Laodu, my son, I am sorry. I cannot provide you with a better life. The insect you raised has gone berserk, killing indiscriminately. Stay hidden while I draw it away, then you can escape. The Wang larvae are slaughtering their way in. At this moment, it has grown to half a man's height. It bursts in, unblinking, disregarding the elder's resistance, and instantly kills Lu Laodu. The sound of breathing startles it. It pries open the cabinet door with its claws and discovers Lu Mingfei. Yet, it refrains from attacking. Its eyes gleaming with a hint of pride, as if to say, look, I have slain those who opposed you. However, the larvae can no longer perceive the previous affection and joy in Lu Mingfei's gaze. After a long pause, his eyes remain filled with resentment and regret. His mouth agape, yet voiceless, glaring at the insect before him. The cold demeanor perplexes the larvae, but its innate powerful senses compel it to confront the hostility emanating from its own kin. Did it err in its actions? I only wished for his happiness. Confused and disheartened, it departs, perhaps believing it must present him with even more enemies. Filming date, February 1st. Lu Mingfei breaks free from the ropes. Ah! His anguished cries echo throughout the mountain village. Xiao Ge puts away the camera, his expression heavy with gravity. At that moment, the Special Forces member in charge of the drone's search locks onto a cave in the back mountain, where a strong infrared signal emanates. Captain Xiao, we have located the larvae. Without further words, Xiao Ge gestures for everyone to surround the back mountain. As they pass through a wind gap, the fog dissipates considerably. Xiao Ge seizes the opportunity to gaze at the sky. The space-time collapse is contracting, indicating it is nearing its conclusion. Accelerate. Once the space-time collapse ends, the Wang insect will synchronize with the dimensional portals formed by the shattered gravitational field, at which point, the nearest portals will stabilize, heralding catastrophe for Dragon Country. Someone. Following the lead of the frontline Special Forces member, everyone halts. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Lu Mingfei from the camera. He is now on the brink of death, his left leg and right arm severed. Yet his left hand clutches a knife tightly, a craft tang knife found throughout the mountain village. Su Hongyin gasps. He wouldn't dare to engage the Wang larvae with that. Would he? A fool? An idiot? No, he is a warrior. After assessing his injuries, Xiao Ge states, leave one person to administer emergency treatment. When we return, we will fit him with mechanical limbs. One individual remains behind, while the others enter the cave. After Xiao Ge and the others depart, the remaining person receives a video call from Longzhan. Where is Captain Xiao? Why isn't he answering? After listening to the explanation from the Special Forces member, Longzhan remarked, do not stop the video, keep it running. I had previously discussed this with Captain Xiao. As the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, he has rallied the entire army before this great battle. Handle that matter, and then proceed to find Captain Xiao. Longzhan has always hoped that Xiao Ge's identity could be made public, transforming him into a guiding beacon for the Dragon Country, leading the entire army forward. Inside the cavern, the temperature was exceedingly high. The ground bore the remnants of limbs and arms, presumably left by Lu Mingfei. The drone silently approached the larva, serving as an eye to guide Xiao Ge and his team. At that moment, the larva of the Crimson Leaf King bug was still covered in a thin layer of slime, not yet cleaned off. Upon closer inspection, one could see the marks of a blade across its body. 2 Special Forces members produced a specially crafted metallic net, using the drone to maneuver it above the larva. Xiao Ge relaxed his fist. The drone released the net, capturing the larva. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming armed with weapons, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the larva, rendering its struggles futile as it was swiftly shot down. Yang Ming, somewhat incredulous, remarked, "Is this insect race truly that weak? It's called a king bug." Yet it didn't even last a single round. Xiao Ge rolled his eyes and explained, "Could you kill an adult tiger with your bare hands?" Yang Ming shook his head. "What about a young tiger? One as small as a cat?" Yang Ming still shook his head. As they are protected animals, and he dared not kill. Xiao Ge noted the larva's injuries, the shallow cuts from a blade. He pondered how Lu Mingfei had engaged it in battle, as the wound seemed too minor for a king bug to be so feeble. Ignoring his musings, Xiao Ge activated the mechanical exoskeleton and single-handedly lifted the larva's corpse, making his way towards the cavern's exit. The mist had yet to dissipate. At that moment, Xiao Ge was unaware that he was being live-streamed to every corner of Lingxiao City, visible to every soldier. He emerged from the fog, holding the larva's corpse aloft. Clad in the individual exoskeleton system, he resembled a hero from a science fiction film. "Captain Xiao, Commander Long requests that you, as the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, address the 50 million soldiers across the nation." Xiao Ge paused for a moment before quickly recalling his prior discussions with Long Zhan regarding the timing of revealing his identity. It was indeed the right moment. In his previous life, as the commander of the insect race's expeditionary force, he was well acquainted with the art of pre-battle mobilization. He activated the mechanical exoskeleton, dragging the insect's body towards the camera, raising it high. "Kill the insect race. Bless the dragon country." One call. "Kill the insect race. Bless the dragon country." Second call. "Kill the insect race. Bless the dragon country." Third call. Through the live stream, his cries resonated across the land of the dragon country. This was Xiao Ge's war mobilization. There was no talk of motivation. Once war commenced and the enemy was encountered, the singular command was to kill, to the death, with no retreat. Chapter 63, Do Not Relax. The insect race is dangerous. Kill the insect race. Bless the dragon country. The 6 words echoed throughout the dragon country. 50 million soldiers stationed outside Lingxiao City were now filled with fervor, their blood boiling, united in repeating those 6 words. Some have even speculated that the insectoid species, before making their emergence from the dimensional portal, were so intimidated by the spectacle that they retreated. Within the grand expanse of Lingxiao City, screens abound, allowing every construction worker to ascertain the identity of the individual in charge of the Crisis Management Bureau. Throughout the entirety of January, all transformations within the Dragon Kingdom were orchestrated by this bureau, igniting curiosity among the populace regarding the identity of its leader. Public opinion swayed between 2 candidates, either General Long Zhan from the military or Dr. Ouyang Yuan from the Academy of Sciences. It appeared that, within the Dragon Kingdom, only these 2 could shoulder such a monumental responsibility. However, who could have anticipated that the head of the Crisis Management Bureau would be such a remarkably youthful figure? Yet, upon the moment of Xiao Ge's appearance, the imagery was profoundly striking, enough to leave the nation in awe. A thick fog enveloped the scene as he donned his mechanical exoskeleton. Behind him, a line of soldiers emerged in unison, exuding an indomitable spirit. The corpses of the insectoid species served as the most potent declaration of intent. With military protection assured, the construction timeline of Lingxiao City would not falter. Brothers, let the soldiers see that their efforts and sacrifices are worthwhile. Rise up. We shall be the first in the nation to complete Lingxiao City. After a brief silence, the construction site erupted with the clarion call of battle. In that instant, construction workers from across the country unleashed their fervent resolve, tirelessly dedicating themselves to their tasks, which stood as the finest tribute to the soldiers. The insectoid crisis had arrived, yet the nation's construction efforts seemed wholly unaffected, proceeding with methodical acceleration. Lingxiao City, the circular fortress, the fusion nuclear power station, the capsule high-speed rail, and more were all set into motion. At the construction site of the 67th Giant City, Xiao Ge's parents were present. On that day, when the nation called for workers, 2 elderly individuals passed their prime, like countless others, forwent the Spring Festival and began laboring day and night at the Lingxiao City construction site. Throughout the month, Xiao Ge occasionally called, only to be chastised by his parents. "You're still young. Why should we worry about you? If you bring shame to the Xiao family while at the Crisis Management Bureau, don't bother coming back." Consequently, in recent days, Xiao Ge's calls diminished, yet he sent messages to his parents whenever possible to update them on his situation. His father, growing increasingly displeased, lamented, "This boy acts like an ingrate, not even making a video call in a single day." Today, suddenly, Xiao Ge's father looked up, his gaze caught by the live broadcast, where a figure in combat armor rallied the nation's soldiers to battle. He couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. Standing there in a daze. It looks remarkably similar. Upon further reflection, could it be? That is my son. It turned out he wasn't merely an intern under Dr. Ouyang Yuan. This rascal had deceived him, rising to the position of head of the Crisis Management Bureau. Hey, old Xiao, what are you watching? Stop staring. That is someone else's child. Indeed, in the eyes of parents, there will always be a perception that other people's children are more accomplished. Look, that child from another family has topped the class. Look, that child from another family is already married. Look at that. Other people's children have been admitted to prestigious universities. But this time is different. That is not just someone else's child. That is my own. Xiao Ge's father glanced back at his co-workers, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha. Old Han, you might be in for a disappointment this time. The head of the organization is my son. Ha ha ha. What did you say your son's name was again? Hunchen. TSK. Keep up the good work. In a few years, I will have my son arrange a respectable job for him. The heavens have smiled upon us. The ancestral grave of the Xiao family is once again sending forth auspicious smoke. Ha ha. I must tell the old lady. The co-workers hesitated for a moment, then grew angry. Old Xiao, you blind fool. That is obviously my son. At Central Region Great Lake, many students from Class 23001 at Pingqing Academy are engaged in the construction of this circular fortress. At this moment, they are all astonished. What the heck? The eternal king of truancy? This guy has become the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? It can't be true. Slap. Mind your words. The transformation of Long Country is all thanks to him. I see now. He was not attending school because he was busy saving Long Country. Great deity. We worship you. Is there such a person in our class? Get lost. Suddenly, alarms blared. Outside the circular fortress, a dimensional portal has emerged. The workers looked toward the construction site's periphery. The military had already mobilized, heading toward the alert location. The Crisis Management Bureau stated that Long Country can now predict the emergence of dimensional portals 3 minutes in advance, which is already sufficient. There is nothing to see. The soldiers are sacrificing themselves to protect us. Let us not dawdle. Move out. Let the world know that every member of Class 23001 is a hero, even if they are in the most ordinary positions. The precise warning information released by the Crisis Management Bureau has been transmitted nationwide. This time, 678 anomalous gravitational field rupture points have been detected globally, with 29 in Long Country. The ratio is alarmingly high. Among these 29 rupture points, 15 appeared in urban areas. If Long Country had not relocated its population, these 15 gravitational field rupture points would likely have resulted in massive casualties, with consequences that are unimaginable. Outside Central Region Great Lake is the first dimensional portal activated within Long Country. Although the warning can only be given 3 minutes in advance, the station troops are eager to witness the appearance of the insectoids. Thus, when the alarm sounded, they rushed to the scene with utmost speed. Brothers, we are the nation's first point of insectoid arrival, and the eyes of the nation are upon us. So, everyone, pull yourselves together, don't wet your pants. Did you hear that? Yes. At this very moment, above the dimensional portal outside Central Region Great Lake, hundreds of armed helicopters are surveying the area with no blind spots. On the ground, tanks, missiles, and artillery are poised, forming an ironclad perimeter around the dimensional portal. Thousands of soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons are unleashing their firepower, awaiting the approach of the insectoids. Hiss hiss, cackle cackle. The dimensional portal became increasingly distinct, as if a door had finally swung open. Approaching was a 3-meter-tall vanguard of the insectoid species, emitting an excruciatingly shrill sound. Engage. The commander commanded, fully aware that the entire nation would be watching this battle. And thus, they could not falter. In an instant, aerial and ground firepower was unleashed upon the portal's exit, and the insectoid vanguard, bewildered by the sudden onslaught, was obliterated into dust. For every creature that emerged, an equal number was annihilated. In that moment, all of Longhua comprehended why Xiao Ge had constructed the circular fortifications. As long as the firepower was sufficient, the first wave of the insectoid invasion, set to arrive in 5 months, would yield such results. The battle raged for approximately 5 minutes until the structure of the dimensional portal began to collapse, ceasing the arrival of further insectoids. This particular portal had formed from a collapse of space-time, rendering it unstable. Lasting 5 minutes was already considered a significant duration. Many other portals had disintegrated within mere seconds. Once the portal collapsed, the soldiers were left in a state of bewilderment. Is that it? So soon? Is this all? The entirety of Longhua shared this confusion. Is it over? Is that all? What happened to the insectoid crisis? Was the vanguard truly that perilous? Resigned, They turned their focus to the construction of colossal cities in anticipation of the first wave. Perhaps that would present the true danger. Yes, you are right. Indeed, you are correct. This line of thought alarmed the Crisis Management Bureau, prompting an urgent nationwide statement. Citizens must not adopt a dismissive attitude towards the insectoids. The victory at the Central Domain Lake was achieved due to prior preparations and ample firepower, which prevented the vanguard from emerging. However, across the nation, there are still numerous dimensional portals opening in locations where the military cannot respond swiftly. Many vanguards will come forth, and the mature insectoid individuals pose significant threats. At all times, the insectoids must not be underestimated, especially in terms of awareness. With the military concentrated on defending Lingxiao City and the circular fortifications, they could not attend to the portals opening in other regions of the nation. This implied that once the influence of the space-time collapse subsided, it would take considerable time to eradicate the insectoids from the homeland. The encirclement at Central Domain Lake had just concluded, and reports of battles began to emerge from various parts of the country. In the outer domain, the Star-Spangled Nation's commander had mobilized the military to engage in the extermination of the insectoids. Simultaneously, videos depicting the Dragon Kingdom's triumph over the insectoids went viral on YouTube, particularly those featuring Longwa citizens proclaiming, "The insectoids do not seem so fearsome after all." Suddenly, the citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation realized, indeed, the insectoids were not as terrifying as they had believed. The commander reached the same conclusion and delivered a nationwide televised address, rallying the citizens of the Star-Spangled Nation to take up arms and protect our country. With a plethora of militia organizations, they recognized that this was the opportune moment to assert their worth. It was time to seize their weapons, defend their cities, and uphold the commander's regime. Consequently, militia groups across the land armed themselves and took to the streets, seeking to exterminate the insectoids. If the Dragon Kingdom could effortlessly vanquish the insectoids, so could they. 10 minutes later, Chapter 64, the Giant City No. 7, Yao City, Dragon Kingdom. The National Alert Map has been released. The emergence of more than half of the dimensional portals in cities that have already been evacuated provokes speculation. This time, the formation of the insectoid dimensional portals appears chaotic yet remarkably targeted. Several dimensional portals have opened in close proximity to Lingxiao Giant City, and the fate of the approaching insectoids is all too predictable. Long Zhan has never been suited to be a commander in the shadows. He is far more adept at leading the charge on the front lines like a god of war. After arranging the subsequent tasks, he handed over command to the chief of staff and personally led a team to the old city to hunt the insectoids. In truth, as the entire system operates smoothly, the instances requiring his direct oversight have become few and far between. In the northern frontier, Xiao Ge received predictions from the global gravitational field fracture model. He could not only observe the dimensional portals within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, but also those worldwide. However, Xiao Ge's focus was not on the outer realms, but rather on the vicinity of Giant City No. 7, where two dimensional portals had astonishingly appeared, one near the Giant City and another a dozen kilometers away. He ordered that Lu Mingfei be sent to the military camp for treatment while he, along with Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, and others, flew directly to Giant City No. 7. Due to the time difference, the dimensional portal outside Giant City No. 7 opened later than those in other locations nationwide. Upon arrival, Xiao Ge was just in time for the 3-minute warning. This dimensional portal lay a mere 1,000 meters from Giant City No. 7, and the surrounding construction workers had been dispersed. Looking up at the towering city walls, which now reached nearly 80 meters high, Xiao Ge noted the considerable distance yet to reach the designed height of 500 meters. At this moment, the walls were crowded with people, all gazing in this direction. Xiao Ge felt exasperated. Dear onlookers, this is a battle against the insectoids. What is there to gawk at? As the countdown concluded, the insectoids emerged, and the firepower was unleashed. Having foreseen their arrival point, the insectoids faced but one fate, death. Minutes later, the dimensional portal collapsed, and the battle concluded. The command here was under Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge sought him out. Commander Zhao, have you dispatched personnel to the other dimensional portal? Upon learning the location, he was informed that troops were already en route. Before Zhao Gang could finish his thought, the head of logistics rushed in, panic-stricken. Commander Zhao, we still have a group at the quarry that hasn't evacuated. Zhao Gang's brow furrowed deeply, anger surging within him. Why was this not communicated earlier? The communication devices are malfunctioning. Xiao Ge shook his head in disbelief, recognizing it as a standard excuse. You can't blame me for being unreachable, can you? But why the panic? It's not as if they are near the dimensional portal. We can send someone to retrieve them now. Zhao Gang, in a fit of rage, kicked the logistics officer, sending him stumbling several meters away. Is your brain made of mush? Do you not realize that the insectoid dimensional portal has opened right by the quarry? If there are casualties, will you take responsibility? Can you bear that burden? Xiao Ge's expression darkened, and he questioned in a low voice, how many people are at the quarry? The quarry, providing essential building materials for the magnificent Lingxiao City and the formidable Long Wall of Despair, has been in operation since the inception of the 7th giant city, employing nearly 10,000 workers. Xiao Ge's expression turned icy as he pointed to the chief logistics officer, commanding his guards. Take him down and hold him accountable upon my return. Without further ado, he led his men toward the quarry. However, communication was lost. A nationwide alert was triggered with the opening of the dimensional passage, and the quarry workers received the warning. Under the management's orders, the workers promptly abandoned their tasks and retreated into the mine shafts. With only 3 minutes to escape, it was impossible to evacuate everyone. They could only seek refuge in the tunnels and await rescue. Yet, it was already too late. How could 1,000 people evacuate in such a brief span? A handful of soldiers present at the quarry quickly made a decision. If the insectoid creatures emerged, the workers would likely not survive. As soldiers, it was their duty to guard the exit of the dimensional passage, holding off the insectoids to buy time for the others. A dozen soldiers, aware of their limited firepower, understood that their only course of action was to delay the oncoming threat. Their fate was unspoken, but a shared understanding passed among them, demonstrating their unwavering resolve. Once the workers were safely inside the mine shaft, they planned to demolish the entrance, blocking the insectoids and awaiting reinforcements. Just as the soldier strategy was established, the insectoids emerged with a chilling hiss and clatter. Fire! Engage fully. The first of the creatures fell, yet more followed in an endless stream. Despite their mechanical exoskeletons, the soldiers felt dwarfed by the towering insectoids. Soon, they found themselves surrounded by the swarm. We can't wait any longer. We must destroy the entrance now. One soldier shouted. Realizing the dire stakes, either watch a portion perish or risk the lives of all. Destroying the tunnel would condemn those outside to a gruesome fate, but if they hesitated, none would escape, and even in death, they would not find peace. Amidst the chaos, a soldier, shielded by his comrades, charged through the swarm. Before he was slain by the creatures, he hurled the bomb toward the entrance. Alas, it missed its mark by a meter or two, failing to seal the mineshaft's entrance as intended. With over 8,000 people now gathered in the tunnels, if the entrance remained unblocked, it would become a slaughterhouse for the insectoids. In that moment, the gravity of their predicament dawned upon them, plunging them into panic. For the first time, they confronted the insectoid threat at such close quarters, with only a fleeting window for action. At the entrance of the mineshaft, a young woman stood defiantly, disregarding her safety. I am Xiao. Tell my daughter, by she, that I cannot return. A mother's watchful protection stretches across great distances. She, alongside this magnificent city, safeguards her child's growth. In the depths of the mine, the inhabitants were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a woman who identified herself as Xiao bravely dashed forward, seizing the bomb and rolling into the mine entrance. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion sealed the mine's mouth entirely. The young woman was forever entombed within the quarry. The backup energy gradually illuminated the area, yet silence enveloped the mine, devoid of any joy of salvation. Instead, sorrow permeated every face. Xiao. This name was indelibly etched in the hearts of all. Her final words were a beautiful fairy tale. A mother transforms into a grand city, protecting your growth. Perhaps only those who have experienced motherhood can comprehend the simplicity of such a declaration. Perhaps only those who have raised children can fathom the weight of that fairy tale. In this moment, a seed began to sprout in their hearts. The city, akin to that young mother, embodied courage and love. Perhaps naming the city after the young mother would be the most profound hope for the future and the citizens. Chapter 65. The Dragon Kingdom's border, a line not to be crossed, the quarry. Before the arrival of the personnel, drones had already surveyed the surroundings thoroughly. The dimensional portal had collapsed, preventing any further incursions by the insectoid species. Infrared scans revealed a total of 113 insectoids present in the quarry. Upon hearing this figure, Yang Ming felt a shiver of trepidation. Old Xiao, isn't that a bit excessive? Can we handle this? Xiao Ge glanced at him with an expression that conveyed a mix of condescension and disregard. To the people of the present, 113 insectoids seemed daunting. However, when the first wave of the insectoids had descended, their numbers would be multiplied by thousands, even tens of thousands. At last, Xiao Ge led his troops into the fray. The insectoids in the quarry were voraciously consuming the slain humans. The uneven ground was stained with blood, and dismembered limbs lay scattered about, with tufts of bloodied hair still clinging to torn scalps. The sight of vast patches of red assaulted Xiao Ge's eyes. while the undisturbed insectoids continued their search for any remaining humans. The distress signals indicated that the surviving humans were hiding within the mine, and the swarm of insectoids had likely sensed their presence. With a steely gaze, Xiao Ge commanded the more than 2,000 soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons. Once aerial firepower suppresses them, annihilate them all. He then called for aerial reinforcements. The incoming fleet of drones executed a carpet bombing of the insectoid congregation. Outside the quarry, soldiers were organized into groups of 7 to 10, coordinating with tanks and other heavy equipment, preparing to confront the scattered insectoids. Meanwhile, the mobile units charged forward under Xiao Ge's leadership. Half an hour later, all 113 insectoids had been eradicated. First, we will excavate the mine. Second, we will recover the remains of the fallen heroes. Third, we will incinerate the insectoid carcasses, Xiao Ge instructed his men. The soldiers responded promptly and began their tasks. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming found themselves somewhat unsteady, both on the verge of retching. The sight of the Zerg corpses stirred no sympathy within them. However, they had never before encountered the gruesome spectacle of their own kind reduced to mere fragments. It was inevitable that retching would ensue. Yet, like many soldiers, they comprehended a profound truth. Humanity and the Zerg could not coexist. The Zerg feasted upon humanity. This was a war of races. It was a matter of survival. Either they perished or the Zerg did. They better adapt quickly, for the future would be 100-fold more brutal than the present. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyin's gaze hardened with newfound resolve. She wiped the filth from the corner of her mouth, straightened her back, and assisted her fellow soldiers in excavating the mine tunnels. The quarry lay merely a few kilometers from city number 7. Yet the logistics chief claimed he had not been informed adequately. Even if there was a lapse in communication, nearly 10,000 souls had yet to return from this location, and a warning had been issued prior to the collapse of time and space. Surely he was aware of this? Gazing at the lifeless bodies, Xiao Ge felt a surge of anger. Regardless of the rationale, someone must be held accountable for these sacrifices. Xiao Ge initially intended to assist in rescuing the quarry workers, but unsettling news from the north compelled him to board a plane and order others to rescue the miners instead. On the aircraft, Zhao Gang transmitted intelligence indicating that the joint military encampment of the Great Khan, Star-Spangled Nation, and Tsarist Nation north of the Desperate Wall had come under Zerg assault. The Allied forces sought refuge outside the Desperate Wall, since the alliance between the Great Khan and the Star-Spangled Nation was declared. They announced their intention to station 100,000 troops just north of the Desperate Wall. The Tsarist Nation, acting as an observer, also contributed to the garrison. Ostensibly, the three nations collaborated with a formidable presence to encircle the Dragon Kingdom, yet in reality, the Great Khan deployed only 6,000 soldiers. The Star-Spangled Nation sent a token force of 800, and the Tsarist observers numbered 50. Although the total garrison was less than 10,000, they could hardly be considered weak against the Zerg vanguard, could they? Zhao Gang seemed to perceive Xiao Ge's skepticism and stated from the other end of the video call that they had already engaged in conflict during the collapse of time and space. It was reported that the Tsarist observers accused the Star-Spangled Nation of being the root cause of the Zerg crisis, leading the soldiers of the Great Khan to question this assertion, which ultimately ignited a confrontation. With the subsequent opening of dimensional portals, chaos ensued, and both sides were forced to flee, pursued by the Zerg towards the Desperate Wall. The Tsarist observers had already evacuated the airport before it was destroyed. Xiao Ge pondered this hasty escalation. Was it truly so reckless to provoke a fight? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense, although they were allies. The Great Khan must have sensed that the Star-Spangled Nation's promises were hollow, realizing they were merely being used as pawns against the Dragon Kingdom. Much like the previous South Australia. That nation was formidable. At the beckoning of the Star-Spangled Nation, they acted swifter than anyone else. Yet, when they turned around, they found that their own market share of cotton and soybeans exported to the Dragon Kingdom had been usurped by the Star-Spangled Nation, and their wine market share had been claimed by the Iron Tower Nation. Ultimately, their own allies had been the ones to rob them. Despite the loss in market share, South Australia gained a commendable international reputation at that time, significantly boosting the ruling party's approval ratings. From this perspective, although the power dynamics of the Great Khanate have shifted towards the Star-Spangled Nation, many individuals in the populace remain unconvinced. Half an hour later, Xiao Ge arrived at the construction site of the unyielding Great Wall. The progress was astonishing. In merely a month, a height of 100 meters had been achieved. A remarkable feat indeed. I often heard Long Zhan refer to Zhao Gang as a cultured general, imbued with the essence of a scholar. Previously, Xiao Ge had been skeptical, but upon reaching the unyielding Great Wall, he found himself a true believer. At that moment, Xiao Ge was engaged in negotiations with soldiers from both the Star-Spangled Nation and the Great Khanate. Xiao Ge called to inform Xiao Ge, in reality, inviting him to make a critical decision, given the implications for international reputation. Commander Xiao, he said, the soldiers of both nations are right before us. Yet Xiao Ge did not even cast a glance their way. You just mentioned they were being pursued by the insectoid race. Xiao Ge paused momentarily, nodding as if realizing something profound. Give them 5 minutes. They can either perish alongside the insectoids or retreat far away. Our territory shall not harbor treacherous humans. Xiao Ge's voice was cold, and after a nod, he turned to leave. The soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation stood in shock. Why was this youth so heartless? Why did he exude such a murderous intent? Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, one of them spoke up, Sir, I am a colonel of the Star-Spangled Nation. As a representative of humanity, I urge you to reconsider. We have a common enemy and should not fight amongst ourselves. Humanity is one family. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Great Khanate could not help but plead as well. We have been one with the Dragon Kingdom for 5 centuries. For minutes, Xiao Ge did not respond to them. He looked up and saw dust rising in the desert. The insectoids were drawing near. Commander Xiao, prepare for battle. From the scale of it, there must be thousands of insectoids. Indeed, it was the first wave arriving from the dimensional portal. The gravitational field had fractured, resulting in a remarkably stable portal structure that could facilitate the influx of numerous insectoids. The unyielding Great Wall had deployed tens of thousands of troops, fully prepared. Upon receiving the order, rows of soldiers clad in exoskeletons sprang into action. A torrent of steel surged forth. Xiao Ge was somewhat perplexed, even if they were enemies. The opposing side had a point. According to international conventions, they should indeed provide refuge. Leader Xiao, are we being too rigid in our approach? Xiao Ge replied. If they wish to survive, they must seize control of the dimensional portal and join forces to combat the insectoids. That is one reason. Secondly, their garrison in the northern territories is meant to oppose us. To ask me, Xiao Ge, to assist the enemy is preposterous. Thirdly, they should not lead the insectoids towards the Dragon Kingdom. I vividly recall the devastation when the insectoids invaded the Dragon Kingdom in a previous era, resulting in the deaths of 20 million citizens. Do they wish to repeat that? I'm afraid not. Xiao Ge turned to the soldiers of the Star-Spangled Nation and the Great Khanate, coldly declaring, 3 minutes. All soldiers, heed the command. When the countdown ends, there shall be no mercy for enemies beyond our borders. Boom. The synchronized clash of mechanical exoskeleton arms resounded like thunder across the heavens. The border of the Dragon Kingdom shall not be breached. It was a declaration against the insectoids. It was an oath to the nation. The border of the Dragon Kingdom is a bastion of iron and steel. Not only the extraterrestrial enemies, but even the insectoids could not breach it. Witnessing this, the soldiers of both nations, without a second thought, began to flee. There is a saying beyond the borders. The people of the Dragon Nation take territorial matters too seriously. Behind the front line lies the construction site of the Great Wall of Despair. Countless workers are awestruck by the steel torrent of the military. A mere step away, the swarm is approaching. Their ability to work peacefully here is thanks to the guardianship of the border troops. They are urged to disregard the warfare and focus on erecting the Great Wall of Despair, for in the future, our soldiers shall no longer endure such hardships. The workers are filled with fighting spirit. Finally, the menacing outpost of the swarm has arrived. Approximately 1,000 in number, which pales in comparison to the first wave. However, this presents an opportunity for the soldiers to hone their skills. The battle commences. Chapter 66. The world is abuzz with inquiries. What is the state of the Dragon Nation? The platform of the Cloud Supervisors remains ever vigilant. The Northern Front has erupted into conflict. People have grown accustomed to witnessing the opening of dimensional portals and the scenes of the swarm being obliterated before they even make an appearance. They have become familiar with the Dragon Nation's war god, Marshal Longzhan, as he navigates through once familiar cities, relentlessly pursuing the encroaching swarm. He leads his soldiers with the same ferocity as when they rose from beyond the borders, an unstoppable force against the swarm, leaving them with no means of escape. Yet, the scenes in the Northern Front are unprecedented for them. Perhaps this is the true visage of the battle between humanity and the swarm. As chronicled in the records released by the Crisis Management Bureau, on one side lies a bustling construction site, while on the other, the swarm stirs up clouds of yellow sand. And standing in their way is a torrent of steel forged by human fortitude. The battle begins. The artillery rains down like a torrential downpour upon the swarm. Boom, boom, boom. Under the nearly saturated onslaught, the swarm tramples over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they advance. Fire the cannons. After a barrage, the remaining swarm is upon them. Groups of young warriors equipped with exoskeletal systems shout encouragement to one another, launching their attacks under the cover of armored vehicles. The clash of steel against claws. The struggle of flesh and spirit. Both sides exert every ounce of strength. The 1,000-strong swarm is swiftly decimated. Of course, sacrifices are inevitable. As the backdrop of battle approaches its conclusion, the nationwide conflict also nears its end. February 3rd, 5:00 p.m. The Crisis Management Bureau issues an official statement. Aside from the swarm in the 3 major cities, all other swarms that descended through dimensional portals within the territory have been completely eradicated. Currently, there may still be thousands of swarm members hidden within the 3 sealed cities. The military has decided not to organize a human purge for the time being. These cities will serve as training points for soldiers against the swarm, which will later be overseen by the military. The crisis posed by the swarm, resulting from the collapse of time and space, in the Dragon Nation is essentially over. Within the Cloud Supervisor's platform, only those far from the dimensional portals and the threat of the swarm engage in discussions. The people of the Dragon Nation have no time to idle. Browsing through comments online is simply a waste of time. Oh, the swarm has invaded the Dragon Nation. Do they regret venturing into the wrong place? Why do I feel that the swarm is still not enough for them to slay? Sigh. Seeing the people of the Dragon Nation so fiercely protect their borders makes me truly envious. Despite the fact that our nation possesses the most formidable military in the world, the insectoid menace currently runs rampant within our borders. Why is it that the weaponry at my disposal feels equivalent? Yet the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom engage the insect horde with an ease akin to dealing with mere children? While turmoil engulfs the globe, the Dragon Kingdom appears undeterred, diligently constructing their towering city as if untouched by the chaos. My goodness, have the people of the Dragon Kingdom already triumphed over the insect menace? In a distant realm, the Crisis Management Bureau's announcement has stirred a considerable uproar online, akin to a seismic shockwave within the military and political spheres of various nations. In our country, beneath the White House lies an emergency shelter where the Commander-in-Chief currently resides, reluctant to utter a word. Earlier, Congress dismissed his proposed Quantum Computer Intellectual Property Protection Act. A triviality now that the Dragon Kingdom has successfully developed robots based on quantum computing, rendering his proposal a mere farce. Earlier still, a space exploration technology company publicly condemned the commander for deliberately concealing critical gravitational field warning information, which led to a catastrophic launch failure and demanded accountability for the deaths of 15 astronauts. Yet, to the commander, such matters pale in comparison to the pressing crisis posed by the insect invasion. Previously, he had ridiculed the Dragon Kingdom for raising concerns about the insect threat. Yet now he finds himself the subject of mockery. Due to insufficient preparation, the insect horde has surged through our land, wreaking havoc. Reports indicate that the death toll has already reached 150,000. The military has mobilized. However, operations within our borders necessitate adherence to the specific laws of each state, drastically slowing response times. Reluctantly, he has dispatched agents to locate Dr. Ryan, as only through his expertise can we acquire a gravitational field rupture prediction model comparable to that of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, we have learned that there are 35 rupture points within our territory, enabling the military to launch targeted offensives against the insect horde. Even so, the pace of extermination remains sluggish, and calls for the commander's resignation grow louder. What is the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom? The commander, pale as a ghost, inquires. They are still engaged in the construction of their towering city, and all civilian activities proceed as normal, replies an aide. The commander stares blankly, lost in thought. While our nation expends every effort to evade the insect crisis, the people of the Dragon Kingdom continue their daily lives, eating, drinking, and working as usual. Should I not voice my discontent? In the land of the rising sun, at the Qinghai Research Institute, it is now February 4th. Ichiro Yamamoto has returned. Finally back from the Star-Spangled Nation, he has obtained the global prediction model for gravitational field ruptures from Dr. Ryan. But what of it? Our nation is so small. Is it truly necessary to consult this model to ascertain where the insects might appear? 5-dimensional portals have opened, releasing thousands of insects that roam uncontrollably, making tracking and containment virtually impossible. Director, may I deploy the Gundam? The primary objective of the establishment of the Gundam Research Institute is to develop the futuristic mecha warriors depicted in Japanese anime. Nonsense. That contraption is not even a prototype. Would you dare to utilize it? As he spoke, the Prime Minister's call came in, prompting the director to answer the phone. With the Prime Minister's endorsement, the director reluctantly acquiesced to Ichiro Yamamoto's request, while simultaneously cautioning him. Remember, this is merely a test. Exercise caution, do you understand? Before departing, Ichiro Yamamoto inquired, "Director, what is the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom?" The director responded, "The Dragon Kingdom? They are probably enjoying their spring festival holiday at home. The insect crisis was most vocally condemned by them, yet they have suffered the least damage." February 5th, Tsarist Nation. The model for the gravitational field rupture has finally been obtained, revealing 79 points of insect descent within the Tsarist territory. However, at the Tsar's command, the entire nation has risen as soldiers. Those armed wield their firearms, while the unarmed resort to clubs and shovels. Like the great bears of the north, they vow to fight to the bitter end, regardless of the strength of their adversaries. The advisors remarked, "We merely consented to allow the troops of the Star-Spangled Nation to pass through our territory on their way to the Great Khan's forces. Surely the Dragon Kingdom will not take offense, as we are comrades in the fight against the Star-Spangled Nation. Perhaps we can even re-establish contact with the Dragon Kingdom." The Dragon Kingdom's ability to accurately predict the insect crisis indicates they possess certain knowledge that we must strive to uncover. The Tsar tapped the table, inquiring, "What of the Dragon Kingdom now?" The advisors pondered for a moment before responding. "We have heard that in recent days, they are holding a memorial service for the warriors and civilians who sacrificed their lives in the construction of the Giant City No. 7 base." Ah, yes. The Crisis Management Bureau announced that on February 10th, they will unveil a new identity card system, abolishing the old identification system. The Tsar contemplated for a moment before declaring, "In this insect crisis, we shall not rely on any external assistance. We will handle it ourselves. Moreover, have the Foreign Affairs Department arrange a meeting with the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. I wish to converse with him." February 7th, Peacock Nation. Prime Minister Mo felt somewhat weak. There are 17 gravitational rupture points within the nation. Insect hordes ravage and prey upon the populace, rendering the atmosphere one of despair. Since February 3rd, the insect crisis in other major nations has largely subsided, yet in the Peacock Nation, the insects are thriving, having even established their makeshift combat bases. The Peacock Nation had no choice but to issue a public announcement urging citizens to steer clear of that area, though its efficacy appears limited. Originally, Prime Minister Mo intended to expand the military by 20 million in a bid to compete with the Dragon Kingdom. Yet if the insects cannot even breach the gates of the Dragon Kingdom, how can he hope to compare? "And what of the Iron Brother Nation?" An advisor replied. "The Iron Brother Nation has not suffered significant impacts due to their synchronized measures with the Dragon Kingdom." "And the Dragon Kingdom?" Prime Minister Mo asked, somewhat begrudgingly. "The Dragon Kingdom still has existing insect presence, confined within 3 cities, serving as training bases for soldiers. It is said that they have already conducted 2 training sessions, yielding commendable results. Indeed, the Crisis Management Bureau has issued a statement announcing the debut of a revolutionary technology on February 10th, alongside the abolition of the existing identity system." Premier Mo, while the entire world grapples with the insectoid menace, why does your Dragon Nation act differently, confining the insectoids for military training? February 10th. Other nations remain preoccupied with the remnants of the insectoid threat, yet Dragon Nation basks in tranquility. The Crisis Management Bureau has not convened a press conference in quite some time. Just days ago, they announced the forthcoming technological release. With only half an hour remaining until the press conference, we find ourselves at the precipice of Chapter 67, the quantum wristband and credit point system. The insectoid crisis is no longer an unfamiliar term. The sudden collapse of space-time has plunged Earth into chaos. The dimensional portal has opened, granting humanity its first glimpse of extraterrestrial beings, leading to a seismic shift in societal understanding and structure. Fields such as cosmology and extraterrestrial life research have surged in popularity. Moreover, many nations are deliberating whether to adopt Dragon Nation's apocalyptic plan. However, implementing such a strategy necessitates formidable strength from one's own country. While the major nations of the world engage in endless debate, Dragon Nation boldly proclaims it will unveil a transformative technology. Surely, the citizens of Dragon Nation are elated, eagerly gathering before their screens as if they were celebrating the new year while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Not only that, while the world trembles at the mention of insectoids, Dragon Nation seems to await their emergence with anticipation. The military has even confined the insectoids for training purposes. It seems you are mistaken. The people of Dragon Nation appear to exhibit little concern for the insectoids. In recent days, I have observed their cloud monitoring live streams, where few citizens engage in conversation, while only a handful of bored outsiders flood the chat with messages. Indeed, just yesterday, during a live stream from Dragon Nation's fusion reactor, I witnessed several individuals discussing the emergence of insectoid camps domestically, only to be chastised by others for meddling in matters that do not concern them, suggesting they should focus on more productive pursuits. As foreign journalists gathered, they exchanged opinions, while their Dragon Nation counterparts regarded them with a mixture of bemusement and sympathy, realizing how endearingly naive they appeared in just over a month's time. One might say, Lu Laolao, entering the Grandview Garden, could not have been more astonished. In the waiting area, as today's meeting with the head of state approached, Xiao Ge had no intention of attending the press conference. However, Interior Minister Hu Tianxing insisted he make an appearance, insisting it was imperative for Xiao Ge to be present. Given that the content of today's press conference pertains to the entire citizenry, Xiao Ge reflected and ultimately acquiesced. With half an hour to go, his father's video call came through again. "My son, will you be attending the Crisis Management Bureau's press conference today? It is understandable. As a prominent leader, you cannot be involved in every detail. Focus on your work, my son. Finding a wife can wait a few years. Rest assured, I will not inquire about your professional matters, as I understand the need for confidentiality in your position." Since the exposure of his identity as the chief executive, Xiao Ge has received calls from his father every few days, primarily with his father doing most of the talking, while Xiao Ge simply nods in response. "My son, yesterday your uncle Han sought me out for a chat, reminiscing about his son Han Chen. Who would have thought that fame could be such a nuisance? I merely wished to quietly dedicate myself to the construction of the majestic Lingxiao City for the nation, never intending to become a celebrity." Such as his father, engaging in casual conversation while expressing concerns, his face betraying a semblance of melancholy, yet his heart brimming with joy. With Xiao Ge's identity revealed, his father too has become a focal point of public attention. Naturally, more people have sought him out for discussions. But Xiao Ge is not apprehensive about his father exploiting his status for personal gain. His father is a man of staunch principles, often deemed inflexible by their neighbors. In years past, had he chosen to offer gifts or smooth over relationships with those in authority, he could have secured a project worth over $1 billion. But he steadfastly refused. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, his father, citing a desire not to disturb his work, ended the call. It was then that he noticed Long Zhan was nearby, waiting for him to finish. "Leader Xiao, I believe your father speaks wisely. Focus on your career instead of seeking a girlfriend. I could introduce you to the daughter of the Führer." Xiao Ge widened his eyes, taken aback by Long Zhan's audacity. As a lifelong bachelor himself, why was Long Zhan meddling in his affairs? Curiously, Long Zhan inquired, "May I pry a little? In your previous life, was there truly nothing between you and Su Hongyin?" Long Zhan was intrigued, for even in apocalyptic times, certain human endeavors must continue, such as the propagation of life, which is essential for the survival of civilization. "Absolutely not," Xiao Ge replied coldly. "Really?" Xiao Ge was at a loss for words. Why was Long Zhan so curious today? "There was nothing, truly. Su Hongyin and I swore brotherhood together, along with Yang Ming and a few others." Long Zhan hesitated, momentarily stunned, before nodding in acknowledgement. "Well played." He then presented some documents to Xiao Ge regarding the repair of satellites affected by the collapse of spacetime, which had been observing the insectoid encampments in the Peacock Kingdom, revealing some intriguing findings. Upon learning that the insectoid race had established a forward camp within the Peacock Kingdom, Xiao Ge felt a wave of astonishment and instructed Long Zhan to investigate further. The satellite imagery indicated that a specific area of the Peacock Kingdom was shrouded in thick miasma, with thousands of insectoid sentinels congregating nearby. As you mentioned, while the king insect did not arrive during the collapse of spacetime, other entities did come. This was based on Chief Lu Yilin's observational data. Captured moments before the collapse ceased, the satellite had documented 7 objects the size of tires descending from the heavens, one landing in the Peacock Kingdom, another in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom, while 5 others remained untraceable. Currently, the area of descent within the Peacock Kingdom has transformed into an insectoid forward camp. Yet the object that fell in the southern Dragon Kingdom remains undiscovered. "Instruct Chief Lu to continue the investigation," Xiao Ge remarked, glancing at the time. "I must attend the press conference." Long Zhan, with earnestness, replied, "What value is there in attending such a press conference? Is it not merely a role of a mascot? Can you truly discern that?" Xiao Ge, indifferent to the commotion, made his way directly to the venue of the press conference. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to his presence. The foreign journalists were particularly exaggerated, skipping formalities to bombard him with questions. "Mr. Xiao, how did you become the leader of Longhua at such a young age? What is the future of Longhua under your leadership? Could you elaborate on how Longhua discovered the invasion of the Zerg world?" With no choice but to respond, Xiao Ge stated, "I am not the focus of today's event. I ask everyone to please attend to the press conference." The crowd fell silent, thinking, from this moment onward, wherever you go, you are the main character. Observing this, Hualin seized the opportunity to take the floor. "Let us allow team leader Xiao a moment to compose himself. We will now enter the formal segment of the press conference." Today, Longwa will unveil a new currency system and a product known as the quantum bracelet. The mention of a new currency system and the quantum bracelet evoked familiar excitement, as these were two projects capable of shaking the world. The quantum bracelet, a collaborative venture by Longwei Corporation, the Academy of Sciences, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, was introduced by Ouyang Yuan, who personally took the stage. He began by explaining the safety and stability of quantum technology before delving into the main topic. Henceforth, all citizens' information would be stored within the quantum bracelet. Currently, it primarily serves as a means of information storage in a digital wallet, although iterations are underway to incorporate mobile phone functionalities. In the near future, citizens of Longwa will no longer need to carry their phones. A single bracelet will suffice. Curiosity loomed. Why is this product being released by the state? Because the quantum bracelet will be distributed uniformly by the government. A wearable device, it operates on the backbone of quantum computing. Listening to Ouyang Yuan's words, it seemed that Longwa had already established a mature quantum network system. My goodness, while foreign powers were contemplating how to sanction Longwa's quantum computing technology, the nation had advanced so significantly in this field. After Ouyang Yuan concluded his introduction, before any questions could be posed by the journalists, Zhou Xiaoyuan from the Ministry of Finance took the microphone and got straight to the point. Due to the maturity and refinement of the quantum bracelet technology, Longwa will commence a new currency system, the credit point system, effective immediately. Credit points, akin to paper currency, will be uniformly issued by the Ministry of Finance. Citizens will convert their total currency into credit points at a ratio of 1 upon receiving their quantum bracelets, until the full transition is complete. The current currency system and the credit point system will operate concurrently. The press conference fell into a hushed silence once more. Today, Longwa unveiled a product steeped in science fiction concepts. Previously, the nation had relied on patriotism and national duty to halt all economic activities. Yet this was not a sustainable means for any nation to maintain long-term stability. Only through a vibrant market economy could the country gradually become more open and powerful. Doubts had been raised. After exhausting all patriotic fervor, could the people of Longwa still sustain market vitality? How could this be ensured? Today, Longwa provided an answer. The market economy will persist. In the future, Longwa will implement further matching measures to propel the advancement of the new era. The quantum bracelet and credit point system are merely the beginning. Chapter 68. The Emperor. The Vision of Technological Openness. Quantum computers, unbreakable. Based on this foundation, a robust digital currency system of credit points will be established. The Dragon Nation has long advocated for the abolition of paper currency, and starting today, this aspiration will inevitably materialize and accelerate. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoyuan has envisioned potential economic developments for the future. For instance, farmers will continue to exist, but agricultural cooperative organizations with large-scale contracts will gradually emerge, reminiscent of previous agricultural cooperatives. The state will progressively grant civilians the right to bear arms, enabling citizens to undergo weapon training and allowing some veterans to spontaneously form civilian militias to protect farmers during their outdoor labor. The original industrial, commercial, and service sectors will gradually revive following the completion of the magnificent Lingxiao City. Additionally, with advancements in aerospace technology, a new space mining industry will be nurtured, encouraging private sector participation in space exploration. As the head of the Ministry of Finance, Zhou Xiaoyuan's insights extend beyond the credit point system, offering a glimpse into the future economic trajectory of the Dragon Nation. Foreign journalists discreetly pinned headlines for their reports. While the world remains shrouded in the shadow of the insect crisis, the Dragon Nation has begun to envision the future. The citizens of the Dragon Nation are indifferent to the quantum currency system. They are wholeheartedly focused on construction. The leadership of the Dragon Nation has devised grand strategies, entering a new era. Meanwhile, foreign nations are still deliberating on defense plans. Astonishing. Suddenly realizing that the Dragon Nation has returned to the pinnacle of the Tang dynasty, leading the world by 5 centuries. Journalists on site swiftly disseminated news from the Dragon Nation across foreign platforms like YouTube and Twitter. The entire press conference appeared mundane and routine to the citizens of the Dragon Nation. After all, shouldn't the initiatives launched by the Crisis Management Bureau be just so? Occasionally, a citizen would interject in the live chat. "Oh, I think I understand the quantum bracelets and the credit point system. Haha. I was pondering how such a vast nation could remain idle against the insect threat. Clearly, the state's response strategy has emerged. No kidding, while taking a smoke break. I glanced at the live stream and suddenly felt invigorated. No more dilly-dallying. Let's get back to work." Clocking in. The construction of the South Border Stone Forest Circular Fortress is already 1/3 complete. The press conference continued, and the citizens awaited the moment they were most concerned about. Xiao Ge. Longzhan stated that Xiao Ge's role in this press conference was that of a mascot. Indeed, he did not participate throughout the proceedings. But his mere presence was intended to convey the significance of this event to the citizens. In conclusion, Xiao Ge stood to speak. Delivering his remarks in a succinct manner, the quantum bracelets and credit point system pertain to the foundational aspects of citizens' future livelihoods, urging all departments and citizens to cooperate earnestly. And then he dashed off. A brief statement, yet it left the world in speculation. How remarkably terse and hardcore. Following the press conference, Xiao Ge did not partake in subsequent events. He had to hasten to meet the leader. At 11:30, Xiao Ge arrived at the leader's residence. The capital city had not relocated, as the nearby Lingxiao City and Circular Fortress are interconnected, allowing the citizens of the capital to migrate there upon completion. On February 3rd, a dimensional portal appeared in the capital city. At that time, 20 special task forces were stationed in the city, each comprising 8,000 personnel. The arrival of the insectoid species was a foreboding event, and the ensuing circumstances were predictable. Outside the building, Xiao Ge sensed something unusual. The security around the leader's residence was exceptionally tight, and he even spotted numerous foreigners. Citizens of the Tsarist nation? Xiao Ge was taken aback. Why was the leader meeting with them and summoning him as well? Under the guidance of the guards, Xiao Ge entered the room. The Tsarist emperor, a formidable figure indeed. In the previous lifetime, when the insectoids invaded, the Tsarist nation was encircled by swarms of millions. The world believed it was the end for the Tsarist nation. But the emperor renounced his title as national leader and personally led the troops into battle, rallying the capital to fight to the bitter end. He miraculously rescued cities on the brink of destruction from the jaws of the insectoids, allowing the Tsarist nation to endure and buy time for its survival. Team leader Xiao, come here, let me introduce you. This is my dear friend, the Tsarist emperor, the leader called gently. Two details stood out. The leader referred to himself as team leader Xiao, elevating his own status. He emphasized that the emperor was his personal friend, indicating to Xiao Ge that matters of national significance required no pretense of politeness. Xiao Ge recognized the leader's intentions and formulated a strategy in his mind. However, he did not anticipate the emperor's decisive words. As the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, I did some homework before my arrival. I suspect you may be questioning why the Tsarist nation yielded to the Star-Spangled Nation. I apologize. In that situation, no one could discern the intentions of the Dragon Nation. I had to prioritize the interests of the Tsarist nation, which is why I permitted the Star-Spangled Nation to station troops in the Great Khan's territory. If I have caused any offense, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Tsarist nation. A 90-degree bow of apology was entirely unexpected for Xiao Ge. In truth, he held no resentment towards the emperor, who genuinely sought to protect his nation's interests. Few could have revived a faltering nation to its current state. And the emperor's readiness to apologize to a mere youth of 17 or 18 years showcased his sincerity. Xiao Ge could only smile and say, "Your Majesty has spoken well. We are all compatriots, and there is no absolute right or wrong. Moreover, you have already punished the Star-Spangled troops stationed in the Great Khan's territory. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Dragon Nation?" No news had leaked. The world was unaware of the emperor's secretive mission. Frankly, since January, the Tsarist nation had refrained from overtly condemning the Dragon Nation, choosing instead to minimize its presence. The emperor stated plainly, "I seek methods to safeguard our citizens in the face of impending doom." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge concluded that since the leader had permitted the emperor's visit, and recalling the leader's earlier remarks, it seemed the leader hoped Xiao Ge could assist the Tsarist nation. Construct a great city and relocate all citizens. Abolish the parliament. By the time you deliberate, the insectoids will have arrived. In essence, if the Tsarist nation wished to survive, they need only observe and follow the actions of the Dragon Nation. The emperor pondered for a moment and inquired whether the grand plan for the towering city of the Dragon Kingdom could be shared with the Tsarist nation. Xiao Ge glanced at the Führer, who offered a slight nod, perhaps indicating that he should proceed as he deemed fit. Turning back, Xiao Ge stated, 7 million tons of iron ore. In the realm of international relations, there are no gratuitous gifts, only transactions, with perpetual interests reigning supreme. Not every nation possesses the unwavering allegiance towards the Dragon Kingdom that the Iron Nation has maintained since its inception, regardless of the domestic political shifts. The plan for the towering city could indeed be shared, given the Führer's favor, but it necessitated a transaction. Noticing a slight deficiency in iron ore reserves across various regions, Xiao Ge casually suggested the exchange. Without a moment's hesitation, the emperor promptly contacted his homeland. Commanding the military to dissolve the parliament and instructing the Ministry of Energy to arrange for the shipment of 7 million tons of iron ore to the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Ge was truly a man of decisive action. Having acquired what he sought, he signed several agreements with the Führer and departed without even partaking in a meal. Once the emperor had left, only the Führer and Xiao Ge remained. The Führer smiled faintly, remarking, "Well done. The emperor is a commendable individual, forthright and candid. We should engage more in the future." After a brief pause, he added, "You mentioned over the phone that you had an idea to discuss with me. Do share." Upon taking his seat, Xiao Ge took a moment to gather his thoughts before articulating, "Führer, I propose the implementation of a nationwide technological openness." The Führer's teacup paused momentarily in the air before resuming its journey to his lips, inviting him to elaborate. The future is long. And while the state's resources can yield significant achievements over a period, it is inevitable that one will encounter bottlenecks, particularly in the realm of scientific research, which demands a continuous influx of vitality. The most effective means of maintaining freshness is to ensure that those engaged in research can reap benefits. Hence, I advocate for the open dissemination of technology in fields such as spacecraft technology, quantum computing, and nuclear fusion across the nation, welcoming capable organizations and visionary individuals to partake in research endeavors. I aspire for the Dragon Kingdom to nurture a cadre of enterprises devoted to space exploration, rather than squabbling over mundane matters like competing with local vendors for sustenance. I envision a future where the Dragon Kingdom produces a legion of Iron Men, who maximize the potential of technologies like nuclear fusion and spacecraft. I yearn for a resurgence of diverse voices in the technological sphere, rather than having the state dictate all matters. What is derived from the people should ultimately be utilized for the people. Chapter 69. Beyond the realm. The Parliament must resolve its disputes before confronting the insectoid hordes at that moment. In a mountain village in the northwest, upon encountering Lu Mingfei, Xiao Ge contemplated how beneficial it would be if such warriors were equipped with their own weapons. Perhaps the encounters with the insectoids would not have been so devastating. He had also heard the tale of the young mother outside Corino 7 and mused about how advantageous it would be for civilians to possess their own arms for self-protection. Thus, the notion of technological openness was conceived. Much like the space exploration technology firms in the United States, without the support of a space agency, the advancement in aerospace would not have progressed as swiftly. Involving the populace in the process will lead to a scenario where the state takes the lead while the citizens participate collaboratively in development. The leader's expression became slightly solemn. The emergence of civilian armed forces carries both advantages and disadvantages. Have you considered how to address the shortcomings that may arise? Kill. Xiao Ge understood precisely the drawbacks the leader referred to. The Dragon Nation has granted authority to civilian armed organizations, but must issue a guiding directive that prohibits any actions detrimental to the interests of the Dragon Nation. Should a crime occur, there would be no leniency, only death. Leader. Xiao Ge continued, in the Dragon Nation, whether one is a soldier or a civilian combatant, the moment they wield a weapon, they must comprehend that possessing arms means to protect the Dragon Nation and its people. However, if those weapons are turned against the Dragon Nation, there is no room for negotiation. Kill. If they have forgotten the very purpose for which they took up arms, then this is the only outcome. Xiao Ge was aware that the leader's concern lay in the stability of the Dragon Nation. The proliferation of civilian armed forces could potentially spiral out of control, even leading to armed conflict. However, in these exceptional times, one must resort to extraordinary measures. Otherwise, the scattered insect tribes would rely on the army for pursuit, resulting in exorbitant costs and time consumption. Upon hearing Xiao Ge's words, the leader did not express anger. Rather, he nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, "Are you willing for technology to disseminate beyond our borders?" Naturally, this was not agreeable. Therefore, regarding technology openness, I shall command the development of a technological tracking system to prevent any outflow. However, Xiao Ge also remarked that absolute technological containment would deplete vast human and material resources, and he would not make a special investment in it. If foreign nations could pilfer technology from our civilians, he would likely not pursue the matter with fervor. In matters of priority, if one fixates on trivial details, hesitating and imposing various restrictions on the citizenry, the anticipated explosion of civilian technology that Xiao Ge envisioned would be unattainable. The leader leisurely finished his tea, observing, "It seems you have a comprehensive vision. Then, proceed with your endeavors." There is an old saying in the Dragon Nation, "Masters are found among the common folk." It is easy to envision that when the authority to bear arms is delegated to civilians and technology is made accessible, the Dragon Nation will soon witness the emergence of numerous rogue-like figures. With their presence, the future of the Dragon Nation shall undoubtedly be more magnificent. As Xiao Ge was about to depart, the leader suddenly recalled something and asked, "What are your thoughts on the Gundam mechas developed by the Eastern nation?" A few days ago, at a critical moment in the Eastern nation's efforts to eradicate the insect tribes, a mecha resembling the Gundam from Eastern manga emerged from Mount Fuji, achieving great success on the front lines and being hailed as a savior by foreign nations. Xiao Ge was well aware of this, as any remarkable development abroad is often compared to the Dragon Nation. He paused momentarily and replied earnestly, "It is ostentatious, yet lacks substance. But it can uplift the morale of the populace. One might consider it a talisman. For thousands of years, the people of the Eastern nation have finally been able to hold their heads high on the global stage, truly standing tall. Strictly speaking, it is a resurgence of their pride. Had it not been for the coercive intervention of the Stars and Stripes nation during the late 1980s and early 1990s, the Eastern nation had achieved global leadership in cutting-edge electronic products and chips. Now, it is the only nation in the world that has produced mechas, Gundam mechas from Eastern manga. In their consciousness, the Gundam mechs possess formidable combat capabilities. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom has unveiled its quantum wristbands and credit point system, which holds little significance for the land of the rising sun. Numerous citizens of Japan gathered outside the Prime Minister's residence, chanting slogans in support of the Gundam project, demanding that Parliament allocate funds to it, and that Gundam protect Japan and the world. The Dragon Kingdom is constructing the magnificent Lingxiao City and the Gundam mechs, 100 million Gundams scattered across the nation, ready to drive the Zerg into the sea, ensuring that Japan will be the safest place on Earth. However, within the Prime Minister's residence, officials appeared ashen, having just learned that the Gundam mechs lack any real combat capability. Simply put, they are merely a collection of steel, aesthetically pleasing yet functionally inadequate. The annual investment in this endeavor is substantial, yielding such a contraption? Now, amidst national peril, it is time to deploy these mechs, only to discover they possess no fighting power? With the Zerg crisis looming, Japan cannot rely on Gundam mechs. Prime Minister, we must draw upon the experience of the Dragon Kingdom to construct protective megacities if we hope to survive this crisis. The Prime Minister's eyes reflected deep reluctance. Yet time was of the essence. To build a megacity, we would need the blueprints from the Dragon Kingdom. Would they share them with us? One aide suggested. I have heard that Ichiro Yamamoto from the Research Institute has a good rapport in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps we could send him there? If that fails, we could convene architects from across the nation to expedite the design process, learning from the Dragon Kingdom and rallying the populace to participate in construction. At that moment, another aide received a call from the United States. Prime Minister, the White House's supreme leader demands that we share our Gundam technology, asserting that we are the closest of allies and should share our technological advancements without secrets. The Prime Minister and his aides exchanged glances, the supreme leader visibly frustrated. What does Japan mean by withholding Gundam technology? The world has witnessed their successful development, yet they now refuse to share, claiming they have not achieved success. Another aide sighed, suggesting perhaps they perceive Gundam technology as the optimal weapon to confront the Zerg crisis and are reluctant to share it with us. What shall we do now? After several days of conflict, the Zerg have been eradicated, and the crisis proposed by the Dragon Kingdom has gained widespread acceptance. Currently, the United States is divided into several factions. Some believe we should emulate the Dragon Kingdom and commence constructing megacities, lest we run out of time. Others argue for the relocation of the entire populace to the northern states, fortifying one region to maximize military effectiveness. Some propose initiating the excavation of underground cities nationwide, yielding the surface to the Zerg. Of course, there are also hawkish factions. Just then, Aide Kant burst in, exclaiming, "This is bad. Supreme Leader. This person will eventually be his own undoing, appearing every time I am in the worst of moods, declaring that something has gone awry. In the realm of the Tsar, the military was deployed to dissolve the parliament. What could this signify? Hold on." A spark of realization ignited in the mind of the Supreme Leader. Could he also pursue such a course of action? His impatience was not merely due to the delay, but more critically, dissolving the parliament would grant him unilateral authority over the Star-Spangled Nation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Pentagon unexpectedly convened a press conference to solemnly declare its position. The military of the Star-Spangled Nation is loyal solely to the law and the people, not to any individual. It seems the Pentagon, upon hearing news from the Tsar's realm, feared the Supreme Leader might follow suit, prompting them to issue a statement preemptively. At this moment, the Star-Spangled Nation was embroiled in internal discord, with the parliament engaged in heated arguments. The Supreme Leader hesitated, facing public outcry demanding his resignation, leaving the nation in uncertainty about its future direction. A tearful host from the national television lamented, "The Star-Spangled Nation is the most powerful country in the world, possessing the foremost military and logistical capabilities. Yet, when confronting the insectoid crisis, we find ourselves in chaos and ignorance, even falling short of numerous African nations. While we remain unsure of our next steps, the Dragon Nation is already seeking its new era. Meanwhile, our parliament must reach a consensus before we can confront the insectoids. I yearn to go to the Dragon Nation. Perhaps only the people of the Dragon Nation will survive the insectoid crisis. Allied nations such as Maple Leaf Country, New Nation, and Iron Tower Country were likewise deliberating their next moves. In the Dragon Nation, everything appeared orderly and well-structured from an external perspective. Upon returning to the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge immediately sought out Ouyang Yuan to strategize the opening of technological resources. This so-called technological openness was not merely about printing brochures or disseminating scientific data. Instead, it entailed binding information to quantum wristbands. Individuals or organizations could apply to the National Intellectual Property Department for technical support on open-source technologies. However, before this plan could be officially announced, Ouyang Yuan suddenly turned somber, stating, "Team leader Xiao, regarding the proposal to increase laser weapon production. We have found a solution. We can achieve large-scale production through 3D printing. The only issue is that those who understand this technology are somewhat peculiar." Xiao Ge, puzzled, inquired, "Peculiar?" "Not just peculiar, but rather eccentric," Ouyang Yuan clarified. "To achieve large-scale production of laser weapons, 3D printing is the most efficient method. Currently, in the forefront of 3D printing technology, we have reached a level where anything can be printed. Thus, the Crisis Management Bureau is also looking to utilize this technology while seeking talent in relevant fields." Ouyang Yuan then played a video, his face marked by embarrassment, saying, "Pay attention to the person in the yellow outfit. His name is Yang Lin. Although young, he is indeed one of the top talents in 3D printing. However, his personality, as young people would say, is rather eccentric." The video began, revealing a rather ordinary house surrounded by journalists with cameras trained on the door. A young man clad in yellow attire, donning flip-flops, sporting a center-parted hairstyle, and adorned with oversized glasses, ushered the journalists into the house. "Pay attention, please. Capture only what I instruct you to. Refrain from indiscriminate photography. This is all confidential." The reporters entered without hesitation. Inside the abode, an array of equipment was encased behind glass barriers. Observing this, Xiao Ge found himself intrigued. The interior was entirely transparent, devoid of any secrets. However, in the next moment, Xiao Ge was taken aback. It turned out that Ouyang Yuan believed such a whimsical operation to be the norm. After the journalists entered, the young man in yellow busied himself immediately. "Don't photograph that. No, not that. That device is meant for printing organic life forms. There exists only this one in the entire world. Don't capture that. No, not that. That is the prototype of a robotic printing device. Again, I am the sole creator of this prototype globally. Do not expose it. Please, refrain from photographing that." The young man exclaimed, "Brother, your house is quite small, and you've named every piece of equipment behind glass. Might as well prohibit all photography." Yet, just when Xiao Ge assumed the video was concluding, the young man, Yang Lin, delivered a shocking proclamation. "It's over. After graduating from university, here I am at home creating 3D printers, and now I've been exposed. It's over. All I want is to create 3D printers in peace. Why must it be so difficult?" The video concluded abruptly, leaving Xiao Ge covered in goosebumps. Ouyang Yuan remarked that all the journalists had been invited by him for this shoot. Aside from this aspect, the printing machines in his home were indeed real, and he possessed genuine talent. After much deliberation, Xiao Ge conceded, "Well, as long as there is real skill, that suffices." However, he insisted on restricting him, advising that such performative antics should be minimized in the future. Once the selection was confirmed, Ouyang Yuan organized the implementation. Concurrently, the Crisis Management Bureau unveiled a technical open initiative, aptly named the Dreamweaver's Declaration. In Longhua, the nation's reservoir of technological resources would serve as a sword for its citizens to pursue their dreams. Many citizens' long-held aspirations began to stir. In Zhongyu, a region designated by Longhua for space city development, activity surged. 8 million workers were recruited from across the nation, collectively referring to this endeavor as Project 101, signifying the 101st towering metropolis. Everyone understood that this would ultimately become the future space city. Of course, this was a construction project not monitored by cloud supervisors. Nevertheless, the workers had heard whispers. In the future, this site would accommodate 200 simultaneous spacecraft launches, akin to a large airport today. Furthermore, they had also heard of a space program named Fu, which was being executed here. Indeed, outside the temporarily erected modular buildings, heavy security was evident. Any discerning observer could ascertain that it housed a significant base. The Quafu program, named by Xiao Ge himself, aimed to enable the people of Longhua to traverse the cosmos, pursuing the sun, moon, and stars, much like the mythological Quafu. The project leader reiterated that our long-term goal is to construct a spacecraft powered by antimatter. However, it is equally crucial that we bear the responsibility of defense against the impending invasion of the insectoid species from beyond the stars. Thus, in the initial phase, we must utilize the data provided by team leader Xiao to develop a near-Earth defense system. The military has conducted war simulations, and should the insectoids arrive from outer space, this near-Earth defense system will serve as our last line of defense. Furthermore, we need to establish a forward base on the moon. Therefore, I propose organizing multiple lunar landings within a month. We must integrate both traditional and modern spacecraft to maximize the time differential. Xiong shouting. Your expertise is unparalleled among your peers, and I entrust you with the responsibility of the Lunar Outpost project. Are you prepared to take on this challenge? In response to the nation's call, Xiong shouting returned home without hesitation and was fortunate enough to join the Quafu project. Naturally, he was immensely excited to gain such swift recognition. Although he was aware of his relative inexperience, he understood that this significant responsibility could not be used as an excuse. He was determined to rise to the occasion. Additionally, there is more good news to share. The project director announced that today, the Crisis Management Bureau released a technology open access plan. In the future, should you leave this place and find investors with sufficient funding, the nation's spacecraft manufacturing technology will be fully accessible to you, allowing you to establish your own spacecraft company. Instantly, the conference room buzzed with lively discussions, particularly for Xiong Shouting, who had studied in the United States and revered the founder of the Space Exploration Technologies Company. With both technology and financial backing, he envisioned elevating his company's space exploration capabilities to rival those of major spacefaring nations. During his studies abroad, he had often imagined with his roommate the prospect of returning home to build a space tourism company in the Dragon Nation. Unfortunately, his roommate chose to remain in the United States. Space. If the data from the Quafu project were entirely open, I might even construct my own spacecraft and venture beyond the solar system. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge utilized his free time to educate everyone about the insectoids. Currently, what we have observed are merely the outposts of the insectoids, representing only one of their forms. Today, I will introduce a type of mimicry insectoid. Humanity knows very few types of insectoids, but the brain-eating worm among the mimicry insectoids is undoubtedly a terrifying variety. Shaped like a parasitic creature resembling an octopus, yet only the size of a fist, they can detect the brainwaves of other organisms while in their mimicry state. When an organism experiences extreme emotional fluctuations, its brainwaves react violently, prompting the brain-eating worm to seek an opportunity to infiltrate the organism's brain, ultimately controlling and parasitizing it. Fortunately, the population of brain-eating worms is exceedingly low. As Xiao Ge spoke, he recalled the painful memories of his past life, where parasitized organisms could only be detected through X-ray scans. Should a human become parasitized, they would be reduced to a mere puppet of the insectoids. Thankfully, upon realizing they had been infected by a brain-eating worm, humans possess ways to expel it. Just as he was speaking, Longzhan sent intelligence reports. In the midst of a space-time collapse, an object was transmitted and subsequently discovered in the stone forest of southern Xinjiang. This stone forest harbors a shocking revelation. He is the brother of a traitor. It is wise to keep your distance from him. Who knows if he is an undercover agent from beyond our realm? After all, they are all fruits born from the same vine. Why is he still working at the construction site? I have no desire to labor alongside him. Deng Ning was engulfed in despair, his mood plummeting to depths of anguish. His brother, Deng Huihuang, had turned out to be a traitor, and he had inevitably become the brother of a traitor himself. What was even more alarming was that this information was disseminated by his own compatriots. Otherwise, who in the stone forest of southern Xinjiang would know his identity? Why can't I simply focus on my work, constructing this circular fortress for the Dragon Kingdom? Why can't I find my place here? He longed for a tranquil refuge, a place to lie back and surrender to the elements, come what may. Suddenly, Deng Ning noticed a fist-sized object moving upon a rock. Drawing his gaze, for reasons unknown, upon seeing this object, he felt an inexplicable warmth, an overwhelming desire to approach and touch it. This foreign entity alleviated the pressures that had been weighing upon him. To his astonishment, the fleshy orb attached to the rock floated toward him, resembling a giant dandelion. How beautiful! Deng Ning reached out to touch it. The stone forest was enveloped in silence, a tranquility that was only shattered by the arrival of a fellow townsman. Deng Ning, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Deng Ning perched at the edge of a cliff, His compatriot assumed he was in distress and approached to offer comfort. Their relationship was too familiar. Don't despair. Your brother is your brother, and you are you. The two of you must lead different lives. Abruptly, Deng Ning turned around. His compatriot was momentarily taken aback, having fleetingly glimpsed Deng Ning's eyes turn pitch black before returning to normal. He continued to extend his hand, resting it on Deng Ning's shoulder. In a swift motion, Deng Ning seized him, pushing him over the cliff. As the fellow townsman's scream echoed into silence, Deng Ning smiled towards the sky, his voice shifting from a dual tone to a singular declaration. I am of the insect race. I am of the human race. I am Deng Ning. Chapter 71. The people of the Dragon Kingdom live in turmoil. Xiao Ge was able to monitor the latest developments through the search footage transmitted from the southern Xinjiang front. He promptly dispatched the bioengineering troops and military forces to the site of the fall. The anomalous entity from the insect realm, transmitted from the space-time collapse, had created a crater several meters deep upon impact, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. The bottom of the crater was strewn with what appeared to be dried, deep green algae-like substances. No meteorite was visible. However, at the center of the crater, a landing pod was discovered, significantly larger than the one Lu Yilin had observed, towering over half a meter in height. Yet, the pod had already been opened, and its contents had long since fled. Xiao Ge was unable to discern the specific type of insect race it belonged to. What puzzled him was that, among all the insect race technologies he was familiar with, he had never encountered such a sophisticated and intricate spacecraft. On Earth, the warships produced by the Tsarist nation, including cruisers and battleships, are characterized by their ruggedness. They lack the finesse found in their Western counterparts, such as those from the United States, which are much more refined and emphasize a harmonious balance of offense and defense. This starkly contrasting technological philosophy has led to the creation of vessels with entirely different styles. The capsule that landed must be recovered and sent to the relevant authorities for analysis. Xiao Ge contemplated this and decided to broaden the search radius, determined to locate the remains of the insectoid species. Additionally, the landing site is in close proximity to the circular fortress of the South Frontier Stone Forest. It would be prudent to inquire there for any unusual occurrences. He advised the personnel in that area to refrain from venturing out alone in the near future to avoid potential dangers. Consequently, the biohazard team commenced the retrieval of the landing capsule. 10 minutes later, news arrived from the management of the South Frontier Stone Forest regarding an unusual incident involving workers. One worker had tragically committed suicide by jumping off a cliff yesterday, while another had gone missing. The management informed that both were from the same hometown, and the missing individual was the brother of the traitor Deng Huihuang, who had been executed previously. Xiao Ge was taken aback by this uncanny coincidence. The discovery of the insectoid landing capsule was closely followed by deaths and disappearances in the vicinity. He could not afford to be complacent. Xiao Ge noted this matter carefully while instructing the southern forces to keep an eye on the missing personnel. He then shifted his focus to the construction related to the Lingxiao megacity, as the assembly of the fusion reactor had reached its final engineering stages. The high-speed rail capsule was set to come offline in March, and the lunar landing program was imminent. On February 14th, the world believed that the insectoid threat had been temporarily alleviated with the elimination of those that had invaded through the dimensional portal. However, unsettling news from the Peacock Nation stirred global unease once more. Due to their primary focus on quelling domestic unrest, they had only symbolically attacked the newly established insectoid forward base once after its completion and had not returned since. Over half a month passed before they suddenly realized that the insectoid forward base appeared to be expanding outward. At this point, the domestic turmoil had also been suppressed, allowing them to concentrate on eradicating the insectoid base. Yet, after several assaults, not only did they fail to annihilate the insectoids, but they also experienced significant losses in their own military forces. At this juncture, a paleobiologist suggested employing nuclear weapons against the insectoid forward base. Despite the warning from the Dragon Nation that nuclear radiation served as an excellent nourishment for the insectoids, and that using nuclear weapons could result in an uncontrollable situation, Prime Minister Mo of the Peacock Nation hesitated over the decision. However, the timely reminder from the Dragon Nation's Crisis Management Bureau left him feeling affronted. As a nation under the protection of the Divine Ox, did they require instruction from the Dragon Nation? Fueled by a sense of defiance, Prime Minister Mo ordered a triad of nuclear strikes on the insectoid base. On February 22nd, the scale of the insectoid forward base began to expand exponentially, with white insect eggs visible in the core area. After absorbing the nuclear radiation, the insectoids underwent significant physiological changes, becoming more formidable. The larval stage of the insectoids displayed an astonishing growth rate, akin to the effects of a powerful stimulant. The world has once again realized that the Dragon Nation stands on the right side of history. Concurrently, through the accounts of scientific experts, they elucidated the reasons behind the congregation of the insectoid species within the territory of the Peacock Nation, establishing a forward base. During the collapse of time and space, among the 7 anomalous insectoid entities that fell to Earth, one maternal insect entered the borders of the Peacock Nation. This maternal insect, akin to an ant queen, primarily oversees the reproduction of the insectoid species and possesses limited combat capabilities. Initially, this maternal insect was still in its growth phase. However, after being subjected to a nuclear attack, it absorbed an immense amount of nuclear radiation, propelling it rapidly into maturity and prompting it to commence laying eggs. On March 1st, the scale of the insectoid forward base expanded more than threefold compared to its previous size. According to statistics from the Peacock Nation, the number of victims who perished beneath the claws of the insectoid species reached an astonishing 890,000, surpassing the Star-Spangled Nation and securing the grim title of the highest casualties in the world. This figure exceeds the total number of individuals annihilated globally by the insectoid species. In a state of panic, the Peacock Nation found its situation increasingly dire, compelling it to seek international assistance. Thus, Prime Minister Mo gazed northward and sighed deeply. Alas, it seems that aid from the Dragon Nation may not arrive. Even if the Dragon Nation were willing to assist, I would never stoop to plead for help. Looking westward, he sighed again. Alas, the Iron Brother Nation remains largely unscathed by this crisis, constructing protective megacities in imitation of the Dragon Nation, bolstered by religious fervor, making their support a seamless affair. Seeking assistance from the Iron Brother Nation? Only if they are willing to cede northern territories to the Peacock Nation. Casting his gaze toward the Star-Spangled Nation, he sighed once more. Alas, wasn't it promised that as long as we targeted the Dragon Nation, they would spare no effort to support us? To align with the sentiments of resistance against the insectoid crisis back home, the Supreme Leader had previously denounced the Peacock Nation's inaction, leading to the spread of the insects and an uncontrollable situation. Furthermore, the Star-Spangled Nation has enacted the Crisis Management Act and is now set to mimic the Dragon Nation by constructing protective megacities. Their military forces stationed worldwide are beginning to retract. Who has the time to attend to the pleas from the Peacock Nation? Looking towards the Tsarist Nation, he sighed again. Alas, the third nation in the world to pivot towards constructing protective megacities is the Tsarist Nation. On February 11th, the world was astonished as the Emperor, with a thunderous resolve, dissolved the parliament and commanded the construction of a series of republican cities around the Ural Mountains, erecting 57 cities to form a continuous defensive line. The aid from the Tsarist Nation is not forthcoming. Glancing towards the west, the Peacock Nation suddenly realized the vastness of the earth, yet they found themselves devoid of even a single genuine friend. Moreover, the major countries of the world are preoccupied with constructing their own defensive systems. Who has the time to heed the calls for aid from the Peacock Nation? Furthermore, how could foreign nations possibly extend a helping hand to the Peacock Nation? After all, the Dragon Nation lies directly to the north. Should the Peacock Nation fall, the insectoids would either venture into the sea or invade the Dragon Nation. It is imperative to recall the border troops stationed at the Dragon Nation and the Iron Brother Nation to launch a coordinated strike against the insectoid camps. The only viable course of action is to rely on oneself. We must depend on our independently developed weaponry at this juncture. Attempting to procure arms from the Star-Spangled Nation or the Tsarist Nation would be futile, as they would not sell to us. Even a fool knows that the Zerg crisis has arrived, and possessing weaponry is the ultimate truth. Major nations around the world are now operating at full capacity, fervently manufacturing and stockpiling armaments. We ought to emulate the Dragon Kingdom, which has independently developed everything from the very beginning. Otherwise, we wouldn't find ourselves short on weapons and ammunition now. Prime Minister Mo sighed deeply. The defense weaponry of the Peacock Nation predominantly relies on imports, any nation's arms. As long as they dare to sell, we shall dare to procure. The aide reiterated, however, we have never been sanctioned by Western nations, and prior to this, there was no necessity for independent development. The Star-Spangled Nation. In truth, the inability of the Peacock Nation to engage in autonomous weapons systems development stems from another reason. Their most outstanding talents have all migrated to the Star-Spangled Nation. The CEOs of Jonathan Corporation and Cherry Company, among others, possess at least some lineage from the Peacock Nation. At this moment, the principal leaders of these high-tech companies gathered at the White House, responding to the call of the Supreme Leader. In our nation's history, we had the Manhattan Project and the Apollo program. Today, in response to the Zerg crisis, I intend to initiate the Supreme Leader Project, mobilizing the entire nation to develop new weaponry to combat the Zerg. The Supreme Leader's fingers never ceased to move in the air. The faces of the tech magnates darkened. Can you truly compare this to those renowned historical projects? The illustrious plans of history were all proactive, whereas you are merely scrambling at the last minute, are you not? The Crisis Management Act, passed by the Star-Spangled Nation's Congress, requires all states to independently execute the Zerg Crisis Response Act. Meanwhile, the federal government devises overarching strategies, such as organizing scientists to design the guardian megacity of the Star-Spangled Nation and develop its own advanced weapon systems, among other initiatives. That day, people around the globe suddenly noticed that the long-silent Supreme Leader had finally updated Twitter. The Star-Spangled Nation remains the beacon of the world. The Star-Spangled Nation has completed the defense plan for 3 months after the Zerg's arrival. We will finish the construction of the Guardian Megacity ahead of the Dragon Kingdom. The Star-Spangled Nation advocates for press freedom and transparency. We will share our defense plans with allies. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is no freedom. Their people live in dire straits, driven to toil by a dictator, enslaved, awaiting salvation from the external free world. Chapter 72, Southern Frontier, Anomalous Gravitational Field. Subsequently, the Star-Spangled Nation unveiled the Guardian Megacity plan online. However, this time the Supreme Leader chose to announce it on the internet, where netizens from beyond exhibited an unexpectedly calm demeanor, offering praise that sounded like this. Wow, they finally remembered to construct defense measures. The Dragon Kingdom's project is already halfway done. I checked their cloud monitoring platform yesterday, and the circular fortress is nearly complete. Wow, impressive. Each city can accommodate 1 million people. The Dragon Kingdom's towering megacity begins with a population of 30 million. The Star-Spangled Nation's Guardian Megacity is commendable, almost catching up to the Dragon Kingdom's initial figures. Wow, remarkable. Between each city, there are large trucks capable of carrying 500 people commuting regularly. The Dragon Kingdom's capsule high-speed rail is about to launch. I've heard that every trip can transport 100,000 people between the various towering megacities. Wow. The people of the Dragon Kingdom live in dire straits, compelled to confine the insectoid species for military training. Meanwhile, we have granted the insectoids their freedom. If one were to overlook the ID, they might mistake this as a commentary from the Dragon Kingdom itself. Perhaps in times past, the denizens of the Dragon Kingdom would take a moment to peruse such comments. But nowadays, no one has the leisure to glance at news from beyond their borders. They are wholly absorbed in their tasks, leaving little time for online commentary. Of course, during breaks, they still engage in light-hearted conversations with friends, exchanging updates on construction progress across the nation, boasting about the swift advancements in one city while quietly striving to improve in another. Today, a comment on the Supreme Leader's Twitter has been made, ostensibly to honor him. Shock. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are living in dire straits. Accompanying images depict the conflict with the insectoids in distant lands, juxtaposed with workers on Dragon Kingdom construction sites enjoying a hot pot meal. Goodness. In the brief moment of a restroom visit, I discovered I was living in such distress. I had just watched Marshal Long train new recruits to combat the insectoids. And I haven't even finished yet. Marshal Long, please take it easy. With 50 million soldiers, surely one person cannot be outmatched by a single insectoid. I believe the Supreme Leader is correct. Have the students in the Star-Spangled Nation ceased their studies? While I, a third grader, am compelled to attend online classes daily with an abundance of assignments, students in the Star-Spangled Nation can remain at home? Meanwhile, I find myself in such dire circumstances. Dear friend above, you have won a prize. 10 sets each of language and math assignments for winter break. Please send your address, and I will promptly mail them to you. Naturally, when there are new developments from the Crisis Management Bureau, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom will emerge in droves, particularly when several significant announcements are made simultaneously. On the evening of March 1st, the Crisis Management Bureau quietly released a lengthy message. The agenda for the following day is as follows, and citizens with time to spare are encouraged to check the oversight platform. Item 1. At 7 o'clock a.m. on March 2nd, the capsule high-speed rail will commence trial operations, connecting the tunnel line from Megacity 1 to Megacity 2. Item 2. At 8 o'clock a.m. on March 2nd, the assembly of the fusion nuclear power plant in the central area of Megacity 67 will be completed. Item 3. At 9 o'clock a.m. on March 2nd, the Northwest Aerospace Bureau will initiate its lunar project, launching 5 spacecraft simultaneously. Official note, aimed at establishing a lunar outpost. Project lead, Xiao Ge. Item 4. At 10 o'clock a.m. on March 2nd, the protective laser cannon at the Sherlin Circular Fortress in the southern region will undergo its first power supply testing. Item 5. At 10 o'clock a.m. on March 2nd, with the support of national technological initiatives, civilian scientists will unveil a swarm of nanorobots, conducting activation tests. The announcement of these 5 items has ignited fervent public interest, particularly Item 3, which promises to capture the nation's attention. In January, the Dragon Kingdom declared its ambition to venture into space and pivot its focus. Since then, little news had emerged regarding advancements in aerospace endeavors. Yet today, the Crisis Management Bureau suddenly announces the simultaneous launch of 5 spacecraft, achieving the remarkable feat of manned lunar landing. My goodness, is this an expedition to renovate the abode of the moon goddess? This is simply overwhelming. Living in the depths of despair, I find my fervor ignited once more, awakening the dormant dreams of an astronaut within me. Why does my homeland persist in stirring the ambitions of my youth, plunging me back into this tumultuous existence? No, wait. Do you not recall the words of the Crisis Management Bureau? They spoke of the second wave of the Zerg's arrival, which would descend directly from the cosmos. Our nation is evidently preparing for this impending Zerg crisis. Silence. Did not the Supreme Leader just declare that they would complete the construction of the Guardian megacity ahead of our Dragon Kingdom? Pardon my amusement. But while you continue to deploy defenses against the first wave of Zerg, we shall orchestrate preparations for the second wave. March has arrived, and we are already halfway through. Fortunately, all projects are proceeding in an orderly fashion, with timelines well within budget, and even ahead of schedule. For instance, the 7th megacity, impacted by the quarry incident, has seen its workers fueled with a fervor akin to being invigorated by a magical elixir, laboring tirelessly day and night, and is likely to be the first to be completed. People have already begun to informally refer to the 7th megacity as Yao City. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Ge cannot find joy in this progress. It is not the pace of construction that troubles him, but rather the escalating Zerg crisis that looms over the world, filling him with dread. In the past, aside from the mysterious sea monsters that invaded during the Great Tsunami, there had been no further incursions from the Zerg, despite subsequent geological disasters. Now, the threat of the Zerg could arise anywhere, at any moment, on Earth. The greatest pressure for our Dragon Kingdom rests with the Peacock Nation. Should the Peacock Nation fall, the Zerg within its borders would swarm into our territory like locusts. It is bewildering to consider, despite the Peacock Nation's lackluster military strength. Could it truly be reduced to such a state? The first wave has yet to commence, and they are already being pursued to the ends of the earth by Zerg scouts? It is no wonder that during the first wave of invasion in the past, global casualties exceeded 500 million, with a staggering 80 million lives lost in the Peacock Nation alone. However, this is not what weighs most heavily on Xiao Ge's mind. Lu Yilin presents some observational data gathered 20 days prior, photographs of the jungles beyond our southern border. These images, taken just yesterday, reveal a significant increase in dense miasma within those same jungles. Upon comparison, it becomes evident that in the span of 20 days, a thick fog of toxins has formed in the jungles outside the southern stone forest. Lu Yilin states regretfully that among the 7 Zerg objects that fell during the collapse of spacetime, one is located near our Dragon Kingdom, right within this stone forest, where an anomalous gravitational field is likely to have formed. Dragon Zhan, Ouyang Yuan, and others are left astonished. Lu Yilin's use of the term anomalous gravitational field is not without reason. We have analyzed the fallen objects discovered in the southern stone forest and employed isotopic tracking methods to pinpoint the exact locations of several other fallen entities. Subsequently, we discovered that these fallen objects began to move across the Earth after February 11th, as if summoned by an unseen force, gathering together. It is now confirmed that aside from the Queen Zerg and the Peacock Nation, all 6 other anomalous Zerg entities have been drawn to the jungles beyond the southern border. Lu Yilin's face suddenly displayed an expression of terror. Based on the intelligence provided by Captain Xiao, we have ample reason to suspect that the insectoid species is attempting to establish a reverse passage to their world on Earth. Should they succeed, the dimensional portal would stabilize, rendering it nearly impossible to close. Chapter 73, Transdimensional Strikes. The entire assembly fell into an eerie silence. The implications of opening a reverse dimensional portal for Earth, particularly for the Dragon Nation, are self-evident. The insectoid race would be able to invade Earth without restraint, and the Dragon Nation would be the primary target of this threat. The location indicated by satellite imagery is alarmingly close to the Dragon Nation, a mere 100 kilometers away, allowing the insectoids to swiftly redirect their assault towards it. Long Zhan, in shock, questioned why this had only come to light today. Such a monumental issue had been tracked since early February. Yet it was not until March that it was discovered. If the detection had been earlier, would Long Zhan have allowed the insectoids the opportunity to gather? Lu Yilin, equally helpless, explained that the global tracking method for isotopes had only been fully established 3 days prior. Additionally, tracing and identifying the trajectory of fallen objects had taken time, culminating in today's formal confirmation. Lu Yilin then inquired, Captain Xiao, do you know what specific type of insectoid we are dealing with? The gaze of the assembly turned once more toward Xiao Ge, eagerly anticipating a definitive answer. However, Xiao Ge's countenance darkened, and after a prolonged pause, he spoke. This type of insectoid only appeared during the fourth incursion. At that time, humanity possessed limited understanding of them and had not formally named them. They were simply colloquially referred to as portal insects, signifying their capability to open dimensional passages. I never imagined that the insectoid world would send forth these creatures, which were only expected to emerge during the fourth wave. A thought flickered in his mind. It seemed unlikely that the insectoid world, amidst the collapse of space-time, would consciously decide to send a king-level insectoid. Perhaps they sent the portal insects instead. Long Zhan, after deep contemplation, finally voiced a long-buried question, Xiao Ge. What allowed humanity to survive until the fifth wave without facing annihilation in the previous cycle? Indeed, this question lingered in the minds of all present. Observing the current battles between humans and insectoids on Earth, one could easily fathom the chaos wrought by merely the insectoid vanguard. The human world has been turned upside down, with the populace suffering immensely. Consider the situation in the Peacock Nation, where an insectoid forward base has been engaged for nearly a month, yet remains unconquered. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the insectoids, the unprepared humans astonishingly endured until the fifth wave. Reflecting on Xiao Ge's assertions, it becomes evident that the later waves of insectoids are increasingly powerful. By what means could humanity persist? After considerable reflection, Xiao Ge responded, perhaps it was mere luck. It might also relate to the purpose of the insectoid's arrival on Earth. He had not contemplated this matter before. At that time, the prevailing thought among individuals was merely to survive another day, leaving little room for such philosophical inquiries. For one who struggles to secure a meal, discussing solutions to global hunger seems utterly unrealistic. Xiao Ge did not linger on these matters. He could not allow that passage to be established and must destroy it before it could take shape, utterly annihilate it. How shall we proceed? Long Zhan inquired gravely. If we are to launch a cross-border strike, I can issue orders for the troops to prepare at once. Troops could be stationed along the border, but the task of executing a cross-border operation should be entrusted to the special forces. Xiao Ge gestured towards the satellite images, stating that what had been transmitted was likely the larval state of the passage worms. Furthermore, Chief Lu had mentioned that they were summoned by some entity, infiltrating the jungles beyond the southern frontier from various parts of the world, indicating the existence of intelligent individuals within the insect race. The mobilization of their forces would be prone to exposure. This was one point. Generally, when passage worms begin to connect to the insect world, there are always heavy insect forces guarding the perimeter. However, this time he furrowed his brow. The guards of the passage worms seemed to be within the realm of the Peacock Nation. Suddenly, Xiao Ge appeared to have a realization and promptly called up the map of the Peacock Nation. Create a comparative chart showing the expansion of the insect race's forward base over the past 20 days. A few minutes later, the comparison chart was completed. The group was astonished to discover that the insect race's forward encampment not only expanded dramatically in scale, but that the core area, the mother worm, had actually moved eastward by a full 50 kilometers from its initial position. Thus, the insect race's forward encampment that had landed within the Peacock Nation was, in fact, the sentinels of the passage worms. Long Zhan's pupils dilated in astonishment at the revelation. No, Xiao Ge felt a chill run down his spine. I would rather believe that the forward base was intentionally established to divert human attention. Following the collapse of space-time, the gravitational field of Earth had become increasingly unstable. Today, a few insects may emerge here. Tomorrow, a few may appear there. Amidst this chaos, an insect race forward base had indeed been established on Earth, making it nearly impossible for humanity to avert its gaze. At this moment, who could have fathomed that a handful of inconspicuous insects would gather in the jungles of the southern frontier, in the desolate wilderness? Who would care if a few insects appeared? Or perhaps, Long Zhan suggested another possibility. The Peacock Nation still held some utility, as they had obstructed the migration of the insect base eastward. The others nodded in agreement, finding this interpretation plausible. Xiao Ge contemplated for a moment, but did not dwell on the matter. General Long, select 200 Special Forces soldiers. Later, accompany me to the southern frontier to deal with the passage worms. Long Zhan consented and inquired, should we bring Su Hongyin and Yang Ming? He was aware that Xiao Ge had always intended to enhance their training, likely hoping that the brothers who had ventured with him in the past would again fight alongside him in this life. Bring them along. Xiao Ge then turned to the Foreign Affairs Department, instructing them to contact the foreign nations bordering the southern frontier, to inform them in advance that the Dragon Nation would be conducting a cross-border strike. The Foreign Affairs Department paused momentarily, questioning, what if they refuse? That is their concern. Informing them in advance is merely a diplomatic courtesy. Once the dimensional passage is forcibly opened, the Dragon Nation will ultimately be the victim. Delaying this will undoubtedly be detrimental to us. The Foreign Affairs Department no longer hesitated and immediately set about their task. Xiao Ge has made it abundantly clear, regardless of whether the small nations of the southern frontier acquiesce. The special forces of the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly penetrate the dense jungles to eradicate the tunnel insects completely. The coastal metropolis, once the epitome of prosperity just 2 months ago, now lies in ruins as if the apocalypse has descended upon it. This city has transformed into a battlefield for the military's combat training against the insect race. Every entrance to the city is heavily fortified with troops. Su Hongyin has become adept at maneuvering the individual exoskeleton system. Sent here for practical training 10 days ago, she achieved a flawless solo kill against a forward insect unit yesterday, making her the first among the newcomers in combat training to accomplish such a feat. The name of the Wave Rider has once again been uttered among the people. Yet, Su Hongyin feels no elation. The insect numbers in the city are dwindling, and those that remain are battered and bruised. She merely picked off the leftovers. She despises her previous timidity in the quarry when facing the insect race. She yearns to battle them in their prime. Simultaneously, she harbors a strong aversion to Yang Ming. It is perplexing how he has taken her as his benchmark since the skirmish at the quarry, incessantly proclaiming his desire to surpass her. There is no escaping him. Su Hongyin came for practical training, and he followed suit, asserting that he could accomplish whatever she could. As she mused, Yang Ming emerged from the city, his face betraying disappointment at the lack of insect encounters. Had I encountered them, you would be witnessing their carcasses now. At that moment, the commander responsible for the training approached, and both stood at attention to salute. Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, gather your belongings immediately. You are to prepare for a special mission to the southern frontier. Chapter 74. The Plasma Assault from the Insect Race in the Northwest Aerospace City. Xiong Shouting conducted the final checks before the launch. Tomorrow's launch is of paramount importance, as it will determine the success of the Dragon Kingdom's response to the impending second wave of the insect crisis. Thus, no detail may be overlooked. 5 spacecraft are involved, 4 of which are vintage models capable of carrying 10 individuals each. The 5th is a state-of-the-art vessel, utilizing technology derived from insect spacecraft, with ample internal space to accommodate 100 people. However, for its inaugural flight tomorrow, only 10 pilots have been assigned. Xiong Shouting overheard the crew of the new spacecraft discussing the central control system, which is based on quantum computing. You say quantum computers have only just been developed. Is it feasible? Why wouldn't it be? Young man, do you doubt the technological prowess of our Dragon Kingdom? If a quantum computer is unfit, why don't you take a shot at it? Come on, remove your brain and install it in the spacecraft, just like the protagonist in source code, and let me see your brilliance. He chuckled. Enough of this banter. It's tedious. Prepare well. We are set to meet Sister Chang'e tomorrow. Xiong Shouting refrained from participating in the astronauts' discussions, but he couldn't help but shake his head at their conversation. The premise in source code may seem innovative, yet humanity lacks the capability to transform such concepts into reality. As he checked the time, he realized the day had finally arrived. On March 2nd, 231, at midnight, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not mistaken. The small jungle nation in the southern frontier indeed declined the Dragon Kingdom's request for the special forces to enter. If that were all, it might have been bearable. But the small nation, in a moment of folly, publicly proclaimed the Dragon Kingdom's intention to deploy special forces as an act of aggression. Xiao Ge was utterly disheartened. Surely, even a pig would have understood by now that the Dragon Kingdom stands as a beacon against the insectoid menace in the east. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs swiftly discerned the reasons behind the jungle nation's actions. It turned out that after the Stars and Stripes nation publicly unveiled its plan for the Guardian City, the jungle nation, in pursuit of that proposal, opted to align its diplomatic policies with the Stars and Stripes. It was only logical. After all, the Guardian City plan, capable of accommodating 1 million people, might be a mere drizzle to a great power, yet for a small nation, it was undoubtedly the most suitable arrangement. The head of the ministry inquired, Chief Xiao, should we exchange the Lingxiao City plan with them? Xiao Ge's expression darkened. I do not engage in dealings with opportunists. We shall proceed according to the original plan. In truth, the jungle nation had been trembling in the shadows ever since the Dragon Kingdom commenced construction of the circular fortress, fearing that it was a military bastion built for their invasion. To this day, Xiao Ge recalls a comment from an online user. It's just a jungle nation. Don't you realize your own insignificance? What do you possess that the Dragon Kingdom would covet? Time had now progressed to March 2nd. The Dragon Army awaited alongside the special forces within the circular fortress of the southern frontier. Xiao Ge, no longer hesitating, boarded a plane bound for the south. On the flight, he suddenly remembered that his father had not made a video call in several days. Surely, he had not forgotten his own son. Late at night, uncertain whether his parents had retired for the evening, he decided to call his father, but there was no answer. He then attempted to reach his mother. "Mom, what has Dad been busy with these past few days? Why can't I get in touch with him?" His mother sighed. "He has a colleague, Lao Han, who broke his leg a few days ago. Your father, seeing him so forlorn and helpless, has been attending to him." Xiao Ge thought to himself, "Goodness, has my father forgotten my mother for the sake of a friend?" But wait, hadn't he mentioned that Lao Han had a son named Han Chen? His mother sighed again. "I heard he had a quarrel with his girlfriend and is currently unreachable. Xiao Ge, you are now overseeing the Crisis Management Bureau. Please do not rush into finding a girlfriend, understand? It could impede your work." Xiao Ge noted how his mother's concerns always diverged from the norm. "Mom, in a couple of days, I will be visiting City 67 to inspect the operational status of the fusion reactor. I will come back to see you both afterward. You should rest early. I have matters to attend to, so I shall end the call here." With that, the call was disconnected. City 67 was the first location in the Dragon Kingdom to have a fusion reactor assembled. Had it not been for the exposure of the southern jungle situation, Xiao Ge would have attended in person today. It was also timely, as he had not seen his parents in over 2 months. He saw this as an opportune moment to pay them a visit. As the aircraft descended upon the majestic stone fortress of the southern Xinjiang, the clock struck 5 in the morning. The construction site remained ablaze with light, brimming with fervent activity. 200 elite commandos stood poised at the assembly point, ready for action. Prior to Xiao Ge's arrival, they were well aware of their mission, to eliminate the interdimensional parasites. They understood the gravity of the situation. Once the dimensional portal was activated, their chances of survival would dwindle. Therefore, they must eradicate the parasites before they could emerge. "Yes, let us depart." With that, Xiao Ge turned and made his way towards the transport plane. This time, they opted for an airborne insertion, directly infiltrating the lair of the parasites. The aircraft would deliver them to their destination before dawn. Just moments before boarding, Dragon John had received alarming news. He shut down all electronic devices. The United States, in alliance with 24 nations, had formally condemned their incursion into another country's territory, branding them as tyrannical overlords. Xiao Ge stifled a chuckle. How absurd it seemed that the Tsarist state was being implicated. Let them issue their condemnations. Eliminating the parasites and safeguarding Longwo was what truly mattered, and a few verbal rebukes were inconsequential. Soon, the transport plane soared into the dawn sky, cutting through the air as it headed southward. Inside, an eerie silence reigned. The eastern horizon began to lighten, adorned with wisps of clouds. At 5:48, the aircraft neared the parasites' hideout, now less than 10 kilometers away. Dragon John commanded, "Prepare for airdrop at 2 kilometers. At 3 kilometers, however, the transport's radar suddenly detected a surge of potent, unknown energy hurtling towards them. Though night still lingered, the energy from the ground illuminated the sky. Xiao Ge's expression turned grave. While others may not have recognized the threat, he did. "Airdrop. Everyone jump now." That was plasma, a species capable of launching plasma attacks. How could it be? The larval state of the parasites should not possess such formidable power. Yet, there was no time to ponder. The pilot adeptly increased altitude, maneuvering the aircraft to evade the plasma assault. Nevertheless, the plasma detonated in midair, releasing a tremendous electromagnetic pulse that rendered the plane's electronic systems inoperative. There was no time for a reboot, as a second plasma bolt was soon on its way. "Jump! Jump now!" The pilot manually opened the belly hatch, and 200 commandos cascaded into the jungle below like scattered seeds. Chapter 74. The swarm's synchronization. After a dizzying descent, the parachutes finally deployed, cushioning the impact of gravity's pull, allowing Xiao Ge to land safely. Towering trees of the tropical rainforest loomed overhead, their canopies reaching heights of dozens, even hundreds of meters. The 25-meter-tall exoskeleton system he wore sank into the foliage without a sound. Equipped for jungle warfare, the military had provided them with 12-meter-long steel blades. Drawing his sword, Xiao Ge forged ahead, slicing through vines and branches to continue onward. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. The transport plane had crashed and erupted in flames. Everything unfolded with startling abruptness. The transport aircraft, lacking even the electromagnetic interference suppression devices, fell victim to a pulse attack, resulting in this dire outcome. Plasma worms? How could that be? Such apex predators only emerged with the fifth wave. It was inconceivable for them to appear on Earth now. Had my estimations been grossly inaccurate? However, with the collapse of space-time, the plasma worms could not have been transported here. If they were larvae, they could not possibly have matured in just a month. Where had I gone awry? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Xiao Ge's mind as he hastened towards the signal point emitted by Lingxiao. The sky had brightened considerably. Yet within the densely packed jungle, it was still necessary to activate the searchlights to discern the path ahead. Gathering, roll call. All 200 special operations personnel were present, and the transport pilot had also been located. Is everyone uninjured? Lingxiao inquired. No, came the response. For the special forces, being injured implied the loss of limbs, rendering one immobile. Minor scrapes were considered trivial and not worth mentioning. At this juncture, Lingxiao turned to Xiao Ge. Captain Xiao, it appears our nocturnal stealth has been compromised. There is no longer any need for subterfuge. The target is merely 3 kilometers ahead. Let us charge forward and deal with the passage worm decisively. Initially intending a stealthy ambush, they had instead encountered an onslaught from the insectoid horde. How could they possibly eliminate the plasma worms? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, another plasma sphere was launched into the sky. It was unmistakable. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the sphere detonated, generating an energy pulse that vanished into the heavens like fireworks. The first shot, then came the second, similar to the fate of the transport aircraft. Before Xiao Ge and his team could react, a third plasma sphere shot into the sky, dissipating in the same manner at the horizon. Are there any other aircraft in the vicinity? Yet the sky was pristine, devoid of any presence. Even more perplexing, subsequent plasma spheres continued to launch, striking the same aerial space as if engaged in repetitive bombardment. Could it be that the plasma worms are exhibiting a glitch, hence attacking the same section of sky? Yang Ming speculated, employing a gaming mindset to explain the anomaly. Lingxiao felt an urge to slap him, but Xiao Ge's expression shifted dramatically. It was not a glitch as Yang Ming suggested. Rather, they were attacking the same section of sky. Xiao Ge exclaimed, it has already begun. The passage worm is attempting to reverse engineer a dimensional portal. Is it possible to establish contact with Chief Lu Yilin? We need him to monitor the gravitational field in the southern region. Lingxiao endeavored to connect with the mainland. Unfortunately, due to the plasma sphere's assault, the electromagnetic field in the area had become chaotic, rendering communication impossible, and those outside could not reach them. There was no time to dwell on this. They had to act. The incapacitated pilot was left behind as the special operations team advanced towards the hiding place of the passage worm. Time, 6:43. Outside the eye of heaven, at the gravitational observation station, Lu Yilin fixated on the monitoring equipment, his face etched with anxiety. Since around 6 o'clock, the gravitational field within the southern jungle had begun to destabilize. Had it truly commenced? Leader Xiao, do you think Commander Long and his team will succeed in their joint operation? Suddenly, Lu Yilin detected a peculiar fluctuation in the Earth's magnetic field emanating from the jungles of Nanjing, within the realm of the Peacock Nation. Adjusting his glasses, he swiftly analyzed the data, only to be seized by terror, stumbling over his words. The insectoid faction's forward camp was communicating with insects located miles away through a jungle passage. He needed to urgently inform Leader Xiao and his team of this alarming development. In the Peacock Nation, nearly 800,000 troops had been mobilized to encircle and annihilate the insectoid forward camp, a true display of national might. Premier Mo addressed the nation through a televised speech, declaring, "Today marks a significant day. The insectoid menace within our borders will be eradicated, with divine blessings upon us." Yet, at that moment, the forward camp of the insectoids experienced a sudden upheaval. The soldiers had completed their pre-battle mobilization, and all armed forces were in position. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar emanated from the insectoid ranks, as drones observed a thickening miasma in the central region. The insectoid camp halted simultaneously, emitting eerie clattering sounds towards the sky. Before the soldiers of the Peacock Nation could initiate their assault, the insectoids surged forth, launching an offensive towards the eastern human defensive line. Infrared scans revealed that the number of insects had already surpassed 100,000, moving in unison like an unstoppable torrent. The swarm was upon them. The swarm was upon them. The swarm was upon them. The frontline soldiers of the Peacock Nation gasped in horror. Indeed, the swarm had arrived. It wasn't just the people of the Peacock Nation who witnessed this. The entire world was watching. Premier Mo aimed to restore the international image of the Peacock Nation by annihilating the insectoid forward camp, thus opting for a live broadcast of the war, synchronized globally. At that moment, all around the world, people remembered those chilling 4 words. The swarm is here. In the United States, the Supreme Leader received a briefing from the Pentagon. Ground-based radar had detected that a transport aircraft from Long Nation had crashed shortly after entering the jungles of Nanjing, victim to an assault by the ground-dwelling insectoids. Additionally, our forces had reached the point of gravitational anomaly in the jungles and were ready to act at any moment. Upon hearing the plea for help from the small nation in the jungle, the United States responded promptly, uniting over 20 nations to vehemently condemn Long Nation for exploiting the insectoid crisis to invade another country, vowing to punish Long Nation. Currently, foreign nations were preparing for the insectoid crisis. In truth, traditional allies of the United States faced considerable challenges when confronted with crises. Clearly, Long Nation's forecasts made since January were accurate, indicating that they possessed extensive knowledge regarding the insectoid threat. They sought to obtain defensive strategies against the insectoid crisis from Long Nation. However, the Crisis Management Bureau remarked that reality was not akin to the fable of the farmer and the snake, and Long Nation was certainly not the passive farmer. With no support forthcoming from Long Nation, they turned to the United States, which historically provided assistance only under conditional terms requiring the recipient nation to maintain a consistent stance with the U.S. on the international stage. Thus, although they acknowledged that the primary issue at hand was addressing the insectoid crisis, they could only follow suit when the United States called for condemnation of Long Nation. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that despite the vehement denunciations, there has been no response or acknowledgement from the Dragon Nation. The Supreme Commander, with righteous indignation, should take decisive action, obliterate the Dragon Nation's special forces, and capture the insectoid creatures from that region for research. The Dragon Nation may detect anomalies in the southern jungle, yet the Star-Spangled Nation can do so as well, even if they remain oblivious to the activities of the insectoids therein. Their ignorance is inconsequential. Capturing them for study is the solution. The Pentagon hesitated momentarily, pondering whether Dragon War would intervene. The military of the Star-Spangled Nation fears nothing except the prospect of encountering Dragon War, a commander who, despite his rank, relishes the thrill of battle. Think logically. The Supreme Commander's brow furrowed in anger as he gazed towards the southwestern direction of the Dragon Nation, where the insectoid outposts of the Peacock Nation were encroaching upon Dragon territory. If Dragon War were to engage in combat, he would undoubtedly choose the southwestern front. With a resounding thud, the Supreme Commander slammed his fist upon the table, proclaiming, "No one understands the Dragon Nation better than I do. Do not question my decisions." Silence fell. After a brief pause, the Supreme Commander inquired, "I have heard that the Virus Research Institute has recently synthesized a highly transmissible virus with a low mortality rate?" An official from the Pentagon nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that limited transmission experiments had been secretly conducted in the southwestern region, with various means of contagion. "That will suffice." The Supreme Commander interjected, disregarding the official's elaboration on the transmission methods. "We must devise a way to disseminate this virus into the Dragon Nation. I am eager to see how they will proceed with the construction of the soaring city of Lingxiao amidst such chaos. I find it perplexing that while turmoil envelopes the globe, the Dragon Nation remains unscathed." The atmosphere grew tense with silence once more. After a considerable interval, a Pentagon official finally spoke, revealing that news had arrived from the Eastern Isles regarding researcher Yamamoto Ichiro from the Takeda Institute, who was set to visit the Dragon Nation. Perhaps this could be exploited for our advantage. Chapter 76. Ambush. Engagement at 6:45. Xiao Ge and his companions were finally able to visually locate the hidden points of the tunnel insects. In the dense jungle, a clearing had emerged, its origin indistinguishable, whether it was carved by chainsaws or scorched by flames. Through binoculars, they observed 5 insectoids, each as large as a bull, standing upright and forming a circular formation. The object they encircled appeared to be a landing pod, brought forth by the tunnel insects from the realm of temporal collapse. To their astonishment, within a mere month, these creatures had developed to such an extent. They had transitioned from larvae to semi-mature forms in only 30 days. Yang Ming, after scrutinizing the scene for a while, suddenly asked, "Old Xiao, what are the plasma insects?" Xiao Ge, sensing a hint of disappointment in Yang Ming's tone due to the absence of the plasma insects, responded, "Buzzing." In the sky, clusters of plasma continued to explode, almost invariably striking the same spatial region. All that plasma emanates from the landing pod surrounded by the tunnel insects. There are no plasma insects, Xiao Ge pointed ahead, stating, "It is the tunnel insects that amplify energy through the central landing pod, generating energy masses resembling plasma. Due to their semi-mature state, they require robotic augmentation for energy amplification. Once the dimensional tunnel is opened in reverse, they will traverse the passage back to the insectoid world." Before he could finish his sentence, Dragon War suddenly leaped up beside him, tackling Xiao Ge to the ground with a forceful impact, in the very spot where Xiao Ge had just taken his stand. He was unexpectedly assaulted by a barrage of bullets. "Conceal yourselves. We have been ambushed. It is humans, damn it." Long Zhan cursed vehemently, exclaiming that they are the Star-Spangled Dogs. They are the most despicable of all. I surmise that their primary objective is not to confront us, but to capture the dimensional worms. Having dealt with the United States for an extended period, one could easily predict their nefarious intentions. It is likely that while condemning the Dragon Nation's incursion, they had already prepared for such an eventuality, to seize the dimensional worms and simultaneously eliminate the elite warriors of the Dragon Nation. Once the deed is done, they would deny all involvement, insisting it was the work of some small jungle nation. As foreseen, the special forces were indeed ambushed. Over 300 human soldiers suddenly emerged from the jungle, focusing solely on pursuing the Dragon Nation's elite members. The frustration was palpable. At that moment, Xiao Ge inadvertently noticed that the 200 or so insectoid sentinels near the dimensional worms had also taken notice of the human conflict. However, they merely lifted their heads, emitted a series of clicks, and then returned to their duty of guarding the dimensional worms, seemingly mocking the humans. Look, these foolish humans are still engaged in infighting. But that was not the crux of the matter. At this juncture, Xiao Ge was astonished to see a human mingling among the swarm of insects, seemingly at ease with them. This human, in attire and appearance, bore a striking resemblance to those from the Dragon Nation. Lingxiao and the other Special Forces members were equally astonished, exclaiming, "Have the insectoids allied with the United States? How can a human coexist with the insectoids?" Yet, there was no time to unravel the mystery, as the soldiers of the United States were already upon them. They were alarmingly close, even audible in their foul, fragmented English. "Kill the Dragon Nation pigs, avenging our brothers slain by Lingxiao in Africa." Xiao Ge, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Marshal Long, are you well acquainted with them?" Lingxiao, seething with rage, replied, "Acquainted? Very much so. They are the United States Navy SEALs. We clashed in Africa, and I killed dozens of them." Meanwhile, the insectoids continued to activate the dimensional portal, while the humans were engrossed in their slaughter. How ironic. "We must split our forces, Marshal Long. You take your team to confront your acquaintances. I will lead my team to destroy the dimensional worms." The insectoids had detected the humans, but refrained from attacking, evidently biding their time until the dimensional portal was fully operational. Reasoning with the Americans about the peril posed by the insectoids and inviting them to join in the fight against them? What a farce. If there is time for persuasion, it is better spent annihilating the insectoids than wasting words. Upon hearing this, Lingxiao mobilized half of the special forces toward the northeast, instructing Xiao Ge, "Just hold your position. I will come to assist you once I am done over there." As the sounds of combat receded further away, Xiao Ge was astonished to observe that the insectoid sentinels around the dimensional worms had begun to stir, gradually expanding outward. Clearly, they had detected Xiao Ge and his team but chose not to attack, instead delaying until the dimensional portal was completed. "Lao Xiao, the insectoids seem rather astute," Yang Ming remarked in disbelief, initially thinking the insectoids were mere fodder for experience points. Of course, otherwise, how could the insectoids traverse interstellar space and invade Earth? "Do you think they swam over here?" Nevertheless, Xiao Ge's gaze wandered among the humans in the swarm. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes narrowed. Could it be the brain-eating worm? Such a notion, however, began to make sense. In the collapse of time and space, 7 insectoid landing pods had been transmitted, with one landing in the Peacock Nation housing the queen worm. The remaining 6 consisted of one brain-eating worm to serve as the cerebral command center, and the other 5 were passage worms. While the queen stirred up a tempest within the Peacock Nation, drawing global attention, the brain-eating worm was tasked with secretly assembling the passage worms to open a dimensional portal. Employing the 33 tactic, 3 individuals formed a small group, and 3 small groups constituted a larger unit, commencing their advance. Subsequently, 100 individuals dispersed into 10 large groups, maximizing the advantages of their exoskeleton systems, flexible and adaptable, yet capable of mutual support. Cackling. At this juncture, the insectoid forces also commenced their assault. The specially selected elite soldiers had undergone rigorous combat training and had individual records of exterminating the insectoids, so facing an enemy twice their number, they did not retreat. From a distance, they prioritized artillery bombardment. Furthermore, some had already acquired laser-cutting weaponry. The intense beams of laser could effortlessly penetrate the bodies of the insectoid sentries. As proximity diminished, the operational space for the weapons became constrained, increasing the risk of friendly fire. With close-quarters combat ignited, they drew their steel blades, each strike precise and efficient. Should any group allow a worm to slip through, neighboring groups could provide assistance. However, this formation was not without flaws. As casualties among the elite soldiers began to mount, kill, 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 treading upon the corpses of the insectoids, they pressed forward. At this moment, Xiao Ge observed that the frequency of plasma bursts from the passage worms was escalating. He estimated that within an hour, the portal would be fully operational. Time, 700. Could an hour suffice to eradicate the insectoids before them? 700, Dragon Nation. The capsule high-speed train was about to be launched. The battles occurring in the jungles beyond the southern territories remained unknown to anyone. Perhaps the citizens had not yet fully grasped the peril of the insectoid crisis. Every moment of tranquility and peace in the Dragon Nation was silently safeguarded by those who stood watch. At this moment, the people could witness the unveiling of the extraordinary capsule high-speed train, a feat of collective ingenuity, supported by the unwavering guardianship of the military. Chapter 77. Heart of the Insectoid? Heart of Humanity? The tunnel between Giant City 1 and Giant City 2 had been completed. Of course, the stations within the cities were not yet finished, but this did not hinder the trial operation of the capsule high-speed train. The capsule high-speed train had been officially named Super Iron. With a diameter exceeding 100 meters and a length surpassing 700 meters, this marvel, capable of transporting 100,000 individuals in a single journey, would operate within a vacuum tube, theoretically achieving speeds exceeding 500 kilometers per hour. The cloud monitoring platform had long since posted the live broadcast link. Today, S5 live events were of utmost importance and could be found prominently on the homepage. 700. The rolling screens at construction sites across the nation's towering cities had already been replaced by the live broadcast of the Super Iron's launch. Countless eyes across the nation are fixated on the live broadcast. With a commanding announcement from the project host, the Super Iron 1 officially commences its launch. Subsequently, the immense form of the Super Iron 1 glides out of the factory, akin to a colossal dragon emerging from its lair. Like a giant python entering the water, it smoothly navigates down the track and slips into the vacuum tube of the Super Iron. The scene shifts, revealing the astonishing sight of such a massive entity completely suspended within the tunnel. Once the Super Iron 1 has passed through the valve and fully entered the tunnel, the project host gives the order once more. The operational test begins. Thus, the world witnesses the engine of the dragon roar to life within the tunnel. Netizens from Dragon Country flood the comments. It's truly hard to imagine what it would feel like to travel home to grandma's using such a transport. Will it just whisk us away in an instant? Is it akin to starting a game and arriving right away? How amusing. Honestly, seeing these projects come to fruition feels like watching my child grow from infancy. Look at that giant above, a titan of light. Your creation spans 100 meters in width and 1,000 meters in length. Don't call me a nitpicker. What do you think the speed of this Super Iron could possibly be? Comments from beyond the borders. Everyone, take note of the pinned comment from 2 months ago. I am Yamamoto Ichiro. I represent the netizens of the Star-Spangled Nation, seeking Yamamoto Ichiro. Alas, watching the live broadcast from the southern region of the Peacock Nation, do you know what I'm thinking? A swarm of 1,000 insects scuttling through my mind. While we abroad are still deliberating whether to enact an apocalyptic crisis plan, Dragon Country has already transformed their words into reality. You are mistaken. We abroad are also aware of the sanctions against Dragon Country. At this moment, the engine of the Super Iron has reached operational status. Such a colossal marvel. What speed could it possibly achieve? Countless pairs of eyes around the globe await that moment. The cameras in the live broadcast remain still, save for the steel dragon. A brilliant light flashes, engulfing the entire screen in a blinding white. 1 second later, as the brilliance fades, viewers gaze at the broadcast once more. It has vanished. In the blink of an eye, the Super Iron has disappeared. Was that launch posture too playful? Did it truly vanish so swiftly? 10 minutes later, news arrives from the station of the second giant city. The Super Iron 1 has safely arrived at the station, and the trial run has been a resounding success. Incredible. It succeeded on the first attempt. I hadn't even finished my visit to the restroom. Is this speed truly possible? Haha, you are quite the character. Farewell. Fellow workers across the nation, it's time to get to work. At 8 o'clock, the assembly of the fusion power plant at Giant City number 67 awaits. Let us not miss it. With that, all the netizens from Dragon Country abruptly departed the live stream, leaving the international viewers to savor the replay with lingering curiosity. By March, those beyond the borders found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the people of Dragon Country. How could they remain so unfazed by such astonishing inventions? Perhaps the citizens of Dragon Country have grown accustomed to it? Indeed, what the world considers groundbreaking innovations, the people of Dragon Country have long embraced as ordinary. Now, the great cities of Lingxiao are racing to complete their constructions, all vying to be the first to finish. The Supreme Leader states, the people of Dragon Country live amidst profound challenges. It is arguably true that while the insect horde ravaged the land of the Peacock Nation, the world was only aware of the 4 words, the swarm has arrived. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, however, remained blissfully engaged in watching the live stream of the high-speed rail's launch. Did they not perceive that the crisis posed by the insect race loomed ominously at their very doorstep? The successful testing of the capsule high-speed rail was being broadcasted live, while in the capital, military leaders were urgently strategizing and mobilizing troops. The intelligence dispatched by Chief Liu was indeed accurate. The insect race's forward base within the borders of the Peacock Nation had breached their defenses and was advancing eastward. With the ultimate destination poised to be the jungles of the southern frontier, the deputy marshal traced a line on the map, which conveniently passed through the circular fortress of the southern frontier's stone forest. Once the Peacock Nation became aware of the insect race's eastward movement, they were likely to host a farewell ceremony. Currently, the marshal, Commander Xiao, was unreachable, thus we must establish our own defensive line. The insect race's outpost would breach the Dragon Kingdom's borders in 3 hours. Hence, we must deploy a formidable force at this position along the border to halt their advance and prevent them from entering the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. This would also serve as an opportunity to test the efficacy of the new laser main cannon. In the southern frontier's jungle, while the nation watched the high-speed rail launch, Xiao Ge and his comrades fought valiantly to protect their homeland. Engaged in battle with the insect race, Long Zhan was attending to his old friends. The skirmish had persisted for over 20 minutes. Xiao Ge observed the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, and as the battle progressed, it appeared that these creatures were growing increasingly astute. They refrained from launching direct assaults and merely lurked at a distance. Yet, as Xiao Ge and his team advanced, they would inevitably encounter the insect's blockade. Old Xiao, weren't we supposed to refrain from evolving into sentient beings after establishing our nation? How is it that these insects have become more intelligent than humans? Yang Ming lamented, recalling that in the vintage games he had played, low-tier insects were merely fodder for experience points. Yet, the insects encountered here seemed entirely different, exhibiting tactical awareness. It must be that a human was orchestrating everything. We must eliminate him first. Xiao Ge locked onto the human controlled by the Mind Eater and commanded, "A team, provide us cover. Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, follow me as we strike and take that man's life." Subsequently, under the protection of a specialized team, the three charged into the heart of the insect swarm from a relatively weak point in their ranks, heading directly for the human at the center. Fire! Yet their ambush was quickly discovered, and the bullets were intercepted by the insects. Soon, other insects from surrounding areas converged upon Xiao Ge and his companions. This was precisely the desired outcome. Other teams were to focus their firepower on that individual. He had already been ensnared by the insect race, reduced to a mere puppet, now possessed solely by a heart inclined toward the swarm. As they concentrated their fire, the insects too gathered together. When Xiao Ge and his assault team aimed to strike at the core of the insect race, a counteroffensive was inevitable, providing an opportunity for the remaining special forces. As hundreds assembled into a raid team, significantly amplifying their power compared to just 3 individuals. Indeed, the Zerg have once again made adjustments, retracting their forces and encircling the tunnel worms and brain-eating insects. The frequency at which the tunnel worms emit plasma is accelerating. After a tumultuous battle, several minutes have passed. The number of Zerg sentinels has diminished significantly, and the tunnel worms are gradually revealing themselves, along with the human controlled by the brain-eating insect. Thanks to his hyperthymesia, Xiao Ge possesses the remarkable ability to remember everything at a glance, and thus he immediately recognizes the human upon sight. Deng Ning, the worker who went missing from the Shilin circular fortress? Xiao Ge's gaze sharpened as he blocked the imminent gunfire from the special operations team. Your brother Deng Huiwang had a message for you before his demise. Would you prefer to hear it as a Zerg or as a human? The distance between them was merely 100 meters. Xiao Ge's voice reached Deng Ning, resonating regardless of his allegiance. The brain-eating insect invades and controls the human brain during moments of intense mental turmoil. Yet, in a previous life, Xiao Ge had witnessed someone triumph over the brain-eating insect through sheer willpower and drive it away. He did not expect Deng Ning to vanquish the brain-eating insect. Rather, he aimed to disturb his mental state, severing his connection with the surrounding Zerg. Without the brain-eating insect serving as a central hub, Xiao Ge was confident in his ability to swiftly eliminate them. Deng Ning's voice, imbued with a chilling duality, echoed, "Speak." Deng Huiwang instructed you to be informed. No matter how sordid his actions have been, every penny he has provided for your education, your home, your sustenance and entertainment over the years has been earned through his arduous toil. Not a single cent acquired from foreign nations was spent on you. He said he is tainted, yet you are as pure as water. He expressed his inability to turn back, hoping you could live as an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. In that instant, the swarm fell silent, seemingly influenced by the strong mental waves emanating from Deng Ning. resonating with his emotions. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Ge observed Deng Ning's once inky eyes gradually fading, as if reverting to their original state. Time was of the essence. Xiao Ge raised his voice, shouting, "Deng Ning, you are under the control of the brain-eating insect. Awaken." Those ensnared by the brain-eating insect, if they realize their predicament, will experience significant emotional upheaval. Of course, should the puppet manage to overcome and expel the brain-eating insect, this would be their sole opportunity. Clearly, Deng Ning has lost this chance. The duality of his voice became muddied. Liar. He is a liar. He is a traitor. Haha, a traitor. Kill them. Kill the traitor. The swarm erupted into chaos, the battle reigniting. Yet, Xiao Ge noticed the human form Deng Ning had hot tears streaming down his cheeks. There is one more chapter. It may arrive late, but it shall not be absent. I, who type at a slow pace, sometimes miss the comments from everyone. However, I urge you to engage in the comment section. It can provide me with warmth. A simple check-in or casual chat would suffice to thaw my frozen hands. Chapter 78. News of the Zerg. As the frequency of plasma emissions escalates, the sky begins to exhibit anomalies. The repeatedly struck area has begun to change color. The azure sky suddenly appears to unveil a celestial portal, revealing an exotic starry expanse. A low, droning sound emanates from this otherworldly sky. Xiao Ge gazes upwards, observing a phosphorescent substance cascading down through the rift in the heavens. Simultaneously, he notices the body of the passage worm gradually solidifying, seemingly growing at an alarming rate. It will not be long before it transforms into a fully matured entity. In his previous life, Xiao Ge had never encountered a passage worm at such proximity. But now, he witnesses it firsthand. The dimensional portal is forming. Swiftly resolve the battle. As the central figure, Deng Ning finds himself ensnared in a web of confusion due to Xiao Ge's words. The hive mind of the swarm falters, resulting in disarray among the group. Without a central command, the swarm's coordinated assault dissipates. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ge leads the charge alongside the special operations team, plunging into the heart of the swarm, wreaking havoc upon the insectoid vanguard, leaving them with no avenue for escape. This, however, is secondary. Xiao Ge commands several soldiers to form a strike team, armed with heavy weaponry, to breach the rear of the swarm and annihilate all passage worms. With the passage worms eradicated, the plasma cluster dissipates. Above, the dimensional portal that had been opening swiftly closes within mere seconds, and the cosmos resumes its original form. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the capital of a small jungle nation, the population, though not excessively large at just over 4 million, witnesses the celestial anomaly. Panic and chaos ensue as the citizens gaze upwards. Their immediate thought is of the time-space collapse that occurred a month prior. Is that calamity returning? Where is our military? According to the king, we have summoned warriors from the star-spangled nation for protection. Surely they can vanquish the insectoids? Why don't we seek assistance from the dragon nation, considering its proximity? Enough talk. Let us find a way to hide. The insectoids are surely on their way. At this moment, the king of the jungle nation also lifts his gaze towards the altered sky in the north, his heart filled with trepidation. He has reached an agreement with the star-spangled nation, which has dispatched Navy SEALs to aid in eradicating the insectoid crisis. But can the star-spangled nation truly contend with the phenomenon in the sky? Yet, before long, the celestial anomaly begins to dissipate, eventually vanishing completely. The king is elated. It seems that seeking assistance from the star-spangled nation was indeed the right choice. On the jungle battlefield, following the eradication of the insectoids and passage worms, the special operations team also apprehends Deng Ning, who has succumbed to unconsciousness. However, at this point, Deng Ning is already lost to a state of delirium. One team member remarks that they had just witnessed a flying octopus detach itself from his body, perishing shortly thereafter. Captain Xiao, can this octopus be consumed? Xiao Ge, perplexed, responds, did I not previously introduce you to that type of worm capable of controlling the human mind? How is it that you do not recall? Sigh. It is exhausting. The desire to consume everything is indeed a perilous thought. Suddenly, Deng Ning screams from his state of unconsciousness, writhing in agony. Worms. The worms of the entire star sea. The worms of the entire galaxy. Cough, cough. Although Deng Ning had regained human consciousness, his eyes were filled with terror as he coughed violently. They were coming. The entire swarm of Zerg was being driven from one galaxy to another. Spaceships, countless vessels trailed around the Zerg, as if they were migrating alongside them, resembling shepherds guiding their flock. They were approaching. With that, Deng Ning fainted once more, drawing everyone's attention. The starry sea, the Zerg? These terms were profoundly shocking. Xiao Ge fell silent for a moment before speaking, emphasizing the urgency of saving him. He promptly arranged for emergency medical attention for Deng Ning, while also leading a team to assist Longzhan. Chapter 79. Lunar Launch. Success. After clearing the bodies from the riverbank, Xiao Ge relayed the situation regarding the Zerg to Longzhan. Longzhan gazed at Deng Ning with a sense of regret, pondering whether Deng Ning had witnessed the Zerg's condition across the starry expanse due to being controlled by the Mind Eater. Yes, but the full extent of the situation would only be revealed upon his awakening, Xiao Ge replied, suggesting that it was likely similar to what he understood. According to your assertion, those who could overcome the Mind Eaters are individuals of extraordinary willpower. Let us hope this young man achieves a favorable outcome in the future. At that moment, a phone call came in. The passageway to the Zerg had been eliminated, the electromagnetic field in the southern jungle had returned to normal, and communications were restored. It was Ouyang Yuan calling from the homeland. After briefly explaining the situation in the Peacock Nation, he added that the Vice Marshal and others had mobilized forces. Leader Xiao, Marshal Long, the situation in the southern jungle is resolved. Please proceed to the circular fortress, where your command is needed. Subsequently, Ouyang Yuan provided an update on the Zerg's forward positions in the Peacock Nation. Nearly 100,000 Zerg had breached the defenses of the Peacock Nation's army, racing eastward as if traversing an uninhabited realm, unstoppable. Within 3 hours, they would reach the borders of the Dragon Nation, arriving at the circular fortress area of the southern stone forest. Although the defenses of the Peacock Nation had been compromised, they had inflicted significant damage on the Zerg. It was estimated that only 1/3 of the Zerg would emerge from the Peacock Nation, reaching the southern circular fortress, approximately 35,000 creatures. This was the true test. The prior battle outside the Great Wall had merely been an appetizer, with over 1,000 Zerg. Fortunately, the southern circular fortress possessed a secret weapon, a laser main cannon, which was set to undergo power supply testing at 10 o'clock. Longzhan stated, "Let us depart. The rescue helicopter will arrive shortly. There is nothing worth lingering for in the jungle." After they left, the small nation in the jungle would likely send personnel to clean up the battlefield. Wait. Xiao Ge called all the special operations team members over to record a video together. On the count of 3, everyone say, "I fought against the enemies in the southern jungle, wishing for the success of the lunar mission back home." Ready? 1, 2, 3. The reason for filming the special operations team was that Xiao Ge did not want their sacrifices to be forgotten and go unrecognized. At 9 o'clock a.m. Dragon Nation time, the manned lunar mission entered its final countdown for ignition. Due to the detection of abnormal gravitational waves, the ignition was delayed until the Gravitational Observatory conveyed the news that the gravitational fluctuations had subsided. The decision to ignite was made only 10 minutes later. A global live broadcast ensued. At this moment, the war in the Kingdom of Peacocks was also being simultaneously streamed. One front was engaged in a battle against the insectoid species, heralded by foreign nations as a beacon of democracy. The other was exploring the cosmos, portrayed by external powers as living amidst profound turmoil. Those outsider netizens who managed to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were envious. I too wish to live in such turmoil. I long to experience waking up to a cup of tea, savoring a fried dough stick, and observing foreign nations combat the insectoid menace. You seem to misunderstand the Dragon Kingdom. They don't drink tea in the morning, but rather consume ergwotu and steamed buns. A user from Tsarist country. I find this offensive. Calmly watch the live broadcast. This time, the Dragon Kingdom is set to send 50 individuals to the moon, a monumental event unprecedented in history. Greetings, everyone. I am Yamamoto Ichiro. I know you all have been missing me. Today, I have an important announcement. In a few days, I shall visit the Dragon Kingdom, and it will be live-streamed in full. Go away. The conversation nearly spiraled into chaos at this point. Most users had nearly forgotten about Yamamoto Ichiro, yet he resurfaced. Meanwhile, the official media of the Crisis Management Bureau released a heartfelt video. It featured Longzhan leading special forces from the southern jungles, intercut with messages of goodwill from special operations members engaged in battles against the insectoid species and the Stars and Stripes Nation. Blood and fire, sword and light. These harrowing battles culminated in a singular message, wishing the Dragon Kingdom's space mission a resounding success. Merely a few minutes later, the notification garnered a staggering number, 999. Upon clicking, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom found themselves moved to tears. The peace of this land is preserved because there are those who silently protect it. To the warriors, your efforts are cherished. A toast to you from Yosbeer. My heavens, I always believed it was that girl who sang and played basketball protecting the world, never realizing it was this group of the most admirable individuals. Tears welled in my eyes. In the Northwest Space City, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. All 5 launch pads stood ready, with a row of powerful rockets erected, quietly adorning the desolate landscape with the crimson hearts of heroes. Xiao Ge conducted the final confirmation of instructions for the astronauts. Initially, the astronauts harbored some reservations about Xiao Ge's youth. Yet, upon learning that the head of the Crisis Management Bureau was even younger, they found solace. Spacecraft 1, 2, 3, and 4 were designated for the transportation of the lunar outpost's auxiliary compartments. Spacecraft 5, a new model, was tasked with the main cabin transport of the lunar outpost. The primary objective of this manned lunar mission is to establish a space outpost. The outpost will be assembled in a modular fashion. Once the main cabin delivered by Spacecraft 5 is fully deployed, the internal activity space will reach 300 square meters, sufficient for any scientific research endeavors. The auxiliary compartments will connect to the main cabin like building blocks, and upon unfolding, the internal space will measure approximately 80 to 100 square meters. After the establishment of the outpost, the primary research focus will not be on cultivating potatoes on the moon, but rather on constructing a spacecraft production facility. This facility is not merely a name. It will encompass smelting factories, energy plants, and various component production units, all rising from nothing. How will the lunar city be established? It begins with a definitive goal, around which expansion occurs gradually, leading to the eventual construction of the lunar city. Following today's successful launch, routes to the moon will become increasingly routine. Upon receiving confirmation from all astronauts, Xiao proclaimed, wishing everyone great success. The countdown commenced. 1 minute, 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. 5 powerful rockets ignited simultaneously, beginning their ascent with gradual acceleration against a backdrop of azure skies, unmarred by clouds, resembling a pristine canvas. 5 dragon-like flames etched their marks upon this canvas. What is freedom? To gallop across such a cerulean expanse is freedom. To pierce through this azure sky and surge into the boundless cosmos is freedom. The first stage rocket detached and returned for recovery. The second stage rocket detached and also returned for recovery. The spacecraft entered its designated orbit, marking a successful launch. In a matter of mere minutes, all 5 spacecraft reached their intended trajectories. Since the failed space mission a month prior by the United States, there had been no other space launches globally. Even thoughts of such endeavors were eclipsed by the urgent need to organize defenses against the insectoid threat. Yet, at this moment, the Dragon Kingdom opted for a space launch of unprecedented scale. While other nations focused on countering the insect crisis, the Dragon Kingdom's gaze was set upon the cosmos. And it succeeded. At this juncture, the Dragon Kingdom's space fleet materialized in orbit. 5 spacecraft would form a fleet, heading directly to the moon. The live stream remained silent for several minutes as viewers from the Dragon Kingdom recovered from their awe. In the time it takes to use the restroom, the launch is completed. Brothers, see you at 10. I'm off. Management is coming to the restroom to catch people. Brothers, see you at 10. Soon. Only the intrigued extraterrestrial viewers remained in the live stream. A Dragon Kingdom netizen with the nickname Yonglin 3D posed a question. Are you all sleeping in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream? Don't you have anything to do in your own countries? In the United States, at an Ivy League institution, in a dimly lit public restroom, Xiao's former roommate held his phone, tears of joy in his eyes. It's him. It truly is him. How regretful. I should have followed him back. We have missed an era. Xiao is now the head of the lunar project, destined for historical significance, while we can only hide in this public restroom. It is too late for any words now. Who could have anticipated that after the commander-in-chief declared a state of war, racism would explode within the United States? With those of us bearing yellow skin facing assaults even for stepping outside, perhaps we should contact our homeland to see if there is a way to return? The young man with dyed hair wept, having tried his best, yet the response from the homeland was simply, too late. Now, the desire to return has become a futile endeavor. Chapter 80. She, as long as she does not falter, shall forever remain at the forefront of the battlefield. In Dragon Country, the time reads 9:40. In the United States, the commander felt the onset of insomnia. The troops dispatched to the southern jungles, vanished? Gone entirely? He repeated these words thrice, only to confirm the grim reality. An aide reported that, according to the last transmission, they had encountered Marshal Longzhan of Dragon Country, and, ultimately, due to their inferior strength, were utterly annihilated. Commander, how is it that Longzhan appears everywhere? Furthermore, the commander learned that Dragon Country's manned lunar spacecraft had launched, with 5 ships expected to reach the moon within days. Should we respond? Bang. The commander slammed his hand down, declaring, of course we must respond. The moon is sovereign territory of the United States. Dragon Country is invading. Subsequently, the commander recorded a Twitter video. The content was exceedingly palatable. I love Dragon Country. Their advancements in space exploration signify a monumental progress for all humanity. However, I must present some facts. During the Apollo landings, the United States established sovereignty over the moon. Dragon country cannot land there. They may choose other celestial bodies, or else they are infringing upon our sovereignty. Minutes later, the Twitter operators could no longer bear it. They appended a red exclamation mark to the video, indicating that the validity of the content remained unverified. Furthermore, Twitter officially stated, claiming sovereignty through landing is an act of piracy. Civilized nations do not engage in such behavior. At this juncture, even the citizens of the United States found it intolerable. Commander, please focus your primary efforts on addressing the insectoid crisis instead of fixating on Dragon Country daily. I believe the citizens were correct. The commander genuinely harbors affection for Dragon Country. Despite accomplishing little over the years, his blockade against Dragon Country has proven remarkably effective. Even weaknesses that Dragon Country itself was unaware of became apparent under his blockade, and after several years of research, they caught up. The derision from the citizens of the United States was directed at this elder statesman in his 70s. The commander, upon witnessing this public sentiment, felt an icy chill within. In Dragon Country, the clock struck 10 o'clock. The high-powered laser main gun of the circular fortress in the southern region was successfully installed and underwent its initial power supply test. It operated smoothly, everything functioning as intended. Simultaneously, the people of Dragon Country learned that the insectoid menace from the Peacock Nation was advancing towards them. A great battle was imminent in the southern stone forest. In the circular fortress, Xiao Ge, Long Zhan, and the Special Forces members finally returned. This battle claimed the lives of 37 Special Forces operatives. After a brief memorial ceremony at the airport, the group steeled themselves and prepared to enter the city. Workers at the construction site paused their tasks, applauding in welcome. They were granted 20 minutes of rest. In 20 minutes, they were to gather at the western laser artillery position. Having returned from the southern jungles, the Special Forces members had not even had a meal. 20 minutes is not an extended duration. It provides just enough time to satiate one's hunger while also tending to any wounds. Xiao Ge was equally inclined to scavenge for parts to repair his exoskeleton. For him, the situation was quite disheartening. Despite possessing the skills and awareness of a champion, he was hindered by the frailty of aging hands, rendering him unable to execute his capabilities. He realized that his current physique resembled that of an elderly recluse, severely lacking in athleticism, relying solely on his mental acuity to avoid faltering in battle. Fortunately, over the past 2 months, he had acknowledged this predicament and seized every opportunity to enhance his physical abilities. After the team disbanded, Xiao Ge inquired about the location of the parts warehouse and proceeded directly there. Typically, exoskeleton systems are maintained uniformly, resulting in the parts warehouse being sparsely frequented. Only those like Xiao Ge, who understand how to adjust the exoskeleton according to their physical condition, would venture to seek components. The warehouse housed rows of parts, all meticulously labeled by their intended use. However, it presently resembled a storage room, which explained the absence of dedicated personnel for its upkeep. Thankfully, the lighting was sufficient, allowing him to locate the necessary parts without hindrance. As he searched through several rows of components, Xiao Ge suddenly heard footsteps emanating from the far corner of the warehouse. Could it be that someone else was also in search of parts? He decided it best not to disturb the other individual and continued his quest for components that would bolster his lower back support. After taking a few more steps, he caught sight of a figure. As he advanced further, he was momentarily taken aback. Su Hongyin? What was she doing here? And why was she only dressed in her undergarments on such a frigid day? Was she not cold? There was blood on the floor. Su Hongyin was injured. Alarmed, Xiao Ge hastened towards her, inadvertently colliding with the shelves of components on either side. You're hurt. Why are you here instead of seeking medical assistance? He exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a gash on her abdomen, blood oozing steadily from it. In addition to the wound, a large and conspicuous scar marred her belly. Xiao Ge froze momentarily, recognizing the scar, which was not commonly seen. He was one of the few who knew its origin. In a previous life, Su Hongyin had confided in him that it was the result of a scalding accident during her childhood. At this moment, she lifted her head, sweat beading on her forehead. Her eyes glaring at Xiao Ge, a wooden stick clenched between her teeth. In her hands, she held a needle and thread, attempting to stitch her own wound. Xiao Ge felt a surge of emotion. Su Hongyin had always been resolute. She likely refrained from seeking a doctor to avoid missing the opportunity to participate in the impending battle. Let me help you, he urged, his earlier anxiety softening. Why didn't you mention your pain while in the southern jungles? How on earth did you endure this? He knelt, extending his hand to take the suturing thread from her grasp. Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out. Had Xiao Ge not reacted swiftly to catch her hand, he would have undoubtedly borne the mark of her palm on his face. You rogue, she scolded. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I discerned that you were no virtuous individual. Indeed, you have proven to be a scoundrel. Xiao Ge gazed at Su Hongyin, bewildered, and protested. In what manner am I a scoundrel? I am merely here to assist you in suturing your wounds. Wait a moment, something feels off, Xiao Ge mused, surveying the surroundings. The eerie silence, coupled with the dim light, and the manner in which he restrained her body in a half-naked state, created an unsettling prelude to potential misconduct. This is a grave misunderstanding. Upon my honor, during our previous encounters with the insectoid adversaries, I regarded Su Hongyin as a comrade. As our familiarity grew, such distinctions faded. At that time, I was preoccupied with the battle and had no leisure to ponder trivial matters, hence I had witnessed her in various states of undress. Today, as predicament compelled me to confront the reality of my rebirth. After all, she is a young lady, deserving of due respect. Having mentally prepared himself, Xiao Ge found the situation rather awkward and felt compelled to elucidate. However, before he could utter a word, Su Hongyin's scornful retort struck him like a gale. What sane person would venture into such a secluded place? You must be following me. What other explanation exists? Do not presume that your position as the head of the Crisis Management Bureau grants you carte blanche. I have no interest in your machinations. Xiao Ge, taken aback, replied. I am merely here seeking components. Observe this place. The power device for my exoskeleton is ill-fitting, and I am in search of a replacement. Just then, he spotted the desired components on a nearby display rack and promptly retrieved them. In a matter of moments, he replaced the power device, then proclaimed, You see, this is precisely what I sought. You are, after all, a young lady. It is essential to address your injuries promptly. I understand your desire to participate in the upcoming battle without the doctors monitoring your recovery, so please, relax. My sole intention is to assist you in suturing your wounds, devoid of any ulterior motives. Through years of acquaintance, Xiao Ge recognized the futility of attempting to dissuade Su Hongyin from engaging in future skirmishes, unless she sustained irreparable injuries. After a brief exchange, Su Hongyin, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for misjudging him, handed him the suturing needle and thread. Surprised by the depth of his knowledge at such a young age, Xiao Ge sighed in relief and swiftly tended to her injury. Once the bandages were secured, he observed the new and old scars on her abdomen concealed beneath the pristine white gauze, and remarked, As a young lady, one naturally wishes to appear graceful and immaculate. I cannot fathom how, as a child, you managed to scald yourself with boiling water. Just look at that scar, it appears impossible to erase. Su Hongyin paused, her expression shifting dramatically. And you claim not to be a scoundrel? Have you been investigating me? Fortunately, Xiao Ge's reflexes were swift, allowing him to dodge her impending slap. This is an injustice. I have not investigated you. When we pledged brotherhood in our previous life, you divulged it of your own accord. Yet now, Xiao Ge found himself at a loss for words, opening his mouth only to offer a rather implausible excuse. That fellow, Yang Ming, informed me that you train together every day. Su Hongyin was once again perplexed, and Yang Ming found this unsurprising, as he had previously mentioned it to him. However, would he really share this trivial matter with Xiao Ge? Finally, the tension eased, and Xiao Ge let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, upon seeing Su Hongyin in her current state, he offered a token piece of advice, suggesting, You should rest in the rear for now. Without a backward glance, Su Hongyin donned her individual exoskeleton system and walked away. Observing her retreating figure, Xiao Ge was reminded of their past lives. She remained resolute, always at the front line of battle as long as she stood tall. In Dragon Country, at 1,100 hours, the dispatched reconnaissance drones had already spotted the insectoid front. Simultaneously, the Crisis Management Bureau initiated Task 5. The activation of the nanobot swarm experiment had commenced. Chapter 81, Layered Assault. Capture the Queen Bug. In Peacock Country, the Prime Minister's office finally received definitive news. The swarm had vacated the borders and was heading straight for Dragon Country. Prime Minister Mo breathed a sigh of relief and addressed his aides, declaring, This is a victory, an exceptionally rare triumph. I can hardly wait to announce our success to the world. Announcing their victory over the insectoid threat was not a daunting task, as Peacock Country had long established a live broadcasting system, initially intended to showcase the annihilation of the insectoid outpost. The world instead witnessed the dismal defeat of Peacock Country when faced with the insectoid front. With an army of 800,000 encircling 100,000 insectoids, employing every conventional weapon available except nuclear arms, the outcome was devastating. Fortunately, after breaching the encirclement, Peacock Country's forces, at a great cost, managed to eliminate a significant number of insectoids. However, as the battle progressed, Peacock Country suddenly realized that the insectoids were moving towards Dragon Country. What was the point in continuing the fight? Why not simply allow them to enter Dragon Country? Ignoring the counsel of his aides, Prime Minister Mo proceeded to deliver a nationwide televised address, boldly declaring that Peacock Country had triumphed over the insectoids. A journalist from the Tsarist nation present at the event posed a direct question. Prime Minister Mo, is your so-called victory merely driving the insectoids into Dragon Country? What will you do if, in the future, Dragon Country pushes the insectoids back into Peacock Country? This question was a direct affront to Prime Minister Mo. He was displeased and retorted, let me provide you with an example. Locusts that migrate from East Africa across the ocean to Peacock Country. Should I blame the East African nations for failing to stop the locusts? Prime Minister Mo likened the insectoids to locusts, characterizing them as a natural disaster. If the insectoids left Peacock Country for Dragon Country, it was not something they could have prevented. In the southern circular fortress, a considerable fleet of drones was deployed to monitor the insectoid movements in the west. On the vast screens of the operations center, the swarm resembled a colossal bulldozer, leaving a trail of yellow earth and swirling dust in its wake. If you recall any documentaries, you would remember the awe-inspiring scenes of wildebeests migrating across the African savanna. The current insectoid advance was similarly formidable. In their rapid movement, the queen bug at the center of the swarm was exposed, its menacing visage visible without the protective miasma. The battle strategy has been established, and the Dragon Kingdom will launch a multi-tiered assault against the swarm. Long Zhan, filled with curiosity, inquired of Xiao Ge, are you not the least bit angered by the Peacock Kingdom's decision to unleash the insect race upon us? At that moment, the speech of Premier Mo from the Peacock Kingdom had already been transmitted. The soldiers of the military were seething with indignation, eager to annihilate the insect horde and subsequently storm into the Peacock Kingdom to deal with Premier Mo. Xiao Ge, with an air of indifference, shrugged. In truth, Premier Mo's statement held some merit. The insect swarm knows no borders, moving freely wherever it pleases. 30,000 insects present an excellent opportunity for us to validate the efficacy of our multi-tiered assault, accumulating experience for future large-scale confrontations. Thus, we might even extend our gratitude towards him. The most effective approach to overcoming difficulties is to confront them head-on. Of course, should any insects pass through the Dragon Kingdom en route to the Peacock Kingdom in the future, we could graciously host a farewell ceremony for them. With that, the multi-tiered assault strategy commenced. The first tier, tactical bombardment. Several airports in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom had already received orders. Supersonic bombers had taken flight half an hour prior, and now 8 bombers were circling above the insect horde, ready to drop bombs at a moment's notice. The command to bomb was issued. The 8 bombers promptly released 16 of the most powerful conventional bombs, known as the father of bombs, above the insect army. Each of these bombs was laden with 12 tons of a new type of high-explosive fuel that detonated upon contact with air, generating shockwaves akin to those of a small nuclear weapon. As the bombs exploded in midair, the core temperature soared to 5,000 degrees, incinerating all organic matter within a 500-meter radius, including the insects. With resounding booms, the mushroom clouds ascended, distorting the landscape, and many hilltops were leveled. The shockwaves from the explosions rattled the earth, with the Southwestern Seismic Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom recording an earthquake at a magnitude of 3. The thousands of soldiers gathered outside the circular fortress were left in awe upon witnessing the spectacle. The father of bombs, since its inception, had never before been deployed on such a large scale. Today marked its inaugural use in battle. Some soldiers began to worry that if this continued, there would be no insects left for them to confront. I have trained for over 2 months, waiting for my chance to slay a few insects. This situation is hardly entertaining. However, this was merely the initial tier of the assault. As anticipated, the insect horde suffered devastating losses, yet they were not entirely obliterated. After a brief silence, the insects emerged from the debris of the explosions, continuing their advance eastward. Subsequently, the command center ordered the second tier of strikes. Countless surface-to-ground missiles and cruise missiles streaked across the sky, plunging directly into the heart of the swarm. Boom! The shockwaves from the missile detonations repelled countless insects once again. Following this were white phosphorus bombs, capable of inflicting widespread burns upon the insect race. The second tier of the assault could still be described in terms of unprecedented magnitude. Nevertheless, even so, the insect horde persisted in their relentless advance towards the east. Truly, they are a remarkably resilient existence. In the military ranks of the southern Xinjiang stone forest, the soldiers were both exhilarated and perplexed. Why not directly assault the motherworm? Would it not be far more efficient to eliminate that grotesque creature first? Indeed, many soldiers shared this confusion. If they had the time, attacking the motherworm seemed the most expedient choice. Perhaps they aimed to test the might of the laser main cannon? As the second tier of strikes concluded, The insect horde had encroached into the soldiers' visible range, entering the optimal attack zone for the laser artillery. 30,000 of the creatures traversed treacherous terrain towards Longhua. Yet they had already sustained significant losses before even catching a glimpse of the nation. Long Zhan, from the operational command center, felt a pang of regret. Was it not a waste to simply annihilate such a singular motherworm? Would it not be wiser to capture it and transport it to the new recruits' training grounds? This could resolve their training dilemmas effectively. Xiao Ge, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly had a flash of insight. What a splendid idea. Having engaged in combat with the insectoids, his instinct was to annihilate them. Whenever he encountered these creatures, his first thought was always to kill. However, Long Zhan, lacking experience from the Battle of Descent, perceived the insectoid threat differently, not just as a target for extermination, but as a resource to be utilized. Now, in the old coastal city, the number of insectoid scouts dwindled, and many new recruits spent days on the training fields without encountering any of the creatures. 3 laser main cannons were prepared, with one supplying power while another S output was reduced by half to avoid inadvertently killing the motherworm. Subsequently, they began urgently strategizing on how to capture the motherworm alive. In truth, the motherworm's combat capabilities were minimal, primarily tasked with the rapid reproduction of the insectoids. Akin to the queen of an ant colony, and its defenses were feeble. Once the surrounding insectoids were eliminated, capturing the motherworm would not pose a significant challenge. At 11:20, the activation tests of the nanobot swarm within Longhua had completed, and soon all live broadcasts focused on the southern Xinjiang stone forest. Prior to the Longhua forces clashing with the insect horde, global attention had also converged on this event. After all, not long ago, the Prime Minister of Peacock Nation had declared the end of the war. Yet, the world was well aware of the outcome. It was dismal, a mere display of futile sacrifice. People worldwide were eager to witness how Longhua would confront the insect horde. While they might emerge victorious, it was widely believed that they would suffer substantial casualties, akin to the plight of Peacock Nation, as the insectoids' combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Indeed, there were concerns that the circular fortress in southern Xinjiang could potentially be breached. After witnessing Longhua's tiered assault, one could hardly anticipate such remarkable strength. Their formidable firepower in subduing the insectoids provided a novel perspective for the entire world on how to combat these creatures. Yet, the speed of the insectoid advance was alarming. They had already reached the outskirts of the circular fortress. Were the Longhua troops mad? Observers noted that construction continued unabated at the site. Did they not fear for their lives? Peacock Nation had mobilized 800,000 troops, while Longhua fielded only tens of thousands. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they faced repercussions from the insectoids. Was that not the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? What could he possibly be doing in the southern Xinjiang stone forest? At this moment, within the live broadcast, Xiao Ge and Long Zhan approached the front lines of the various armies. A colossal loudspeaker amplified Xiao Ge's voice to its fullest, ensuring that the entire army, the entire city, and all those around the world watching the live stream could hear him clearly. Capture the motherworm alive.